happened last when E.T. was in theaters? President Biden says, don't worry, he's got a solution. Just pass his agenda. But we'll show you some of the polling numbers that say people aren't really buying that. Plus, that toughest abortion law in the country in Texas gets to stay in place for now. That's the news out of a new Supreme Court ruling today. What the next move is now for abortion providers. And this is probably not what people on a cross-country Delta flight had in mind when they wanted some in-flight entertainment. We're going to show you and talk about how airlines are trying to stop these mid-air fights before the holiday travel rush. And a groundbreaking decision in tonight's original. Non-citizens in New York City now able to vote in local elections. Voting rights advocates are thrilled, but some Republicans, not so much. They're planning to fight it. We'll explain. And tune in tonight. President Biden's going to be on Jimmy Fallon. And lucky for us, we've got a late-night veteran right here at NBC News, our very own Steve Kornacki. He's got a very special big board edition later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and while I'm down with an 80s throwback as much as anybody, the highest inflation rates since the Reagan era, that is probably not your idea of a good time. That is the reality we're in right now, with that new report out today showing a nearly 7% jump in the cost of everything over the past 12 months, hitting a level we haven't seen since June 1982. And look at this. It's on all the grocery shelves, all the different parts of the grocery store. Put it into dollars and cents, right? A dozen eggs up 18 cents from last year. A loaf of bread, 21 cents more on average. Ground beef up 84 cents a pound. Bacon more than $1. I get it. It doesn't feel like a lot, right? Quarters, nickels, dimes. But for some folks, this really does add up. Here's the thing. President Biden saying, listen, the economy itself is getting better. He's not downplaying inflation, but he is saying in context, the numbers we're seeing tonight show that the country's economic growth is actually strong. Watch.
Every other aspect of the economy is racing ahead. It's doing incredibly well. We've never had this kind of growth in 60 years. But inflation is affecting people's lives.
And here's the thing. Wages are up. More people are working. Fewer people are collecting unemployment. But keep in mind that some of these big-time lifelines, like child tax credit checks, they might be going away soon. Mike Memoli's got a little bit more from the White House. So, ma'am, I keep coming back to the real world impact here, right? What's happening is people go to the grocery store or go to fill up their gas tanks. You're looking at the president who's saying, hey, you've actually got more money in your pocket, which is right, but child tax credit checks may be going away. The Fed's hinting at maybe they're going to have, higher interest rates pretty soon. Talk about the White House strategy for handling this.
So, Hallie, the only good news for the White House today is that the bad news that they were bracing for was really what they expected. They knew this inflation number was coming today and that it was likely to be a tough one to spin. They're trying to spin. That's why they had Brian Deese, the top economic advisor, out yesterday, sort of pre-butting the numbers. You heard the president's comments today, trying to look back, step back, talk about the bigger economic picture. What the White House is really trying to do at this point is to remind Americans, though, of what we're still in the midst of, which is a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, that the economic impact of this is still really feeling, obviously something we're feeling every day, and that some of the problems are largely because of it, especially those supply chain challenges that they're still, and they say they are, making progress in fixing.
You talk about how the White House has been putting people out to try to get ahead of this or talk about this. Hey, Cecilia Rouse, right, one of the president's top economic advisors, talked to me not too long ago. I want to play a little bit for this of a different piece of how the president is trying to, defend his agenda, and his team is doing that. Watch.
These kinds of investments make our economy more productive. So they increase productivity, they increase our economic capacity, and that's where we get the easing of inflationary pressure going forward.
She's talking, of course, Mike, about the Build Back Better Act, right? A key part of the president's agenda. Over on the Hill side, Senator Chuck Schumer wants to get this done by Christmas. TBD on whether that will happen. Give us the gut check here. Will getting the president's agenda over the finish line help? And if it does, is it going to be right away? Feels like it'll take a little while.
Well, you've heard it, Hallie, right? They're changing a lot of the messaging around Build Back Better to focus on the inflation challenge. Right. The president's been saying, if you are worried about inflation, if you're worried about higher prices, then you better vote for this, because this is the surest way to try to bring them down. You know that all this comes down to a very difficult conversation that President Biden says he's going to be having early next week with Senator Joe Manchin. The Democrats on the Hill are saying they have 49 votes right now to pass this, and that's all that matters. Manchin's biggest worry all along has been inflation, though, so it's an audience, it's a constituency majority of one, and that's really going to be a big moment next week.
I'm going to ask our team to pull up some of the approval ratings for President Biden, because I want to show that and then show a quote that I think is going to be useful. If you look at what our colleagues at CNBC have just put out, right, this poll showing that just 37% of people, you see it here, appreciate or approve of how the president is handling the economy. This is not helping President Biden from like the approval rating front. But here's how you have some sort of more liberal folks, more liberal allies who are talking about this. And Mike, to be transparent, they're blaming, you know, me and you and, frankly, members of the media, right? You had this liberal economist tell the Washington Post, Dean Baker, that we've had the media consistently emphasizing the bad things while downplaying or outright ignoring what are really positive things in the economy. Now, setting aside whether we take exception to that characterization, right, that is a real concern, I think, among some, particularly on the Democratic side, who say these poll numbers and these low approval ratings that are problematic for President Biden are being driven by, you know, reporting that's not fully in context. Obviously, ours is, Mike, but I wonder what you're hearing from your sources on that.
Oh, I hear from my sources that why aren't you guys doing live shots outside of gas stations anymore? Well, it's because gas prices are going down. So they're really bristling at the idea.
It's interesting.
Where there are some positive economic trends. Now, we're not talking about huge decreases in gas prices compared to the big increases we've seen over the last year, but there is sort of a positive change, and they're saying we're not highlighting that. We sort of quickly move on when there's bad news that becomes good news, and we dwell on the bad news for far longer. So there is a lot of frustration, but ultimately, White House officials acknowledge this is still just sort of a spoiled national mood because of the pandemic. You either have people who want the pandemic just to be over. They've been tolerating this for so long, the restrictions. And then you have the very animated Republican side, conservative base, who is still very much fighting what the president is trying to do. That's what the White House feels like is the biggest obstacle they still have to overcome, is just getting this pandemic behind us. And then we'll see some attitudes change.
And you saw the numbers there, though. The numbers are what they are. Mike Memoli, great to see you, friend. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Enjoy your Friday. Other news from Washington, the Supreme Court's new ruling on the Texas abortion ban. Kind of a half win for abortion rights advocates, but they're frankly feeling more disappointed than hopeful about it. Here's why. On the one hand, the justices ruled that abortion providers in the state can go ahead with their lawsuit challenging the Texas ban. On the other hand, the justices kept the law in effect while that suit works its way and others through court. And remember, we're talking about that law in Texas that got a ton of attention when it went into effect a few months ago, because it's basically the most restrictive in the country. It bans abortion after a fetal heartbeat is detected. That's usually around 6 weeks into a pregnancy, before some women even know they're pregnant. In the last 3 months, providers say way more patients have had to travel to out-of-state clinics, and that on average, before the law was passed, women could get to a clinic within 17 miles. Now, 247 miles, 14 times longer. They say they're also seeing more patients carrying unwanted pregnancies to term, pregnancies they're not ready for. Pete Williams is here with me now. And Pete, I'm glad to have you here. Talk us through this ruling, because one key piece of this law involved its enforcement mechanism, right? This is how it was crafted. Texas was hoping to basically get a loophole that would let its law stay in effect. It seems like it's kind of working.
It sure does. And here's the thing to think about. I think this is the way to think about it. When you challenge a law in court, you basically have two decisions to make. On what grounds will we challenge it, and who will you sue? Because if you win and you ask the judge, put a hold on this order, I want an injunction, the judge doesn't enjoin the law. It doesn't enforce itself. He issues an injunction against the people who enforce it.
Okay.
Who are those? Who do you sue? That's what this case was really about. Today, the Supreme Court said, well, you can't sue the state court judges because they don't enforce anything. You can't sue court clerks. You can't sue the attorney general. But you can sue members of the Texas Medical Licensing Board. So
not a huge group.
No, and it's a razor-thin victory for the abortion advocates. And here's the problem. If they now go back into federal court, and that's what this was all about, where can you sue in federal court, and even if they get a ruling that says, okay, Texas Medical Advisory Board, do your thing, all they can do is say, well, all right, if you perform an abortion, we won't take your license away. It doesn't stop the lawsuits. That's the goal of the abortion providers. So they don't have anybody to sue that's actually enforcing the law, and that's why this is not such a big victory.
I spoke with one of the leaders of one of those groups that's involved in challenging this legally, and she said, listen, we're going to keep fighting, right? I asked about next steps. She said, we're talking to lawyers, we're going to keep fighting. But what options do they have? What does the continuation of this fight look like?
Well, there's this narrow band in federal court, but you sort of have to wait till you're sued. The abortion providers have to kind of wait till they're sued. That's not the answer. But there are lawsuits in state court as well. They face a similar challenge. It's sort of a different character. Today's ruling by the Supreme Court was all about the power of federal courts. So the state lawsuits can now go ahead. And just yesterday, a state judge in Texas declared the law unconstitutional. But because of the way that lawsuit was put together, he didn't issue an injunction stopping enforcement. So they have two avenues, the federal court, which is a narrow one, and the state court, which is somewhat broader. But really, the Supreme Court's decision takes away a lot of their ammunition.
Chief Justice Roberts, in writing about this, said the Texas law is an attack on the court itself. He said this in a dissent. He said the court risks losing its own authority if it allows this law to exist. Can you take that from like the sort of high-minded to the nitty-gritty? What does that mean?
Well, this was the concern of the people who were attacking SB 8, is they say, look, if a state can do this and say, okay, you can't enforce your constitutional right to abortion and you can't sue us because we're not enforcing it, then the state could do that about any constitutional right. Gun rights, free speech rights, religious rights, whatever. Right to travel, you know, and that's really what he's saying here. He's saying that Texas is, in effect, nullifying a Supreme Court decision because right now, until we get a decision in the Mississippi case, it's still the law of the land that there's a constitutional right to abortion, and Texas has figured out a way to pull the plug on it, and that's what's concerning Roberts and the four dissenters.
So in other words, to plain English it here, right, because in Texas you can sue, right, a private citizen can bring a lawsuit against anybody who has helped with an abortion that's believed. They're saying that the argument seems to be, what about if there's some sort of free speech case? What if there's some sort of gun rights case, right? Could you have that same loophole and do that for anything? And
that question actually came up in the oral argument, and it was Justice Brett Kavanaugh who said, well, geez, a state could say, you know, if you buy a high-capacity ammunition magazine or an AR-15, somebody could sue you for $100,000. Well, whatever concern he had during oral argument, he didn't express any such concern in today's ruling.
Interesting. Pete Williams, thank you for breaking that down for us.
You bet. I'll be here every night.
I was going to say, it's become a regular thing. Thank you, friend. We've talked a lot here about needing more information on the Omicron variant, right? Well, now we're getting it. There's this new report from the CDC out just a few hours ago that says that while the Omicron variant is more transmissible, meaning it's easier to get, most of the cases here in the U.S. have been mild. There's a catch to keep in mind. The CDC says in most of the cases they looked at, the people were vaccinated. Some of them even had the booster. We're learning about this at the same time that New York's governor rolled out a statewide mask mandate to keep Omicron or any of the other COVID variants from spreading during the holidays. And she's not messing around. Businesses that don't require people to mask up are going to be fined $1,000 if they're caught. It's coming as cases and hospitalizations are surging. One of Pennsylvania's biggest health systems has run out of beds because of a new spike there. In Maine, a federal team's going in to help Maine Medical Center with a flood of COVID patients. Ellison Barber joins us now from Michigan at a hospital in Lansing that's also getting close to capacity. Ellison, I'm glad to see you. Talk to me first, and I want to talk to you about where you are, you know, with your mask on there in an ICU, I believe, or near one. But first, talk to me about the CDC report on Omicron, which says, you know, easier to get, more transmissible. But if you're vaxxed or if you're boosted, you're not going to get super sick. But the thing is, where you are, it's not Omicron, it's Delta. And it's people who aren't vaccinated that's really driving the spike.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Michigan didn't detect their first case of the Omicron variant until yesterday evening. But statewide, hospitals are flooded with COVID patients. We're at Sparrow Hospital. We are on one of their COVID floors. This week, this hospital broke their record for the entire pandemic of patients hospitalized because of COVID-19. On this floor alone, they have 33 patients here because of COVID-19. 7 patients here because of COVID-19 died on Tuesday alone. This morning, while we were here on this floor, we watched as someone came to take the body of a COVID patient from this floor down to the morgue because they lost yet another patient. Statewide hospitals in Michigan, 85% of all of their inpatient hospital beds are full, and their ICU beds. This is all because of the Delta variant. And talking to doctors and nurses here, they are worried that they are in a surge right now, that particularly with another variant that's possibly more transmissible on the horizon, that things could get far, far worse. 82% of the people hospitalized here because of COVID-19 are unvaccinated. In terms of COVID deaths, Hallie, they told me the majority of the deaths they've seen in recent weeks are among people who are unvaccinated or people who had some sort of comorbidity or pre-existing condition and did not get a booster shot. The CEO of this hospital says they have not had a single patient die because of COVID-19 if they had a third dose. Hallie?
I mean, Ellison, I think everybody, right, is sick of the pandemic. Everybody is exhausted from this pandemic, but those healthcare workers, the people, you know, in the hallways and in the rooms behind you, like, I have to just think this is just gut punch after gut punch for them.
They're exhausted. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to a nurse or a doctor who has spent almost 2 years on this COVID floor, and they've cried, telling me that at times it feels difficult to leave the car to come into work because it feels like it will never end. And they will tell you that the death they are seeing, even if they are used to seeing death because of their job, that this is different. One nurse told me that it is literally watching people suffocate, and that is just beyond words, and for them emotionally impossible to process. The other thing they're dealing with here right now, misinformation. Doctors and nurses say the surge they're seeing here right now, a lot of the patients in this hospital are from rural neighboring communities where the vaccination rate is lower than the statewide vaccination rate. And they also say that right now they have some patients refusing treatments because of misinformation. I want you to listen to what one nurse told us about that very issue. Listen. You've had patients refusing treatments that you offer here who don't want to get vaccinated, but then asking for other unproven stuff they've read about on the internet.
A lot of like herbs and things that I don't even know what they are, but none of them have been, to my knowledge, shown to improve the outcomes of somebody with COVID.
And she told me people will not take the vaccine. They oftentimes are still saying they don't believe the severity of this virus, but they are asking for herbs, things she's never heard of, and ivermectin. Hallie?
Ellison Barber, live for us there in Lansing. Ellison, thank you for that important reporting. I appreciate it. We want to turn now to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, where not too long ago, actually right as we were coming on the air, prosecutors rested their case after a woman says she was pressured to take off her clothes and get a massage from Maxwell at Jeffrey Epstein's New Mexico ranch when she was just 16 years old. She was among the last witnesses to testify. Her name is Annie Farmer. She's the final accuser to have taken the stand in that trial. You're about to see Farmer on the stand today in one of these court sketches. She said this trip that we're talking about happened back in 1996 and also went through a number of times Epstein touched her and made her feel, quote, sick to her stomach. She and her sister, Maria, have actually talked publicly about this for years. They tried to contact law enforcement when it happened and say it took a decade for the FBI to follow up with them. Farmer called Maxwell a sexual predator during Maxwell's bail hearing last year. Maxwell, of course, is accused of sex trafficking and grooming women to be abused by Epstein. She denies the charges and has claimed she's the scapegoat for the convicted pedophile's crimes. Tom Winter is following this trial from New York. So, Tom, the prosecution has just rested, and they saved Annie Farmer as one of their last witnesses. Why was she such a key part of this case?
You know that phrase, Hallie, when somebody brings receipts. And for Annie Farmer, according to the testimony that we heard today, she had them in the form of a journal entry. She talks about the time when she was just 16 years old, where she went to the movies with Jeffrey Epstein and talked about the things that he did. She wrote in her journal how it made her feel uncomfortable when she says that she was caressed on her arm and he rubbed his shoes with her shoes and held her hand through almost the entirety of the movie. It's those type of contemporaneous notes that, based on my experience, typically have an impact on the jury. Same when somebody she was in a relationship with when she was younger disclosed to him what had happened at that New Mexico ranch, specifically when she says that Ghislaine Maxwell rubbed her breast during a massage and that then Jeffrey Epstein rubbed against her in her bed afterwards. There was another witness that came forward, potentially quite powerful, her own mother, who testified about Annie Farmer's reaction or the way that she behaved when she came back from that trip, specifically how withdrawn she was, how she didn't want to talk about it, how she says that she wasn't going to let what happened at the ranch ruin her life, but refused to disclose to her mom the details of it. So all those things can potentially be, Hallie, quite powerful. And to answer your question, that's obviously why this could have been so important today.
I have a question though, Tom, because I thought this whole trial was supposed to go something like 6 weeks, which it may still, but it's only been 2 and the prosecution is now done. I understand there's some pushback, right, from some experts who are like, wait a second. Did the prosecution do its job fully here in this case? What's your sense?
Well, look, I've seen some of that. I've also seen people write articles to that effect who've only been in court one day versus the rest of us who've been here through the entirety of this trial.
That's a Tom Winter burn, if I ever heard one.
Fair.
Just so folks are clear on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, Well, let's just get into it. The Vanity Fair article, which says that the prosecutors here took 10 minutes less than the prosecutors in the Elizabeth Holmes trial, and that's why that was some sort of a concern. Well, I should sure hope so, Hallie, because the Elizabeth Holmes trial is a complex white-collar fraud 9-count case versus a 6-count case here, which has 4 specific victims and only a few specific elements of a crime. So I'm not sure what difference an opening statement makes as far as length. And typically I've found that opening statements that last a shorter amount of time are more effective. So at the end of the day, we'll actually see what the jury decides to do here, and that'll determine what's really going on. But as far as the timeline, sometimes that may be that cross-examinations are shorter than anticipated.
Yeah.
It might be that prosecutors felt like their witnesses that they brought forward were even better than they thought they were going to be in helping them prove their case. Again, time will tell. Who could be wrong, who could be right? In the end, it's up to the jury.
Tom Winter, I'm sure we'll see you next week when the defense gets their turn at this. Tom, thank you for all your great reporting at court. In Washington here, former Senator Bob Dole honored during really emotional funeral services today. You had his family, you had a bunch of lawmakers, you had celebrities, even like Tom Hanks, who were paying tribute to the 2-time Senate Majority Leader and 3-time presidential candidate. This is the scene at the National Cathedral, and later there was a ceremony outside at the World War II Memorial we're about to show you. President Joe Biden remembered the late senator as a hero, while Hanks remembered the great life lessons he says Dole passed on.
Go to the other guy's office so you can decide when the meeting is over. Get up and walk out. Speak straight, even when it gets you in trouble, because it will. But at least everyone will know how you stand and what you stand for. And always plan not just to win, but win big. Yes, you may try and fail, but you will not fail to try.
Bob Dole died Sunday at the age of 98. Coming up here at the show, an emergency landing for one Delta flight after officials say a passenger assaulted a flight attendant and an air marshal on board who tried to stop the whole thing. We'll tell you more about what went down and why ultimately the LA-bound plane had to land in Oklahoma City. Coming up.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
So a Delta flight that was supposed to go from D.C. to L.A. last night ended up in Oklahoma. Why, you ask? How? According to law enforcement, a passenger assaulted a flight attendant during the flight. This is the guy who allegedly did it, 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. Here's some of the video. You're about to see it. It's a big deal because the first alleged major airline assault now is happening since federal prosecutors have made this case, in these kinds of cases, a top priority. So here's what's on video. You can see Pennington here allegedly becoming combative. That's what people said. Then an air marshal stepped in to try to break it up. And then, again, the allegation, Pennington then assaults the air marshal. That's what they say. Police trying to get him off the plane. In a statement, Delta applauded what they called the quick action and professionalism of the crew. Pennington hasn't been charged yet, but he's at a detention center being held on disorderly conduct and public drunkenness. Katie Beck is here with more. So, Katie, what's interesting here, the DOJ just recently came out after we heard of all these sort of unruly passengers on planes and said they would prioritize prosecuting stuff like this. Now the FBI is investigating. What do you think is going to happen here?
I mean, I think we're seeing more and more of these cases, many of them because people are fighting mask mandates on planes still and just simply get combative when they're told to put their mask on. But I think we are seeing numbers increase. And as you stated in the live shot with Ellison, there is sort of a pandemic fatigue. Some of these restrictions have eased at other places for people at the grocery store and other public places. They have not eased on airplanes. It is still a place where there is a zero tolerance policy for not wearing your mask, and people simply do not like it. Now, we don't know if that was exactly the case in this particular incident, but we were told that he left the plane without a mask and that at several points it was not on. So, you know, we'll find out what the facts are, but largely that is what these combative passengers are fighting about.
As you're talking, viewers are seeing on the left side of their screen video of not just this incident, but others too. And you talked about this. Let's put some numbers behind how many there have been, these kinds of incidents. 5,500 unruly passenger reports, as they're called this year. And as you say, most of them, close to 4,000 of them, have been mask related. Like people throw punches. This stuff is real, right? Talk about what airlines are doing here, because, you know, you have to imagine for these flight attendants, it's frustrating for them too.
I think they have no choice, Hallie, but to make an example of the passengers that do this. If they don't, people will not take them seriously. And obviously landing a plane midway between Washington, D.C. and L.A. is a pretty strong statement for the rest of the passengers on that plane that this is a zero tolerance policy and you do have to comply. Having that agent was a good thing to have in place as well, although both of them in this report were assaulted. They were able to apprehend him and get him handcuffed when authorities did board the plane and remove him. So, I mean, I think their best course of action is going to be to continue to do what they're doing now, which is to say, if you do this, there is a pretty severe consequence. You
talk about these consequences. Some of these passengers can be charged with federal crimes. We've seen others that have been fined lots of money, Katie, like tens of thousands of dollars, right? Many, many times the price of the ticket. Do you get any sense? Are you seeing anything that says there has been a slowdown or that these consequences have been effective so far, especially as we head into like holiday travel season?
You know, the numbers spike during the holidays, and we saw that at Thanksgiving. We'll see it again at Christmas. So I think, you know, by the ratio, you're going to see the number of unruly passengers also spike during those times. It doesn't seem that these numbers are slowing. And as I said, the fatigue with the pandemic is probably fueling a lot of this. People just getting tired of having those long stretches in the airport waiting for the flight, and then on the flight itself having to wear that mask the entire time. You know, like it or not, it is the rule.
Sure is. Katie Beck, thank you so much. Good to see you. Appreciate it. You know the name of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, right? Remember him? He's the guy who leaked a bunch of classified stuff during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Well, a British court is now ruling he could finally, after many years, be extradited to the U.S. Matt Bradley is going to join us live from London with more on why this is such a big deal.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Denver Broncos wide receiver Demaryius Thomas was found dead at his home in Roswell, Georgia last night. He was 33 years old and had just announced his retirement from the NFL in June. Police say they still don't know how he died or why. Number 2, the Better.com CEO. Remember him, the guy who fired 900 of his people over a Zoom call? We told you about him last week. Well, the company's board of directors says he's now taken some time off. Earlier this week, the CEO apologized, saying he stands by the layoffs but didn't show workers, quote, the appropriate amount of respect. Number 3, Kanye West's publicist reportedly pressured a 62-year-old Georgia election worker to confess to bogus voter fraud claims. The election worker, Ruby Freeman, says this happened weeks after the 2020 election. By that point, she was already facing death threats. Former President Trump had falsely accused her of manipulating votes. Number 4, TikToker says he wrote code to flood the official website of Kellogg's with fake job applications. Why? Kind of a tongue-in-cheek protest of Kellogg's decision to permanently replace striking workers. Number 5, and just like that, Peloton, trending for all the wrong reasons again. The company's stock dropped after HBO released the first couple episodes of the Sex and the City reboot. We're not going to give away anything here, but we have to give you something not great happens, right? Peloton is kind of involved. A spokesperson for Peloton says the company knew its product would be used in the show, but not in this way. Yikes. Julian Assange, remember him, the guy behind WikiLeaks? He's been wanted for 10 years by the U.S. And today, the government is one step closer to officially charging him. Here's why. A British appeals court overturned a lower court decision that had said he should not be extradited because of concerns over his mental health and potential risk of harming himself if he was going to be in a restrictive prison. Assange's team plans to fight his extradition. And just to remind you why the U.S. wants to bring him back, he's wanted on 18 counts for publishing thousands of classified defense documents on the Iraq and Afghanistan wars back in 2010. So where is Julian Assange now? He's still in prison. He's still in London. But if this extradition happens, he could end up facing 175 years behind bars. Matt Bradley is here with more. So, Matt, let's talk through this, right? Because this extradition, it seems, can happen, according to the court, because the U.S. told the U.K. Assange would not be held in maximum solitary confinement. Assange's lawyers are sort of skeptical. They think he's still at risk. Can the U.S. just go back on its promise or backtrack like that? Or is this like a binding pledge here?
Well, they made guarantees or they made assurances, and that's what the court heard, that they've said that they won't be putting him in a supermax prison, the federal facility in Colorado, probably won't be putting him in solitary confinement, and they might let him go back to Australia and serve the rest of his time. But there is a caveat here, Hallie, just like you're asking. If he does something in prison, I mean, who knows, gets in a prison fight, does whatever that deserves punishment, then they have the right to punish him.
Assange's legal team has confirmed they do want to try to get permission to appeal this all the way up to the Supreme Court. I know, listen, put on your best Pete Williams hat, my friend. Do you think, from your perch there in London, would the court here actually take up that case?
Well, it's not all the way up to the Supreme Court. That's just really one step above. This is one of the highest appellate courts they could have gone to. And basically they can, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They have 2 weeks to file those new papers to go right up to the Supreme Court. The problem is that we've heard from lawyers, is that the Supreme Court normally deals with cases of lofty public import that deal with really big questions of democracy and the Constitution. That's what it's for in the States. That's what it's for here. And while, the Julian Assange controversy has a lot of those issues, freedom of speech, government control, that kind of thing, this case doesn't. This case turns on finer points of diplomacy and extradition, Julian Assange's mental health, things like that. It's not really the kind of thing that the Supreme Court would take up in here. So Assange's lawyers are kind of running out of options.
So what does he do in the meantime then, Matt? He's still in London? He's still in prison there?
He's still at Belmarsh prison. He's still engaged to his fiancée. He has probably another, what a lot of lawyers are saying in the media today, it looks like it could be weeks or months ahead of him before he goes anywhere. And of course, the court, his lawyers are going to be challenging every single step of the way. But it doesn't look like he's going to be headed back to the States anytime soon. But once he does, Hallie, you can bet that there's going to be a trial that will bring up a lot of those weighty issues that we were talking about. Freedom of speech,
100%.
Government control, whether or not the media has the right to take documents from the government and publish them. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much for being with us there live from overseas. Other news now, 55 people, we've learned, have been killed in that horrific truck crash in Mexico. The country's president says most of the victims were Central Americans who risked their lives trying to get into the U.S. We know the tractor trailer they were in flipped over in southern Mexico. It was one of the deadliest days for migrants in more than a decade. The Mexican president is promising a full investigation into the smugglers who were driving it and the accident as well. Coming up on the show, non-citizens now have the right to vote in local elections in New York City. So what kind of ripple effect might that have all across the country? That's next in The Original. Plus, a treasure hunter behind bars says he's still not talking. He's about to spend his 6th year in prison because he's not going to tell where some gold coins are. What? You'll hear about it in The Local. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
President Biden getting ready for his late night debut as president, getting ready to hit up the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon virtually. We've got Steve Kornacki with a very special late night big board coming up on that in just a little bit. But first, NBC covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, an ex-deep sea treasure hunter is marking his 6th year behind bars because he won't say where 500 missing gold coins from a shipwreck are. Tommy Thompson discovered the ship back in 1988. He says he's told police everything he knows. He's been held in contempt of court in Ohio since 2015, and he's been fined $1,000 a day since then. From our Northeast Bureau, Penn State University has a new president, and she's making history before even taking office. Neeli Bendapudi is the first woman and first person of color to take on the role. Penn State's Board of Trustees voted unanimously to hire her. She's going to take office July of next year. And out of our New York Bureau, nobody is getting more into the holiday spirit. I have to tell you, if you think your Christmas lights are good, you have some heartbreak on the screen right now, okay? This is from the Gay family in upstate New York. They set a Guinness World Record for this. Look at those lights. The most Christmas lights on a residential property, 687,000 bulbs. Draws in hundreds of visitors, lots of donations. But how cool is this? The money doesn't go to the light bill, it goes to charity, and they're on track to raise something like $500,000 this year. We want to bring you today's original now with some in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on today, voting rights, right? With New York City now letting non-citizens vote in local elections. That's after the city council voted overwhelmingly to give about 900,000 legal residents the right to vote. Non-citizens who, again, legally documented, make up, you see it here, about 11% of people who can vote in the city. Zincle Asamoah reports.
Today, I'm finally being seen, I'm finally being heard.
Melissa John is a New York City public school teacher. She's taught her students about voting, but she's never been able to cast a ballot herself until now.
Men and women that look like me, that sound like me, have a chance now at the polls.
Originally from Trinidad and Tobago, John is one of about 900,000 non-citizens who just won the right to vote in New York City, following a bill passed Thursday in a city council vote.
Around 1 million people are impacted by this legislation. Who are they?
The vast majority of them are green card holders, so people on the road to citizenship, or those with valid work authorization that has been granted by the federal government.
So my name is Angel, and I'm a DACA recipient.
That includes DACA recipients and temporary protected status recipients and some others.
Our City Our Vote allows non-citizens to vote in elections for city-level offices so long as they've been a New York resident at least 30 days and are qualified to register and vote. NYC non-citizens still cannot vote for president, members of Congress, or in state elections. The bill passed with a veto-proof majority, meaning it would become law even with the mayor's veto. Mayor Bill de Blasio says he's concerned about the legality of the measure.
I think there are still some outstanding legal questions about the city's authority versus the state's in this matter.
The 51-member council passed it with 33 yes, 14 no, and 2 abstaining. Among the no's, Republican lawmakers. New York's GOP chairman Nick Longworth saying earlier this month,
it's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. And in fact, it's unconstitutional in the state of New York for that to happen.
Following Thursday's vote, Longworth stated every legal means necessary will be used to stop the law, which fellow Republican critics say needs to come from the state. These local debates as voting rights advocates around the country sound the alarm at what they call a surge in restrictive voter ID and voting access laws. In 2020, more states amending legislation to ensure only U.S. citizens can vote.
Our city!
The Big Apple joins the small list of other towns granting non-citizens the ability to vote, including municipalities in Maryland, Vermont, and California. In NYC, they can cast ballots beginning in 2023. For newly minted voters like John, that day can't come soon enough.
How's it going to feel?
to vote for the first time?
For the first time ever in my life, surreal. That, it doesn't matter how famous, well-known, how rich, like we can all make an impact. I've been a part of history.
Zinkley joins us now. Zinkley, glad to have you. So talk to me about some of the pushback this is getting. You mentioned one of those New York GOP chairmen saying he's going to use every legal means necessary to stop this. So what would be the next move?
Yeah, Langworthy has threatened legal action and other actions, and the language he's used has been very strong. Just this week, he called it bad policy, unconstitutional, and dangerous. So I think in the coming weeks, we're going to have to look out to see if any lawsuits will come.
There's 5 states that ban this kind of voting entirely, right? That ban non-citizen voting altogether. I think we have a map we're going to show. There they are. You now have the biggest city in the country letting non-citizens vote, right? It does feel, though, like this is maybe a little bit drawn along political lines. New York, obviously, a city that is blue. Some of these states leaning red. Where does this put us in the bigger conversation about voting rights, do you think?
Yeah, so voting rights advocates and folks on the ground I spoke with yesterday are hopeful that this change in New York will extend to other cities, right? It's 900,000 people. That's how many people this impacts, and they're hoping that makes a big change. Of course, it's not without tension, and we talk about that in the report. De Blasio saying he has questions about whether this impedes on state government rights. And so we'll have to see if it stays and if it also expands, Hallie.
Zinkley Asomugha, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us with that reporting. So President Biden tonight is going to show up for the first time as president on a late-night talk show. He'll be on Tonight with Jimmy Fallon virtually. And you got to think that maybe the White House, maybe the president and his team are hoping this might help those approval rating numbers we talked about earlier in the show, right? And here's the thing. This isn't like something out of the ordinary. A long list of presidents and candidates have appeared on these kinds of shows, an opportunity to show something a little bit different than what you might see every day at the White House. Watch.
The top 10 changes I'll make in the White House.
Oh, here you go.
Are you ready?
This is right up your alley.
Yeah.
Are you saying you're down with TPP? Yeah, you know me.
Steve Kornacki is joining me now. So, Steve, listen, little trip down memory lane there, right? These are supposed to be fun appearances. Talk to me about the and by the way, we love that the special big board that you've prepared for us on this. Thank you. Talk to me about the benefits and then a little bit of the risks on these shows for the candidates, for the presidents, and frankly for the hosts, as we saw in one of those clips, the now infamous like hair tussling thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, Hallie. I mean, basically the entire history of late night television, there's been a political presence every now and then. You can go back to Jack Paar when he was hosting the Tonight Show in 1960. He had a candidate for president, Democratic Senator from Massachusetts, John F. Kennedy. He was the first one, I think the first big name national politician to do one of the late night shows. But you could see some of the others here. You were playing the clips. 1975, the Tonight Show, Johnny Carson had it at that point. Here was Reagan. I think the interesting thing here in 75, Reagan at this point was actually a former governor. He had just left office as the governor of California, and a future. It was about 6 months after this that Reagan announced his presidential campaign for 1976. He ended up getting elected in 80. But there used to be, I think, a little bit more of a tradition of you didn't have the elected official on. Maybe you had a candidate. Maybe you had somebody who was out of office. Here was Reagan as a former governor. You played this one, too. Bill Clinton, Arsenio Hall, 1992. The significance of this moment, obviously, Bill Clinton was in third place when he went on Arsenio Hall's show in 1992. George H.W. Bush, the president, was in first. Ross Perot, the independent, was in second. Bill Clinton's numbers were in the absolute gutter. He went on this show. It was this whole moment in the campaign, the spring of 92, where Clinton basically got a second look from the public. He ended up taking the lead in the polls, winning the race. You showed it there. Barack Obama on Jimmy Fallon's show. And we say that evolution. Remember, Reagan, the former governor, the future candidate. Here's Barack Obama, the sitting president, doing late night shows. And that was something you saw not just with Jimmy Fallon. You saw a lot of sort of merger of Barack Obama pop culture during his presidency. So I think of a bit of an evolution there as well that Biden's kind of joining here.
How about the bridge between pop culture and NBC News as it relates to you, right? Because you've been on late night. As our loyal viewers may know, I don't want to embarrass you, but we do. We had to go to the vault. We had to go to the archives and pull some clips of you breaking down the 2018 midterms in Washington politics with Stephen Colbert and Seth Meyers. I just have to play it. Let's watch.
Where are the states where there's the biggest opportunity for Democrats to pick up seats?
Yeah, well, California is the granddaddy of them all. There are 7 districts in California that Republicans hold right now, but that Donald Trump lost in 2016. That's the biggest single concentration of targets for Democrats.
How is this comparing right now to the Clinton impeachment and the Nixon impeachment?
Yeah, I mean, just if you look at the politics of it, I think there's a stronger comparison to the Clinton impeachment 20 years ago than to the Nixon one.
I have to say, Steve, whether you're sitting on a couch like next to a super famous comedian or whether you're in front of us on the big board, it's very you, right? How do you prep for something? What's it like? Take us behind the scenes going on a late night show.
Yeah, as you could see in those clips, Hallie, I brought my A material that night. I mean, really, brought the house down with
maybe less hilarious than factual and informative, which is also valuable.
It's interesting because we're showing this evolution of politicians and being on late night shows. It's certainly in the Trump era too. I think you've just seen all of culture, all of popular culture. I think there's much more of a political tinge to it now. So I mean, I think the idea, whether it's me or 1,000 other guests for the last 5 years who are sort of in political media, the political world, going on to these shows, it would have been unthinkable for somebody like me to be on a show like The Tonight Show 30, 40 years ago. But I think there's been a kind of a merger of those two worlds. And, the one piece of advice I give to anybody doing it is just, this one's an easy one for me. Don't try to be funny.
Steve, I love to hear you say that because I did Seth Meyers, I think, a couple years ago. The thing that stood out to me, I was so impressed with the dressing rooms and the backstage. It's vast, it's amazing. Like they prep you really well for that. Your advice is well taken, thank you. But let's talk about, we mentioned it right coming into here, the president's poll numbers. They're not great. His approval rating is not where the White House wants to see it, right? Talk to me and turn your political hat back on here. How does he compare to like President Obama or former President Trump at a similar point in their presidencies?
Yeah, so Biden's doing this appearance here, trying to get the poll numbers up. This is what they look like. If you average together all the polls that are out there, Biden's average approval rating is sitting basically at 42%, significantly under 50 right now. That disapproval rating, that's the other thing. It's not just that the approval rating's going down. The number of people saying they disapprove of his job performance, not even being on the fence, but saying they disapprove, that's now climbed over 50. So at this exact same point, if you just compare him to the past 2 presidencies, this is how they stack up. Joe Biden, you see the numbers right now. It is a tick better than where Trump was. This would have been the end of 2017 for Donald Trump. His average approval rating was actually under 40 at that point. In fact, if you look at the entire Trump presidency, the lowest point for his approval ratings was the very end of 2017. And then you have Barack Obama before Trump. You can see at the end of his first year, this would have been 2009. Obama was actually still a little bit above water. You could see the trend there was very bad for Obama. He had very bad off-year elections in 2009. Obviously, 2010 was a political disaster for Obama. But Biden coming in here a little bit better than Trump, but weaker than Obama right now as he closes out his first year.
Steve Kornacki, so good with the numbers. If you were going to try to be funny, I still think you'd be good at that too, Steve, because we love you so much. Thank you so much for these special. Go ahead.
I specialize in the unintentional kind of humor, I think.
Okay, very good. I'm taking a trip down memory lane with you. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You might want to think twice before clicking on any more cute cat videos. We're going to talk about how those videos and GIFs of animals we can't all get enough of actually used to spread some of the misinformation online. Why and how, you ask? We'll talk about it after the break.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. See with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Who doesn't love a cute cat video, right? Or maybe a little giraffe or a little baby sharky. You might even have one of those little cute videos in your DMs right now. Like a dog doing hilarious things. This golden retriever not having it. Trying to get an apple out of its mouth. So funny. How about this one? The woman saving a baby shark. Oh my gosh, viral video is so cool. Before you know it, you're down a rabbit hole, you're clicking the attached link because obviously you want some more cute content. But guess what? In those cases we just showed you, viral videos attached to misinformation, right? In this case, the one of the baby shark, you're taking to a website called the Epoch Times, which is known for posting misinformation on its site. But maybe you have no idea. You fell into it through a cute cat video, and now you're like in conspiracy theory land, right? Joining us now to explain more about this is Ben Collins, who I also know loves a cute dog doing just darling things. This is like a real sort of engagement bait thing, right? Bring people in and then try to use that as an entry point to misinformation.
Yeah, look, there's nobody who likes a dumb cat doing dumb cat stuff more than me, but it will, in fact, lead you, in some cases, to just wild, inflammatory, over-the-top stuff that isn't true. In fact, with the Epoch Times, which you just saw, that's been their strategy ever since they've been banned from advertising on Facebook. They needed to find a way to regain followers, to keep people moving towards their site, to keep selling newspapers. And the way they did that was through, as you can see, that those dog pics and dog videos right there. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's basically organic, free advertising. They had these large platforms they built largely from advertising to begin with. They got booted from the advertising side, but they can kind of keep it moving by using the base they already have, trying to get as much engagement as they can, getting to the top of people's feeds using that sort of thing, and then getting people to follow. Once they follow, they can send all of those the election was stolen kind of things to their followers from then on.
And so this is the thing, right? Because the insidious thing about it is it's not like the misinformation is so obvious, like, dog takes off on, with wings on his, whatever, right? It's not like weird stuff about the actual animal video. It's a site that you then go to and then you sort of clicking through and maybe you're interested in it and you're thinking, wait a second. And this is what is so problematic for some of these places. You have Facebook that seems to be the platform where some of this happens. Is it because like Facebook skews older, right? Is it people who are less used to like navigating some of this misinformation stuff? What is Facebook saying about it?
Yeah, it's a Facebook thing for a lot of reasons. First of all, Facebook drives you to follow groups and follow people, follow pages. And then those pages end up back in your feed, and you can refresh the feed from there. So it's kind of a Facebook thing to begin with. Maybe it does have to do with demographics as well. But the platform is built to do this. The platform is built to gain trust in specific influencers, and those influencers kind of inform the rest of your feed. And by the way, it informs other groups from then on. Say you're an Epoch Times subscriber because of the dog stuff. But, you're not getting other dog stuff from there. You're getting other election is stolen stuff from there. It informs all of the news choices that you're not even making from that point on. You're just getting different recommendations because you thought you were following a dog page, but you're following a Stop the Steal page, basically.
That's super interesting. The thing about this is this idea of like engagement bait, right, is not necessarily new. I mean, this goes back, and you and I have talked about this for years on, platforms such as NBC News Now and other NBC News platforms on this.
Yeah, it's. Sorry, could you repeat that? I lost your audio there for a second.
I'm so sorry, Ben. We're just saying this
good.
goes back a really long time, right? This goes back years, the idea of this kind of misinformation online. I mean, even if it doesn't relate to cat or dog videos.
Yeah, of course. In fact, the Russians in 2016, they did this exact thing. I'm not saying these are the Russians. It's a totally different thing. But, the Russian troll farm did this. This is a really good example of this. You can see 10GOP, my favorite Russian troll farm account. This was posted by a group of people on Savishkina Street in St. Petersburg. They were pretending to be the Tennessee GOP. They got away with it for years, in part because they posted local Tennessee stories. They were saying things about Tennessee from the heart. They just posted a photo there that they said said was from a Trump rally. A lot of people wearing red and gold at that Trump rally, and it's because it wasn't from a Trump rally. It was from the Cleveland Cavaliers victory parade in Cleveland. So you do get found out over time if you're a disinformation campaign worker in this situation. That's what happened for them. But they did the same thing. They relied on cat videos, dog videos, funny stuff, human interest stories, and they seeped in the political stuff over the course of time.
I'm glad you're on this beat, Ben, and I have to say you're probably one of the only people I know who could naturally just say the words "my favorite Russian troll farm account." Like it rolls off your tongue so naturally. Ben Collins, you're the best. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. Thanks to all of you for being with us tonight on this Friday. A whole lot more Hallie Jackson now here for you Monday, same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now. Going to the grocery store can be enough of a hassle without having to worry about the price of everything going up. But that's what's happening right now, to the point we haven't seen in a generation. To put it in perspective, inflation is spiking to a level that happened last when E.T. was in theaters. President Biden says, don't worry, he's got a solution. Just pass his agenda. But we'll show you some of the polling numbers that say people aren't really buying that. Plus, that toughest abortion law in the country in Texas gets to stay in place for now. That's the news out of a new Supreme Court ruling today. What the next move is now for abortion providers. And this is probably not what people on a cross-country Delta flight had in mind when they wanted some in-flight entertainment. We're going to show you and talk about how airlines are trying to stop these mid-air fights before the holiday travel rush. And a groundbreaking decision in tonight's original. Non-citizens in New York City now able to vote in local elections. Voting rights advocates are thrilled, but some Republicans, not so much. They're planning to fight it. We'll explain. And tune in tonight. President Biden's going to be on Jimmy Fallon. And lucky for us, we've got a late-night veteran right here at NBC News, our very own Steve Kornacki. He's got a very special big board edition later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and while I'm down with an 80s throwback as much as anybody, the highest inflation rates since the Reagan era, that is probably not your idea of a good time. That is the reality we're in right now, with that new report out today showing a nearly 7% jump in the cost of everything over the past 12 months, hitting a level we haven't seen since June 1982. And look at this. It's on all the grocery shelves, all the different parts of the grocery store. Put it into dollars and cents, right? A dozen eggs up 18 cents from last year. A loaf of bread, 21 cents more on average. Ground beef up 84 cents a pound. Bacon more than $1. I get it. It doesn't feel like a lot, right? Quarters, nickels, dimes. But for some folks, this really does add up. Here's the thing. President Biden saying, listen, the economy itself is getting better. He's not downplaying inflation, but he is saying in context, the numbers we're seeing tonight show that the country's economic growth is actually strong. Watch.
Every other aspect of the economy is racing ahead. It's doing incredibly well. We've never had this kind of growth in 60 years. But inflation is affecting people's lives.
And here's the thing. Wages are up. More people are working. Fewer people are collecting unemployment. But keep in mind that some of these big-time lifelines, like child tax credit checks, they might be going away soon. Mike Memoli's got a little bit more from the White House. So, ma'am, I keep coming back to the real-world impact here, right? What's happening is people go to the grocery store or go to fill up their gas tanks. You're looking at the president who's saying, hey, you've actually got more money in your pocket, which is right, but child tax credit checks may be going away. The Fed's hinting at maybe they're going to have, higher interest rates pretty soon. Talk about the White House strategy for handling this.
So, Hallie, the only good news for the White House today is that the bad news that they were bracing for was really what they expected. They knew this inflation number was coming today and that it was likely to be a tough one to spin. They're trying to spin. That's why they had Brian Deese, the top economic advisor, out yesterday, sort of pre-butting the numbers. You heard the president's comments today, trying to look back, step back, talk about the bigger economic picture. What the White House is really trying to do at this point is to remind Americans, though, of what we're still in the midst of, which is a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, that the economic impact of this is still really feeling, obviously something we're feeling every day, and that some of the problems are largely because of it, especially those supply chain challenges that they're still, and they say they are, making progress in fixing.
You talk about how the White House has been putting people out to try to get ahead of this or talk about this. Hey, Cecilia Rouse, right, one of the president's top economic advisors, talked to me not too long ago. I want to play a little bit for this of a different piece of how the president is trying to, defend his agenda, and his team is doing that. Watch.
These kinds of investments make our economy more productive. So they increase productivity, they increase our economic capacity, and that's where we get the easing of inflationary pressure going forward.
She's talking, of course, Mike, about the Build Back Better Act, right? A key part of the president's agenda. Over on the Hill side, Senator Chuck Schumer wants to get this done by Christmas. TBD on whether that will happen. Give us the gut check here. Will getting the president's agenda over the finish line help? And if it does, is it going to be right away? Feels like it'll take a little while.
Well, you've heard it, Hallie, right? They're changing a lot of the messaging around Build Back Better to focus on the inflation challenge. Right. The president's been saying if you are worried about inflation, if you're worried about higher prices, then you better vote for this because this is the surest way to try to bring them down. You know that all this comes down to a very difficult conversation that President Biden says he's going to be having early next week with Senator Joe Manchin. The Democrats on the Hill are saying they have 49 votes right now to pass this, and that's all that matters. Manchin's biggest worry all along has been inflation, though, so it's an audience, it's a constituency of one, and that's really going to be a big moment next week.
I'm going to ask our team to pull up some of the approval ratings for President Biden because I want to show that and then show a quote that I think is going to be useful. If you look at what our colleagues at CNBC have just put out, right, this poll showing that just 37% of people, you see it here, appreciate or approve of how the president is handling the economy. This is not helping President Biden from the approval rating front. But here's how you have some sort of more liberal folks, more liberal allies who are talking about this. And Mike, to be transparent, they're blaming, me and you and, frankly, members of the media, right? You had this liberal economist tell the Washington Post, Dean Baker, that we've had the media consistently emphasizing the bad things while downplaying or outright ignoring what are really positive things in the economy. Now, setting aside whether we take exception to that characterization, right, that is a real concern, I think, among some, particularly on the Democratic side, who say these poll numbers and these low approval ratings that are problematic for President Biden are being driven by, reporting that's not fully in context. Obviously, ours is, Mike, but I wonder what you're hearing from your sources on that.
Oh, I hear from my sources that why aren't you guys doing live shots outside of gas stations anymore? Well, it's because gas prices are going down. So they're really bristling at the idea that where there are some positive economic trends. Now, we're not talking about huge decreases in gas prices compared to the big increases we've seen over the last year, but there is sort of a positive change, and they're saying we're not highlighting that. We sort of quickly move on when there's bad news that becomes good news, and we dwell on the bad news for far longer. So there is a lot of frustration, but ultimately, White House officials acknowledge this is still just sort of a spoiled national mood because of the pandemic. You either have people who want the pandemic just to be over. They've been tolerating this for so long, the restrictions. And then you have the very animated Republican side, conservative base, who is still very much fighting what the president is trying to do. That's what the White House feels like is the biggest obstacle they still have to overcome, is just getting this pandemic behind us. And then we'll see some attitudes change.
And you saw the numbers there, though. The numbers are what they are. Mike Memoli, great to see you, friend. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Enjoy your Friday. Other news from Washington, the Supreme Court's new ruling on the Texas abortion ban. Kind of a half win for abortion rights advocates, but they're frankly feeling more disappointed than hopeful about it. Here's why. On the one hand, the justices ruled that abortion providers in the state can go ahead with their lawsuit challenging the Texas ban. On the other hand, the justices kept the law in effect while that suit works its way and others through court. Remember, we're talking about that law in Texas that got a ton of attention when it went into effect a few months ago because it's basically the most restrictive in the country. It bans abortion after a fetal heartbeat is detected. That's usually around 6 weeks into a pregnancy before some women even know they're pregnant. In the last 3 months, providers say way more patients have had to travel to out-of-state clinics and that on average, before the law was passed, women could get to a clinic within 17 miles. Now, 247 miles, 14 times longer. They say they're also seeing more patients carrying unwanted pregnancies to term, pregnancies they're not ready for. Pete Williams is here with me now. And Pete, I'm glad to have you here. Talk us through this ruling, because one key piece of this law involved its enforcement mechanism, right? This is how it was crafted. Texas was hoping to basically get a loophole that would let its law stay in effect. It seems like it's kind of working.
It sure does. And here's the thing to think about. I think this is the way to think about it. When you challenge a law in court, you basically have two decisions to make. On what grounds will you challenge it, and who will you sue? Because if you win and you ask the judge, put a hold on this order, I want an injunction, the judge doesn't enjoin the law. It doesn't enforce itself. He issues an injunction against the people who enforce it.
Okay.
Who are those? Who do you sue? That's what this case was really about. Today, the Supreme Court said, well, you can't sue the state court judges because they don't enforce anything. You can't sue court clerks. You can't sue the attorney general. But you can sue members of the Texas Medical Licensing Board. So
not a huge group.
No, and it's a razor-thin victory for the abortion advocates. And here's the problem. If they now go back into federal court, and that's what this was all about, where can you sue in federal court, and even if they get a ruling that says, okay, Texas Medical Advisory Board, do your thing, all they can do is say, well, all right, if you perform an abortion, we won't take your license away. It doesn't stop the lawsuits. That's the goal of the abortion providers. So they don't have anybody to sue that's actually enforcing the law, and that's why this is not such a big victory.
I spoke with one of the leaders of one of those groups that's involved in challenging this legally, and she said, listen, we're going to keep fighting, right? I asked about next steps. She said, we're talking to lawyers, we're going to keep fighting. But what options do they have? What does the continuation of this fight look like?
Well, there's this narrow band in federal court, but you sort of have to wait till you're sued. The abortion providers have to kind of wait till they're sued. That's not the answer. But there are lawsuits in state court as well. They face a similar challenge. It's sort of a different character. Today's ruling by the Supreme Court was all about the power of federal courts. So the state lawsuits can now go ahead. And just yesterday, a state judge in Texas declared the law unconstitutional. But because of the way that lawsuit was put together, he didn't issue an injunction stopping enforcement. So they have two avenues, the federal court, which is a narrow one, and the state court, which is somewhat broader. But really, the Supreme Court's decision takes away a lot of their ammunition.
Chief Justice Roberts, in writing about this, said the Texas law is an attack on the court itself. He said this in a dissent. He said the court risks losing its own authority if it allows this law to exist. Can you take that from like the sort of high-minded to the nitty-gritty? What does that mean?
Well, this was the concern of the people who were attacking SB 8, is they say, look, if a state can do this and say, okay, you can't enforce your constitutional right to abortion and you can't sue us because we're not enforcing it, then the state could do that about any constitutional right. Gun rights, free speech rights, religious rights, whatever. Right to travel, you know, and that's really what he's saying here. He's saying that Texas is, in effect, nullifying a Supreme Court decision because right now, until we get a decision in the Mississippi case, it's still the law of the land that there's a constitutional right to abortion, and Texas has figured out a way to pull the plug on it, and that's what's concerning Roberts and the four dissenters.
So in other words, to plain English it here, right, because in Texas you can sue, right, a private citizen can bring a lawsuit against anybody who has helped with an abortion that's believed. They're saying that the argument seems to be, what about if there's some sort of free speech case? What if there's some sort of gun rights case, right? Could you have that same loophole and do that for anything? And
that question actually came up in the oral argument, and it was Justice Brett Kavanaugh who said, well, geez, a state could say, you know, if you buy a high-capacity ammunition magazine or an AR-15, somebody could sue you for $100,000. Well, whatever concern he had during oral argument, he didn't express any such concern in today's ruling.
Interesting. Pete Williams, thank you for breaking that down for us.
You bet. I'll be here every night.
I was going to say, it's become a regular thing. Thank you, friend. We've talked a lot here about needing more information on the Omicron variant, right? Well, now we're getting it. There's this new report from the CDC out just a few hours ago that says that while the Omicron variant is more transmissible, meaning it's easier to get, most of the cases here in the U.S. have been mild. There's a catch to keep in mind. The CDC says in most of the cases they looked at, the people were vaccinated. Some of them even had the booster. We're learning about this at the same time that New York's governor rolled out a statewide mask mandate to keep Omicron or any of the other COVID variants from spreading during the holidays. And she's not messing around. Businesses that don't require people to mask up are going to be fined $1,000 if they're caught. It's coming as cases and hospitalizations are surging. One of Pennsylvania's biggest health systems has run out of beds because of a new spike there. In Maine, a federal team's going in to help Maine Medical Center with a flood of COVID patients. Ellison Barber joins us now from Michigan at a hospital in Lansing that's also getting close to capacity. Ellison, I'm glad to see you. Talk to me first, and I want to talk to you about where you are, you know, with your mask on there in an ICU, I believe, or near one. But first, talk to me about the CDC report on Omicron, which says, you know, easier to get, more transmissible. But if you're vaxxed or if you're boosted, you're not going to get super sick. But the thing is, where you are, it's not Omicron, it's Delta. And it's people who aren't vaccinated that's really driving the spike.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Michigan didn't detect their first case of the Omicron variant until yesterday evening, but statewide, hospitals are flooded with COVID patients. We're at Sparrow Hospital. We are on one of their COVID floors. This week, this hospital broke their record for the entire pandemic of patients hospitalized because of COVID-19. On this floor alone, they have 33 patients here because of COVID-19. 7 patients here because of COVID-19 died on Tuesday alone. This morning, while we were here on this floor, we watched as someone came to take the body of a COVID patient from this floor down to the morgue because they lost yet another patient. Statewide, hospitals in Michigan, 85% of all of their inpatient hospital beds are full, and their ICU beds. This is all because of the Delta variant. And talking to doctors and nurses here, they are worried that they are in a surge right now, that particularly with another variant that's possibly more transmissible on the horizon, that things could get far, far worse. 82% of the people hospitalized here because of COVID-19 are unvaccinated. In terms of COVID deaths, Hallie, they told me the majority of the deaths they've seen in recent weeks are among people who are unvaccinated or people who had some sort of comorbidity or pre-existing condition and did not get a booster shot. The CEO of this hospital says they have not had a single patient die because of COVID-19 if they had a third dose. Hallie?
I mean, Ellison, I think everybody, right, is sick of the pandemic. Everybody is exhausted from this pandemic, but those healthcare workers, the people, you know, in the hallways and in the rooms behind you, like, I have to just think this is just gut punch after gut punch for them.
They're exhausted. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to a nurse or a doctor who has spent almost 2 years on this COVID floor, and they've cried, telling me that at times it feels difficult to leave the car to come into work because it feels like it will never end. And they will tell you that the death they are seeing, even if they are used to seeing death because of their job, that this is different. One nurse told me that it is literally watching people suffocate, and that is just beyond words, and for them emotionally impossible to process. The other thing they're dealing with here right now, misinformation. Doctors and nurses say the surge they're seeing here right now, a lot of the patients in this hospital are from rural neighboring communities where the vaccination rate is lower than the statewide vaccination rate. And they also say that right now they have some patients refusing treatments because of misinformation. I want you to listen to what one nurse told us about that very issue. Listen. You've had patients refusing treatments that you offer here who don't want to get vaccinated, but then asking for other unproven stuff they've read about on the internet.
A lot of like herbs and things that I don't even know what they are, but none of them have been, to my knowledge, shown to improve the outcomes of somebody with COVID.
And she told me people will not take the vaccine. They oftentimes are still saying they don't believe the severity of this virus, but they are asking for herbs, things she's never heard of, and ivermectin. Hallie?
Ellison Barber, live for us there in Lansing. Ellison, thank you for that important reporting. I appreciate it. We want to turn now to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, where not too long ago, actually right as we were coming on the air, prosecutors rested their case after a woman says she was pressured to take off her clothes and get a massage from Maxwell at Jeffrey Epstein's New Mexico ranch when she was just 16 years old. She was among the last witnesses to testify. Her name is Annie Farmer. She's the final accuser to have taken the stand in that trial. You're about to see Farmer on the stand today in one of these court sketches. She said this trip that we're talking about happened back in 1996 and also went through a number of times Epstein touched her and made her feel, quote, sick to her stomach. She and her sister, Maria, have actually talked publicly about this for years. They tried to contact law enforcement when it happened and say it took a decade for the FBI to follow up with them. Farmer called Maxwell a sexual predator during Maxwell's bail hearing last year. Maxwell, of course, is accused of sex trafficking and grooming women to be abused by Epstein. She denies the charges and has claimed she's the scapegoat for the convicted pedophile's crimes. Tom Winter is following this trial from New York. So, Tom, the prosecution has just rested, and they saved Annie Farmer as one of their last witnesses. Why was she such a key part of this case?
You know that phrase, Hallie, when somebody brings receipts. And for Annie Farmer, according to the testimony that we heard today, she had them in the form of a journal entry. She talks about the time when she was just 16 years old, where she went to the movies with Jeffrey Epstein and talked about the things that he did. She wrote in her journal how it made her feel uncomfortable when she says that she was caressed on her arm and he rubbed his shoes with her shoes and held her hand through almost the entirety of the movie. It's those type of contemporaneous notes that, based on my experience, typically have an impact on the jury. Same when somebody she was in a relationship with when she was younger disclosed to him what had happened at that New Mexico ranch, specifically when she says that Ghislaine Maxwell rubbed her breast during a massage and that then Jeffrey Epstein rubbed against her in her bed afterwards. There was another witness that came forward, potentially quite powerful, her own mother, who testified about Annie Farmer's reaction or the way that she behaved when she came back from that trip, specifically how withdrawn she was, how she didn't want to talk about it, how she says that she wasn't going to let what happened at the ranch ruin her life, but refused to disclose to her mom the details of it. So all those things can potentially be, Hallie, quite powerful. And to answer your question, that's obviously why this could have been so important today.
I have a question though, Tom, because I thought this whole trial was supposed to go something like 6 weeks, which it may still, but it's only been 2 and the prosecution is now done. I understand there's some pushback, right, from some experts who are like, wait a second. Did the prosecution do its job fully here in this case? What's your sense?
Well, look, I've seen some of that. I've also seen people write articles to that effect who've only been in court one day versus the rest of us who've been here through the entirety of this trial.
That's a Tom Winter burn, if I ever heard one.
Fair.
Just so folks are clear on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's just get into it. The Vanity Fair article, which says that the prosecutors here took 10 minutes less than the prosecutors in the Elizabeth Holmes trial, and that's why that was some sort of a concern. Well, I should sure hope so, Hallie, because the Elizabeth Holmes trial is a complex white-collar fraud 9-count case versus a 6-count case here, which has 4 specific victims and only a few specific elements of a crime. So I'm not sure what difference an opening statement makes as far as length. And typically I've found that opening statements that last a shorter amount of time are more effective. So at the end of the day, we'll actually see what the jury decides to do here, and that'll determine what's really going on. But as far as the timeline, sometimes that may be that cross-examinations are shorter than anticipated. Yeah. It might be that prosecutors felt like their witnesses that they brought forward were even better than they thought they were going to be in helping them prove their case. Again, time will tell who could be wrong, who could be right. In the end, it's up to the jury.
Tom Winter, I'm sure we'll see you next week when the defense gets their turn at this. Tom, thank you for all your great reporting at court in Washington here. Former Senator Bob Dole honored during really emotional funeral services today. You had his family, you had a bunch of lawmakers, you had celebrities, even like Tom Hanks, who were paying tribute to the 2-time Senate Majority Leader and 3-time presidential candidate. This is the scene at the National Cathedral, and later there's a ceremony outside at the World War II Memorial we're about to show you. President Joe Biden remembered the late senator as a hero, while Hanks remembered the great life lessons he says Dole passed on.
Go to the other guy's office so you can decide when the meeting is over. Get up and walk out. Speak straight, even when it gets you in trouble, because it will. But at least everyone will know how you stand and what you stand for. And always plan not just to win, but win big. Yes, you may try and fail, but you will not fail to try.
Bob Dole died Sunday at the age of 98. Coming up here at the show, an emergency landing for one Delta flight after officials say a passenger assaulted a flight attendant and an air marshal on board who tried to stop the whole thing. We'll tell you more about what went down and why ultimately the LA-bound plane had to land in Oklahoma City. Coming up.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, It's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
So a Delta flight that was supposed to go from D.C. to L.A. last night ended up in Oklahoma. Why, you ask? How? According to law enforcement, a passenger assaulted a flight attendant during the flight. This is the guy who allegedly did it, 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. Here's some of the video. You're about to see it. It's a big deal because the first alleged major airline assault now is happening since federal prosecutors have made this case, and these kinds of cases, a top priority. So here's what's on video. You can see Pennington here allegedly becoming combative. That's what people said. Then an air marshal stepped in to try to break it up. And then, again, the allegation, Pennington then assaults the air marshal. That's what they say. Police trying to get him off the plane. In a statement, Delta applauded what they called the quick action and professionalism of the crew. Pennington hasn't been charged yet, but he's at a detention center being held on disorderly conduct and public drunkenness. Katie Beck is here with more. So, Katie, what's interesting here, the DOJ just recently came out after we heard of all these sort of unruly passengers on planes and said they would prioritize prosecuting stuff like this. Now the FBI is investigating. What do you think is going to happen here?
I mean, I think we're seeing more and more of these cases, many of them because people are fighting mask mandates on planes still and just simply get combative when they're told to put their mask on. But I think we are seeing numbers increase. And as you stated in the live shot with Ellison, there is sort of a pandemic fatigue. Some of these restrictions have eased at other places for people at the grocery store and other public places. They have not eased on airplanes. It is still a place where there is a zero tolerance policy for not wearing your mask, and people simply do not like it. Now, we don't know if that was exactly the case in this particular incident, but we were told that he left the plane without a mask and that at several points it was not on. So, you know, we'll find out what the facts are, but largely that is what these combative passengers are fighting about.
As you're talking, viewers are seeing on the left side of their screen video of not just this incident, but others too. And you talked about this. Let's put some numbers behind how many there have been, these kinds of incidents. 5,500 unruly passenger reports, as they're called this year. And as you say, most of them, close to 4,000 of them, have been mask related. Like people throw punches. This stuff is real, right? Talk about what airlines are doing here, because, you know, you have to imagine for these flight attendants, it's frustrating for them too.
I think they have no choice, Hallie, but to make an example of the passengers that do this. If they don't, people will not take them seriously. And obviously landing a plane midway between Washington, D.C. and L.A. is a pretty strong statement for the rest of the passengers on that plane that this is a zero tolerance policy and you do have to comply. Having that agent was a good thing to have in place as well, although both of them in this report were assaulted. They were able to apprehend him and get him handcuffed when authorities did board the plane and remove him. So, I mean, I think their best course of action is going to be to continue to do what they're doing now, which is to say, if you do this, there is a pretty severe consequence.
You talk about these consequences. Some of these passengers can be charged with federal crimes. We've seen others that have been fined lots of money, Katie, like tens of thousands of dollars, right? Many, many times the price of the ticket. Do you get any sense? Are you seeing anything that says there has been a slowdown or that these consequences have been effective so far, especially as we head into like holiday travel season?
You know, the numbers spiked during the holidays, and we saw that at Thanksgiving. We'll see it again at Christmas. So I think, you know, by the ratio, you're going to see the number of unruly passengers also spike during those times. It doesn't seem that these numbers are slowing. And as I said, the fatigue with the pandemic is probably fueling a lot of this. People just getting tired of having those long stretches in the airport waiting for the flight and then on the flight itself having to wear that mask the entire time. You know, like it or not, it is the rule.
Sure is. Katie Beck, thank you so much. Good to see you. Appreciate it. You know the name of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, right? Remember him? He's the guy who leaked a bunch of classified stuff during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Well, a British court is now ruling he could finally, after many years, be extradited to the U.S. Matt Bradley is going to join us live from London with more on why this is such a big deal.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Denver Broncos wide receiver Demaryius Thomas was found dead at his home in Roswell, Georgia last night. He was 33 years old and had just announced his retirement from the NFL in June. Police say they still don't know how he died or why. Number 2, the Better.com CEO. Remember him, the guy who fired 900 of his people over a Zoom call? We told you about him last week. Well, the company's board of directors says he's now taken some time off. Earlier this week, the CEO apologized, saying he stands by the layoffs but didn't show workers, quote, the appropriate amount of respect. Number 3, Kanye West's publicist reportedly pressured a 62-year-old Georgia election worker to confess to bogus voter fraud claims. The election worker, Ruby Freeman, says this happened weeks after the 2020 election. By that point, she was already facing death threats. Former President Trump had falsely accused her of manipulating votes. Number 4, TikToker says he wrote code to flood the official website of Kellogg's with fake job applications. Why? Kind of a tongue-in-cheek protest of Kellogg's decision to permanently replace striking workers. Number 5, and just like that, Peloton, trending for all the wrong reasons again. The company's stock dropped after HBO released the first couple episodes of the Sex and the City reboot. We're not going to give away anything here, but we have to give you something not great happens, right? Peloton is kind of involved. A spokesperson for Peloton says the company knew its product would be used in the show, but not in this way. Yikes. Julian Assange, remember him, the guy behind WikiLeaks? He's been wanted for 10 years by the U.S. And today, the government is one step closer to officially charging him. Here's why. A British appeals court overturned a lower court decision that had said he should not be extradited because of concerns over his mental health and potential risk of harming himself if he was going to be in a restrictive prison. Assange's team plans to fight his extradition. And just to remind you why the U.S. wants to bring him back, he's wanted on 18 counts for publishing thousands of classified defense documents on the Iraq and Afghanistan wars back in 2010. So where is Julian Assange now? He's still in prison. He's still in London. But if this extradition happens, he could end up facing 175 years behind bars. Matt Bradley is here with more. So, Matt, let's talk through this, right? Because this extradition, it seems, can happen, according to the court, because the U.S. told the U.K. Assange would not be held in maximum solitary confinement. Assange's lawyers are sort of skeptical. They think he's still at risk. Can the U.S. just go back on its promise or backtrack like that? Or is this like a binding pledge here?
Well, they made guarantees or they made assurances, and that's what the court heard, that they've said that they won't be putting him in a supermax prison, the federal facility in Colorado, probably won't be putting him in solitary confinement, and they might let him go back to Australia and serve the rest of his time. But there is a caveat here, Hallie, just like you're asking. If he does something in prison, I mean, who knows, gets in a prison fight, does whatever that deserves punishment, then they have the right to punish him.
Assange's legal team has confirmed they do want to try to get permission to appeal this all the way up to the Supreme Court. I know, listen, put on your best Pete Williams hat, my friend. Do you think, from your perch there in London, would the court here actually take up that case?
Well, it's not all the way up to the Supreme Court. That's just really one step above. This is one of the highest appellate courts they could have gone to. And basically, they can, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They have 2 weeks to file those new papers to go right up to the Supreme Court. The problem is that we've heard from lawyers, is that the Supreme Court normally deals with cases of lofty public import that deal with really big questions of democracy and the Constitution. That's what it's for in the States. That's what it's for here. And while, the Julian Assange controversy has a lot of those issues, freedom of speech, government control, that kind of thing, this case doesn't. This case turns on finer points of diplomacy and extradition, Julian Assange's mental health, things like that. It's not really the kind of thing that the Supreme Court would take up and hear. So Assange's lawyers are kind of running out of options.
So what does he do in the meantime then, Matt? He's still in London. He's still in prison there?
He's still at Belmarsh Prison. He's still engaged to his fiancée. He has probably another, what a lot of lawyers are saying in the media today, it looks like it could be weeks or months ahead of him before he goes anywhere. And of course, the court, his lawyers are going to be challenging every single step of the way. But it doesn't look like he's going to be headed back to the States anytime soon. But once he does, Hallie, you can bet that there's going to be a trial that will bring up a lot of those weighty issues that we were talking about. Freedom of speech,
100%.
Government control, whether or not the media has the right to take documents from the government and publish them. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much for being with us there live from overseas. Other news now, 55 people, we've learned, have been killed in that horrific truck crash in Mexico. The country's president says most of the victims were Central Americans who risked their lives trying to get into the U.S. We know the tractor trailer they were in flipped over in southern Mexico. It was one of the deadliest days for migrants in more than a decade. The Mexican president is promising a full investigation into the smugglers who were driving it and the accident as well. Coming up on the show, non-citizens now have the right to vote in local elections in New York City. So what kind of ripple effect might that have all across the country? That's next in The Original. Plus, a treasure hunter behind bars says he's still not talking. He's about to spend his 6th year in prison because he's not going to tell where some gold coins are. What? You'll hear about it in The Local. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
President Biden getting ready for his late night debut as president, getting ready to hit up The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon virtually. We've got Steve Kornacki with a very special late night big board coming up on that in just a little bit. But first, NBC covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest bureau, an ex-deep sea treasure hunter is marking his 6th year behind bars because he won't say where 500 missing gold coins from a shipwreck are. Tommy Thompson discovered the ship back in 1988. He says he's told police everything he knows. He's been held in contempt of court in Ohio since 2015, and he's been fined $1,000 a day since then. From our Northeast Bureau, Penn State University has a new president, and she's making history before even taking office. Neeli Bendapudi is the first woman and first person of color to take on the role. Penn State's Board of Trustees voted unanimously to hire her. She's going to take office July of next year. And out of our New York Bureau, nobody is getting more into the holiday spirit. I have to tell you, if you think your Christmas lights are good, you have some heartbreak on the screen right now, okay? This is from the Gay family in upstate New York. They set a Guinness World Record for this. Look at those lights. The most Christmas lights on a residential property, 687,000 bulbs. Draws in hundreds of visitors, lots of donations. But how cool is this? The money doesn't go to the light bill, it goes to charity, and they're on track to raise something like $500,000 this year. We want to bring you today's original now with some in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on today, voting rights, right? With New York City now letting non-citizens vote in local elections. That's after the city council voted overwhelmingly to give about 900,000 legal residents the right to vote. Non-citizens who, again, legally documented, make up, you see it here, about 11% of people who can vote in the city. Zincle Asamoah reports.
Today, I'm finally being seen. I'm finally being heard.
Melissa John is a New York City public school teacher. She's taught her students about voting, but she's never been able to cast a ballot herself until now.
Men and women that look like me, that sound like me, have a chance now at the polls.
Originally from Trinidad and Tobago, John is one of about 900,000 non-citizens who just won the right to vote in New York City, following a bill passed Thursday in a city council vote.
Around 1 million people are impacted by this legislation. Who are they?
The vast majority of them are green card holders, so people on the road to citizenship, or those with valid work authorization that has been granted by the federal government.
So my name is Angel, and I'm a DACA recipient.
That includes DACA recipients and temporary protected status recipients and some others.
Our City Our Vote allows non-citizens to vote in elections for city-level offices, so long as they've been a New York resident at least 30 days and are qualified to register and vote. NYC non-citizens still cannot vote for president, members of Congress, or in state elections. The bill passed with a veto-proof majority, meaning it would become law even with the mayor's veto. Mayor Bill de Blasio says he's concerned about the legality of the measure.
I think there are still some outstanding legal questions about the city's authority versus the state's in this matter.
The 51-member council passed it with 33 yes, 14 no, and 2 abstaining. Among the no's, Republican lawmakers. New York's GOP chairman Nick Longworth saying earlier this month,
it's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. And in fact, it's unconstitutional in the state of New York for that to happen.
Following Thursday's vote, Longworth stated every legal means necessary will be used to stop the law, which fellow Republican critics say needs to come from the state. These local debates as voting rights advocates around the country sound the alarm at what they call a surge in restrictive voter ID and voting access laws. In 2020, more states amending legislation to ensure only U.S. citizens can vote.
Our city!
The Big Apple joins the small list of other towns granting non-citizens the ability to vote, including municipalities in Maryland, Vermont, and California. In NYC, they can cast ballots beginning in 2023. For newly minted voters like John, that day can't come soon enough.
How's it going to feel to vote for the first time?
For the first time ever in my life, surreal. That, it doesn't matter how famous, well-known, how rich, we can all make an impact. I've been a part of history.
Zincle joins us now. Zincle, glad to have you. So talk to me about some of the pushback this is getting. You mentioned one of those New York GOP chairmen saying he's going to use every legal means necessary to stop this. So what would be the next move?
Yeah, Langworthy has threatened legal action and other actions, and the language he's used has been very strong. Just this week, he called it bad policy, unconstitutional, and dangerous. So I think in the coming weeks, we're going to have to look out to see if any lawsuits will come.
There's 5 states that ban this kind of voting entirely, right? That ban non-citizen voting altogether. I think we have a map we're going to show. There they are. You now have the biggest city in the country letting non-citizens vote, right? It does feel, though, like this is maybe a little bit drawn along political lines. New York, obviously, a city that is blue. Some of these states leaning red. Where does this put us in the bigger conversation about voting rights, do you think?
Yeah, so voting rights advocates and folks on the ground I spoke with yesterday are hopeful that this change in New York will extend to other cities, right? It's 900,000 people. That's how many people this impacts, and they're hoping that makes a big change. Of course, it's not without tension, and we talk about that in the report. De Blasio saying he has questions about whether this impedes on state government rights. And so we'll have to see if it stays and if it also expands, Hallie.
Zincle Asamoah, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us with that reporting. So President Biden tonight is going to show up for the first time as president on a late-night talk show. He'll be on Tonight with Jimmy Fallon virtually. And you got to think that maybe the White House, maybe the president and his team are hoping this might help those approval rating numbers we talked about earlier in the show, right? And here's the thing. This isn't like something out of the ordinary. A long list of presidents and candidates have appeared on these kinds of shows, an opportunity to show something a little bit different than what you might see every day at the White House. Watch.
The top 10 changes I'll make in the White House.
Oh, here you go.
Are you ready?
This is right up your alley.
Yeah.
Are you saying you're down with TPP? Yeah, you know me.
Steve Kornacki is joining me now. So, Steve, listen, little trip down memory lane there, right? These are supposed to be fun appearances. Talk to me about and by the way, we love that the special big board that you've prepared for us on this. Thank you. Talk to me about the benefits and then a little bit of the risks. on these shows for the candidates, for the presidents, and frankly for the hosts, as we saw in one of those clips, the now infamous like hair tussling thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, Hallie. I mean, basically the entire history of late night television, there's been a political presence every now and then. You can go back to Jack Paar when he was hosting the Tonight Show in 1960. He had a candidate for president, Democratic senator from Massachusetts, John F. Kennedy. He was the first one, I think the first big-name national politician to do one of the late night shows. But you could see some of the others here. You were playing the clips. 1975, the Tonight Show, Johnny Carson had it at that point. Here was Reagan. I think the interesting thing here in 75, Reagan at this point was actually a former governor. He had just left office as the governor of California, and a future. It was about 6 months after this that Reagan announced his presidential campaign for 1976. He ended up getting elected in 80. But there used to be, I think, a little bit more of a tradition of, you didn't have the elected official on. Maybe you had a candidate. Maybe you had somebody who was out of office. Here was Reagan as a former governor. You played this one, too. Bill Clinton, Arsenio Hall, 1992. The significance of this moment, obviously, Bill Clinton was in third place when he went on Arsenio Hall's show in 1992. George H.W. Bush, the president, was in first. Ross Perot, the independent, was in second. Bill Clinton's numbers were in the absolute gutter. He went on this show. It was this whole moment in the campaign, the spring of 92, where Clinton basically got a second look from the public. He ended up taking the lead in the polls, winning the race. You showed it there. Barack Obama on Jimmy Fallon's show. And we say that evolution. Remember, Reagan, the former governor, the future candidate. Here's Barack Obama, the sitting president, doing late night shows. And that was something you saw not just with Jimmy Fallon. You saw a lot of sort of merger of Barack Obama pop culture during his presidency. So I think of a bit of an evolution there as well that Biden's kind of joining here.
How about the bridge between pop culture and NBC News as it relates to you, right? Because you've been on late night, as our loyal viewers may know. I don't want to embarrass you, but we do. We had to go to the vault. We had to go to the archives and pull some clips of you breaking down the 2018 midterms in Washington politics with Stephen Colbert and Seth Meyers. I just have to play it. Let's watch.
Where are the states where there's the biggest opportunity for Democrats to pick up seats?
Yeah, California is the granddaddy of them all. There are 7 districts in California that Republicans hold right now, but that Donald Trump lost in 2016. That's the biggest single concentration of targets for Democrats.
How is this comparing right now to the Clinton impeachment and the Nixon impeachment?
Yeah, I mean, just if you look at the politics of it, I think there's a stronger comparison to the Clinton impeachment 20 years ago than to the Nixon one.
I have to say, Steve, whether you're sitting on a couch like next to a super famous comedian or whether you're in front of us on the big board, it's very you, right? How do you prep for something? What's it like? Take us behind the scenes going on a late night show. Yeah,
as you could see in those clips, Hallie, I brought my A material that night. I mean, really brought the house down with
maybe less hilarious than factual and informative, which is also valuable.
It's interesting because we're showing this evolution of politicians and being on late night shows. It's certainly in the Trump era too. I think you've just seen all of culture, all of popular culture. I think there's much more of a political tinge to it now. So I mean, I think the idea, whether it's me or 1,000 other guests for the last 5 years who are sort of in political media, the political world, going on to these shows, it would have been unthinkable for somebody like me to be on a show like The Tonight Show 30, 40 years ago. But I think there's been a kind of a merger of those two worlds. And, the one piece of advice I give to anybody doing it is just, this one's an easy one for me. Don't try to be funny.
Steve, I love to hear you say that because I did Seth Meyers, I think, a couple years ago. The thing that stood out to me, I was so impressed with the dressing rooms and the backstage. It's vast, it's amazing. Like they prep you really well for that. Your advice is well taken, thank you. But let's talk about, we mentioned it right coming into here, the president's poll numbers. They're not great. His approval rating is not where the White House wants to see it, right? Talk to me and turn your political hat back on here. How does he compare to like President Obama or former President Trump at a similar point in their presidencies?
Yeah, so Biden's doing this appearance here, trying to get the poll numbers up. This is what they look like. If you average together all the polls that are out there, Biden's average approval rating sitting basically at 42%, significantly under 50 right now. That disapproval rating, that's the other thing. It's not just that the approval rating's going down. The number of people saying they disapprove of his job performance, not even being on the fence, but saying they disapprove, that's now climbed over 50. So at this exact same point, if you just compare him to the past two presidencies, parties, this is how they stack up. Joe Biden, you see the numbers right now. It is a tick better than where Trump was. This would have been the end of 2017 for Donald Trump. His average approval rating was actually under 40 at that point. In fact, if you look at the entire Trump presidency, the lowest point for his approval ratings was the very end of 2017. And then you have Barack Obama before Trump. You can see at the end of his first year, this would have been 2009. Obama was actually still a little bit above water. You could see the trend there was very bad for Obama. He had very bad off-year elections in 2009. Obviously, 2010 was a political disaster for Obama. But Biden coming in here a little bit better than Trump, but weaker than Obama right now as he closes out his first year.
Steve Kornacki, so good with the numbers. If you were going to try to be funny, I still think you'd be good at that too, Steve, because we love you so much. Thank you so much for these special. Go ahead.
I specialize in the unintentional kind of humor.
Okay, very good. I'm taking a trip down memory lane with you. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You might want to think twice before clicking on any more cute cat videos. We're going to talk about how those videos and GIFs of animals we can't all get enough of actually used to spread some of the misinformation online. Why and how, you ask? We'll talk about it after the break.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Who doesn't love a cute cat video, right? Or maybe a little giraffe or a little baby sharky. You might even have one of those little cute videos in your DMs right now. Like a dog doing hilarious things. This golden retriever not having it. Trying to get an apple out of its mouth. So funny. How about this one? The woman saving a baby shark. Oh my gosh, viral video is so cool. Before you know it, you're down a rabbit hole. You're clicking the attached link because obviously you want some more cute content. But guess what? In those cases we just showed you, viral videos attached to misinformation, right? In this case, the one of the baby shark, you're taking to a website called the Epoch Times, which is known for posting misinformation on its site. But maybe you have no idea. You fell into it through a cute cat video, and now you're like in conspiracy theory land, right? Joining us now to explain more about this is Ben Collins, who I also know loves a cute dog doing just darling things. This is like a real sort of engagement bait thing, right? Bring people in and then try to use that as an entry point to misinformation.
Yeah, look, there's nobody who likes a dumb cat doing dumb cat stuff more than me, but it will, in fact, lead you, in some cases, to just wild, inflammatory, over-the-top stuff that isn't true. In fact, with the Epoch Times, which you just saw, that's been their strategy ever since they've been banned from advertising on Facebook. They needed to find a way to regain followers, to keep people moving towards their site, to keep selling newspapers. And the way they did that was through, as you can see, that those dog pics and dog videos right there. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's basically organic, free advertising. They have these large platforms they built largely from advertising to begin with. They got booted from the advertising side, but they can kind of keep it moving by using the base they already have, trying to get as much engagement as they can, getting to the top of people's feeds using that sort of thing, and then getting people to follow. Once they follow, they can send all of those the election was stolen kind of things to their followers from then on.
And so this is the thing, right? Because the insidious thing about it is it's not like the misinformation is so obvious, like, dog takes off on, with wings on it, whatever, right? It's not like weird stuff about the actual animal video. It's a site that you then go to, and then you're sort of clicking through, and maybe you're interested in it, and you're thinking, wait a second. And this is what is so problematic for some of these places. You have Facebook that seems to be the platform where some of this happens. Is it because, like, Facebook skews older, right? Is it people who are less used to, like, navigating some of this misinformation stuff? What is Facebook saying about it?
Yeah, it's a Facebook thing for a lot of reasons. First of all, Facebook drives you to follow groups and follow people, follow pages. And then those pages end up back in your feed, and you can refresh the feed from there. So it's kind of a Facebook thing to begin with. Maybe it does have to do with demographics as well. But the platform is built to do this. The platform is built to gain trust in specific influencers, and those influencers kind of inform the rest of your feed. And by the way, it informs other groups from then on. Say you're an Epoch Times subscriber because of the dog stuff. But, you know, you're not getting other dog stuff from there. You're getting other election is stolen stuff from there. It informs all of the news choices that you're not even making from that point on. You're just getting different recommendations because you thought you were following a dog page, but you're following a Stop the Steal page, basically.
That's super interesting. The thing about this is this idea of, like, engagement bait, right, is not necessarily new. I mean, this goes back, and I know, I mean, you and I are talking this for years on, you know, platforms such as NBC News Now and other NBC News platforms on this.
Yeah, it's. Sorry, could you repeat that? I lost your audio there for a second.
I'm so sorry, Ben. We're just saying this goes back a really long time, right? This goes back years, the idea of this kind of misinformation online. I mean, even if it doesn't relate to cat or dog videos.
Yeah, of course. In fact, the Russians in 2016, they did this exact thing. I'm not saying these are the Russians. It's a totally different thing. But, you know, the Russian troll farm did this. This is a really good example of this. You can see 10GOP, my favorite Russian troll farm account. This was posted by a group of people on Savishkina Street in St. Petersburg. They were pretending to be the Tennessee GOP. They got away with it for years, in part because they posted local Tennessee stories. They were saying things about Tennessee from the heart. They just posted a photo there that they said was from a Trump rally. A lot of people wearing red and gold at that Trump rally, and it's because it wasn't from a Trump rally. It was from the Cleveland Cavaliers victory parade in Cleveland. So you do get found out over time if you're a disinformation campaign worker in this situation. That's what happened for them. But they did the same thing. They relied on, you know, cat videos, dog videos, funny stuff, human interest stories, and they seeped into political stuff over the course of time.
I'm glad you're on this beat, Ben, and I have to say, you're probably one of the only people I know who could naturally just say the words, my favorite Russian troll farm account. Like, it just, it rolls off your tongue so naturally. Ben Collins, you're the best. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. Thanks to all of you for being with us tonight on this Friday. A whole lot more Hallie Jackson now, here for you Monday. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It is so good to be with you on a busy Friday, December 10th. Here is some of what we're talking about tonight. The Supreme Court issues a new ruling on the Texas abortion law. At first glance, it may seem like a win for abortion rights advocates. The reality is a little more complicated. You will hear from two organizations in Texas on opposite sides of this fight, and we will share some of your stories about abortion. Nearly 1 million New Yorkers could soon be able to vote for the first time, at least in New York City. We'll explain how. Also, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was signed on this day in 1948. You'll see how parts of the world marked that occasion and demanded more change. Plus, black farmers are a shrinking population. We'll explain what's happened, and you'll meet a girl who could help shape the future of farming. Let us begin with a Supreme Court ruling on Texas's controversial abortion law. That law bans most abortions after 6 weeks gestation. Today, justices decided to let it remain in effect for now. But there are two key details here. First, the court is also letting Texas abortion providers sue the state in federal court. And second, the providers may only sue state medical licensing officials, no one else. Now, the case we're talking about is Whole Women's Health versus Jackson. Justice Clarence Thomas was the only dissenter. Meanwhile, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote that this small victory may risk the court losing its authority. Quote, The clear purpose and actual effect of SB 8, that's the name of the Texas law, Senate Bill 8, has been to nullify this court's rulings. It is, however, a basic principle that the Constitution is the fundamental and paramount law of the nation, unquote. Meanwhile, in a separate decision today, the court denied a Justice Department request to block the Texas law outright. These rulings come one day after a state district judge found that this abortion law violates the Texas Constitution. In a moment, you'll hear from two women on opposite sides of this fight. But let's start with NBC News legal analyst Barbara McQuade, a law professor at the University of Michigan. She also served as a U.S. attorney in Michigan under President Obama. Professor, I wonder what you make of not only the ruling, but the Chief Justice's comments. It sounded like he was kind of calling out the state of Texas for trying to undermine a Supreme Court precedent.
It is the case, I think, Joshua, I agree with it. And what's so nefarious about it is a number of justices went along with that plan. And so, as you say, today's ruling at its narrowest is a victory for those who want to challenge this law. It says their lawsuit may proceed, though only against this very narrow class of defendants. And so they will see another day in court in Texas. There's also a hint dropped by Justice Roberts and Justice Sotomayor that the district judge, the trial level judge there, ought to do something immediately to stop the chilling effect of this law, which is to enjoin it from being enforced further while the case plays out. We'll see if he takes the hint and does that right away. But the bigger context here is this willingness to entertain a lawsuit that tries to evade judicial review. And that is what the state of Texas did here. And that is what I think Chief Justice Roberts is calling out. I think what he says is, regardless of what we think about a law, we really need to think about the way this is attacking the legal process and the rule of law in this country.
So I just want to be clear about what you're saying. He's not saying that the lawsuit will prevail or fail. What he's questioning is the way that this is being done, just the principle of the thing underlying all of this.
Yes, the problem with this statute from the outset is that it tried to avoid judicial review. Back since the dawn of the Supreme Court, the case of Marbury versus Madison, it says it is the job of the courts to say what the law is, to interpret the law. And this statute, by making private parties who could be the people who would bring suit in these cases against abortion performers, they tried to take it out of state action altogether in an effort to evade that sort of judicial review, to make sure that they didn't have anybody with standing. And so even back, remember in September, when it was Chief Justice Roberts who joined the dissenters in saying we ought to stay this thing right now, because in the meantime, while we wait for this case to work its way through the courts, there is a chilling effect. Every woman in Texas is having her right to an abortion, which until Roe versus Wade is overturned, is her constitutional right, violated every day that goes by while this case works its way through the system. He wrote that back then, and he continues with that position.
You used a legal term that I think is very simple but very important here, this idea of standing and how it factors into Texas's law. I think it also should be brought up relevant to the state judge who ruled that the citizen enforcement mechanism, whereby a private Texas citizen can sue an abortion clinic for providing abortion services, that is unconstitutional. Talk about what standing is and how it factors into this.
So the law requires that there be real, genuine cases or controversies before courts are willing to decide them. Just because a bystander, I don't like some law, I don't have the ability to file a lawsuit to challenge that thing unless I have suffered some harm. It is also the case that I can only sue the defendants who are inflicting that harm. And so the reason there is that those are the parties who have a dog in the fight and who will fight with all they've got. And we want good decisions based on people who have a real stake in the outcome. And that's this idea of standing, that you have to sue the right person, and the right person has to be the one who files the lawsuit. And so by creating these obstacles, those who are the authors of this SB 8 have worked really craftily to try to make it difficult for anybody to challenge the thing. They've tried to insulate it so that there isn't anybody who has standing. So as they said in the state court case, you know, there is the ability to file a lawsuit there, but it has to be done on a one-by-one basis. So if you've got an individual whose right has been violated and you can identify the person who's done that, you can file that lawsuit. But there's no way to completely dismantle the whole statute, which is really what we should be looking at here. But because of this crafty method of drafting it, they're dodging that. That really just can't be and shouldn't be the law.
Can you just clarify for us also the process between these two court proceedings, the federal proceeding and the state proceeding? How do those two overlap, if at all?
Well, they'll proceed in parallel, but they are different. The state case is attacking the state of Texas's Constitution, whereas the federal case is attacking the federal Constitution. And so those could come to different results, and they'll play along in parallel. One of the really interesting developments of today, Joshua, was that the court allowed to just sort of dismiss as improvidently granted the petition that was filed by the United States, by the Department of Justice, which alleged that it had suffered a very different harm from these plaintiffs. What they had said is, individuals who suffer a right have a certain claim, but the United States is also suffering harm here because we administer abortions in a number of federal agencies in the state of Texas, the Department of Defense, the Bureau of Prisons. We have Medicare programs that pay benefits to cover some of these procedures. We're suffering a harm every day this law is on the books. So what the court said is that because they were going to grant relief to the individual plaintiffs, they didn't need to look at the case belonging to the United States at this time. Now, I still maintain that every day that goes by, those rights continue to be violated as well, unless and until the trial court enters a stay, which I'm hopeful he'll do quickly. But the case isn't over. We will see more back in the courts, both with the United States and the individual plaintiffs in this case. But of course, the thing that's really looming large out there is the other abortion case before the Supreme Court, the Dobbs case, which could be the vehicle for overturning Roe versus Wade.
I definitely would like to have you back to talk about that case, but one more thing about the Texas case before I forget to ask. We talked about standing in this case, who has the legal right to actually sue. We also talked about injury, real injury, and who you would go after if you say that a law is harming you unduly. Can you talk about that aspect of it before we go, in terms of the plaintiffs, the abortion providers, being able to sue this medical board in the state of Texas that licenses doctors? I think the idea is that if you sue that board, you can prevent them from basically taking away doctors' licenses for performing abortion services. Do I have that right?
Yes, and the reason that this case is so challenging is because of the kind of immunity that is allowed for state actors. So, for example, one of the defendants was the Attorney General of the state of Texas, who might be inclined to enforce this law. And what the court said is he enjoys immunity, and so he can't be sued. But these licensors were one class of defendants that could be sued in this case. And so by preserving just one out there, they were able to salvage a challenge to this case. And so it required the plaintiffs here to really kind of sue everybody they could think of in hopes that they could find somebody who would withstand this challenge. And they did, and so the case will now proceed against those licensors, just as you described.
NBC News legal analyst and Michigan law professor Barbara McQuade. Professor, it's always good talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joshua.
Coming up, this conversation continues with two people deeply involved in this fight for and against abortion access in Texas. We will get past the rhetoric, hear their stories, and see if we might find some common ground. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Talking about the Supreme Court's decision today letting a Texas abortion law remain in place for now. The ruling puts everyone in this fight in a unique holding pattern while abortion providers challenge the law. Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed that law back in May. He said the new measures would protect unborn children from, quote, the ravages of abortion. Last week, those restrictions got even tighter with another law in Texas. Abortion-inducing medications can no longer be prescribed to patients beyond 7 weeks gestation. The FDA says that these medications are safe up to 10 weeks. This new state law went into effect as the number of medication abortions continues to rise across America. The CDC reported a small increase in the number of overall abortions from 2018 to 2019. That's the latest data they have. But zoom out, and you'll see abortions in America are decreasing. The Guttmacher Institute has worked to contact every abortion provider and keep an accurate count. And behind every one of those statistics is a story. Women, couples, families who make difficult personal decisions every day. Nearly 1 in 4 women in America, according to the Guttmacher Institute, will have an abortion by the age of 45. Let that sink in for a moment. Nearly 1 in 4, perhaps including you or someone you love. Today, we asked for your stories of making that deeply personal decision and your reflections on it today. We will share a few of your responses in just a moment. But joining us now is Amy Hagstrom Miller. She's the founder and CEO of Whole Women's Health. It's an independent abortion services provider with clinics in 5 states, including Texas. Ms. Miller, welcome to the program. We're glad you're here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Could I begin with just your reactions to the ruling from the Supreme Court today?
You know, I think on paper it's considered a win because the court is allowing us to continue with the challenge. But really on the ground, it's a big loss. We need to block this law from being enforced because it's harming Texans, it's harming families and communities. We are having to deny upwards of 80% of the people who come to us for care, and the law has been enforced over 100 days now.
You said, in terms of the women who use your services, that about 90% of them are more than 6 weeks into their pregnancy. I can imagine you've been spending a lot of time in the last few weeks and months talking about and strategizing for what this would mean for them if this remained the law in Texas.
Yes, and upwards of 70% of our patients are parenting already. They're working parents juggling their children's school, their education, their jobs in the pandemic, just like the rest of us. And for folks to be denied access to essential health care that's really timely in nature, like abortion is, during a pandemic is devastating. And our staff are being forced to enforce a law, really kind of serve as agents of the state, enforce a law they don't agree with, and that's really designed to keep them from doing the work they love. It's been devastating for the healthcare workers as well as the patients we're having to turn away.
Can you talk about, just so we get a better sense of your organization, some of the other services you provide? I know Planned Parenthood makes a very large point of saying that they do much, much more than just abortion services, and indeed they do. What other services does your organization provide, or does it focus more squarely on abortion services?
So we are very proud to provide abortion services. They're oftentimes the most stigmatized and targeted services in the healthcare field when it comes to women's healthcare specifically. We provide preventative care, gynecology care, contraception as well. But especially in our 4 clinics in Texas, we serve communities where abortion is really targeted and stigmatized. And over half of the clinics in Texas have been shuttered in the last few years. So it's really essential that we can provide that access to people who are already traveling hundreds of miles, and now they're even being forced out of the state for a procedure that's extremely safe. It's common, and it's less dangerous than the drive people are being forced to make as they're forced out of the state.
When you say that you're proud to provide abortion services, what makes you proud?
I'm proud to be able to sit with people when they make a big decision that is about their future and their dreams and their education and their families. Nobody gets pregnant to have an abortion. Abortion has a lot of sort of moral and ethical issues that people sort of explore in the course of their decision. But I'm proud to sit with people when they choose a course for their life without shame and without stigma, and sit with them and provide them compassion, empathy, and really high quality medical care.
We got a number of comments from some of our viewers about their experiences with abortion services. Thank you so much for those of you who shared your stories or even considered sharing them. We greatly appreciate it. One viewer tweeted, "One thing that's hard to articulate is how having the choice available empowers some of us to make braver choices in life than maybe we would have otherwise. I never needed an abortion, but I wouldn't be the same person today without choice." Amy Hagstrom Miller, talk a little bit more about that if you could. Just the impact on women in the areas you serve, even those who maybe don't need the services, but just culturally in terms of the impact of knowing that they may become, for the long term, much harder to get.
Sure. So I think access to safe abortion care is fundamentally important for us to have true equality and autonomy as women, for us to be able to dream a future for ourselves that's equal to men. And I think your viewer is right, that it doesn't actually matter whether or not you've ever needed to access an abortion. Just simply knowing that you could allows you to plan your future, plan your family, plan your career differently and more powerfully. And I think there's a brief that's connected to the Jackson Women's Health v. Dobbs case that's written by economists that really shows how access to safe abortion is directly connected to improving the status of women in this country. Our economic outlook, our education outlook, our mental health, our physical health is directly connected to access to safe abortion in our communities over these last almost 50 years.
Can you empathize with people, men, women, on the other side of this issue, who argue that abortion is murder, that the very act of it is wrong, whether for secular or religious reasons? Can you empathize with that point of view at all?
Sure. I understand abortion is complex. Abortion, like I said, nobody gets pregnant to have an abortion. It's not on anybody's list of something they want to experience. I believe people
I'm sorry, forgive
deserve
me.
compassion.
I'm very sorry for interrupting you. Forgive me, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is, can you empathize with people for whom this is not complex at all? Can you empathize with people who view this very simply and very cut and dried as murdering babies?
So what I was getting to is that I come to this work because of my Christian beliefs. I come to this work because of the complexity and the empathy and compassion I believe people who face unplanned pregnancy need to receive. I have no agenda for what choice somebody makes, but I believe very strongly that they deserve our compassion and our empathy. I would never want somebody to choose an abortion if it's not the right decision for them. And there are many people who feel very strongly about abortion, and of course they shouldn't have one. I don't think they should then choose what choices other people have to make. I don't think we should force our beliefs on other people, especially our religious beliefs in a country that is supposed to be welcoming of people of all faiths from all backgrounds. And so I think a lot of the anti-abortion folks are coming from a extreme conservative Christian background, and I think they've really done some damage in some way to the Christian faith. And I think it's important for us to embrace people, meet people where they are. And like you said earlier, all of us know somebody and love somebody who's needed an abortion in their lifetime. And I want that to be an experience that they can count on getting compassion and empathy, no matter what they choose.
Yeah. Very briefly, before I have to let you go, do you think that there's any room for common ground with people on the other side of this issue? This feels very much like an ideological fight to the death where neither side is willing to accept defeat. Is there room for consensus, for common ground on this issue before I got to let you go?
You know, I think the both side-ism is a little funny in this issue because 70 to 80% of people in this country support abortion rights, and the majority of people in Texas support safe abortion. So when we say both sides, I want us to be careful not to equate both sides. That said, I think there's plenty of room in this country for people to have differing opinions as long as they don't force those opinions on other people.
Amy Hagstrom Miller, founder and CEO of Whole Women's Health. I really appreciate you making time for us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's continue now with Kimberlyn Schwartz. She's the Director of Media and Communication for Texas Right to Life, a group advocating against abortion. Ms. Schwartz, welcome. I'm glad you're here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Could I begin with the same question I began with Ms. Miller, your reactions to the Supreme Court's ruling today?
Absolutely. Today's ruling is a bit of a mixed bag, but I think overall a victory for the pro-life movement. We had two lawsuits before the Supreme Court. One of them was from the Biden administration, and that was thrown out. The court dismissed that, recognizing that their arguments were bogus. The other main victory from today is that the Texas Heartbeat Act remains in effect and will continue to save children from abortion. And the third, too, is that the abortionists' lawsuit at first included several defendants, basically anyone and everyone who could be associated with the Texas Heartbeat Act. And the Supreme Court said that was too broad and limited the number of defendants going forward, and that could impact how the lower court interprets and goes forward with this case.
With regard to the timing of this, I know that the 6 weeks in this law is controversial among some medical professionals who say that this is before some women may even realize that they are pregnant. What is your sense of how Texas squares the law with the lived realities of women in pregnancies, some of whom may decide to terminate those pregnancies?
The law states that if a preborn child's heartbeat is detected, that abortion is no longer legal. So it's not a specific time increment that 6 weeks is what the law says. That's not true. It's if the baby has a beating heart, which typically occurs around 6 weeks. Now, what's been encouraging is that we've seen an outpouring of support and interest in the pro-life pregnancy centers in communities all across Texas, and knowing that if a woman finds out that she's pregnant and she might have otherwise sought an abortion, she has those resources to be able to carry that child, nurture her, and get the resources that she needs to both pursue her dreams and not kill that child to choose life for her.
I guess I should go to another question that I asked Ms. Miller. I did want to ask both of you some of the same questions to try to get an apples-to-apples view, which is whether or not you can empathize with people on the other side of this issue. If you feel like you can understand why someone would take the contrary view, that women should have a right to abortion services, even if folks like yourself find it deplorable. Can you empathize with that point of view?
Absolutely. I think that people generally approach and come to their conclusions and their beliefs from a spirit of goodwill, that people don't choose their beliefs because they think that it's going to harm another person. They're usually trying to help other people. And I believe that most people who might believe that they're pro-choice find that empathy and hope for trying to help women, but that result is ultimately misguided, that abortion does not help women, it hurts women, and it even kills preborn women and people all in our society, that there are about 60 million people missing from this earth since 1973 because of abortion. So I believe
I'm sorry, you used a term that I've never heard before, preborn women? Are you talking about female fetuses?
The preborn child, a child who is not yet born. Some people will say unborn, but I believe that preborn shows hope that the mother will choose life there. So preborn children, preborn baby girls are being aborted at just massive numbers, and it's heartbreaking to see that. So the idea that abortion is helpful to women, I believe that people approach the issue who are pro-choice thinking that they're wanting to help women, and that is a great goal to do, but is ultimately the result is misguided. And we believe that we can find common ground there in agreeing that we need to help women who are in difficult pregnancies and even after the child is born. So that's what Texas Right to Life seeks to do, and we're really grateful to be able to take part in that mission.
I'd love to get your reaction to one of the stories that one of our viewers submitted. This viewer wished to remain anonymous, which we can completely understand. They wrote in part, I had an abortion when I was 28. I was too immature to be well equipped to raise a child, and I knew it. I was ashamed. My parents still don't know. This past month, though, I was compelled to tell my 3 children that they would not be who they are in this world today had I not made the choice I did back then. I am so incredibly grateful to have had that choice. Ms. Schwartz, I wonder what you make of that particular story of a woman who clearly made some case-by-case decisions that must have been excruciating and has reflected on that as something that was a net positive for her life. How do you respond to that?
It's important to know that in today's society, there are more options than just abortion or parenting. That there's adoption, there is parenting, and also the safe haven laws are unanimous across the entire 50 states, where if a mother gives birth to a child and decides that she's not ready to be a parent, that she can bring that child to places like fire stations and no questions are asked, and she no longer has to make that balance between being a parent or perhaps pursuing her dreams, that we can have both.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Schwartz. I'm sorry. I interrupted the other guest too, and I'm going to have to interrupt you this time. I'm really sorry. I know our time's limited. I have one more thing I want to ask you. I guess I'm asking for your reaction to this woman's story.
Absolutely. I think that there's some heartbreak there, and it's important to know that with every abortion, even though there can be heartbreak there, that there is healing afterward, that there are ministries within the pro-life movement, especially for people who might regret their abortions. But with this woman who sounds like she doesn't regret the abortion, that doesn't negate the fact that a preborn child has died. And it's tragic that the woman believed that this was her only option and that's what she had to do. So that's why the pro-life movement tries to make known that there are resources in communities all across the nation, and especially in Texas. Women can go to texaspregnancy.org and get free resources in their area. So that's what I would hope to see more across the movement, and that's what we're going to continue to do with the Texas Heartbeat Act.
Last 10 seconds before I have to let you go. Is there any room for common ground between folks on your side of this issue and people who believe that women should have access to abortion services before we go?
From a cultural perspective, I believe that we can have these conversations, and just knowing that that we can extend goodwill towards each other, and that people generally want the best for each other, that we can know that we're both trying to help women and that we can find a common ground there. But from a policy perspective too, we believe that the preborn children should be protected from the moment of fertilization. So that's what we kind of look at going forward, but there's always room for conversations, and knowing that we can have these discussions with the best intentions for each other.
I appreciate you making room for this conversation. Kimberlyn Schwartz with Texas Right to Life, thanks very much for coming on tonight. We appreciate it. Up next, we shift gears to voting rights. New York City is about to give some non-citizens some voting rights. We'll show you how and consider the impact of it just ahead. Stay close.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
New York City's voting population could soon grow by as many as 800,000 people. 800,000 New Yorkers, all of them non-citizens. The City Council passed a bill to enfranchise green card holders, legal residents, and other non-citizens. This only applies to local elections: City Council, borough presidents, comptroller, public advocate, and of course, mayor. They still cannot vote for president, Congress, or governor. More than a dozen communities already let non-citizens vote in local elections. 11 of them are in the state of Maryland. 2 of them are in Vermont. NBC's Zincle Esamoah brings us the story.
Today, I'm finally being seen. I'm finally being heard. Melissa John is a New York City public school teacher. She's taught her students about voting, but she's never been able to cast a ballot herself until now.
Men and women that look like me, that sound like me, have a chance now at the polls.
Originally from Trinidad and Tobago, John is one of about 800,000 non-citizens who just won the right to vote in New York City, following a bill passed Thursday in a city council vote. Around 1 million people are impacted by this legislation. Who are they?
The vast majority of them are green card holders, so people on the road to citizenship, or those with valid work authorization that has been granted by the federal government.
So my name is Angel, and I'm a DACA recipient.
That includes DACA recipients and temporary protected status recipients and some others.
Our City, Our Vote allows non-citizens to vote in elections for city-level offices, so long as they've been a New York resident at least 30 days and are qualified to register and vote. NYC non-citizens still cannot vote for president, members of Congress, or in state elections. The bill passed with a veto-proof majority, meaning it would become law even with the mayor's veto. Mayor Bill de Blasio says he's concerned about the legality of the measure.
I think there are still some outstanding legal questions about the city's authority versus the state's in this matter.
The 51-member council passed it with 33 yes, 14 no, and 2 abstaining. Among the noes, Republican lawmakers. New York's GOP chairman Nick Langworthy saying earlier this month,
"It's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. And in fact, it's unconstitutional in the state of New York for that to happen."
Following Thursday's vote, Langworthy stated every legal means necessary will be used to stop the law, which fellow Republican critics say needs to come from the state government. These local debates as voting rights advocates around the country sound the alarm at what they call a surge in restrictive voter ID and voting access laws. In 2020, more states amending legislation to ensure only U.S. citizens can vote. The Big Apple joins the small list of other towns granting non-citizens the ability to vote, including municipalities in Maryland, Vermont, and California. In NYC, they can cast ballots beginning in 2023. For newly minted voters like John, that day can't come soon enough.
How's it going to feel to vote for the first time?
For the first time ever in my life, surreal. That, it doesn't matter how famous, well-known, how rich, like we can all make an impact. I've been a part of history.
Sinclair Asamoah joins us now, and I understand that New York's Mayor Bill de Blasio is going to still sign this bill even though he has some reservations about it?
Yeah, so advocates tell me he's probably going to sign by the beginning of next week. And the reason he's not vetoing it is it had a lot of council support. And as I say in the report, a veto-proof majority. So even if he vetoed it, there's nothing he can really do. But he's been very vocal in saying it might not be constitutional. It might not fit the parameters of state legislation. So we'll have to see.
Is that one of the things that opponents of this are saying? How are they reacting to this?
Yeah, so opponents have had some really strong words. The New York GOP actually released a statement immediately after the decision. Let's take a listen at what the chairman had to say.
The right to vote is a fundamental pillar of American democracy, and it's expressly reserved for citizens of the United States of America. It's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. Besides being bad policy, it's unconstitutional, it's dangerous, and it's un-American.
And so beyond the rhetoric, I think we can actually expect some serious legal action, and that's what the GOP said in their statement as well, Joshua.
This is a huge shift. I mean, 800,000 people. That I went back and looked. San Francisco's population is 870,000. Seattle is 700-something thousand, just by way of comparison of how many people this is.
Yeah.
What kind of impact do they expect this to have on just voting in New York and the kinds of lawmakers we see, the kinds of pressures on lawmakers? It's a whole new voting bloc.
Yeah, I'm so glad you point that out, because I think for people, especially who were born citizens, we don't have a framework for, oh yeah, green card holders, or yeah, all of these people who are non-citizens. So it's going to have a big impact on city politics. This means they can vote for city council. It means things like streets and schools. So it's going to have a big impact. And we also know a lot of immigrants are people of color, and so that'll bring its own politics as well. So we're kind of going to have to wait and see. As soon as 2023, they'll be able to cast their ballots.
Fascinating. NBC's Sinclair Asamoah, fascinating story. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and congrats on the show.
Today is International Human Rights Day. This year's slogan, all human, all equal. That's a massive goal, one that people around the world tried to highlight today. The UN Secretary General commemorated the event by saying that the world is at a crossroads.
Poverty and hunger are rising for the first time in decades. Millions of children are missing out on their right to education. Inequality is deepening, but we can choose a different path.
Today, the U.S. imposed sanctions on entities tied to Myanmar, China, North Korea, and Bangladesh. Those sanctions are for human rights abuses. Soldiers in Myanmar are accused of rounding up and killing 11 people. Organizers there staged a silent protest, closing their businesses and staying home. Also today, this year's winners of the Nobel Peace Prize received their awards. For the first time, both honorees are journalists. Maria Ressa of the Philippines and Dmitry Muratov of Russia. Both of them reported on the growing power of authoritarian governments and the spread of disinformation.
Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without trust, we have no shared reality, no democracy, and it becomes impossible to deal with the existential problems of our times: climate, coronavirus, now the battle for truth.
Without truth, you can't have trust. Well said. Dmitry Muratov called out the spread of authoritarianism, saying, quote, "Yes, we growl and bite. Yes, we have sharp teeth and strong grip, but we are the prerequisite for progress. We are the antidote against tyranny," unquote. Just ahead, we've seen video of mobs of thieves wrecking retail stores. But why is this happening, especially in California? One of our investigative reporters dives into what's fueling these crimes when we come back.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
As if the supply chain issues and computer chip shortages were not enough, now retailers have another holiday headache: getting robbed by a mob. The CEOs of 20 retailers are asking Congress to act on a recent wave of smash-and-grab robberies in major cities. Companies including Target, Best Buy, Nordstrom, and Home Depot wrote that criminals are, quote, capitalizing on the anonymity of the internet and the failure of certain marketplaces to verify their sellers, unquote. They're calling on lawmakers to update the laws, quote, so consumers, retail employees, and businesses are not targets of organized retail crime, unquote. And it's easy to see why. You may remember this video. It happened a few weeks ago in Oak Brook, Illinois, west of Chicago. 14 people rushed into a Louis Vuitton store and left with $120,000 of merchandise. 2 days before that, this happened in Concord, California. That's east of Oakland. 9 people smashed glass displays in a diamond store at the Sun Valley Mall. It's unclear how much those stolen goods are worth. According to the National Retail Federation, for every $1 billion of sales, organized crime costs companies about $700,000. Back in 2015, the cost was just over $450,000. So what's causing this wave of robberies, especially in California? And how is law enforcement fighting back? Let's discuss it with Eric Leonard. He's an investigative reporter for KNBC in Los Angeles. Eric, what do investigators there believe is behind this rise in organized retail crime, especially now? I don't remember seeing these kind of like flash mob retail thefts in the past in California. Why is this happening now?
Hi, Joshua. Well, let me start with the caveats here. It's complicated. It's not a single factor, and no one has done academic research to know exactly what this is. But that letter you pointed to from the CEOs of all these retail companies contains one key idea that's been circulating, which really is the ease of selling stolen goods online now, as opposed to 10, 20 years ago, when criminals who had stolen items had to go to some go-between, a fence, to move those items into the market so they could get money for them. So that obviously has been a huge factor in this. Second, the publicity surrounding some of these. We know that people watch from one city to another, they get an idea, and that could have some role in it. And a third has to do with corporate policies. A lot of retail stores in recent years have steered their employees away from trying to stop anyone committing a crime in the store, and in some cases, not even to report them to police at all. They take it as a loss on their profit and loss sheets, and they don't want their employees involved in a criminal prosecution. Now, these have received a huge amount of attention with some of that video that you've shown, but it's not really clear how much of an increase there has been, and it's difficult to assess, particularly in California, because the crimes associated with these and the arrests can be categorized in a variety of ways, so there's not a simple statistic that we can look at to know whether or not there's a huge increase or not. But some of the appearance of all of this, of this increase, no doubt is because of more video, more cell phone video, more security video, so we can see those thefts happening. And police agencies, of course, are telling all of us that they are happening more often.
Talk more about the laws in California, too. The state has gone through a lot of iterations of changing some of its laws for what I guess we would consider more minor crimes, certainly more minor than, you know, murder, rape, armed robbery, etc., aggravated assault. And some of the changes in the laws over the years, I wonder how that affects the ability to prevent and investigate these crimes and to keep the perpetrators off the streets.
Well, you're right. California has been ahead of a lot of other states in reducing criminal penalties for things like property and drug crimes. And then on top of that, because of the coronavirus pandemic over the last couple of years, few people arrested by police, especially on those lower level violations, are held in jail waiting for a court date. And because of that, court dates sometimes get continued to months after an arrest. So there is a perception that there are no consequences for some of these mid-level criminal behaviors, although it's just a perception. At some point, the courts will catch up, prosecutors will catch up, but in the interim, it seems like people who are arrested get out of jail right away, if they're even put in jail at all, and then they're available to go out on the streets and commit more crimes. And there is a subset of people who have been arrested, police have told us here in Southern California, who've been picked up over and over and over again, although that is a minority of those that police officers are encountering. And again, this appearance that there's this major increase, it's really difficult to tell whether it's this series of highly publicized incidents with this high-definition video, or that is truly reflected in the data that captures how many of these are happening.
Before I got to let you go, I know that there's a lot of anger over the death of Jacqueline Avant, the wife of music mogul Clarence Avant, during a home invasion robbery that turned deadly. There's obviously video of these attacks. What's the plan to do something about this, at least in the near term, before we go?
Right, so that's a whole separate category from these organized retail thefts. Home invasion robberies have gotten a lot of attention in Southern California, both for the case you mentioned, and also a participant in the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills was home when burglars came in and she was threatened and things were stolen from the home. It's important to remember also perspective here. As of this week, about 7,400 armed robberies in the city of Los Angeles this year. About 1% in change have been home invasion style robberies. robberies. So it's a very small amount. Again, the question is, are they getting more attention because there's video, or are they really going up? We've done some research into data at the LAPD, and it does show an increase in what are called follow-away or follow-home robberies. The LAPD talked in the last couple of weeks about putting a special team of detectives on this to try to address the specific criminals involved in those. They say those are a different group of offenders than the people they're seeing in some of these other retail-style thefts and burglaries.
Eric Leonard, an investigative reporter for NBC4 in Los Angeles. We appreciate the context, Eric. Thanks very much. Before we go, the future of farming. Almost none of America's farmers are black. We look into what's behind the drop and introduce you to a girl who might help change that.
So you keep the leaf part and then take the stem part, put it back in the dirt, and regrows into a new collard green.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because this is it, right?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Small businesses are a big chunk of the U.S. economy. According to the Small Business Administration, that term applies to 99.9% of all American businesses. Their owners come from all walks of life in many sectors, but these days not so much in farming. That is not nearly as diverse as it used to be in terms of who owns the farms. All the more reason to meet one particular small business owner in Georgia. And we do mean small. Meet Kendall Johnson from Atlanta. She's 6 years old, and she just made history as one of the youngest farmers in Georgia to be certified by the USDA. To obtain her certification, she founded an organization called Agroculture. Yep, this first grader is already a business owner. When she's not growing her favorite vegetables, Kendall is visiting local schools and educating other kids at farming events. She's about as passionate as they come.
Carrots, they are delicious. If you eat a carrot, you're actually eating the root because carrots are rooted vegetables.
Kendall Johnson is part of a shrinking community, Black farm workers. According to the USDA, there are 3.4 million farmers in the United States overall. Only about 45,000 are Black. A century ago, there were about 1 million. And it's not just the farmers that are disappearing, the farms are too. Back in 1910, Black farmers owned between 16 and 19 million acres of land. Today, 90% of that land is gone. White farmers own virtually all of America's farmland. John Boyd is president of the National Black Farmers Association. He blames this partly on lending practices, like what he experienced firsthand.
And he said, well, I'm not going to lend you any of my money. He spat on me during one loan application session. He said when USDA came out to investigate him, I was filing complaints during these periods of time. He said, well, did you spat on John Boyd? He said, yes, but I accidentally missed my spat can. Did you call him these racial epithets? And do you have a problem making loans to Black farmers? He said, well, yes, I think that Black farmers are lazy and look for a paycheck on Friday.
In a statement, a USDA spokesperson told NBC News, quote, the history of systemic racism and discrimination against Black farmers has been well documented and found to adversely impact access to and the equitable delivery of USDA programs, particularly in the farm loan programs. Congress and USDA are actively working to address these systemic issues, unquote. Even without overt racism, Kendall's parents say the logistics of getting started are also tough.
To us, you got to do the research, you got to dig, you got to call them a million times, ask a million different types of questions. That's the discouraging part for some people who want to farm, is finding out the information of how to get started or how to continue, how to get the funding.
As for current farmers, this year's COVID relief bill included financial support for farmers of color, $4 billion worth. Some Republican lawmakers called that provision a kind of reparations.
In this bill, if you're a farmer, your loan will be forgiven up to 120% of your loan, not 100%, but 120% of your loan if you're socially disadvantaged, if you're African American, some other minority. But if you're white person, if you're a white woman, no forgiveness. That's reparations. What does that got to do with COVID?
Back in April, a group of white farmers sued for racial discrimination. A federal court in Florida issued a preliminary injunction. That halted the debt relief program nationwide. And in August, the U.S. Department of Justice declined to appeal the injunction. Instead, the department said it would defend the program in district courts. John Boyd has a message for the white farmers behind the lawsuit.
I've been characterized, based on the way I've looked my whole life, did they receive any type of treatment like that from the United States Department of Agriculture?
For now, Kendall Johnson is working on her first book aimed at getting kids excited to dig in the dirt. She may represent the future of Black farming, making it look so simple, a child could do it.
So you eat the leaf part and then take the stem part, put it back in the dirt, and regrows into a new collard green.
Too sweet. Too sweet. Get in a cavity, it's so sweet. One more thing before we go. We'd love your ideas for next week, specifically for the 50th anniversary of the National Cancer Act. Our colleagues across NBC News will report on the push to detect, treat, and cure various cancers. But what would you like us to talk about? What stories would you like to see on the fight against cancer? Perhaps it's affected you or a loved one. Maybe you're a cancer researcher struggling to fight these diseases. Or perhaps you just have questions about all this. If so, please get in touch. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. If you'd like a bit more privacy with your medical information, feel free to reach out to us privately. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. That's 888-575-2622. Or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. While you're at it, let us know what you think of the show. Share your questions, compliments, and constructive criticism. We look forward to hearing from you. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thank you so much for making time for us, and enjoy your weekend. Good night.
Going to the grocery store can be enough of a hassle without having to worry about the price of everything going up. But that's what's happening right now, to the point we haven't seen in a generation. To put it in perspective, inflation is spiking to a level that happened last when E.T. was in theaters. President Biden says, don't worry, he's got a solution. Just pass his agenda. But we'll show you some of the polling numbers that say people aren't really buying that. Plus, that toughest abortion law in the country in Texas gets to stay in place for now. That's the news out of a new Supreme Court ruling today. What the next move is now for abortion providers. And this is probably not what people on a cross-country Delta flight had in mind when they wanted some in-flight entertainment. We're going to show you and talk about how airlines are trying to stop these mid-air fights before the holiday travel rush. And a groundbreaking decision in tonight's original. Non-citizens in New York City now able to vote in local elections. Voting rights advocates are thrilled, but some Republicans, not so much. They're planning to fight it. We'll explain. And tune in tonight. President Biden's going to be on Jimmy Fallon. And lucky for us, we've got a late-night veteran right here at NBC News, our very own Steve Kornacki. He's got a very special big board edition later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and while I'm down with an 80s throwback as much as anybody, the highest inflation rates since the Reagan era, that is probably not your idea of a good time. That is the reality we're in right now, with that new report out today showing a nearly 7% jump in the cost of everything over the past 12 months, hitting a level we haven't seen since June 1982. And look at this. It's on all the grocery shelves, all the different parts of the grocery store. Put it into dollars and cents, right? A dozen eggs up 18 cents from last year. A loaf of bread, 21 cents more on average. Ground beef up 84 cents a pound. Bacon more than $1. I get it. It doesn't feel like a lot, right? Quarters, nickels, dimes. But for some folks, this really does add up. Here's the thing. President Biden saying, listen, the economy itself is getting better. He's not downplaying inflation, but he is saying in context, the numbers we're seeing tonight show that the country's economic growth is actually strong. Watch.
Every other aspect of the economy is racing ahead. It's doing incredibly well. We've never had this kind of growth in 60 years. But inflation is affecting people's lives.
And here's the thing. Wages are up. More people are working. Fewer people are collecting unemployment. But keep in mind that some of these big-time lifelines, like child tax credit checks, they might be going away soon. Mike Memoli's got a little bit more from the White House. So, ma'am, I keep coming back to the real world impact here, right? What's happening is people go to the grocery store or go to fill up their gas tanks. You're looking at the president who's saying, hey, you've actually got more money in your pocket, which is right, but child tax credit checks may be going away. The Fed's hinting at maybe they're going to have, higher interest rates pretty soon. Talk about the White House strategy for handling this.
So, Hallie, the only good news for the White House today is that the bad news that they were bracing for was really what they expected. They knew this inflation number was coming today and that it was likely to be a tough one to spin. They're trying to spin. That's why they had Brian Deese, the top economic advisor, out yesterday, sort of pre-butting the numbers. You heard the president's comments today, trying to look back, step back, talk about the bigger economic picture. What the White House is really trying to do at this point is to remind Americans, though, of what we're still in the midst of, which is a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, that the economic impact of this is still really feeling, obviously something we're feeling every day, and that some of the problems are largely because of it, especially those supply chain challenges that they're still, and they say they are, making progress in fixing.
You talk about how the White House has been putting people out to try to get ahead of this or talk about this. Hey, Cecilia Rouse, right, one of the president's top economic advisors, talked to me not too long ago. I want to play a little bit for this of a different piece of how the president is trying to, defend his agenda, and his team is doing that. Watch.
These kinds of investments make our economy more productive. So they increase productivity, they increase our economic capacity, and that's where we get the easing of inflationary pressure going forward.
She's talking, of course, Mike, about the Build Back Better Act, right? A key part of the president's agenda. Over on the Hill side, Senator Chuck Schumer wants to get this done by Christmas. TBD on whether that will happen. Give us the gut check here. Will getting the president's agenda over the finish line help? And if it does, is it going to be right away? Feels like it'll take a little while.
Well, you've heard it, Hallie, right? They're changing a lot of the messaging around Build Back Better to focus on the inflation challenge. Right. The president's been saying if you are worried about inflation, if you're worried about higher prices, then you better vote for this because this is the surest way to try to bring them down. You know that all this comes down to a very difficult conversation that President Biden says he's going to be having early next week with Senator Joe Manchin. The Democrats on the Hill are saying they have 49 votes right now to pass this, and that's all that matters. Manchin's biggest worry all along has been inflation, though, so it's an audience, it's a constituency of one, and that's really going to be a big moment next week.
I'm going to ask our team to pull up some of the approval ratings for President Biden because I want to show that and then show a quote that I think is going to be useful. If you look at what our colleagues at CNBC have just put out, right, this poll showing that just 37% of people, you see it here, appreciate or approve of how the president is handling the economy. This is not helping President Biden from the approval rating front. But here's how you have some sort of more liberal folks, more liberal allies who are talking about this. And Mike, to be transparent, they're blaming, me and you and, frankly, members of the media, right? You had this liberal economist tell the Washington Post, Dean Baker, that we've had the media consistently emphasizing the bad things while downplaying or outright ignoring what are really positive things in the economy. Now, setting aside whether we take exception to that characterization, right, that is a real concern, I think, among some, particularly on the Democratic side, who say these poll numbers and these low approval ratings that are problematic for President Biden are being driven by, reporting that's not fully in context. Obviously, ours is, Mike, but I wonder what you're hearing from your sources on that.
Oh, I hear from my sources that why aren't you guys doing live shots outside of gas stations anymore? Well, it's because gas prices are going down. So they're really bristling at the idea.
It's interesting.
That where there are some positive economic trends. Now, we're not talking about huge decreases in gas prices compared to the big increases we've seen over the last year, but there is sort of a positive change. And they're saying we're not highlighting it, that we sort of quickly move on when there's bad news that becomes good news, and we dwell on the bad news for far longer. So there is a lot of frustration. But ultimately, White House officials acknowledge this is still just sort of a spoiled national mood because of the pandemic. You either have people who want the pandemic just to be over. They've been tolerating this for so long, the restrictions. And then you have the very animated Republican side, conservative base, who is still very much fighting what the president is trying to do. That's what the White House feels like is the biggest obstacle they still have to overcome, is just getting this pandemic behind us. And then we'll see some attitudes change.
And you saw the numbers there, though. The numbers are what they are. Mike Memoli, great to see you, friend. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Enjoy your Friday. Other news from Washington, the Supreme Court's new ruling on the Texas abortion ban. Kind of a half win for abortion rights advocates, but they're frankly feeling more disappointed than hopeful about it. Here's why. On the one hand, the justices ruled that abortion providers in the state can go ahead with their lawsuit challenging the Texas ban. On the other hand, the justices kept the law in effect while that suit works its way and others through court. Remember, we're talking about that law in Texas that got a ton of attention when it went into effect a few months ago because it's basically the most restrictive in the country. It bans abortion after a fetal heartbeat is detected. That's usually around 6 weeks into a pregnancy before some women even know they're pregnant. In the last 3 months, providers say way more patients have had to travel to out-of-state clinics, and that on average, before the law was passed, women could get to a clinic within 17 miles. Now, 247 miles, 14 times longer. They say they're also seeing more patients carrying unwanted pregnancies to term, pregnancies they're not ready for. Pete Williams is here with me now. And Pete, I'm glad to have you here. Talk us through this ruling, because one key piece of this law involved its enforcement mechanism, right? This is how it was crafted. Texas was hoping to basically get a loophole that would let its law stay in effect. It seems like it's kind of working.
It sure does. And here's the thing to think about. I think this is the way to think about it. When you challenge a law in court, you basically have two decisions to make. On what grounds will we challenge it, and who will you sue? Because if you win and you ask the judge, put a hold on this order, I want an injunction, the judge doesn't enjoin the law. It doesn't enforce itself. He issues an injunction against the people who enforce it. Okay. Who are those? Who do you sue? That's what this case was really about. Today, the Supreme Court said, well, you can't sue the state court judges because they don't enforce anything. You can't sue court clerks. You can't sue the attorney general. But you can sue members of the Texas Medical Licensing Board. So
not a huge group.
No, and it's a razor-thin victory for the abortion advocates. And here's the problem. If they now go back into federal court, and that's what this was all about, where can you sue in federal court, and even if they get a ruling that says, okay, Texas Medical Advisory Board, do your thing, all they can do is say, well, all right, if you perform an abortion, we won't take your license away. It doesn't stop the lawsuits. That's the goal of the abortion providers. So they don't have anybody to sue that's actually enforcing the law, and that's why this is not such a big victory.
I spoke with one of the leaders of one of those groups that's involved in challenging this legally, and she said, listen, we're going to keep fighting, right? I asked about next steps. She said, we're talking to lawyers, we're going to keep fighting. But what options do they have? What does the continuation of this fight look like?
Well, there's this narrow band in federal court, but you sort of have to wait till you're sued. The abortion providers have to kind of wait till they're sued. That's not the answer. But there are lawsuits in state court as well. They face a similar challenge. It's sort of a different character. Today's ruling by the Supreme Court was all about the power of federal courts. So the state lawsuits can now go ahead. And just yesterday, a state judge in Texas declared the law unconstitutional. But because of the way that lawsuit was put together, he didn't issue an injunction stopping enforcement. So they have two avenues, the federal court, which is a narrow one, and the state court, which is somewhat broader. But really, the Supreme Court's decision takes away a lot of their ammunition.
Chief Justice Roberts, in writing about this, said the Texas law is an attack on the court itself. He said this in a dissent. He said the court risks losing its own authority if it allows this law to exist. Can you take that from like the sort of high-minded to the nitty gritty? What does that mean?
Well, this was the concern of the people who were attacking SB 8, is they say, look, if a state can do this and say, okay, you can't enforce your constitutional right to abortion and you can't sue us because we're not enforcing it, then the state could do that about any constitutional right. Gun rights, free speech rights, religious rights, whatever. Right to travel, you know, and that's really what he's saying here. He's saying that Texas is, in effect, nullifying a Supreme Court decision because right now, until we get a decision in the Mississippi case, it's still the law of the land that there's a constitutional right to abortion, and Texas has figured out a way to pull the plug on it, and that's what's concerning Roberts and the 4 dissenters.
So, in other words, to plain English it here, right, because in Texas you can sue, right, a private citizen can bring a lawsuit against anybody who has helped with an abortion that's believed. They're saying that the argument seems to be, what about if there's some sort of free speech case? What if there's some sort of gun rights case, right? Could you have that same loophole and do that for anything?
And that question actually came up in the oral argument, and it was Justice Brett Kavanaugh who said, well, geez, a state could say, you know, if you buy a high-capacity ammunition magazine or an AR-15, somebody could sue you for $100,000. Well, whatever concern he had during oral argument, he didn't express any such concern in today's ruling.
Interesting. Pete Williams, thank you for breaking that down for us.
You bet. I'll be here every night.
I was going to say, it's become a regular thing. Thank you, friend. We've talked a lot here about needing more information on the Omicron variant, right? Well, now we're getting it. There's this new report from the CDC out just a few hours ago that says that while the Omicron variant is more transmissible, meaning it's easier to get, most of the cases here in the U.S. have been mild. There's a catch to keep in mind. The CDC says in most of the cases they looked at, the people were vaccinated. Some of them even had the booster. We're learning about this at the same time that New York's governor rolled out a statewide mask mandate to keep Omicron or any of the other COVID variants from spreading during the holidays. And she's not messing around. Businesses that don't require people to mask up are going to be fined $1,000 if they're caught. It's coming as cases and hospitalizations are surging. One of Pennsylvania's biggest health systems has run out of beds because of a new spike there. In Maine, a federal team's going in to help Maine Medical Center with a flood of COVID patients. Ellison Barber joins us now from Michigan at a hospital in Lansing that's also getting close to capacity. Ellison, I'm glad to see you. Talk to me first, and I want to talk to you about where you are, you know, with your mask on there in an ICU, I believe, or near one. But first, talk to me about the CDC report on Omicron, which says, you know, easier to get, more transmissible. But if you're vaxxed or if you're boosted, you're not going to get super sick. But the thing is, where you are, it's not Omicron, it's Delta. And it's people who aren't vaccinated that's really driving the spike.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Michigan didn't detect their first case of the Omicron variant until yesterday evening. But statewide, hospitals are flooded with COVID patients. We're at Sparrow Hospital. We are on one of their COVID floors. This week, this hospital broke their record for the entire pandemic of patients hospitalized because of COVID-19. On this floor alone, they have 33 patients here because of COVID-19. 7 patients here because of COVID-19 died on Tuesday alone. This morning, while we were here on this floor, we watched as someone came to take the body of a COVID patient from this floor down to the morgue because they lost yet another patient. Statewide, hospitals in Michigan, 85% of all of their inpatient hospital beds are full, and their ICU beds. This is all because of the Delta variant. And talking to doctors and nurses here, they are worried that they are in a surge right now, that particularly with another variant that's possibly more transmissible on the horizon, that things could get far, far worse. 82% of the people hospitalized here because of COVID-19 are unvaccinated. In terms of COVID deaths, Hallie, they told me the majority of the deaths they've seen in recent weeks are among people who are unvaccinated or people who had some sort of comorbidity or pre-existing condition and did not get a booster shot. The CEO of this hospital says they have not had a single patient die because of COVID-19 if they had a third dose. Hallie?
I mean, Ellison, I think everybody, right, is sick of the pandemic. Everybody is exhausted from this pandemic, but those healthcare workers, the people, you know, in the hallways and in the rooms behind you, like, I have to just think this is just gut punch after gut punch for them.
They're exhausted. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to a nurse or a doctor who has spent almost 2 years on this COVID floor, and they've cried, telling me that at times it feels difficult to leave the car to come into work because it feels like it will never end. And they will tell you that the death they are seeing even if they are used to seeing death because of their job, that this is different. One nurse told me that it is literally watching people suffocate, and that is just beyond words, and for them emotionally impossible to process. The other thing they're dealing with here right now, misinformation. Doctors and nurses say the surge they're seeing here right now, a lot of the patients in this hospital are from rural neighboring communities where the vaccination rate is lower than the statewide vaccination rate. And they also say that right now they have some patients refusing treatments because of misinformation. I want you to listen to what one nurse told us about that very issue. Listen. You've had patients refusing treatments that you offer here who don't want to get vaccinated, but then asking for other unproven stuff they've read about on the internet.
A lot of like herbs and things that I don't even know what they are, but none of them have been, to my knowledge, shown to improve the outcomes of somebody with COVID.
And she told me people will not take the vaccine. They oftentimes are still saying they don't believe the severity of this virus, but they are asking for herbs, things she's never heard of, and ivermectin. Hallie.
Ellison Barber, live for us there in Lansing. Ellison, thank you for that important reporting. I appreciate it. We want to turn now to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, where not too long ago, actually right as we were coming on the air, prosecutors rested their case after a woman says she was pressured to take off her clothes and get a massage from Maxwell at Jeffrey Epstein's New Mexico ranch when she was just 16 years old. She was among the last witnesses to testify. Her name is Annie Farmer. She's the final accuser to have taken the stand in that trial. You're about to see Farmer on the stand today in one of these court sketches. She said this trip that we're talking about happened back in 1996 and also went through a number of times Epstein touched her and made her feel, quote, sick to her stomach. She and her sister, Maria, have actually talked publicly about this for years. They tried to contact law enforcement when it happened and say it took a decade for the FBI to follow up with them. Farmer called Maxwell a sexual predator during Maxwell's bail hearing last year. Maxwell, of course, is accused of sex trafficking and grooming women to be abused by Epstein. She denies the charges and has claimed she's the scapegoat for the convicted pedophile's crimes. Tom Winter is following this trial from New York. So, Tom, the prosecution has just rested, and they saved Annie Farmer as one of their last witnesses. Why was she such a key part of this case?
You know that phrase, Hallie, when somebody brings receipts. And for Annie Farmer, according to the testimony that we heard today, she had them in the form of a journal entry. She talks about the time when she was just 16 years old, where she went to the movies with Jeffrey Epstein and talked about the things that he did. She wrote in her journal how it made her feel uncomfortable when she says that she was caressed on her arm and he rubbed his shoes with her shoes and held her hand through almost the entirety of the movie. It's those type of contemporaneous notes that, based on my experience, typically have an impact on the jury. Same when somebody she was in a relationship with when she was younger disclosed to him what had happened at that New Mexico ranch, specifically when she says that Ghislaine Maxwell rubbed her breasts during a massage and that then Jeffrey Epstein rubbed against her in her bed afterwards. There was another witness that came forward, potentially quite powerful, her own mother, who testified about Annie Farmer's reaction or the way that she behaved when she came back from that trip, specifically how withdrawn she was, how she didn't want to talk about it, how she says that she wasn't going to let what happened at the ranch ruin her life, but refused to disclose to her mom the details of it. So all those things can potentially be, Hallie, quite powerful. And to answer your question, that's obviously why this could have been so important today.
I have a question though, Tom, because I thought this whole trial was supposed to go something like 6 weeks, which it may still, but it's only been 2 and the prosecution is now done. I understand there's some pushback, right, from some experts who are like, wait a second. Did the prosecution do its job fully here in this case? What's your sense?
Well, look, I've seen some of that. I've also seen people write articles to that effect who've only been in court one day versus the rest of us who've been here through the entirety of this trial.
That's a Tom Winter burn, if I ever heard one.
Fair.
Just so folks are clear on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, let's just get into it. The Vanity Fair article, which says that the prosecutors here took 10 minutes less than the prosecutors in the Elizabeth Holmes trial, and that's why that was some sort of a concern. Well, I should sure hope so, Hallie, because the Elizabeth Holmes trial is a complex white-collar fraud 9-count case versus a 6-count case here, which has 4 specific victims and only a few specific elements of a crime. So I'm not sure what difference an opening statement makes as far as length. And typically I've found that opening statements that last a shorter amount of time are more effective. So at the end of the day, we'll actually see what the jury decides to do here, and that'll determine what's really going on. But as far as the timeline, sometimes that may be that cross-examinations are shorter than anticipated. It might be that prosecutors felt like their witnesses that they brought forward were even better than they thought they were going to be in helping them prove their case. Again, time will tell who could be wrong, who could be right. In the end, it's up to the jury.
Tom Winter, I'm sure we'll see you next week when the defense gets their turn at this. Tom, thank you for all your great reporting at court in Washington here. Former Senator Bob Dole honored during really emotional funeral services today. You had his family, you had a bunch of lawmakers, you had celebrities, even like Tom Hanks, who were paying tribute to the two-time Senate Majority Leader and three-time presidential candidate. This is the scene at the National Cathedral, and later there's a ceremony outside at the World War II Memorial we're about to show you. President Joe Biden remembered the late senator as a hero, while Hanks remembered the great life lessons he says Dole passed on.
Go to the other guy's office so you can decide when the meeting is over. Get up and walk out. Speak straight, even when it gets you in trouble, because it will. But at least everyone will know how you stand and what you stand for. And always plan not just to win, but win big. Yes, you may try and fail, but you will not fail to try.
Bob Dole died Sunday at the age of 98. Coming up here at the show, an emergency landing for one Delta flight after officials say a passenger assaulted a flight attendant and an air marshal on board who tried to stop the whole thing. We'll tell you more about what went down and why ultimately the LA-bound plane had to land in Oklahoma City. Coming up.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
So a Delta flight that was supposed to go from D.C. to L.A. last night ended up in Oklahoma. Why, you ask? How? According to law enforcement, a passenger assaulted a flight attendant during the flight. This is the guy who allegedly did it, 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. Here's some of the video. You're about to see it. It's a big deal because the first alleged major airline assault now is happening since federal prosecutors have made this case, and these kinds of cases, a top priority. So here's what's on video. You can see Pennington here allegedly becoming combative. That's what people said. Then an air marshal stepped in to try to break it up. And then, again, the allegation, Pennington then assaults the air marshal. That's what they say. Police trying to get him off the plane. In a statement, Delta applauded what they called the quick action and professionalism of the crew. Pennington hasn't been charged yet, but he's at a detention center being held on disorderly conduct and public drunkenness. Katie Beck is here with more. So, Katie, what's interesting here, the DOJ just recently came out after we heard of all these sort of unruly passengers on planes and said they would prioritize prosecuting stuff like this. Now the FBI is investigating. What do you think is going to happen here?
I mean, I think we're seeing more and more of these cases, many of them because people are fighting mask mandates on planes still and just simply get combative when they're told to put their mask on. But I think we are seeing numbers increase. And as you stated in the live shot with Ellison, there is sort of a pandemic fatigue. Some of these restrictions have eased at other places for people at the grocery store and other public places. They have not eased on airplanes. It is still a place where there is a zero tolerance policy for not wearing your mask, and people simply do not like it. Now, we don't know if that was exactly the case in this particular incident, but we were told that he left the plane without a mask and that at several points it was not on. So, you know, we'll find out what the facts are, but largely that is what these combative passengers are fighting about.
As you're talking, viewers are seeing on the left side of their screen video of not just this incident, but others too. And you talked about this. Let's put some numbers behind how many there have been, these kinds of incidents. 5,500 unruly passenger reports, as they're called this year. And as you say, most of them, close to 4,000 of them, have been mask related. Like people throw punches. This stuff is real, right? Talk about what airlines are doing here, because, you know, you have to imagine for these flight attendants, it's frustrating for them too.
I think they have no choice, Hallie, but to make an example of the passengers that do this. If they don't, people will not take them seriously. And obviously, landing a plane midway between Washington, D.C. and L.A. is a pretty strong statement for the rest of the passengers on that plane that this is a zero tolerance policy and you do have to comply. Having that agent was a good thing to have in place as well, although both of them in this report were assaulted. They were able to apprehend him and get him handcuffed when authorities did board the plane and remove him. So, I mean, I think their best course of action is going to be to continue to do what they're doing now, which is to say, if you do this, there is a pretty severe consequence.
You talk about these consequences. Some of these passengers can be charged with federal crimes. We've seen others that have been fined lots of money, Katie, like tens of thousands of dollars, right? Many, many times the price of the ticket. Do you get any sense? Are you seeing anything that says there has been a slowdown or that these consequences have been effective so far, especially as we head into like holiday travel season?
You know, the numbers spike during the holidays, and we saw that at Thanksgiving. We'll see it again at Christmas. So I think, you know, by the ratio, you're going to see the number of unruly passengers also spike during those times. It doesn't seem that these numbers are slowing. And as I said, the fatigue with the pandemic is probably fueling a lot of this. People just getting tired of having those long stretches in the airport waiting for the flight, and then on the flight itself having to wear that mask the entire time. You know, like it or not, it is the rule.
Sure is. Katie Beck, thank you so much. Good to see you. Appreciate it. You know the name of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, right? Remember him? He's the guy who leaked a bunch of classified stuff during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Well, a British court is now ruling he could finally, after many years, be extradited to the U.S. Matt Bradley is going to join us live from London with more on why this is such a big deal.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens,
wherever you are. It's here now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Denver Broncos wide receiver Demaryius Thomas was found dead at his home in Roswell, Georgia last night. He was 33 years old and had just announced his retirement from the NFL in June. Police say they still don't know how he died or why. Number 2, the Better.com CEO. Remember him, the guy who fired 900 of his people over a Zoom call? We told you about him last week. Well, the company's board of directors says he's now taken some time off. Earlier this week, the CEO apologized, saying he stands by the layoffs but didn't show workers, quote, the appropriate amount of respect. Number 3, Kanye West's publicist reportedly pressured a 62-year-old Georgia election worker to confess to bogus voter fraud claims. The election worker, Ruby Freeman, says this happened weeks after the 2020 election. By that point, she was already facing death threats. Former President Trump had falsely accused her of manipulating votes. Number 4, TikToker says he wrote code to flood the official website of Kellogg's with fake job applications. Why? Kind of a tongue-in-cheek protest of Kellogg's decision to permanently replace striking workers. Number 5, and just like that, Peloton, trending for all the wrong reasons again. The company's stock dropped after HBO released the first couple episodes of the Sex and the City reboot. We're not going to give away anything here, but we have to give you something not great happens, right? Peloton is kind of involved. A spokesperson for Peloton says the company knew its product would be used in the show, but not in this way. Yikes. Julian Assange, remember him, the guy behind WikiLeaks? He's been wanted for 10 years by the U.S. And today, the government is one step closer to officially charging him. Here's why. A British appeals court overturned a lower court decision that had said he should not be extradited because of concerns over his mental health and potential risk of harming himself if he was going to be in a restrictive prison. Assange's team plans to fight his extradition. And just to remind you why the U.S. wants to bring him back, he's wanted on 18 counts for publishing thousands of classified defense documents on the Iraq and Afghanistan wars back in 2010. So where is Julian Assange now? He's still in prison. He's still in London. But if this extradition happens, he could end up facing 175 years behind bars. Matt Bradley is here with more. So, Matt, let's talk through this, right? Because this extradition, it seems, can happen, according to the court, because the U.S. told the U.K. Assange would not be held in maximum solitary confinement. Assange's lawyers are sort of skeptical. They think he's still at risk. Can the U.S. just go back on its promise or backtrack like that? Or is this like a binding pledge here?
Well, they made guarantees or they made assurances, and that's what the court heard, that they've said that they won't be putting him in a supermax prison, the federal facility in Colorado, probably won't be putting him in solitary confinement, and they might let him go back to Australia and serve the rest of his time. But there is a caveat here, Hallie, just like you're asking. If he does something in prison, I mean, who knows, gets in a prison fight, does whatever that deserves punishment, then they have the right to punish him.
Assange's legal team has confirmed they do want to try to get permission to appeal this all the way up to the Supreme Court. I know, listen, put on your best Pete Williams hat, my friend. Do you think, from your perch there in London, would the court here actually take up that case?
Well, it's not all the way up to the Supreme Court. That's just really one step above. This is one of the highest appellate courts they could have gone to. And basically they can, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They have 2 weeks to file those new papers to go right up to the Supreme Court. The problem is that we've heard from lawyers, is that the Supreme Court normally deals with cases of lofty public import that deal with really big questions of democracy and the Constitution. That's what it's for in the States. That's what it's for here. And while, the Julian Assange controversy has a lot of those issues, freedom of speech, government control, that kind of thing, this case doesn't. This case turns on finer points of diplomacy and extradition, Julian Assange's mental health, things like that. It's not really the kind of thing that the Supreme Court would take up in here. So Assange's lawyers are kind of running out of options.
So what does he do in the meantime then, Matt? He's still in London. He's still in prison there?
He's still at Belmarsh prison. He's still engaged to his fiancée. He has probably another, what a lot of lawyers are saying in the media today, it looks like it could be weeks or months ahead of him before he goes anywhere. And of course, the court, his lawyers are going to be challenging every single step of the way. But it doesn't look like he's going to be headed back to the States anytime soon. But once he does, Hallie, you can bet that there's going to be a trial that will bring up a lot of those weighty issues that we were talking about. Freedom of speech,
100%.
Government control, whether or not the media has the right to take documents from the government and publish them. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much for being with us there live from overseas. Other news now, 55 people, we've learned, have been killed in that horrific truck crash in Mexico. The country's president says most of the victims were Central Americans who risked their lives trying to get into the U.S. We know the tractor trailer they were in flipped over in southern Mexico. It was one of the deadliest days for migrants in more than a decade. The Mexican president is promising a full investigation into the smugglers who were driving it and the accident as well. Coming up on the show, non-citizens now have the right to vote in local elections in New York City. So what kind of ripple effect might that have all across the country? That's next in The Original. Plus, a treasure hunter behind bars says he's still not talking. He's about to spend his 6th year in prison because he's not going to tell where some gold coins are. What? You'll hear about it in The Local.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
President Biden getting ready for his late night debut as president, getting ready to hit up The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon virtually. We've got Steve Kornacki with a very special late night big board coming up on that in just a little bit. But first, NBC covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, an ex-deep sea treasure hunter is marking his 6th year behind bars.
because he won't say where 500 missing gold coins from a shipwreck are. Tommy Thompson discovered the ship back in 1988. He says he's told police everything he knows. He's been held in contempt of court in Ohio since 2015, and he's been fined $1,000 a day since then. From our Northeast Bureau, Penn State University has a new president, and she's making history before even taking office. Neeli Bendapudi is the first woman and first person of color to take on the role. Penn State's Board of Trustees voted unanimously to hire her. She's going to take office July of next year. And out of our New York Bureau, nobody is getting more into the holiday spirit. I have to tell you, if you think your Christmas lights are good, you have some heartbreak on the screen right now, okay? This is from the Gay family in upstate New York. They set a Guinness World Record for this. Look at those lights. The most Christmas lights on a residential property, 687,000 bulbs. Draws in hundreds of visitors, lots of donations. But how cool is this? The money doesn't go to the light bill, it goes to charity, and they're on track to raise something like $500,000 this year. We want to bring you today's original now with some in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on today, voting rights, right? With New York City now letting non-citizens vote in local elections. That's after the city council voted overwhelmingly to give about 900,000 legal residents the right to vote. Non-citizens who, again, legally documented, make up, you see it here, about 11% of people who can vote in the city. Zincle Esamoah reports.
Today, I'm finally being seen. I'm finally being heard. Melissa John is a New York City public school teacher. She's taught her students about voting, but she's never been able to cast a ballot herself until now.
Men and women that look like me, that sound like me, have a chance now at the polls.
Originally from Trinidad and Tobago, John is one of about 800,000 non-citizens who just won the right to vote in New York City, following a bill passed Thursday in a city council vote.
Around 1 million people are impacted by this legislation. Who are they?
The vast majority of them are green card holders, so people on the road to citizenship, or those with valid work authorization that has been granted by the federal government.
So my name is Angel, and I'm a DACA recipient.
That includes DACA recipients and temporary protected status recipients and some others.
Our City, Our Vote allows non-citizens to vote in elections for city-level offices, so long as they've been a New York resident at least 30 days and are qualified to register and vote. NYC non-citizens still cannot vote for president, members of Congress, or in state elections. The bill passed with a veto-proof majority, meaning it would become law even with the mayor's veto. Mayor Bill de Blasio says he's concerned about the legality of the measure.
I think there are still some outstanding legal questions about the city's authority versus the state's in this matter.
The 51-member council passed it with 33 yes, 14 no, and 2 abstaining. Among the no's, Republican lawmakers. New York's GOP chairman Nick Langworthy saying earlier this month,
"It's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. And in fact, it's unconstitutional in the state of New York for that to happen."
Following Thursday's vote, Langworthy stated every legal means necessary will be used to stop the law, which fellow Republican critics say needs to come from the state government. These local debates as voting rights advocates around the country sound the alarm at what they call a surge in restrictive voter ID and voting access laws. In 2020, more states amending legislation to ensure only U.S. citizens can vote. The Big Apple joins the small list of other towns granting non-citizens the ability to vote, including municipalities in Maryland, Vermont, and California. In NYC, they can cast ballots beginning in 2023. For newly minted voters like John, that day can't come soon enough.
How's it gonna feel to vote for the first time?
For the first time ever in my life, surreal. That, it doesn't matter how famous, well-known, how rich, we can all make an impact. I've been a part of history.
Glad to have you. So talk to me about some of the pushback this is getting. You mentioned one of those New York GOP chairmen saying he's going to use every legal means necessary to stop this. So what would be the next move?
Yeah, Langworthy has threatened legal action and other actions, and the language he's used has been very strong. Just this week, he called it bad policy, unconstitutional, and dangerous. So I think in the coming weeks, we're going to have to look out to see if any lawsuits will come.
There's 5 states that ban this kind of voting entirely, right? That ban non-citizen voting altogether. I think we have a map we're going to show. There they are. You now have the biggest city in the country letting non-citizens vote, right? It does feel, though, like this is maybe a little bit drawn along political lines. New York, obviously, a city that is blue. Some of these states leaning red. Where does this put us in the bigger conversation about voting rights, do you think?
Yeah, so voting rights advocates and folks on the ground I spoke with yesterday are hopeful that this change in New York will extend to other cities, right? It's 900,000 people. That's how many people this impacts, and they're hoping that makes a big change. Of course, it's not without tension, and we talk about that in the report. De Blasio saying he has questions about whether this impedes on state government rights, and so we'll have to see if it stays and if it also expands, Hallie.
Zingle Esma, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us with that reporting. So President Biden tonight is going to show up for the first time as president on a late-night talk show. He'll be on Tonight with Jimmy Fallon virtually. And you got to think that maybe the White House, maybe the president and his team are hoping this might help those approval rating numbers we talked about earlier in the show, right? And here's the thing. This isn't like something out of the ordinary. A long list of presidents and candidates have appeared on these kinds of shows, an opportunity to show something a little bit different than what you might see every day at the White House. Watch.
The top 10 changes I'll make in the White House.
Oh, here you go.
Are you ready?
This is right up your alley.
Yeah.
Are you saying you're down with TPP? Yeah, you know me.
Steve Kornacki is joining me now. So, Steve, listen, little trip down memory lane there, right? These are supposed to be fun appearances. Talk to me about the and by the way, we love that the special big board that you've prepared for us on this. Thank you. Talk to me about the benefits and then a little bit of the risks on these shows for the candidates, for the presidents, and frankly for the hosts, as we saw in one of those clips, the now infamous like hair tussling thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, Hallie. I mean, basically the entire history of late-night television, there's been a political presence every now and then. You can go back to Jack Paar when he was hosting the Tonight Show in 1960. He had a candidate for president, Democratic Senator from Massachusetts, John F. Kennedy. He was the first one, I think the first big-name national politician to do one of the late-night shows. But you could see some of the others here. You were playing the clips. 1975, the Tonight Show, Johnny Carson had it at that point. Here was Reagan. I think the interesting thing here in 75, Reagan at this point was actually a former governor. He had just left office as the governor of California, and a future. It was about 6 months after this that Reagan announced his presidential campaign for 1976. He ended up getting elected in 80. But there used to be, I think, a little bit more of a tradition of, you didn't have the elected official on. Maybe you had a candidate. Maybe you had somebody who was out of office. Here was Reagan as a former governor. You played this one, too. Bill Clinton, Arsenio Hall, 1992. The significance of this moment, obviously, Bill Clinton was in third place when he went on Arsenio Hall's show in 1992. George H.W. Bush, the president, was in first. Ross Perot, the independent, was in second. Bill Clinton's numbers were in the absolute gutter. He went on this show. It was this whole moment in the campaign, the spring of 92, where Clinton basically got a second look from the public. He ended up taking the lead in the polls, winning the race. You showed it there. Barack Obama on Jimmy Fallon's show. And we say that evolution. Remember, Reagan, the former governor, the future candidate. Here's Barack Obama, the sitting president, doing late night shows. And that was something you saw not just with Jimmy Fallon. You saw a lot of sort of merger of Barack Obama pop culture during his presidency. So I think of a bit of an evolution there as well that Biden's kind of joining here.
How about the bridge between pop culture and NBC News as it relates to you, right? Because you've been on late night. As our loyal viewers may know, I don't want to embarrass you, but we do. We had to go to the vault. We had to go to the archives and pull some clips of you breaking down the 2018 midterms in Washington politics with Stephen Colbert and Seth Meyers. I just have to play it. Let's watch.
Where are the states where there's the biggest opportunity for Democrats to pick up seats?
Yeah, California is the granddaddy of them all. There are 7 districts in California that Republicans hold right now, but that Donald Trump lost in 2016. That's the biggest single concentration of targets for Democrats.
How is this comparing right now to the Clinton impeachment and the Nixon impeachment?
Yeah, I mean, just if you look at the politics of it, I think there's a stronger comparison to the Clinton impeachment 20 years ago than to the Nixon one.
I have to say, Steve, whether you're sitting on a couch like next to a super famous comedian or whether you're in front of us on the big board, it's very you, right? How do you prep for something? What's it like? Take us behind the scenes going on a late night show.
Yeah, as you could see in those clips, Hallie, I brought my A material that night. I mean, really, brought the house down with
maybe less hilarious than factual and informative, which is also valuable.
It's interesting because we're showing this evolution of politicians and being on late night shows. It's certainly in the Trump era too. I think you've just seen all of culture, all of popular culture. I think there's much more of a political tinge to it now. So I mean, I think the idea, whether it's me or 1,000 other guests for the last 5 years who are sort of in political media, the political world, going on to these shows, it would have been unthinkable for somebody like me to be on a show like The Tonight Show 30, 40 years ago. But I think there's been a kind of a merger of those two worlds. And, the one piece of advice I give to anybody doing it is just, this one's an easy one for me. Don't try to be funny.
Steve, I love to hear you say that because I did Seth Meyers, I think, a couple years ago. The thing that stood out to me, I was so impressed with the dressing rooms and the backstage. It's vast, it's amazing. Like they prep you really well for that. Your advice is well taken, thank you. But let's talk about, we mentioned it right coming into here, the president's poll numbers. They're not great. His approval rating is not where the White House wants to see it, right? Talk to me and turn your political hat back on here. How does he compare to like President Obama or former President Trump at a similar point in their presidencies?
Yeah, so Biden's doing this appearance here, trying to get the poll numbers up. This is what they look like. If you average together all the polls that are out there, Biden's average approval rating is sitting basically at 42%, significantly under 50 right now. That disapproval rating, that's the other thing. It's not just that the approval rating's gone down. The number of people saying they disapprove of his job performance, not even being on the fence, but saying they disapprove, that's now climbed over 50. So at this exact same point, if you just compare him to the past two presidencies, this is how they stack up. Joe Biden, you see the numbers right now. It is a tick better than where Trump was. This would have been the end of 2017 for Donald Trump. His average approval rating was actually under 40 at that point. In fact, if you look at the entire Trump presidency, the lowest point for his approval ratings was the very end of 2017. And then you have Barack Obama before Trump. You can see at the end of his first year, this would have been 2009. Obama was actually still a little bit above water. You could see the trend there was very bad for Obama. He had very bad off-year elections in 2009. Obviously, 2010 was a political disaster for Obama. But Biden coming in here a little bit better than Trump, but weaker than Obama right now as he closes out his first year.
Steve Kornacki, so good with the numbers. If you were going to try to be funny, I still think you'd be good at that too, Steve, because we love you so much. Thank you so much for these special. Go ahead.
I specialize in the unintentional kind of humor, I think.
Okay, very good. I'm taking a trip down memory lane with you. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You might want to think twice before clicking on any more cute cat videos. We're going to talk about how those videos and GIFs of animals we can't all get enough of actually used to spread some of the misinformation online. Why and how, you ask? We'll talk about it after the break.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Who doesn't love a cute cat video, right? Or maybe a little giraffe or a little baby sharky. You might even have one of those little cute videos in your DMs right now. Like a dog doing hilarious things. This golden retriever not having it. Trying to get an apple out of its mouth. So funny. How about this one? The woman saving a baby shark. Oh my gosh, viral video is so cool. Before you know it, you're down a rabbit hole, you're clicking the attached link because obviously you want some more cute content. But guess what? In those cases we just showed you, viral videos attached to misinformation, right? In this case, the one of the baby shark, you're taking to a website called the Epoch Times, which is known for posting misinformation on its site, but maybe you have no idea. You fell into it through a cute cat video, and now you're like in conspiracy theory land, right? Joining us now to explain more about this is Ben Collins, who I also know loves a cute dog doing just darling things. This is like a real sort of engagement bait thing, right? Bring people in and then try to use that as an entry point to misinformation.
Yeah, look, there's nobody who likes a dumb cat doing dumb cat stuff more than me, but it will, in fact, lead you, in some cases, to just wild, inflammatory, over-the-top stuff that isn't true. In fact, with the Epoch Times, which you just saw, that's been their strategy ever since they've been banned from advertising on Facebook. They needed to find a way to regain followers, to keep people moving towards their site, to keep selling newspapers. And the way they did that was through, as you can see, that those dog pics and dog videos right there. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's basically organic, free advertising. They have these large platforms they built largely from advertising to begin with. They got booted from the advertising side, but they can kind of keep it moving by using the base they already have, trying to get as much engagement as they can, getting to the top of people's feeds using that sort of thing, and then getting people to follow. Once they follow, they can send all of those the election was stolen kind of things to their followers from then on.
And so this is the thing, right? Because the insidious thing about it is it's not like the misinformation is so obvious, like, dog takes off on, with wings on his, whatever, right? It's not like weird stuff about the actual animal video. It's a site that you then go to and then you sort of clicking through and maybe you're interested in it and you're thinking, wait a second. And this is what is so problematic for some of these places. You have Facebook that seems to be the platform where some of this happens. Is it because like Facebook skews older, right? Is it people who are less used to like navigating some of this misinformation stuff? What is Facebook saying about it?
Yeah, it's a Facebook thing for a lot of reasons. First of all, Facebook drives you to follow groups and follow people, follow pages. And then those pages end up back in your feed, and you can refresh the feed from there. So it's kind of a Facebook thing to begin with. Maybe it does have to do with demographics as well. But the platform is built to do this. The platform is built to gain trust in specific influencers, and those influencers kind of inform the rest of your feed. And by the way, it informs other groups from then on. Say you're an Epoch Times subscriber because of the dog stuff. But, you're not getting other dog stuff from there. You're getting other election is stolen stuff from there. It informs all of the news choices that you're not even making from that point on. You're just getting different recommendations because you thought you were following a dog page, but you're following a Stop the Steal page, basically.
That's super interesting. The thing about this is this idea of like engagement bait, right, is not necessarily new. I mean, this goes back, and you and I have talked about this for years on, platforms such as NBC News Now and other NBC News platforms on this.
Yeah, it's. Sorry, could you repeat that? I lost your audio there for a second.
I'm so sorry, Ben.
Yeah,
We're just saying this goes back a really long time, right? This goes back years, the idea of this kind of misinformation online. I mean, even if it doesn't relate to cat or dog videos.
Yeah, of course. In fact, the Russians in 2016, they did this exact thing. I'm not saying these are the Russians. It's a totally different thing. But, you know, the Russian troll farm did this. This is a really good example of this. You can see 10GOP, my favorite Russian troll farm account. This was posted by a group of people on Savishkina Street in St. Petersburg. They were pretending to be the Tennessee GOP. They got away with it for years, in part because they posted local Tennessee stories. They were saying things about Tennessee from the heart. They just posted a photo there that they said was from a Trump rally. A lot of people wearing red and gold at that Trump rally, and it's because it wasn't from a Trump rally. It was from the Cleveland Cavaliers victory parade in Cleveland. So you do get found out over time if you're a disinformation campaign worker in this situation. That's what happened for them. But they did the same thing. They relied on, you know, cat videos, dog videos, funny stuff, human interest stories, and they seeped in the political stuff over the course of time.
I'm glad you're on this beat, Ben, and I have to say, you're probably one of the only people I know who could naturally just say the words, my favorite Russian troll farm account. Like, it just, it rolls off your tongue so naturally. Ben Collins, you're the best. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. Thanks to all of you for being with us tonight on this Friday. A whole lot more Hallie Jackson now, here for you Monday. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, the historic price surges with costs rising across the country on so many things we buy every day. Inflation soaring 6.8% in November, the fastest pace in nearly 40 years. Costs skyrocketing for rent, food, gas, cars, clothing, and so much more. President Biden maintaining the crisis has hit its peak. What's causing it and how much longer will it last? Also tonight, the key Supreme Court ruling delivering a partial victory to challengers of Texas's strict abortion law, but leaving the law in place for now. Where the battle goes next. The Omicron variant now in at least half of the U.S. The new CDC report what it found regarding Omicron symptoms and the strict new mask mandate in New York, one of several states facing a potential winter surge. The major winter storm on the move and 35 million under threat of severe weather and potential tornadoes. The Delta flight diverted after an unruly passenger allegedly attacked a flight attendant at an air marshal. The video from inside the airplane. Honoring Bob Dole, President Biden and Tom Hanks among those paying final tributes at services today. From trees to T-shirts inside the fashion industry's role in harming the rainforest and celebrating the singer-songwriter who also starred in a classic NBC sitcom.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. We got one of those government reports today that tells you it's not just you. Things are still getting more expensive. Inflation biting consumers hard, right smack in the middle of the holiday buying season. Consumer prices rose in November compared to a year ago by almost 7%. That's the highest annual inflation jump since June of 1982. Gasoline led the way, up 58%. But virtually everything was up, from cars to food, electricity, and housing. The trend is forcing some pretty tough conversations in many American households about making ends meet. President Biden offering vague reassurances that things will right themselves soon. It's where we start tonight with Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker.
Tonight, Americans already slammed by soaring prices, now getting hit even harder. New numbers showing inflation surging to its fastest pace in nearly 40 years, up 6.8% from a year ago.
I feel like there's never enough money.
Christy Brown, a teacher and single mom, telling us she's struggling to pay higher rent, plus $150 more a month for groceries, buy winter clothes for her kids, and now they need a new car.
What's the toughest part for you about dealing with these increased prices every day?
I think it's telling my kids that they can't do things that they want to do.
Prices rising across the board, including gas prices up 58% over last year, fuel oil up 59%, beef up 21%, and used cars up 31%. All of it during the holidays. Dion King says his family has cut out restaurants and vacations and will celebrate Christmas without gifts this year because they cannot afford them.
The prices has gone up dramatically.
it's just not in our budget to even go out and do anything for the holiday season of this Christmas.
And the spiking prices not only affecting families.
Our tomatoes were up 40% from 2-3 weeks ago. Our red onions were up 35%. And our guacamole, our avocado, was up 35%.
At Louis Hankins' restaurant, El Techo, higher costs and the supply chain crisis forcing him to take items off the menu.
When you look at these increase in prices, what is your biggest fear?
My main concern is the customer coming. With gas prices rising and everything else across the board rising, are they going to make money available in their budget to come and have tacos and margaritas?
Tonight, the Senate's top Republican blasting Democrats for, quote, more borrowing, more printing, more reckless spending, saying inflation is out of control on the Democrats' watch. But with gas prices down 8 cents in the last month, President Biden today touting progress.
It's a real bump in the road. It does affect families. It matters to people. When you're paying more for gas, although in some states we've got the price down below $3 a gallon, but the point is, it's not gone down quickly enough. But I think it will.
And Kristen, the president today also saying he thinks this is the peak of the crisis.
Well, Lester, while that may be the president's view, White House officials acknowledge they cannot predict how long this inflation will last. Though today they said they are going to apply pressure to some industries, including meat packers, to try to lower prices. Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. Another major story we're following tonight, the partial victory for opponents of the Texas law banning most abortions. The Supreme Court saying abortion providers can challenge the law in federal court, but for now leaving it in effect. Here's Pete Williams with more.
It's a modest victory for supporters of abortion rights and a minor setback for Texas, which tried to make SB 8 impossible to challenge. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy and allows anyone to sue abortion providers that violate it. State officials don't enforce it, so who can be sued? The Supreme Court ruled unanimously that challengers of the law cannot sue state court judges since they don't enforce anything. With Chief Justice Roberts and the court's 3 liberals dissenting, it ruled 5-4 that the challengers cannot sue state court clerks or the Texas Attorney General either. But it voted 8-1, with only Clarence Thomas dissenting, that the challengers can sue members of the state medical board, just barely enough to let the lawsuits go ahead. Even so, the court said the state can keep enforcing the law while the legal challenges play out.
I think this is going to go down as one of the most disgraceful decisions in Supreme Court history. It has allowed the state of Texas right now to nullify the Supreme Court's decisions that there's a constitutional right to abortion.
So abortion providers can still challenge the Texas law in federal court, but they cannot sue anyone who actually has the power to stop enforcing it.
I'm not sure that the Supreme Court's decision today provides them with the relief that they're seeking because it doesn't provide them with an avenue to have this law stopped on the ground.
Today's ruling was about the structure of the Texas law, not about abortion rights. A ruling about that in a separate case from Mississippi probably won't come for several more months. Lester?
All right, Pete, thank you. Now to the COVID crisis. The CDC saying today the Omicron variant has been found in at least 25 states and that the first cases were mostly mild and overwhelmingly among the vaccinated. Also, New York imposing a new statewide mask mandate as fears grow of a winter surge. Miguel Almaguer has more.
As a new wave of COVID infections cascades across the country, the U.S. is now barreling toward unprecedented benchmarks. In the coming days, our nation will top 50 million cases, and as hospitalizations soar a staggering 40%, the grimmest milestone, 800,000 American deaths, is now near.
COVID pneumonia. COVID pneumonia. Are they prone? They are prone.
Tonight, one of the greatest threats is in New Hampshire. The state with one of the lowest vaccination rates in the region now has the highest number of cases per capita.
Our emergency rooms often have 50 to 60 people waiting. We often have upwards of 20 people waiting for admission in the emergency room.
As the National Guard deploys to Maine, today New York's governor re-implementing an indoor mask mandate with exceptions.
We're entering a time of uncertainty where our cases could escalate beyond control.
All of this comes as our nation battles Delta and learns more about Omicron. Today, the CDC releasing new details about the 43 cases in 25 states. Most of those with confirmed infections are young. Nearly 80% were fully vaccinated, some with boosters. And with no deaths, among the most promising sign, symptoms were commonly reported as cough, fatigue, congestion, or a runny nose.
Do what we know works against this virus. Vaccines work, boosting works, testing works, masking works, physical distancing works, washing our hands work, and proper ventilation works.
Tonight, new insight into Omicron as Delta still devastates pockets of the nation. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A horrific accident has killed dozens of migrants packed inside a semi-truck in Mexico, part of the ongoing flood of people making the dangerous journey to cross the U.S. border. We get more from Guad Venegas.
A chaotic and deadly scene in the Mexican state of Chiapas. At least 55 people killed and over 100 injured when the truck they were crammed into crashed on its side. Survivors say it happened on a sharp curve. Today, Mexican officials say victims are migrants from several Latin American countries. Mexico's president asking the U.S. to offer more legal opportunities for migrants. This as thousands risk their life traveling to the U.S. border, overwhelming Border Patrol agents. In Yuma, Arizona, the mayor now declaring a local emergency with thousands of migrants streaming into the city.
It became a situation that wasn't containable.
This week, under court order, the Biden administration restarting the Remain in Mexico policy, which mandates asylum seekers wait in Mexico. Mexican officials tell us that move mistakenly led many asylum-seeking migrants to think it benefits them.
For some people, it sort of sends a message that the U.S. is going to receive people.
And tonight, federal and state authorities are searching for the driver of the truck who fled the scene. Lester?
Guad Venegas at the border tonight. Thank you. This evening, a pair of federal air marshals are being credited with stopping the latest in a series of dangerous in-flight incidents after breaking their cover and intervening on board a Delta flight. We get more now from Tom Costello.
It happened on board Delta Flight 342, D.C. to LAX. The FBI says 2 air marshals broke their cover to detain an unruly passenger after he allegedly assaulted a flight attendant, then one of the air marshals who handcuffed him. Stop resisting. The plane diverted to Oklahoma City, where police arrested 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. After a year of unruly, even dangerous behavior on board planes, the FAA says bad behavior is declining, but they had 5,500 reports so far this year alone. The Attorney General recently ordered federal prosecutors to prioritize crimes that occur on board planes. And air marshals are teaching flight attendants self-defense tactics. But when they're undercover and witness bad behavior, they face a difficult choice. Air marshals who train in mock-ups like this must decide whether that disturbance might really be meant to distract them from a hijacking attempt. TSA Chief Admiral David Pekoski. When should an air marshal get involved and intervene to stop this kind of activity?
We have protocols for air marshals breaking cover and intervening in a situation like this, and these are well exercised protocols between the cabin crew, the flight attendants, and the air marshals.
Interfering with a flight crew can bring up to 20 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000. Over Oklahoma, a pair of air marshals decided they had to intervene. Tom Costello, NBC News, Chicago.
In just 60 seconds, tracking that massive winter storm where it is headed tonight, and our eye-opening report on the cost of the clothes we wear on one of nature's wonders.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? A major winter storm is on the move tonight across much of the country. Winter weather alerts are up across 17 states, stretching for nearly 1,500 miles. Up to a foot of snow expected in the upper Midwest and to the south. 35 million under the risk tonight of severe weather with the potential for tornadoes. Now to our series, Rescuing the Rainforest. Tonight, in partnership with the Pulitzer Center's Rainforest Investigations Network, we look into a fabric you've probably never heard of, but is in many of the clothes we wear. It's often billed as eco-friendly, but critics say it's putting the environment at risk. Stephanie Gosk investigates.
It's sleek, silky, and most importantly, cheap. Viscose rayon, one of the fastest growing fabrics in fashion in t-shirts, sportswear, and dresses. Marketed as eco-friendly because it comes from renewable trees. But environmental geographer Ruth DeFries explains that to make way for the tree farms that provide much of the world's viscose, vast stretches of rainforest were cut down.
If you fly over, say, Southeast Asia, you will see these vast plantations that have one single tree species in them. And that's a very, very different from a diverse rainforest, which has millions of species and habitat for lots and lots of different kinds of plants and animals.
These images show how the Indonesian rainforest was decimated, especially in the early 2000s, to help produce palm oil, paper, and viscose.
RGE is an $18 billion group of companies focused
One of the
on
biggest
improving
players in the viscose business is Royal Golden Eagle, RGE, a global industrial group. They've supplied viscose to a host of companies, including Adidas, Abercrombie & Fitch, and Esprit, according to an NBC News review of corporate disclosures. None of those retailers commented for our story.
The renewable plantations that underpin its core fiber businesses.
Back in 2015, RGE pledged to halt deforestation and has made significant progress. But according to experts in Norway and Indonesia who track deforestation, these satellite images show some clearing of the rainforest may have continued. Edward Boyda is a physicist and co-founder of the environmental research NGO Earthrise. He analyzed images for an area totaling 4,200 square miles, controlled by companies that supply wood for RGE's viscose. He estimates at least 30 square miles of rainforest have been cleared since late 2015.
We can get imagery from 2015 where we can see healthy rainforest. We look again, say 2016 or 17, some later year, and we see signs that that forest has been destroyed. Looking later still, we can see the plantations for the pulpwood being put in place. And you've gone from one of the most bio-rich places in the world to what's essentially like a biological desert.
RGE company April said in a statement to NBC News the vast majority of the land identified by Boyda had no deforestation, but rather normal legal plantation harvesting and replanting and small-scale community agriculture. The company acknowledged a small amount of deforestation on land that it said had been encroached or damaged by third parties. Johnny Spedica lives next to a large viscose plantation that supplies RGE and says there have been fires and flooding ever since the surrounding rainforest was destroyed in the years leading up to 2015. It used to be easy to hunt pigs for food, he told us. Not anymore. Back in the U.S., concerns about the environment have driven some fashion brands to find alternatives to viscose.
Mara Hoffman's made the decision to move away from viscose.
Yeah. Dana Davis is vice president of sustainability for the designer Mara Hoffman.
This is made from 100% recycled cotton.
Oh, wow. So this was something else before it became these pants.
Exactly.
The reality is for most shoppers, there's such an enormous disconnect from grabbing something off the rack to the rainforests in Indonesia.
Yeah, I think that's with most things that people do, right? They don't stop to really think through where that might come from.
Where it comes from, the impact on the rainforest and the people who live there. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
All right, we're back in a moment with the moving tributes to Bob Dole, how he was remembered today.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast. This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. An emotional tribute today for Bob Dole. President Biden and both parties coming together for the funeral of the longtime senator and former GOP presidential nominee. And moving words from Tom Hanks and our own Savannah Guthrie. Here's Andrea Mitchell.
At Washington's National Cathedral, a celebration to honor the long life of Robert J. Dole.
God, what courage Bob Dole had.
Grievously wounded in battle, but resilient. A political warrior who believed in compromise. Mentor to a freshman Democrat named Joe Biden.
We disagreed, but we were never disagreeable with one another. I found Bob to be a man of principle, pragmatism, and enormous integrity.
His wife of nearly 46 years, former senator and cabinet member Elizabeth Dole, a storied love affair for the ages, and daughter from a previous marriage, Robin.
I love you, Dad, and I promise you will never walk alone.
His casket then driven to the World War II memorial he helped create. A memorial to peace, he said, and to the 500,000 soldiers unlike him who did not return.
He was never able again to button a shirt or sign his name as he had. He saluted, and he made your acquaintance with his left hand.
Family friend Savannah Guthrie.
He stood for principle. He stood for dignity. And even when he couldn't stand any longer, at the casket of an old friend who could forget, still he stood, out of respect and out of honor.
TAPS is now sounding for this soldier of America. But we know, as long as we see each other not as enemies, but as neighbors and colleagues, then TAPS will never sound for Bob Dole.
Tonight, an American patriot flying home to Kansas. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
And the music world is remembering Monkees singer-songwriter Michael Nesmith, whose death was announced by his manager today. The band exploded in popularity in the 1960s, starring in the Monkees hit comedy series on NBC from 1966 to 68. The band was known for hits like Daydream Believer and Last Train to Clarksville. Nesmith was 78. When we come back, why city officials in California tried to pull the plug on one fan's light show tribute to a holiday classic. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Finally, the holiday lights display inspired by a classic Christmas movie and how the fight that erupted over it ended up bringing a town together. Here's Kevin Tibbles.
When the happiest holidays hit La Mirada, California, out come all things Griswold.
My reaction was, oh my God, this is awesome. He did a fabulous job.
Lights, cameras, lots of action as folks celebrate one neighbor's love for National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, from the cop car to the motorhome.
I'm actually probably one of the biggest collectors on the planet of this movie, so I have a lot of memorabilia.
But this year's display was almost unplugged by the city, as Norton, seeking to recreate the Griswold house, built this false second floor without a permit.
I mean, it's a Christmas display. It's a facade. It's not real.
Visitors started leaving donations to help battle the supposed Scrooge of Christmas present.
They should definitely make an exception.
A happy ending, though. The spirit of Christmas prevailed when the two sides reached an agreement, and his $100,000 display can light up the holidays till January 1st.
And we're going to have the happiest Christmas.
Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
Honoring a classic. That's Nightly News for this Friday. Thanks for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the historic price surges with costs rising across the country on so many things we buy every day. Inflation soaring 6.8% in November, the fastest pace in nearly 40 years. Costs skyrocketing for rent, food, gas, cars, clothing, and so much more. President Biden maintaining the crisis has hit its peak. What's causing it and how much longer will it last? Also tonight, the key Supreme Court ruling delivering a partial victory to challengers of Texas's strict abortion law, but leaving the law in place for now. Where the battle goes next. The Omicron variant now in at least half of the U.S. The new CDC report what it found regarding Omicron symptoms and the strict new mask mandate in New York, one of several states facing a potential winter surge. The major winter storm on the move and 35 million under threat of severe weather and potential tornadoes. The Delta flight diverted after an unruly passenger allegedly attacked a flight attendant at an air marshal. The video from inside the airplane. Honoring Bob Dole, President Biden, and Tom Hanks among those paying final tributes at services today. From trees to T-shirts inside the fashion industry's role in harming the rainforest and celebrating the singer-songwriter who also starred in a classic NBC sitcom.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. We got one of those government reports today that tells you it's not just you. Things are still getting more expensive. Inflation biting consumers hard, right smack in the middle of the holiday buying season. Consumer prices rose in November compared to a year ago by almost 7%. That's the highest annual inflation jump since June of 1982. Gasoline led the way, up 58%. But virtually everything was up, from cars to food, electricity, and housing. The trend is forcing some pretty tough conversations in many American households about making ends meet. President Biden offering vague reassurances that things will right themselves soon. It's where we start tonight with Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker.
Tonight, Americans already slammed by soaring prices, now getting hit even harder. New numbers showing inflation surging to its fastest pace in nearly 40 years, up 6.8% from a year ago.
I feel like there's never enough money.
Christy Brown, a teacher and single mom, telling us she's struggling to pay higher rent, plus $150 more a month for groceries, buy winter clothes for her kids, and now they need a new car.
What's the toughest part for you about dealing with these increased prices every day?
I think it's telling my kids that they can't do things that they want to do.
Prices rising across the board, including gas prices up 58% over last year, fuel oil up 59%, beef up 21%, and used cars up 31%. All of it during the holidays. Dion King says his family has cut out restaurants and vacations and will celebrate Christmas without gifts this year because they cannot afford them.
The prices has gone up dramatically. It's just not in our budget to even go out and do anything for the holiday season of this Christmas.
And the spiking prices not only affecting families.
Our tomatoes were up 40% from 2-3 weeks ago. Our red onions were up 35%. And our guacamole, our avocado, was up 35%.
At Louis Hankins' restaurant, El Techo, higher costs and the supply chain crisis forcing him to take items off the menu.
When you look at these increase in prices, what is your biggest fear?
My main concern is the customer coming. With gas prices rising and everything else across the board rising, are they going to make money available in their budget to come and have tacos and margaritas?
Tonight, the Senate's top Republican blasting Democrats for, quote, more borrowing, more printing, more reckless spending, saying inflation is out of control on the Democrats' watch. But with gas prices down 8 cents in the last month, President Biden today touting progress.
It's a real bump in the road. It does affect families. It matters to people. When you're paying more for gas, although in some states we've got the price down below $3 a gallon, but the point is, it's not gone down quickly enough. But I think it will.
And Kristen, the president today also saying he thinks this is the peak of the crisis.
Well, Lester, while that may be the president's view, White House officials acknowledge they cannot predict how long this inflation will last. Though today they said they are going to apply pressure to some industries, including meat packers, to try to lower prices. Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. Another major story we're following tonight, the partial victory for opponents of the Texas law banning most abortions. The Supreme Court saying abortion providers can challenge the law in federal court, but for now leaving it in effect. Here's Pete Williams with more.
It's a modest victory for supporters of abortion rights and a minor setback for Texas, which tried to make SB 8 impossible to challenge. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy and allows anyone to sue abortion providers that violate it. State officials don't enforce it, so who can be sued? The Supreme Court ruled unanimously that challengers of the law cannot sue state court judges since they don't enforce anything. With Chief Justice Roberts and the court's 3 liberals dissenting, it ruled 5-4 that the challengers cannot sue state court clerks or the Texas Attorney General either. But it voted 8-1, with only Clarence Thomas dissenting, that the challengers can sue members of the state medical board, just barely enough to let the lawsuits go ahead. Even so, the court said the state can keep enforcing the law while the legal challenges play out.
I think this is going to go down as one of the most disgraceful decisions in Supreme Court history. It has allowed the state of Texas right now to nullify the Supreme Court's decisions that there's a constitutional right to abortion.
So abortion providers can still challenge the Texas law in federal court, but they cannot sue anyone who actually has the power to stop enforcing it.
I'm not sure that the Supreme Court's decision today provides them with the relief that they're seeking because it doesn't provide them with an avenue to have this law stopped on the ground.
Today's ruling was about the structure of the Texas law, not about abortion rights. A ruling about that in a separate case from Mississippi probably won't come for several more months. Lester?
All right, Pete, thank you. Now to the COVID crisis. The CDC saying today the Omicron variant has been found in at least 25 states and that the first cases were mostly mild and overwhelmingly among the vaccinated. Also, New York imposing a new statewide mask mandate as fears grow of a winter surge. Miguel Almaguer has more.
As a new wave of COVID infections cascades across the country, the U.S. is now barreling toward unprecedented benchmarks. In the coming days, our nation will top 50 million cases, and as hospitalizations soar a staggering 40%, the grimmest milestone, 800,000 American deaths, is now near.
COVID pneumonia. COVID pneumonia. Are they prone? They are prone.
Tonight, one of the greatest threats is in New Hampshire. The state with one of the lowest vaccination rates in the region now has the highest number of cases per capita.
Our emergency rooms often have 50 to 60 people waiting. We often have upwards of 20 people waiting for admission in the emergency room.
As the National Guard deploys to Maine, today New York's governor re-implementing an indoor mask mandate with exceptions.
We're entering a time of uncertainty where our cases could escalate beyond control.
All of this comes as our nation battles Delta and learns more about Omicron. Today, the CDC releasing new details about the 43 cases in 25 states. Most of those with confirmed infections are young. Nearly 80% were fully vaccinated, some with boosters. And with no deaths, among the most promising sign, symptoms were commonly reported as cough, fatigue, congestion, or a runny nose.
Do what we know works against this virus. Vaccines work, boosting works, testing works, masking works, physical distancing works, washing our hands work, and proper ventilation works.
Tonight, new insight into Omicron as Delta still devastates pockets of the nation. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A horrific accident has killed dozens of migrants packed inside a semi-truck in Mexico, part of the ongoing flood of people making the dangerous journey to cross the U.S. border. We get more from Guad Venegas.
A chaotic and deadly scene in the Mexican state of Chiapas. At least 55 people killed and over 100 injured when the truck they were crammed into crashed on its side. Survivors say it happened on a sharp curve. Today, Mexican officials say victims are migrants from several Latin American countries. Mexico's president asking the U.S. to offer more legal opportunities for migrants. This as thousands risk their life traveling to the U.S. border, overwhelming Border Patrol agents. In Yuma, Arizona, the mayor now declaring a local emergency with thousands of migrants streaming into the city.
It became a situation that wasn't containable.
This week, under court order, the Biden administration restarting the Remain in Mexico policy, which mandates asylum seekers wait in Mexico. Mexican officials tell us that move mistakenly led many asylum-seeking migrants to think it benefits them.
For some people, it sort of sends a message that the U.S. is going to receive people.
And tonight, federal and state authorities are searching for the driver of the truck who fled the scene. Lester?
Guad Venegas at the border tonight. Thank you. This evening, a pair of federal air marshals are being credited with stopping the latest in a series of dangerous in-flight incidents after breaking their cover and intervening on board a Delta flight. We get more now from Tom Costello.
It happened on board Delta Flight 342, D.C. to LAX. The FBI says 2 air marshals broke their cover to detain an unruly passenger after he allegedly assaulted a flight attendant, then one of the air marshals who handcuffed him.
Stop resisting.
The plane diverted to Oklahoma City, where police arrested 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. After a year of unruly, even dangerous behavior on board planes, the FAA says bad behavior is declining, but they had 5,500 reports so far this year alone. The Attorney General recently ordered federal prosecutors to prioritize crimes that occur on board planes. And air marshals are teaching flight attendants self-defense tactics. But when they're undercover and witness bad behavior, they face a difficult choice. Air marshals who train in mock-ups like this must decide whether that disturbance might really be meant to distract them from a hijacking attempt. TSA Chief Admiral David Pekoski. When should an air marshal get involved and intervene to stop this kind of activity?
We have protocols for air marshals breaking cover and intervening in a situation like this, and these are well exercised protocols between the cabin crew, the flight attendants, and the air marshals.
Interfering with a flight crew can bring up to 20 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000. Over Oklahoma, a pair of air marshals decided they had to intervene. Tom Costello, NBC News, Chicago.
In just 60 seconds, tracking that massive winter storm where it is headed tonight, and our eye-opening report on the cost of the clothes we wear on one of nature's wonders.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A major winter storm is on the move tonight across much of the country. Winter weather alerts are up across 17 states, stretching for nearly 1,500 miles. Up to a foot of snow expected in the upper Midwest and to the south. 35 million under the risk tonight of severe weather with the potential for tornadoes. Now to our series, Rescuing the Rainforest. Tonight, in partnership with the Pulitzer Center's Rainforest Investigations Network, we look into a fabric you've probably never heard of, but is in many of the clothes we wear. It's often billed as eco-friendly, but critics say it's putting the environment at risk. Stephanie Gosk investigates.
It's sleek, silky, and most importantly, cheap. Viscose rayon, one of the fastest growing fabrics in fashion in t-shirts, sportswear, and dresses. Marketed as eco-friendly because it comes from renewable trees. But environmental geographer Ruth DeFries explains that to make way for the tree farms that provide much of the world's viscose, vast stretches of rainforest were cut down.
If you fly over, say, Southeast Asia, you will see these vast plantations that have one single tree species in them. And that's a very, very different from a diverse rainforest, which has millions of species and habitat for lots and lots of different kinds of plants and animals.
These images show how the Indonesian rainforest was decimated, especially in the early 2000s, to help produce palm oil, paper, and viscose.
RGE is an $18 billion group of companies focused
One of the
on
biggest players in the viscose business is Royal Golden Eagle, RGE, a global industrial group. They've supplied viscose to a host of companies, including Adidas, Abercrombie & Fitch, and Esprit, according to an NBC News review of corporate disclosures. None of those retailers commented for our story.
The renewable plantations that underpin its core fiber businesses.
Back in 2015, RGE pledged to halt deforestation and has made significant progress. But according to experts in Norway and Indonesia who track deforestation, these satellite images show some clearing of the rainforest may have continued. Edward Boyda is a physicist and co-founder of the environmental research NGO Earthrise. He analyzed images for an area totaling 4,200 square miles, controlled by companies that supply wood for RGE's viscose. He estimates at least 30 square miles of rainforest have been cleared since late 2015.
We can get imagery from 2015 where we can see healthy rainforest. We look again, say 2016 or 17, some later year, and we see signs that that forest has been destroyed. Looking later still, we can see the plantations for the pulpwood being put in place. And you've gone from one of the most bio-rich places in the world to what's essentially like a biological desert.
RGE company April said in a statement to NBC News the vast majority of the land identified by Boyda had no deforestation, but rather normal legal plantation harvesting and replanting and small-scale community agriculture. The company acknowledged a small amount of deforestation on land that it said had been encroached or damaged by third parties. Johnny Spedica lives next to a large viscose plantation that supplies RGE and says there have been fires and flooding ever since the surrounding rainforest was destroyed in the years leading up to 2015. It used to be easy to hunt pigs for food, he told us. Not anymore. Back in the U.S., concerns about the environment have driven some fashion brands to find alternatives to viscose.
Mara Hoffman's made the decision to move away from viscose.
Yeah. Dana Davis is vice president of sustainability for the designer Mara Hoffman.
This is made from 100% recycled cotton.
Oh, wow. So
right?
This was something else before it became these pants.
Exactly.
The reality is, for most shoppers, there's such an enormous disconnect from grabbing something off the rack to the rainforests in Indonesia.
Yeah, I think that's with most things that people do, right? They don't stop to really think through where that might come from.
Where it comes from, the impact on the rainforest and the people who live there. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
All right, we're back in a moment with the moving tributes to Bob Dole, how he was remembered today.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer.
Now the holidays can begin!
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody! Happy holidays from today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer.
Now the holidays can begin!
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody! Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? An emotional tribute today for Bob Dole. President Biden and both parties coming together for the funeral of the longtime senator and former GOP presidential nominee. And moving words from Tom Hanks and our own Savannah Guthrie. Here's Andrea Mitchell.
At Washington's National Cathedral, a celebration to honor the long life of Robert J. Dole.
God, what courage Bob Dole had.
Grievously wounded in battle, but resilient. A political warrior who believed in compromise. Mentor to a freshman Democrat named Joe Biden.
We disagreed, but we were never disagreeable with one another. I found Bob to be a man of principle, pragmatism, and enormous integrity.
His wife of nearly 46 years, former senator and cabinet member Elizabeth Dole, a storied love affair for the ages, and daughter from a previous marriage, Robin.
I love you, Dad, and I promise you will never walk alone.
His casket then driven to the World War II memorial he helped create. A memorial to peace, he said, and to the 500,000 soldiers unlike him who did not return.
He was never able again to button a shirt or sign his name as he had. He saluted and he made your acquaintance with his left hand.
Family friend Savannah Guthrie.
He stood for principle. He stood for dignity. And even when he couldn't stand any longer, at the casket of an old friend who could forget, still he stood, out of respect and out of honor.
TAPS is now sounding for the soldier of America. But we know, as long as we see each other not as enemies, but as neighbors and colleagues, then TAPS will never sound for Bob Dole.
Tonight, an American patriot flying home to Kansas. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
And the music world is remembering Monkees singer-songwriter Michael Nesmith, whose death was announced by his manager today. The band exploded in popularity in the 1960s, starring in the Monkees hit comedy series on NBC from 1966 to 68. The band was known for hits like Daydream Believer and Last Train to Clarksville. Nesmith was 78. When we come back, why city officials in California tried to pull the plug on one fan's light show tribute to a holiday classic.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News news is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you. Finally, the holiday lights display inspired by a classic Christmas movie and how the fight that erupted over it ended up bringing a town together. Here's Kevin Tibbles.
When the happiest holidays hit La Mirada, California, out come all things Griswold.
My reaction was, oh my God, this is awesome. He did a fabulous job.
Lights, cameras, lots of action as folks celebrate one neighbor's love for National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, from the cop car to the motorhome.
I'm actually probably one of the biggest collectors on the planet of this movie, so I have a lot of memorabilia.
But this year's display was almost unplugged by the city, as Norton, seeking to recreate the Griswold house, built this false second floor without a permit.
I mean, it's a Christmas display. It's a facade. It's not real.
Visitors started leaving donations to help battle the supposed Scrooge of Christmas present.
They should definitely make an exception.
A happy ending, though. The spirit of Christmas prevailed when the two sides reached an agreement, and his $100,000 display can light up the holidays till January 1st.
And we're going to have the happiest Christmas.
Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
Honoring a classic. That's Nightly News for this Friday. Thanks for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It is so good to be with you on this busy Friday, December 10th. Here is some of what we're talking about tonight. The Supreme Court issues a new ruling on the Texas abortion law. On first glance, it may seem like a win for abortion rights advocates. The reality is a little more complicated. You will hear from two organizations in Texas on opposite sides of this fight, and we will share some of your stories about abortion. Nearly 1 million New Yorkers could soon be able to vote for the first time, at least in New York City. We'll explain how. Also, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was signed on this day in 1948. You'll see how parts of the world marked the occasion and demanded more change. Plus, black farmers are a shrinking population. We'll explain what's happened and meet a girl who could help shape the future of farming. Let us begin with a Supreme Court ruling on Texas's controversial abortion law. That law bans most abortions after 6 weeks gestation. Today, justices decided to let it remain in effect for now, but there are two key details here. First, the court is also letting Texas abortion providers sue the state in federal court. And second, the providers may only sue state medical licensing officials, no one else. Now, the case we're talking about is Whole Women's Health versus Jackson. Justice Clarence Thomas was the only dissenter. Meanwhile, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote that this small victory may risk the court losing its authority. Quote, The clear purpose and actual effect of SB 8, that's the name of the Texas law, Senate Bill 8, has been to nullify this court's rulings. It is, however, a basic principle that the Constitution is the fundamental and paramount law of the nation, unquote. Meanwhile, in a separate decision today, the court denied a Justice Department request to block the Texas law outright. These rulings come one day after a state district judge found that this abortion law violates the Texas Constitution. In a moment, you'll hear from two women on opposite sides of this fight. But let's start with NBC News legal analyst Barbara McQuade, a law professor at the University of Michigan. She also served as a U.S. attorney in Michigan under President Obama. Professor, I wonder what you make of not only the ruling, but the Chief Justice's comments. It sounded like he was kind of calling out the state of Texas for trying to undermine a Supreme Court precedent.
It is the case, I think, Joshua, I agree with it. And what's so nefarious about it is a number of justices went along with that plan. And so, as you say, you know, today's ruling at its narrowest is a victory for those who want to challenge this law. It says their lawsuit may proceed, though only against this very narrow class of defendants. And so they will see another day in court in Texas. There's also a hint dropped by Justice Roberts and Justice Sotomayor that the district judge, the trial level judge there, ought to do something immediately to stop the chilling effect of this law, which is to enjoin it from being enforced further while the case plays out. We'll see if he takes the hint and does that right away. But the bigger context here is this willingness to entertain a lawsuit that tries to evade judicial review. And that is what the state of Texas did here. And that is what I think Chief Justice Roberts is calling out. I think what he says is, regardless of what we think about a law, we really need to think about the way this is attacking the legal process and the rule of law in this country.
So I just want to be clear about what you're saying. He's not saying that the lawsuit will prevail or fail. What he's questioning is the way that this is being done, just the principle of the thing underlying all of this.
Yes, you know, the problem with this statute from the outset is that it tried to avoid judicial review. You know, back since the dawn of the Supreme Court, the case of Marbury versus Madison, it says it is the job of the courts to say what the law is, to interpret the law. And this statute, by making private parties who could be the people who would bring suit in these cases against abortion performers, they tried to take it out of state action altogether in an effort to evade that sort of judicial review, to make sure that they didn't have anybody withstanding. And so even back, remember in September, when it was Chief Justice Roberts who joined the dissenters in saying we ought to stay this thing right now, because in the meantime, while we wait for this case to work its way through the courts, there is a chilling effect. Every woman in Texas is having her right to an abortion, which until Roe versus Wade is overturned, is her constitutional right, violated every day that goes by while this case works its way through the system. He wrote that back then, and he continues with that position.
You used a legal term that I think is very simple but very important here, this idea of standing and how it factors into Texas's law. I think it also should be brought up relevant to the state judge who ruled that the citizen enforcement mechanism, whereby a private Texas citizen can sue an abortion clinic for providing abortion services, that is unconstitutional. Talk about what standing is and how it factors into this.
So the law requires that there be real, genuine cases or controversies before courts are willing to decide them. Just because a bystander, you know, I don't like some law, I don't have the ability to file a lawsuit to challenge that thing unless I have suffered some harm. It is also the case that I can only sue the defendants who are inflicting that harm. And so the reason there is that those are the parties who have a dog in the fight and who will fight with all they've got. And we want good decisions based on people who have a real stake in the outcome. And that's this idea of standing, that you have to sue the right person, and the right person has to be the one who files the lawsuit. And so by creating these obstacles, those who are the authors of this SB 8 have worked really craftily to try to make it difficult for anybody to challenge the thing. They've tried to insulate it so that there isn't anybody who has standing. So as they said in the state court case, there is the ability to file a lawsuit there, but it has to be done on a one-by-one basis. So if you've got an individual whose right has been violated and you can identify the person who's done that, you can file that lawsuit. But there's no way to completely dismantle the whole statute, which is really what we should be looking at here. But because of this crafty method of drafting it, they're dodging that. That really just can't be and shouldn't be the law.
Can you just clarify for us also the process between these two court proceedings, the federal proceeding and the state proceeding? How do those two overlap, if at all?
Well, they'll proceed in parallel, but they are different. The state case is attacking the state of Texas's Constitution, whereas the federal case is attacking the federal Constitution. And so those could come to different results, and they'll play along in parallel. One of the really interesting developments of today, Joshua, was that the court allowed to just sort of dismiss as improvidently granted the petition that was filed by the United States, by the Department of Justice, which alleged that it had suffered a very different harm from these plaintiffs. What they had said is, individuals who suffer a right have a certain claim, but the United States is also suffering harm here because we administer abortions in a number of federal agencies in the state of Texas, the Department of Defense, the Bureau of Prisons. We have Medicare programs that pay benefits to cover some of these procedures. We're suffering a harm every day this law is on the books. So what the court said is that because they were going to grant relief to the individual plaintiffs, they didn't need to look at the case belonging to the United States at this time. Now, I still maintain that every day that goes by, those rights continue to be violated as well, unless and until the trial court enters a stay, which I'm hopeful he'll do quickly. But the case isn't over. We will see more back in the courts, both with the United States and the individual plaintiffs in this case. But of course, the thing that's really looming large out there is the other abortion case before the Supreme Court, the Dobbs case, which could be the vehicle for overturning Roe versus Wade.
I definitely would like to have you back to talk about that case, but one more thing about the Texas case before I forget to ask. We talked about standing in this case, who has the legal right to actually sue. We also talked about injury, real injury, and who you would go after if you say that a law is harming you unduly. Can you talk about that aspect of it before we go, in terms of the plaintiffs, the abortion providers, being able to sue this medical board in the state of Texas that licenses doctors? I think the idea is that if you sue that board, you can prevent them from basically taking away doctors' licenses for performing abortion services. Do I have that right?
Yes, and the reason that this case is so challenging is because of the kind of immunity that is allowed for state actors. So, for example, one of the defendants was the Attorney General of the state of Texas, who might be inclined to enforce this law. And what the court said is he enjoys immunity, and so he can't be sued. But these licensors were one class of defendants that could be sued in this case. And so by preserving just one out there, they were able to salvage a challenge to this case. And so it required the plaintiffs here to really kind of sue everybody they could think of in hopes that they could find somebody who would withstand this challenge. And they did, and so the case will now proceed against those licensors, just as you described.
NBC News legal analyst and Michigan law professor Barbara McQuade. Professor, it's always good talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joshua.
Coming up, this conversation continues with two people deeply involved in this fight for and against abortion access in Texas. We will get past the rhetoric, hear their stories, and see if we might find some common ground. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Talking about the Supreme Court's decision today letting a Texas abortion law remain in place for now. The ruling puts everyone in this fight in a unique holding pattern while abortion providers challenge the law. Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed that law back in May. He said the new measures would protect unborn children from, quote, the ravages of abortion. Last week, those restrictions got even tighter with another law in Texas. Abortion-inducing medications can no longer be prescribed to patients beyond 7 weeks gestation. The FDA says that these medications are safe up to 10 weeks. This new state law went into effect as the number of medication abortions continues to rise across America. The CDC reported a small increase in the number of overall abortions from 2018 to 2019. That's the latest data they have. But zoom out, and you'll see abortions in America are decreasing. The Guttmacher Institute has worked to contact every abortion provider and keep an accurate count. And behind every one of those statistics is a story. Women, couples, families who make difficult personal decisions every day. Nearly 1 in 4 women in America, according to the Guttmacher Institute, will have an abortion by the age of 45. Let that sink in for a moment. Nearly 1 in 4, perhaps including you or someone you love. Today, we asked for your stories of making that deeply personal decision and your reflections on it today. We will share a few of your responses in just a moment. But joining us now is Amy Hagstrom Miller. She's the founder and CEO of Whole Women's Health. It's an independent abortion services provider with clinics in 5 states, including Texas. Ms. Miller, welcome to the program. We're glad you're here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Could I begin with just your reactions to the ruling from the Supreme Court today?
You know, I think on paper it's considered a win because the court is allowing us to continue with the challenge. But really on the ground, it's a big loss. We need to block this law from being enforced because it's harming Texans, it's harming families and communities. We are having to deny upwards of 80% of the people who come to us for care, and the law has been enforced over 100 days now.
You said, in terms of the women who use your services, that about 90% of them are more than 6 weeks into their pregnancy. I can imagine you've been spending a lot of time in the last few weeks and months talking about and strategizing for what this would mean for them if this remained the law in Texas.
Yes, and upwards of 70% of our patients are parenting already. They're working parents juggling their children's school, their education, their jobs in the pandemic, just like the rest of us. And for folks to be denied access to essential health care that's really timely in nature, like abortion is, during a pandemic is devastating. And our staff are being forced to enforce a law, really kind of serve as agents of the state, enforce a law they don't agree with, and that's really designed to keep them from doing the work they love. It's been devastating for the healthcare workers as well as the patients we're having to turn away.
Can you talk about, just so we get a better sense of your organization, some of the other services you provide? I know Planned Parenthood makes a very large point of saying that they do much, much more than just abortion services, and indeed they do. What other services does your organization provide, or does it focus more squarely on abortion services?
So we are very proud to provide abortion services. They're oftentimes the most stigmatized and targeted services in the healthcare field when it comes to women's healthcare specifically. We provide preventative care, gynecology care, contraception as well. But especially in our 4 clinics in Texas, we serve communities where abortion is really targeted and stigmatized. And over half of the clinics in Texas have been shuttered in the last few years. So it's really essential that we can provide that access to people who are already traveling hundreds of miles, and now they're even being forced out of the state for a procedure that's extremely safe. It's common, and it's less dangerous than the drive people are being forced to make as they're forced out of the state.
When you say that you're proud to provide abortion services, what makes you proud?
I'm proud to be able to sit with people when they make a big decision that is about their future and their dreams and their education and their families. Nobody gets pregnant to have an abortion. Abortion has a lot of sort of moral and ethical issues that people sort of explore in the course of their decision. But I'm proud to sit with people when they choose a course for their life without shame and without stigma, and sit with them and provide them compassion, empathy, and really high quality medical care.
We got a number of comments from some of our viewers about their experiences with abortion services. Thank you so much for those of you who shared your stories or even considered sharing them. We greatly appreciate it. One viewer tweeted, "One thing that's hard to articulate is how having the choice available empowers some of us to make braver choices in life than maybe we would have otherwise. I never needed an abortion, but I wouldn't be the same person today without choice." Amy Hagstrom Miller, talk a little bit more about that if you could. Just the impact on women in the areas you serve, even those who maybe don't need the services, but just culturally in terms of the impact of knowing that they may become, for the long term, much harder to get.
Sure. So I think access to safe abortion care is fundamentally important for us to have true equality and autonomy as women, for us to be able to dream a future for ourselves that's equal to men. And I think your viewer is right, that it doesn't actually matter whether or not you've ever needed to access an abortion. Just simply knowing that you could allows you to plan your future, plan your family, plan your career differently and more powerfully. And I think there's a brief that's connected to the Jackson Women's Health v. Dobbs case that's written by economists that really shows how access to safe abortion is directly connected to improving the status of women in this country. Our economic outlook, our education outlook, our mental health, our physical health is directly connected to access to safe abortion in our communities over these last almost 50 years.
Can you empathize with people, men, women, on the other side of this issue, who argue that abortion is murder, that the very act of it is wrong, whether for secular or religious reasons? Can you empathize with that point of view at all?
Sure. I understand abortion is complex. Abortion, like I said, nobody gets pregnant to have an abortion. It's not on anybody's list of something they want to experience. I believe people deserve compassion.
I'm very sorry for interrupting you. Forgive me, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is, Can you empathize with people for whom this is not complex at all? Can you empathize with people who view this very simply and very cut and dried as murdering babies?
So what I was getting to is that I come to this work because of my Christian beliefs. I come to this work because of the complexity and the empathy and compassion I believe people who face unplanned pregnancy need to receive. I have no agenda for what choice somebody makes, but I believe very strongly that they deserve our compassion and our empathy. I would never want somebody to choose an abortion if it's not the right decision for them. And there are many people who feel very strongly about abortion, and of course they shouldn't have one. I don't think they should then choose what choices other people have to make. I don't think we should force our beliefs on other people, especially our religious beliefs in a country that is supposed to be welcoming of people of all faiths from all backgrounds. And so I think a lot of the anti-abortion folks are coming from a extreme conservative Christian background, and I think they've really done some damage in some way to the Christian faith. And I think it's important for us to embrace people, meet people where they are. And like you said earlier, all of us know somebody and love somebody who's needed an abortion in their lifetime. And I want that to be an experience that they can count on getting compassion and empathy, no matter what they choose.
Yeah. Very briefly, before I have to let you go, do you think that there's any room for common ground with people on the other side of this issue? This feels very much like an ideological fight to the death where neither side is willing to accept defeat. Is there room for consensus, for common ground on this issue before I got to let you go?
You know, I think the both side-ism is a little funny in this issue because 70 to 80% of people in this country support abortion rights, and the majority of people in Texas support safe abortion. So when we say both sides, I want us to be careful not to equate both sides. That said, I think there's plenty of room in this country for people to have differing opinions as long as they don't force those opinions on other people.
Amy Hagstrom Miller, founder and CEO of Whole Women's Health. I really appreciate you making time for us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's continue now with Kimberlyn Schwartz. She's the Director of Media and Communication for Texas Right to Life, a group advocating against abortion. Ms. Schwartz, welcome. I'm glad you're here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Could I begin with the same question I began with Ms. Miller, your reactions to the Supreme Court's ruling today?
Absolutely. Today's ruling is a bit of a mixed bag, but I think overall a victory for the pro-life movement. We had two lawsuits before the Supreme Court. One of them was from the Biden administration, and that was thrown out. The court dismissed that, recognizing that their arguments were bogus. The other main victory from today is that the Texas Heartbeat Act remains in effect and will continue to save children from abortion. And the third, too, is that the abortionists' lawsuit at first included several defendants, basically anyone and everyone who could be associated with the Texas Heartbeat Act. And the Supreme Court said that was too broad and limited the number of defendants going forward, and that could impact how the lower court interprets and goes forward with this case.
With regard to the timing of this, I know that the 6 weeks in this law is controversial among some medical professionals who say that this is before some women may even realize that they are pregnant. What is your sense of how Texas squares the law with the lived realities of women in pregnancies, some of whom may decide to terminate those pregnancies?
The law states that if a preborn child's heartbeat is detected, that abortion is no longer legal. So it's not a specific time increment that 6 weeks is what the law says. That's not true. It's if the baby has a beating heart, which typically occurs around 6 weeks. Now, what's been encouraging is that we've seen an outpouring of support and interest in the pro-life pregnancy centers in communities all across Texas, and knowing that if a woman finds out that she's pregnant and she might have otherwise sought an abortion, she has those resources to be able to carry that child, nurture her, and get the resources that she needs to both pursue her dreams and not kill that child to choose life for her.
I guess I should go to another question that I asked Ms. Miller. I did want to ask both of you some of the same questions to try to get an apples-to-apples view, which is whether or not you can empathize with people on the other side of this issue. If you feel like you can understand why someone would take the contrary view, that women should have a right to abortion services, even if folks like yourself find it deplorable. Can you empathize with that point of view?
Absolutely. I think that people generally approach and come to their conclusions and their beliefs from a spirit of goodwill, that people don't choose their beliefs because they think that it's going to harm another person. They're usually trying to help other people. And I believe that most people who might believe that they're pro-choice find that empathy and hope for trying to help women, but that result is ultimately misguided, that abortion does not help women, it hurts women, and it even kills preborn women and people all in our society, that there are about 60 million people missing from this earth since 1973 because of abortion. So I believe
I'm sorry, you used a term that I've never heard before, preborn women? Are you talking about female fetuses?
The preborn child, a child who is not yet born. Some people will say unborn, but I believe that preborn shows hope that the mother will choose life there. So preborn children, preborn baby girls are being aborted at just massive numbers, and it's heartbreaking to see that. So the idea that abortion is helpful to women, I believe that people approach the issue who are pro-choice thinking that they're wanting to help women, and that is a great goal to do, but is ultimately the result is misguided. And we believe that we can find common ground there in agreeing that we need to help women who are in difficult pregnancies and even after the child is born. So that's what Texas Right to Life seeks to do, and we're really grateful to be able to take part in that mission.
I'd love to get your reaction to one of the stories that one of our viewers submitted. This viewer wished to remain anonymous, which we can completely understand. They wrote in part, I had an abortion when I was 28. I was too immature to be well equipped to raise a child, and I knew it. I was ashamed. My parents still don't know. This past month, though, I was compelled to tell my 3 children that they would not be who they are in this world today had I not made the choice I did back then. I am so incredibly grateful to have had that choice. Ms. Schwartz, I wonder what you make of that particular story of a woman who clearly made some case-by-case decisions that must have been excruciating and has reflected on that as something that was a net positive for her life. How do you respond to that?
It's important to know that in today's society, there are more options than just abortion or parenting. That there's adoption, there is parenting, and also the safe haven laws are unanimous across the entire 50 states, where if a mother gives birth to a child and decides that she's not ready to be a parent, that she can bring that child to places like fire stations and no questions are asked, and she no longer has to make that balance between being a parent or perhaps pursuing her dreams, that we can have both.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Schwartz. I'm sorry. I interrupted the other guest, too. I'm going to have to interrupt you this time. I'm really sorry. I know our time's limited. I have one more thing I want to ask you. I guess I'm asking for your reaction to this woman's story.
Absolutely. I think that there's some heartbreak there, and it's important to know that with every abortion, even though there can be heartbreak there, that there is healing afterward, that there are ministries within the pro-life movement, especially for people who might regret their abortions. But with this woman who sounds like she doesn't regret the abortion, that doesn't negate the fact that a preborn child has died. And it's tragic that the woman believed that this was her only option and that's what she had to do. So that's why the pro-life movement tries to make known that there are resources in communities all across the nation, and especially in Texas. Women can go to texaspregnancy.org and get free resources in their area. So that's what I would hope to see more across the movement, and that's what we're going to continue to do with the Texas Heartbeat Act.
Last 10 seconds before I have to let you go. Is there any room for common ground between folks on your side of this issue and people who believe that women should have access to abortion services before we go?
From a cultural perspective, I believe that we can have these conversations, and just knowing that we can extend goodwill towards each other, and that people generally want the best for each other, that we can know that we're both trying to help women and that we can find common ground there. But from a policy perspective too, We believe that the preborn children should be protected from the moment of fertilization. So that's what we kind of look at going forward, but there's always room for conversations and knowing that we can have these discussions with the best intentions for each other.
I appreciate you making room for this conversation. Kimberlyn Schwartz with Texas Right to Life, thanks very much for coming on tonight. We appreciate it. Up next, we shift gears to voting rights. New York City is about to give some non-citizens some voting rights. We'll show you how and consider the impact of it just ahead. Stay close.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
New York City's voting population could soon grow by as many as 800,000 people. 800,000 New Yorkers, all of them non-citizens. The City Council passed a bill to enfranchise green card holders, legal residents, and other non-citizens. This only applies to local elections: City Council, borough presidents, comptroller, public advocate, and of course, mayor. They still cannot vote for president, Congress, or governor. More than a dozen communities already let non-citizens vote in local elections. 11 of them are in the state of Maryland. 2 of them are in Vermont. NBC's Zincle Esamoah brings us the story.
Melissa John is a New York City public school teacher. She's taught her students about voting, but she's never been able to cast a ballot herself until now.
Men and women that look like me, that sound like me, have a chance now at the polls.
Originally from Trinidad and Tobago, John is one of about 800,000 non-citizens who just won the right to vote in New York City, following a bill passed Thursday in a city council vote. Around 1 million people are impacted by this legislation. Who are they?
The vast majority of them are green card holders, so people on the road to citizenship, or those with valid work authorization that has been granted by the federal government.
So my name is Angel, and I'm a DACA recipient.
That includes DACA recipients and temporary protected status recipients and some others.
Our City, Our Vote allows non-citizens to vote in elections for city-level offices, so long as they've been a New York resident at least 30 days and are qualified to register and vote. NYC non-citizens still cannot vote for president, members of Congress, or in state elections. The bill passed with a veto-proof majority, meaning it would become law even with the mayor's veto. Mayor Bill de Blasio says he's concerned about the legality of the measure.
I think there are still some outstanding legal questions about the city's authority versus the state's in this matter.
The 51-member council passed it with 33 yes, 14 no, and 2 abstaining. Among the noes, Republican lawmakers. New York's GOP chairman Nick Langworthy saying earlier this month,
It's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. And in fact, it's unconstitutional in the state of New York for that to happen.
Following Thursday's vote, Langworthy stated every legal means necessary will be used to stop the law, which fellow Republican critics say needs to come from the state government. These local debates as voting rights advocates around the country sound the alarm at what they call a surge in restrictive voter ID and voting access laws. In 2020, more states amending legislation to ensure only U.S. citizens can vote. The Big Apple joins the small list of other towns granting non-citizens the ability to vote, including municipalities in Maryland, Vermont, and California. In NYC, they can cast ballots beginning in 2023. For newly minted voters like John, that day can't come soon enough.
How's it gonna feel to vote for the first time?
For the first time ever in my life, surreal. That, it doesn't matter how famous, well-known, how rich, like we can all make an impact. I've been a part of history.
Cinqlay Asamoah joins us now, and I understand that New York's Mayor Bill de Blasio is going to still sign this bill even though he has some reservations about it?
Yeah, so advocates tell me he's probably going to sign by the beginning of next week. And the reason he's not vetoing it is it had a lot of council support. And as I say in the report, a veto-proof majority. So even if he vetoed it, there's nothing he can really do. But he's been very vocal in saying it might not be constitutional. It might not fit the parameters of state legislation. So we'll have to see.
Is that one of the things that opponents of this are saying? How are they reacting to this?
Yeah, so opponents have had some really strong words. The New York GOP actually released a statement immediately after the decision. Let's take a listen at what the chairman had to say.
The right to vote is a fundamental pillar of American democracy, and it's expressly reserved for citizens of the United States of America. It's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. Besides being bad policy, it's unconstitutional, it's dangerous, and it's un-American.
And so beyond the rhetoric, I think we can actually expect some serious legal action, and that's what the GOP said in their statement as well, Joshua.
This is a huge shift. I mean, 800,000 people. I went back and looked. San Francisco's population is 870,000. Seattle is 700-something thousand, just by way of comparison of how many people this is.
Yeah.
What kind of impact do they expect this to have on just voting in New York and the kinds of lawmakers we see, the kinds of pressures on lawmakers? This is a whole new voting bloc.
Yeah, I'm so glad you point that out, because I think for people, especially who were born citizens, we don't have a framework for, green card holders, or all of these people who are non-citizens. So it's going to have a big impact on city politics. This means they can vote for city council. It means things like streets and schools. So it's going to have a big impact. And we also know a lot of immigrants are people of color, and so that'll bring its own politics as well. So we're kind of going to have to wait and see. As soon as 2023, they'll be able to cast their ballots.
Fascinating. NBC's Cinqlay Asamoah, fascinating story. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and congrats on the show.
Today is International Human Rights Day. This year's slogan, all human, all equal. That's a massive goal, one that people around the world tried to highlight today. The UN Secretary General commemorated the event by saying that the world is at a crossroads.
Poverty and hunger are rising for the first time in decades. Millions of children are missing out on their right to education. Inequality is deepening, but we can choose a different path.
Today, the U.S. imposed sanctions on entities tied to Myanmar, China, North Korea, and Bangladesh. Those sanctions are for human rights abuses. Soldiers in Myanmar are accused of rounding up and killing 11 people. Organizers there staged a silent protest, closing their businesses and staying home. Also today, this year's winners of the Nobel Peace Prize received their awards. For the first time, both honorees are journalists. Maria Ressa of the Philippines and Dmitry Muratov of Russia. Both of them reported on the growing power of authoritarian governments and the spread of disinformation.
Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without trust, we have no shared reality, no democracy, and it becomes impossible to deal with the existential problems of our times: climate, coronavirus, now the battle for truth.
Without truth, you can't have trust. Well said. Dmitry Muratov called out the spread of authoritarianism, saying, quote, "Yes, we growl and bite. Yes, we have sharp teeth and strong grip, but we are the prerequisite for progress. We are the antidote against tyranny," unquote. Just ahead, we've seen video of mobs of thieves wrecking retail stores. But why is this happening, especially in California? One of our investigative reporters dives into what's fueling these crimes when we come back.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
As if the supply chain issues and computer chip shortages were not enough, now retailers have another holiday headache: getting robbed by a mob. The CEOs of 20 retailers are asking Congress to act on a recent wave of smash-and-grab robberies in major cities. Companies including Target, Best Buy, Nordstrom, and Home Depot wrote that criminals are, quote, capitalizing on the anonymity of the internet and the failure of certain marketplaces to verify their sellers, unquote. They're calling on lawmakers to update the laws, quote, so consumers, retail employees, and businesses are not targets of organized retail crime, unquote. And it's easy to see why. You may remember this video. It happened a few weeks ago in Oak Brook, Illinois, west of Chicago. 14 people rushed into a Louis Vuitton store and left with $120,000 of merchandise. 2 days before that, this happened in Concord, California, that's east of Oakland. 9 people smashed glass displays in a diamond store at the Sun Valley Mall. It's unclear how much those stolen goods are worth. According to the National Retail Federation, for every $1 billion of sales, organized crime costs companies about $700,000. Back in 2015, the cost was just over $450,000. So what's causing this wave of robberies, especially in California? And how is law enforcement fighting back? Let's discuss it with Eric Leonard. He's an investigative reporter for KNBC in Los Angeles. Eric, what do investigators there believe is behind this rise in organized retail crime, especially now? I don't remember seeing these kind of like flash mob retail thefts in the past in California. Why is this happening now?
Hi, Joshua. Well, let me start with the caveats here. It's complicated. It's not a single factor, and no one has done academic research to know exactly what this is. But that letter you pointed to from the CEOs of all these retail companies contains one key idea that's been circulating, which really is the ease of selling stolen goods online now, as opposed to 10, 20 years ago, when criminals who had stolen items had to go to some go-between, a fence, to move those items into the market so they could get money for them. So that obviously has been a huge factor in this. Second, the publicity surrounding some of these. We know that people watch from one city to another, they get an idea, and that could have some role in it. And a third has to do with corporate policies. A lot of retail stores in recent years have steered their employees away from trying to stop anyone committing a crime in the store, and in some cases, not even to report them to police at all. They take it as a loss on their profit and loss sheet, and they don't want their employees involved in a criminal prosecution. Now, these have received a huge amount of attention with some of that video that you've shown, but it's not really clear how much of an increase there has been, and it's difficult to assess, particularly in California, because the crimes associated with these and the arrests can be categorized in a variety of ways, so there's not a simple statistic that we can look at to know whether or not there's a huge increase or not. But some of the appearance of all of this, of this increase, no doubt is because of more video, more cell phone video, more security video, so we can see those thefts happening. And police agencies, of course, are telling all of us that they are happening more often.
Talk more about the laws in California, too. The state has gone through a lot of iterations of changing some of its laws for what I guess we would consider more minor crimes, certainly more minor than, you know, murder, rape, armed robbery, etc., aggravated assault. And some of the changes in the laws over the years, I wonder how that affects the ability to prevent and investigate these crimes and to keep the perpetrators off the streets.
Well, you're right. California has been ahead of a lot of other states in reducing criminal penalties for things like property and drug crimes. And then on top of that, because of the coronavirus pandemic over the last couple of years, few people arrested by police, especially on those lower level violations, are held in jail waiting for a court date. And because of that, court dates sometimes get continued to months after an arrest. So there is a perception that there are no consequences for some of these mid-level criminal behaviors, although it's just a perception. At some point, the courts will catch up, prosecutors will catch up, but in the interim, it seems like people who are arrested get out of jail right away, if they're even put in jail at all, and then they're available to go out on the streets and commit more crimes. And there is a subset of people who have been arrested, police have told us here in Southern California, who've been picked up over and over and over again, although that is a minority of those that police officers are encountering. And again, this appearance that there's this major increase, it's really difficult to tell whether it's this series of highly publicized incidents with this high-definition video, or that is truly reflected in the data that captures how many of these are happening.
Before I got to let you go, I know that there's a lot of anger over the death of Jacqueline Avant, the wife of music mogul Clarence Avant, during a home invasion robbery that turned deadly. There's obviously video of these attacks. What's the plan to do something about this, at least in the near term, before we go?
Right, so that's a whole separate category from these organized retail thefts. Home invasion robberies have gotten a lot of attention in Southern California, both for the case you mentioned, and also a participant in the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills was home when burglars came in and she was threatened and things were stolen from the home. It's important to remember also perspective here. As of this week, about 7,400 armed robberies in the city of Los Angeles this year. About 1% in change have been home invasion style robberies. robberies. So it's a very small amount. Again, the question is, are they getting more attention because there's video, or are they really going up? We've done some research into data at the LAPD, and it does show an increase in what are called follow-away or follow-home robberies. The LAPD talked in the last couple of weeks about putting a special team of detectives on this to try to address the specific criminals involved in those. They say those are a different group of offenders than the people they're seeing in some of these other retail-style thefts and burglaries.
Eric Leonard, an investigative reporter for NBC4 in Los Angeles. We appreciate the context, Eric. Thanks very much. Before we go, the future of farming. Almost none of America's farmers are black. We look into what's behind the drop and introduce you to a girl who might help change that.
So you eat the leaf part and then take the stem part, put it back in the dirt, and regrows into a new collard green.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Small businesses are a big chunk of the U.S. economy. According to the Small Business Administration, that term applies to 99.9% of all American businesses. Their owners come from all walks of life in many sectors, but these days not so much in farming. That is not nearly as diverse as it used to be in terms of who owns the farms. All the more reason to meet one particular small business owner in Georgia. And we do mean small. Meet Kendall Johnson from Atlanta. She's 6 years old, and she just made history as one of the youngest farmers in Georgia to be certified by the USDA. To obtain her certification, she founded an organization called AgroCulture. Yep. This first grader is already a business owner. When she's not growing her favorite vegetables, Kendall is visiting local schools and educating other kids at farming events. She's about as passionate as they come.
Carrots, they are delicious. If you eat a carrot, you're actually eating the root, because carrots are rooted vegetables.
Kendall Johnson is part of a shrinking community, Black farm workers. According to the USDA, there are 3.4 million farmers in the United States overall. Only about 45,000 are Black. A century ago, there were about 1 million. And it's not just the farmers that are disappearing, the farms are too. Back in 1910, Black farmers owned between 16 and 19 million acres of land. Today, 90% of that land is gone. White farmers own virtually all of America's farmland. John Boyd is president of the National Black Farmers Association. He blames this partly on lending practices, like what he experienced firsthand.
And he said, well, I'm not going to lend you any of my money. He spat on me during one loan application session. He said when USDA came out to investigate him, I was filing complaints during these periods of time. He said, well, did you spat on John Boyd? He said, yes, but I accidentally missed my spat can. Did you call him these racial epithets? And do you have a problem making loans to black farmers? He said, well, yes, I think the black farmers are lazy and look for a paycheck on Friday.
In a statement, a USDA spokesperson told NBC News, quote, the history of systemic racism and discrimination against black farmers has been well documented and found to adversely impact access to and the equitable delivery of USDA programs, particularly in the farm loan programs. Congress and USDA are actively working to address these systemic issues, unquote. Even without overt racism, Kendall's parents say the logistics of getting started are also tough.
To us, you got to do the research, you got to dig, you got to call them a million times, ask a million different types of questions. That's the discouraging part for some people who want to farm, is finding out the information of how to get started or how to continue, how to get the funding.
As for current farmers, this year's COVID relief bill included financial support for farmers of color, $4 billion worth. Some Republican lawmakers called that provision a kind of reparations.
In this bill, if you're a farmer, your loan will be forgiven up to 120% of your loan, not 100%, but 120% of your loan if you're socially disadvantaged, if you're African American, some other minority. But if you're white person, if you're a white woman, no forgiveness as reparations. What does that got to do with COVID?
Back in April, a group of white farmers sued for racial discrimination. A federal court in Florida issued a preliminary injunction. That halted the debt relief program nationwide. And in August, the U.S. Department of Justice declined to appeal the injunction. Instead, the department said it would defend the program in district courts. John Boyd has a message for the white farmers behind the lawsuit.
I've been characterized based on the way I've looked my whole life. Did they receive any type of treatment like that from the United States Department of Agriculture?
For now, Kendall Johnson is working on her first book aimed at getting kids excited to dig in the dirt. She may represent the future of black farming, making it look so simple, a child could do it.
So you get the leaf part and then take the stem part, put it back in the dirt, and regrows into a new collard green.
Too sweet. Too sweet. Getting a cavity, it's so sweet. One more thing before we go. We'd love your ideas for next week, specifically for the 50th anniversary of the National Cancer Act. Our colleagues across NBC News will report on the push to detect, treat, and cure various cancers. But what would you like us to talk about? What stories would you like to see on the fight against cancer? Perhaps it's affected you or a loved one. Maybe you're a cancer researcher struggling to fight these diseases. Or perhaps you just have questions about all this. If so, please get in touch. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. If you'd like a bit more privacy with your medical information, feel free to reach out to us privately. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. That's 888-575-2622. Or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. While you're at it, let us know what you think of the show. Share your questions, compliments, and constructive criticism. We look forward to hearing from you. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thank you so much for making time for us, and enjoy your weekend. Good night.
Going to the grocery store can be enough of a hassle without having to worry about the price of everything going up. But that's what's happening right now, to the point we haven't seen in a generation. To put it in perspective, inflation is spiking to a level that happened last when E.T. was in theaters. President Biden says, don't worry, he's got a solution. Just pass his agenda. But we'll show you some of the polling numbers that say people aren't really buying that. Plus, that toughest abortion law in the country in Texas gets to stay in place for now. That's the news out of a new Supreme Court ruling today. What the next move is now for abortion providers. And this is probably not what people on a cross-country Delta flight had in mind when they wanted some in-flight entertainment. We're going to show you and talk about how airlines are trying to stop these mid-air fights before the holiday travel rush. And a groundbreaking decision in tonight's original. Non-citizens in New York City now able to vote in local elections. Voting rights advocates are thrilled, but some Republicans, not so much. They're planning to fight it. We'll explain. And tune in tonight. President Biden's going to be on Jimmy Fallon. And lucky for us, we've got a late-night veteran right here at NBC News, our very own Steve Kornacki. He's got a very special big board edition later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and while I'm down with an 80s throwback as much as anybody, the highest inflation rates since the Reagan era, that is probably not your idea of a good time. That is the reality we're in right now, with that new report out today showing a nearly 7% jump in the cost of everything over the past 12 months, hitting a level we haven't seen since June 1982. And look at this. It's on all the grocery shelves, all the different parts of the grocery store. Put it into dollars and cents, right? A dozen eggs up 18 cents from last year. A loaf of bread, 21 cents more on average. Ground beef up 84 cents a pound. Bacon more than $1. I get it. It doesn't feel like a lot, right? Quarters, nickels, dimes. But for some folks, this really does add up. Here's the thing. President Biden saying, listen, the economy itself is getting better. He's not downplaying inflation, but he is saying in context, the numbers we're seeing tonight show that the country's economic growth is actually strong. Watch.
Every other aspect of the economy is racing ahead. It's doing incredibly well. We've never had this kind of growth in 60 years. But inflation is affecting people's lives.
And here's the thing. Wages are up. More people are working. Fewer people are collecting unemployment. But keep in mind that some of these big-time lifelines, like child tax credit checks, they might be going away soon. Mike Memoli's got a little bit more from the White House. So, ma'am, I keep coming back to the real world impact here, right? What's happening is people go to the grocery store or go to fill up their gas tanks. You're looking at the president who's saying, hey, you've actually got more money in your pocket, which is right, but child tax credit checks may be going away. The Fed's hinting at maybe they're going to have, higher interest rates pretty soon. Talk about the White House strategy for handling this.
So, Hallie, the only good news for the White House today is that the bad news that they were bracing for was really what they expected. They knew this inflation number was coming today and that it was likely to be a tough one to spin. They're trying to spin. That's why they had Brian Deese, the top economic advisor, out yesterday, sort of pre-butting the numbers. You heard the president's comments today, trying to look back, step back, talk about the bigger economic picture. What the White House is really trying to do at this point is to remind Americans, though, of what we're still in the midst of, which is a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, that the economic impact of this is still really feeling, obviously something we're feeling every day, and that some of the problems are largely because of it, especially those supply chain challenges that they're still, and they say they are, making progress in fixing.
You talk about how the White House has been putting people out to try to get ahead of this or talk about this. Hey, Cecilia Rouse, right, one of the president's top economic advisors, talked to me not too long ago. I want to play a little bit for this of a different piece of how the president is trying to, defend his agenda, and his team is doing that. Watch.
These kinds of investments make our economy more productive. So they increase productivity, they increase our economic capacity, and that's where we get the easing of inflationary pressure going forward.
She's talking, of course, Mike, about the Build Back Better Act, right? A key part of the president's agenda. Over on the Hill side, Senator Chuck Schumer wants to get this done by Christmas. TBD on whether that will happen. Give us the gut check here. Will getting the president's agenda over the finish line help? And if it does, is it going to be right away? Feels like it'll take a little while.
Well, you've heard it, Hallie, right? They're changing a lot of the messaging around Build Back Better to focus on the inflation challenge. Right. The president's been saying, if you are worried about inflation, if you're worried about higher prices, then you better vote for this, because this is the surest way to try to bring them down. You know that all this comes down to a very difficult conversation that President Biden says he's going to be having early next week with Senator Joe Manchin. The Democrats on the Hill are saying they have 49 votes right now to pass this, and that's all that matters. Manchin's biggest worry all along has been inflation, though, so it's an audience, it's a constituency of one, and that's really going to be a big moment next week.
I'm going to ask our team to pull up some of the approval ratings for President Biden, because I want to show that and then show a quote that I think is going to be useful. If you look at what our colleagues at CNBC have just put out, right, this poll showing that just 37% of people, you see it here, appreciate or approve of how the president is handling the economy. This is not helping President Biden from the approval rating front. But here's how you have some sort of more liberal folks, more liberal allies who are talking about this. And Mike, to be transparent, they're blaming, me and you and, frankly, members of the media, right? You had this liberal economist tell the Washington Post, Dean Baker, that we've had the media consistently emphasizing the bad things while downplaying or outright ignoring what are really positive things in the economy. Now, setting aside whether we take exception to that characterization, right, that is a real concern, I think, among some, particularly on the Democratic side, who say these poll numbers and these low approval ratings that are problematic for President Biden are being driven by, reporting that's not fully in context. Obviously, ours is, Mike, but I wonder what you're hearing from your sources on that.
Oh, I hear from my sources that why aren't you guys doing live shots outside of gas stations anymore? Well, it's because gas prices are going down. So they're really bristling at the idea that where there are some positive economic trends. Now, we're not talking about huge decreases in gas prices compared to the big increases we've seen over the last year, but there is sort of a positive change. And they're saying we're not highlighting it, that we sort of quickly move on when there's bad news that becomes good news, and we dwell on the bad news for far longer. So there is a lot of frustration. But ultimately, White House officials acknowledge this is still just sort of a spoiled national mood because of the pandemic. You either have people who want the pandemic just to be over. They've been tolerating this for so long, the restrictions. And then you have the very animated Republican side, conservative base, who is still very much fighting what the president is trying to do. That's what the White House feels like is the biggest obstacle they still have to overcome, is just getting this pandemic behind us. And then we'll see some attitudes change.
And you saw the numbers there, though. The numbers are what they are. Mike Memoli, great to see you, friend. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Enjoy your Friday. Other news from Washington, the Supreme Court's new ruling on the Texas abortion ban. Kind of a half win for abortion rights advocates, but they're frankly feeling more disappointed than hopeful about it. Here's why. On the one hand, the justices ruled that abortion providers in the state can go ahead with their lawsuit challenging the Texas ban. On the other hand, the justices kept the law in effect while that suit works its way and others through court. And remember, we're talking about that law in Texas that got a ton of attention when it went into effect a few months ago, because it's basically the most restrictive in the country. It bans abortion after a fetal heartbeat is detected. That's usually around 6 weeks into a pregnancy, before some women even know they're pregnant. In the last 3 months, providers say way more patients have had to travel to out-of-state clinics, and that on average, before the law was passed, women could get to a clinic within 17 miles. Now, 247 miles, 14 times longer. They say they're also seeing more patients carrying unwanted pregnancies to term, pregnancies they're not ready for. Pete Williams is here with me now. And Pete, I'm glad to have you here. Talk us through this ruling, because one key piece of this law involved its enforcement mechanism, right? This is how it was crafted. Texas was hoping to basically get a loophole that would let its law stay in effect. It seems like it's kind of working.
It sure does. And here's the thing to think about. I think this is the way to think about it. When you challenge a law in court, you basically have two decisions to make. On what grounds will we challenge it, and who will you sue? Because if you win and you ask the judge, put a hold on this order, I want an injunction, the judge doesn't enjoin the law. It doesn't enforce itself. He issues an injunction against the people who enforce it. Okay. Who are those? Who do you sue? That's what this case was really about. Today, the Supreme Court said, well, you can't sue the state court judges because they don't enforce anything. You can't sue court clerks. You can't sue the attorney general. But you can sue members of the Texas Medical Licensing Board. So
not a huge group.
No, and it's a razor-thin victory for the abortion advocates. And here's the problem. If they now go back into federal court, and that's what this was all about, where can you sue in federal court, and even if they get a ruling that says, okay, Texas Medical Advisory Board, do your thing, all they can do is say, well, all right, if you perform an abortion, we won't take your license away. It doesn't stop the lawsuits. That's the goal of the abortion providers. So they don't have anybody to sue that's actually enforcing the law, and that's why this is not such a big victory.
I spoke with one of the leaders of one of those groups that's involved in challenging this legally, and she said, listen, we're going to keep fighting, right? I asked about next steps. She said, we're talking to lawyers, we're going to keep fighting. But what options do they have? What does the continuation of this fight look like?
Well, there's this narrow band in federal court, but you sort of have to wait till you're sued. The abortion providers have to kind of wait till they're sued. That's not the answer. But there are lawsuits in state court as well. They face a similar challenge. It's sort of a different character. Today's ruling by the Supreme Court was all about the power of federal courts. So the state lawsuits can now go ahead. And just yesterday, a state judge in Texas declared the law unconstitutional. But because of the way that lawsuit was put together, he didn't issue an injunction stopping enforcement. So they have two avenues, the federal court, which is a narrow one, and the state court, which is somewhat broader. But really, the Supreme Court's decision takes away a lot of their ammunition.
Chief Justice Roberts Roberts, in writing about this, said the Texas law is an attack on the court itself. He said this in a dissent. He said the court risks losing its own authority if it allows this law to exist. Can you take that from like the sort of high-minded to the nitty-gritty? What does that mean?
Well, this was the concern of the people who were attacking SB 8, is they say, look, if a state can do this and say, okay, you can't enforce your constitutional right to abortion and you can't sue us because we're not enforcing it, then the state could do that about any constitutional right. Gun rights, free speech rights, religious rights, whatever. Right to travel, you know, and that's really what he's saying here. He's saying that Texas is, in effect, nullifying a Supreme Court decision because right now, until we get a decision in the Mississippi case, it's still the law of the land that there's a constitutional right to abortion, and Texas has figured out a way to pull the plug on it, and that's what's concerning Roberts and the 4 dissenters.
So, in other words, to plain English it here, right, because in Texas you can sue, right, a private citizen can bring a lawsuit against anybody who has helped with an abortion that's believed. They're saying that the argument seems to be, what about if there's some sort of free speech case? What if there's some sort of gun rights case, right? Could you have that same loophole and do that for anything?
And that question actually came up in the oral argument, and it was Justice Brett Kavanaugh who said, well, geez, a state could say, you know, if you buy a high-capacity ammunition magazine or an AR-15, somebody could sue you for $100,000. Well, whatever concern he had during oral argument, he didn't express any such concern in today's ruling.
Interesting. Pete Williams, thank you for breaking that down for us.
You bet. I'll be here every night.
I was going to say, it's become a regular thing. Thank you, friend. We've talked a lot here about needing more information on the Omicron variant, right? Well, now we're getting it. There's this new report from the CDC out just a few hours ago that says that while the Omicron variant is more transmissible, meaning it's easier to get, most of the cases here in the U.S. have been mild. There's a catch to keep in mind. The CDC says in most of the cases they looked at, the people were vaccinated. Some of them even had the booster. We're learning about this at the same time that New York's governor rolled out a statewide mask mandate to keep Omicron or any of the other COVID variants from spreading during the holidays. And she's not messing around. Businesses that don't require people to mask up are going to be fined $1,000 if they're caught. It's coming as cases and hospitalizations are surging. One of Pennsylvania's biggest health systems has run out of beds because of a new spike there. In Maine, a federal team's going in to help Maine Medical Center with a flood of COVID patients. Ellison Barber joins us now from Michigan at a hospital in Lansing that's also getting close to capacity. Ellison, I'm glad to see you. Talk to me first, and I want to talk to you about where you are, you know, with your mask on there in an ICU, I believe, or near one. But first, talk to me about the CDC report on Omicron, which says, you know, easier to get, more transmissible. But if you're vaxxed or if you're boosted, you're not going to get super sick. But the thing is, where you are, it's not Omicron, it's Delta. And it's people who aren't vaccinated that's really driving the spike.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Michigan didn't detect their first case of the Omicron variant until yesterday evening. But statewide, hospitals are flooded with COVID patients. We're at Sparrow Hospital. We are on one of their COVID floors. This week, this hospital broke their record for the entire pandemic of patients hospitalized because of COVID-19. On this floor alone, they have 33 patients here because of COVID-19. 7 patients here because of COVID-19 died on Tuesday alone. This morning, while we were here on this floor, we watched as someone came to take the body of a COVID patient from this floor down to the morgue because they lost yet another patient. Statewide, hospitals in Michigan, 85% of all of their inpatient hospital beds are full, and their ICU beds. This is all because of the Delta variant. And talking to doctors and nurses here, they are worried that they are in a surge right now, that particularly with another variant that's possibly more transmissible on the horizon, that things could get far, far worse. 82% of the people hospitalized here because of COVID-19 are unvaccinated. In terms of COVID deaths, Hallie, they told me the majority of the deaths they've seen in recent weeks are among people who are unvaccinated or people who had some sort of comorbidity or pre-existing condition and did not get a booster shot. The CEO of this hospital says they have not had a single patient die because of COVID-19 if they had a third dose. Hallie?
I mean, Ellison, I think everybody, right, is sick of the pandemic. Everybody is exhausted from this pandemic, but those healthcare workers, the people, you know, in the hallways and in the rooms behind you, like, I have to just think this is just gut punch after gut punch for them.
They're exhausted. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to a nurse or a doctor who has spent almost 2 years on this COVID floor, and they've cried, telling me that at times it feels difficult to leave the car to come into work because it feels like it will never end. And they will tell you that the death they are seeing, even if they are used to seeing death because of their job, that this is different. One nurse told me that it is literally watching people suffocate, and that is just beyond words, and for them emotionally impossible to process. The other thing they're dealing with here right now, misinformation. Doctors and nurses say the surge they're seeing here right now, a lot of the patients in this hospital are from rural neighboring communities where the vaccination rate is lower than the statewide vaccination rate. And they also say that right now they have some patients refusing treatments because of misinformation. I want you to listen to what one nurse told us about that very issue. Listen. You've had patients refusing treatments that you offer here who don't want to get vaccinated, but then asking for other unproven stuff they've read about on the internet.
A lot of like herbs and things that I don't even know what they are, but none of them have been, to my knowledge, shown to improve the outcomes of somebody with COVID.
And she told me people will not take the vaccine. They oftentimes are still saying they don't believe the severity of this virus, but they are asking for herbs, things she's never heard of, and ivermectin. Hallie.
Ellison Barber, live for us there in Lansing. Ellison, thank you for that important reporting. I appreciate it. We want to turn now to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, where not too long ago, actually right as we were coming on the air, prosecutors rested their case after a woman says she was pressured to take off her clothes and get a massage from Maxwell at Jeffrey Epstein's New Mexico ranch when she was just 16 years old. She was among the last witnesses to testify. Her name is Annie Farmer. She's the final accuser to have taken the stand in that trial. You're about to see Farmer on the stand today in one of these court sketches. She said this trip that we're talking about happened back in 1996 and also went through a number of times Epstein touched her and made her feel, quote, sick to her stomach. She and her sister, Maria, have actually talked publicly about this for years. They tried to contact law enforcement when it happened and say it took a decade for the FBI to follow up with them. Farmer called Maxwell a sexual predator during Maxwell's bail hearing last year. Maxwell, of course, is accused of sex trafficking and grooming women to be abused by Epstein. She denies the charges and has claimed she's the scapegoat for the convicted pedophile's crimes. Tom Winter is following this trial from New York. So, Tom, the prosecution has just rested, and they saved Annie Farmer as one of their last witnesses. Why was she such a key part of this case?
You know that phrase, Hallie, when somebody brings receipts. And for Annie Farmer, according to the testimony that we heard today, she had them in the form of a journal entry. She talks about the time when she was just 16 years old where she went to the movies with Jeffrey Epstein and talked about the things that he did. She wrote in her journal how it made her feel uncomfortable when she says that she was caressed on her arm and he rubbed his shoes with her shoes and held her hand through almost the entirety of the movie. It's those type of contemporaneous notes that, based on my experience, typically have an impact on the jury. Same when somebody she was in a relationship with when she was younger disclosed to him what had happened at that New Mexico ranch, specifically when she says that Ghislaine Maxwell rubbed her breast during a massage and that then Jeffrey Epstein rubbed against her in her bed afterwards. There was another witness that came forward, potentially quite powerful, her own mother, who testified about Annie Farmer's reaction or the way that she behaved when she came back from that trip, specifically how withdrawn she was, how she didn't want to talk about it, how she says that she wasn't going to let what happened at the ranch ruin her life, but refused to disclose to her mom the details of it. So all those things can potentially be, Hallie, quite powerful. And to answer your question, that's obviously why this could have been so important today.
I have a question though, Tom, because I thought this whole trial was supposed to go something like 6 weeks, which it may still, but it's only been 2 and the prosecution is now done. I understand there's some pushback, right, from some experts who are like, wait a second. Did the prosecution do its job fully here in this case? What's your sense?
Well, look, I've seen some of that. I've also seen people write articles to that effect who've only been in court one day versus the rest of us who've been here through the entirety of this trial.
That's a Tom Winter burn, if I ever heard one.
Fair.
Just so folks are clear on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, let's just get into it. The Vanity Fair article, which says that the prosecutors here took 10 minutes less than the prosecutors in the Elizabeth Holmes trial, and that's why that was some sort of a concern. Well, I should sure hope so, Hallie, because the Elizabeth Holmes trial is a complex white-collar fraud 9-count case versus a 6-count case here, which has 4 specific victims and only a few specific elements of a crime. So I'm not sure what difference an opening statement makes as far as length. And typically I've found that opening statements that last a
shorter amount of time are more effective. So at the end of the day, we'll actually see what the jury decides to do here, and that'll determine what's really going on. But as far as the timeline, sometimes that may be that cross-examinations are shorter than anticipated. It might be that prosecutors felt like their witnesses that they brought forward were even better than they thought they were going to be in helping them prove their case. Again, time will tell who could be wrong, who could be right. In the end, it's up to the jury.
Tom Winter, I'm sure we'll see you next week when the defense gets their turn at this. Tom, thank you for all your great reporting at court in Washington here. Former Senator Bob Dole honored during really emotional funeral services today. You had his family, you had a bunch of lawmakers, you had celebrities, even like Tom Hanks, who were paying tribute to the two-time Senate Majority Leader and three-time presidential candidate. This is the scene at the National Cathedral, and later there is a ceremony outside at the World War II Memorial we're about to show you. President Joe Biden remembered the late senator as a hero, while Hanks remembered the great life lessons he says Dole passed on.
Go to the other guy's office so you can decide when the meeting is over. Get up and walk out. Speak straight, even when it gets you in trouble, because it will. But at least everyone will know how you stand and what you stand for. And always plan not just to win, but win big. Yes, you may try and fail, but you will not fail to try.
Bob Dole died Sunday at the age of 98. Coming up here at the show, an emergency landing for one Delta flight after officials say a passenger assaulted a flight attendant and an air marshal on board who tried to stop the whole thing. We'll tell you more about what went down and why ultimately the LA-bound plane had to land in Oklahoma City. Coming up.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So a Delta flight that was supposed to go from D.C. to L.A. last night ended up in Oklahoma. Why, you ask? How? According to law enforcement, a passenger assaulted a flight attendant during the flight. This is the guy who allegedly did it, 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. Here's some of the video. You're about to see it. It's a big deal because the first alleged major airline assault now is happening since federal prosecutors have made this case, and these kinds of cases, a top priority. So here's what's on video. You can see Pennington here allegedly becoming combative. That's what people said. Then an air marshal stepped in to try to break it up. And then, again, the allegation, Pennington then assaults the air marshal. That's what they say. Police trying to get him off the plane. In a statement, Delta applauded what they called the quick action and professionalism of the crew. Pennington hasn't been charged yet, but he's at a detention center being held on disorderly conduct and public drunkenness. Katie Beck is here with more. So, Katie, what's interesting here, the DOJ just recently came out after we heard of all these sort of unruly passengers on planes and said they would prioritize prosecuting stuff like this. Now the FBI is investigating. What do you think is going to happen here?
I mean, I think we're seeing more and more of these cases, many of them because people are fighting mask mandates on planes still and just simply get combative when they're told to put their mask on. But I think we are seeing numbers increase. And as you stated in the live shot with Ellison, there is sort of a pandemic fatigue. Some of these restrictions have eased at other places for people at the grocery store and other public places. They have not eased on airplanes. It is still a place where there is a zero tolerance policy for not wearing your mask, and people simply do not like it. Now, we don't know if that was exactly the case in this particular incident, but we were told that he left the plane without a mask and that at several points it was not on. So, you know, we'll find out what the facts are, but largely that is what these combative passengers are fighting about.
As you're talking, viewers are seeing on the left side of their screen video of not just this incident, but others too. And you talked about this. Let's put some numbers behind how many there have been, these kinds of incidents. 5,500 unruly passenger reports, as they're called this year. And as you say, most of them, close to 4,000 of them, have been mask related. Like people throw punches. This stuff is real, right? Talk about what airlines are doing here, because, you know, you have to imagine for these flight attendants, it's frustrating for them too.
I think they have no choice, Hallie, but to make an example of the passengers that do this. If they don't, people will not take them seriously. And obviously landing a plane midway between Washington, D.C. and L.A. is a pretty strong statement for the rest of the passengers on that plane that this is a zero tolerance policy and you do have to comply. Having that agent was a good thing to have in place as well, although both of them in this report were assaulted. They were able to apprehend him and get him handcuffed when authorities did board the plane and remove him. So, I mean, I think their best course of action is going to be to continue to do what they're doing now, which is to say, if you do this, there is a pretty severe consequence.
You talk about these consequences. Some of these passengers can be charged with federal crimes. We've seen others that have been fined lots of money, Katie, like tens of thousands of dollars, right? Many, many times the price of the ticket. Do you get any sense? Are you seeing anything that says there has been a slowdown or that these consequences have been effective so far, especially as we head into like holiday travel season?
You know, the numbers spike during the holidays, and we saw that at Thanksgiving. We'll see it again at Christmas. So I think, you know, by the ratio, you're going to see the number of unruly passengers also spike during those times. It doesn't seem that these numbers are slowing. And as I said, the fatigue with the pandemic is probably fueling a lot of this. People just getting tired of having those long stretches in the airport waiting for the flight and then on the flight itself having to wear that mask the entire time. You know, like it or not, it is the rule.
Sure is. Katie Beck, thank you so much. Good to see you. Appreciate it. You know the name of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, right? Remember him? He's the guy who leaked a bunch of classified stuff during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Well, a British court is now ruling he could finally, after many years, be extradited to the U.S. Matt Bradley is going to join us live from London with more on why this is such a big deal.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Denver Broncos wide receiver Demaryius Thomas was found dead at his home in Roswell, Georgia last night. He was 33 years old and had just announced his retirement from the NFL in June. Police say they still don't know how he died or why. Number 2, the Better.com CEO. Remember him, the guy who fired 900 of his people over a Zoom call? We told you about him last week. Well, the company's board of directors says he's now taken some time off. Earlier this week, the CEO apologized, saying he stands by the layoffs but didn't show workers, quote, the appropriate amount of respect. Number 3, Kanye West's publicist reportedly pressured a 62-year-old Georgia election worker to confess to bogus voter fraud claims. The election worker, Ruby Freeman, says this happened weeks after the 2020 election. By that point, she was already facing death threats. Former President Trump had falsely accused her of manipulating votes. Number 4, TikToker says he wrote code to flood the official website of Kellogg's with fake job applications. Why? Kind of a tongue-in-cheek protest of Kellogg's decision to permanently replace striking workers. Number 5, and just like that, Peloton, trending for all the wrong reasons again. The company's stock dropped after HBO released the first couple episodes of the Sex and the City reboot. We're not going to give away anything here, but we have to give you something not great happens, right? Peloton is kind of involved. A spokesperson for Peloton says the company knew its product would be used in the show, but not in this way. Yikes. Julian Assange, remember him, the guy behind WikiLeaks? He's been wanted for 10 years by the U.S. And today, the government is one step closer to officially charging him. Here's why. A British appeals court overturned a lower court decision that had said he should not be extradited because of concerns over his mental health and potential risk of harming himself if he was going to be in a restrictive prison. Assange's team plans to fight his extradition. And just to remind you why the U.S. wants to bring him back, he's wanted on 18 counts for publishing thousands of classified defense documents on the Iraq and Afghanistan wars back in 2010. So where is Julian Assange now? He's still in prison. He's still in London. But if this extradition happens, he could end up facing 175 years behind bars. Matt Bradley is here with more. So, Matt, let's talk through this, right? Because this extradition, it seems, can happen, according to the court, because the U.S. told the U.K. Assange would not be held in maximum solitary confinement. Assange's lawyers are sort of skeptical. They think he's still at risk. Can the U.S. just go back on its promise or backtrack like that? Or is this like a binding pledge here?
Well, they made guarantees or they made assurances, and that's what the court heard, that they've said that they won't be putting him in a supermax prison, the federal facility in Colorado, probably won't be putting him in solitary confinement, and they might let him go back to Australia and serve the rest of his time. But there is a caveat here, Hallie, just like you're asking. If he does something in prison, I mean, who knows, gets in a prison fight, does whatever that deserves punishment, then they have the right to punish him.
Assange's legal team has confirmed they do want to try to get permission to appeal this all the way up to the Supreme Court. I know, listen, put on your best Pete Williams hat, my friend. Do you think, from your perch there in London, would the court here actually take up that case?
Well, it's not all the way up to the Supreme Court. That's just really one step above. This is one of the highest appellate courts they could have gone to. And basically they can, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They have 2 weeks to file those new papers to go right up to the Supreme Court. The problem is that we've heard from lawyers, is that the Supreme Court normally deals with cases of lofty public import that deal with really big questions of democracy and the Constitution. That's what it's for in the States. That's what it's for here. And while, the Julian Assange controversy has a lot of those issues, freedom of speech, government control, that kind of thing, this case doesn't. This case turns on finer points of diplomacy and extradition, Julian Assange's mental health, things like that. It's not really the kind of thing that the Supreme Court would take up and hear. So Assange's lawyers are kind of running out of options.
So what does he do in the meantime then, Matt? He's still in London, he's still in prison there?
He's still at Belmarsh Prison. He's still engaged to his fiancée. He has probably another, what a lot of lawyers are saying in the media today, it looks like it could be weeks or months ahead of him before he goes anywhere. And of course, the court, his lawyers are going to be challenging every single step of the way. But it doesn't look like he's going to be headed back to the States anytime soon. But once he does, Hallie, you can bet that there's going to be a trial that will bring up a lot of those weighty issues that we were talking about. Freedom of speech,
100%.
Government control, whether or not the media has the right to take documents from the government and publish them. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much for being with us there live from overseas. Other news now, 55 people, we've learned, have been killed in that horrific truck crash in Mexico. The country's president says most of the victims were Central Americans who risked their lives trying to get into the U.S. We know the tractor trailer they were in flipped over in southern Mexico. It was one of the deadliest days for migrants in more than a decade. The Mexican president is promising a full investigation into the smugglers who were driving it and the accident as well. Coming up on the show, non-citizens now have the right to vote in local elections in New York City. So what kind of ripple effect might that have all across the country? That's next in The Original. Plus, a treasure hunter behind bars says he's still not talking. He's about to spend his 6th year in prison because he's not going to tell where some gold coins are. What? You'll hear about it in The Local.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
President Biden getting ready for his late night debut as president, getting ready to hit up the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon virtually. We've got Steve Kornacki with a very special late night big board coming up on that in just a little bit. But first, NBC covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, an ex-deep sea treasure hunter is marking his 6th year behind bars because he won't say where 500 missing gold coins from a shipwreck are. Tommy Thompson discovered the ship back in 1988. He says he's told police everything he knows. He's been held in contempt of court in Ohio since 2015, and he's been fined $1,000 a day since then. From our Northeast Bureau, Penn State University has a new president, and she's making history before even taking office. Neeli Bendapudi is the first woman and first person of color to take on the role. Penn State's Board of Trustees voted unanimously to hire her. She's going to take office July of next year. And out of our New York Bureau, nobody is getting more into the holiday spirit. I have to tell you, if you think your Christmas lights are good, you have some heartbreak on the screen right now, okay? This is from the Gay family in upstate New York. They set a Guinness World Record for this. Look at those lights. The most Christmas lights on a residential property, 687,000 bulbs. Draws in hundreds of visitors, lots of donations. But how cool is this? The money doesn't go to the light bill, it goes to charity, and they're on track to raise something like $500,000 this year. We want to bring you today's original now with some in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on today, voting rights, right? With New York City now letting non-citizens vote in local elections. That's after the city council voted overwhelmingly to give about 900,000 legal residents the right to vote. Non-citizens who, again, legally documented, make up, you see it here, about 11% of people who can vote in the city. Zincle Esamoah reports.
Today, I'm finally being seen, I'm finally being heard. Melissa John is a New York City public school teacher. She's taught her students about voting, but she's never been able to cast a ballot herself until now.
Men and women that look like me, that sound like me, have a chance now at the polls.
Originally from Trinidad and Tobago, John is one of about 800,000 non-citizens who just won the right to vote in New York City, following a bill passed Thursday in a city council vote.
Around 1 million people are impacted by this legislation. Who are they?
The vast majority of them are green card holders, so people on the road to citizenship, or those with valid work authorization that has been granted by the federal government.
So my name is Angel, and I'm a DACA recipient.
That includes DACA recipients and temporary protected status recipients and some others.
Our City, Our Vote allows non-citizens to vote in elections for city-level offices, so long as they've been a New York resident at least 30 days and are qualified to register and vote. NYC non-citizens still cannot vote for president, members of Congress, or in state elections. The bill passed with a veto-proof majority, meaning it would become law even with the mayor's veto. Mayor Bill de Blasio says he's concerned about the legality of the measure.
I think there are still some outstanding legal questions about the city's authority versus the state's in this matter.
The 51-member council passed it with 33 yes, 14 no, and 2 abstaining. Among the no's, Republican lawmakers. New York's GOP chairman Nick Langworthy saying earlier this month,
"It's against federal law for non-citizens to vote. And in fact, it's unconstitutional in the state of New York for that to happen."
Following Thursday's vote, Langworthy stated every legal means necessary will be used to stop the law, which fellow Republican critics say needs to come from the state government. These local debates as voting rights advocates around the country sound the alarm at what they call a surge in restrictive voter ID and voting access laws. In 2020, more states amending legislation to ensure only U.S. citizens can vote. The Big Apple joins the small list of other towns granting non-citizens the ability to vote, including municipalities in Maryland, Vermont, and California. In NYC, they can cast ballots beginning in 2023. For newly minted voters like John, that day can't come soon enough.
How's it going to feel to vote for the first time?
For the first time ever in my life, surreal. That, it doesn't matter how famous, well-known, how rich, we can all make an impact. I've been a part of history.
Glad to have you. So talk to me about some of the pushback this is getting. You mentioned one of those New York GOP chairmen saying he's going to use every legal means necessary to stop this. So what would be the next move?
Yeah, Langworthy has threatened legal action and other actions, and the language he's used has been very strong. Just this week, he called it bad policy, unconstitutional, and dangerous. So I think in the coming weeks, we're going to have to look out to see if any lawsuits will come.
There's 5 states that ban this kind of voting entirely, right? That ban non-citizen voting altogether. I think we have a map we're going to show. There they are. You now have the biggest city in the country letting non-citizens vote, right? It does feel, though, like this is maybe a little bit drawn along political lines. New York, obviously, a city that is blue. Some of these states leaning red. Where does this put us in the bigger conversation about voting rights, do you think?
Yeah, so voting rights advocates and folks on the ground I spoke with yesterday are hopeful that this change in New York will extend to other cities, right? It's 900,000 people. That's how many people this impacts, and they're hoping that makes a big change. Of course, it's not without tension, and we talk about that in the report. De Blasio saying he has questions about whether this impedes on state government rights. And so we'll have to see if it stays and if it also expands, Hallie.
Zincle Asomugha, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us with that reporting. So President Biden tonight is going to show up for the first time as president on a late-night talk show. He'll be on Tonight with Jimmy Fallon virtually. And you got to think that maybe the White House, maybe the president and his team are hoping this might help those approval rating numbers we talked about earlier in the show, right? And here's the thing. This isn't like something out of the ordinary. A long list of presidents and candidates have appeared on these kinds of shows, an opportunity to show something a little bit different than what you might see every day at the White House. Watch.
The top 10 changes I'll make in the White House.
Oh, here you go.
Are you ready?
This is right up your alley.
Yeah.
Are you saying you're down with TPP? Yeah, you know me.
Steve Kornacki is joining me now. So, Steve, listen, little trip down memory lane there, right? These are supposed to be fun appearances. Talk to me about and by the way, we love that the special big board that you've prepared for us on this. Thank you. Talk about the benefits and then a little bit of the risks on these shows for the candidates, for the presidents, and frankly, for the hosts, as we saw in one of those clips, the now infamous, like, hair tussling thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, Hallie. I mean, basically the entire history of late-night television, there's been a political presence every now and then. You can go back to Jack Paar when he was hosting the Tonight Show in 1960. He had a candidate for president, Democratic senator from Massachusetts, John F. Kennedy. He was the first one, I think the first big-name national politician to do one of the late-night shows. But you could see some of the others here. You were playing the clips. 1975, the Tonight Show, Johnny Carson had it at that point. Here was Reagan. I think the interesting thing here in 75, Reagan at this point was actually a former governor. He had just left office as the governor of California, and a future. It was about 6 months after this that Reagan announced his presidential campaign for 1976. He ended up getting elected in 80. But there used to be, I think, a little bit more of a tradition of, you didn't have the elected official on. Maybe you had a candidate. Maybe you had somebody who was out of office. Here was Reagan as a former governor. You played this one, too. Bill Clinton, Arsenio Hall, 1992. The significance of this moment, obviously, Bill Clinton was in third place when he went on Arsenio Hall's show in 1992. George H.W. Bush, the president, was in first. Ross Perot, the independent, was in second. Bill Clinton's numbers were in the absolute gutter. He went on this show. It was this whole moment in the campaign, the spring of 92, where Clinton basically got a second look from the public. He ended up taking the lead in the polls, winning the race. You showed it there. Barack Obama on Jimmy Fallon's show. And we say that evolution. Remember, Reagan, the former governor, the future candidate. Here's Barack Obama, the sitting president, doing late-night shows. And that was something you saw not just with Jimmy Fallon. You saw a lot of sort of merger of Barack Obama pop culture during his presidency. So I think of a bit of an evolution there as well that Biden's kind of joining here.
How about the bridge between pop culture and NBC News as it relates to you, right? Because you've been on late night. As our loyal viewers may know, I don't want to embarrass you, but we do. We had to go to the vault. We had to go to the archives and pull some clips of you breaking down the 2018 midterms in Washington politics with Stephen Colbert and Seth Meyers. I just have to play it. Let's watch.
Where are the states where there's the biggest opportunity for Democrats to pick up seats?
Yeah, California is the granddaddy of them all. There are 7 districts in California that Republicans hold right now, but that Donald Trump lost in 2016. That's the biggest single concentration of targets for Democrats.
How is this comparing right now to the Clinton impeachment and the Nixon impeachment?
Yeah, I mean, just if you look at the politics of it, I think there's a stronger comparison to the Clinton impeachment 20 years ago than to the Nixon one.
I have to Stacey, whether you're sitting on a couch like next to a super famous comedian or whether you're in front of us on the big board, it's very you, right? How do you prep for something? What's it like? Take us behind the scenes going on a late night show.
Yeah, as you could see in those clips, Hallie, I brought my A material that night. I mean, really brought the house down with
maybe less hilarious than factual and informative, which is also valuable.
It's interesting because we're showing this evolution of politicians and being on late night shows. It's certainly in the Trump era too. I think you've just seen all of culture, all of popular culture. I think there's much more of a political tinge to it now. So I mean, I think the idea, whether it's me or 1,000 other guests for the last 5 years who are sort of in political media, the political world, going on to these shows, it would have been unthinkable for somebody like me to be on a show like The Tonight Show 30, 40 years ago. But I think there's been a kind of a merger of those two worlds. And, the one piece of advice I give to anybody doing it is just, this one's an easy one for me. Don't try to be funny.
Steve, I love to hear you say that because I did Seth Meyers, I think, a couple years ago. The thing that stood out to me, I was so impressed with the dressing rooms and the backstage. It's vast, it's amazing. Like they prep you really well for that. Your advice is well taken, thank you. But let's talk about, we mentioned it right coming into here, the president's poll numbers. They're not great. His approval rating is not where the White House wants to see it, right? Talk to me and turn your political hat back on here. How does he compare to like President Obama or former President Trump at a similar point in their presidencies?
Yeah, so Biden's doing this appearance here, trying to get the poll numbers up. This is what they look like. If you average together all the polls that are out there, Biden's average approval rating is sitting basically at 42%, significantly under 50 right now. That disapproval rating, that's the other thing. It's not just that the approval rating's gone down. The number of people saying they disapprove of his job performance, not even being on the fence, but saying they disapprove, that's now climbed over 50. So at this exact same point, if you just compare them to the past two presidencies, this is how they stack up. Joe Biden, you see the numbers right now. It is a tick better than where Trump was. This would have been the end of 2017 for Donald Trump. His average approval rating was actually under 40 at that point. In fact, if you look at the entire Trump presidency, the lowest point for his approval ratings was the very end of 2017. And then you have Barack Obama before Trump. You can see at the end of his first year, this would have been 2009. Obama was actually still a little bit above water. You could see the trend there was very bad for Obama. He had very bad off-year elections in 2009. Obviously, 2010 was a political disaster for Obama. But Biden coming in here a little bit better than Trump, but weaker than Obama right now as he closes out his first year.
Steve Kornacki, so good with the numbers. If you were going to try to be funny, I still think you'd be good at that too, Steve, because we love you so much. Thank you so much for these special. Go ahead.
I specialize in the unintentional kind of humor, I think.
Okay, very good. I'm taking a trip down memory lane with you. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You might want to think twice before clicking on any more cute cat videos. We're going to talk about how those videos and GIFs of animals we can't all get enough of actually used to spread some of the misinformation online. Why and how, you ask? We'll talk about it after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Who doesn't love a cute cat video, right? Or maybe a little giraffe or a little baby sharky. You might even have one of those little cute videos in your DMs right now. Like a dog doing hilarious things. This golden retriever not having it. Trying to get an apple out of its mouth. So funny. How about this one? The woman saving a baby shark. Oh my gosh, viral video is so cool. Before you know it, you're down a rabbit hole. You're clicking the attached link because obviously you want some more cute content. But guess what? In those cases we just showed you, viral videos attached to misinformation, right? In this case, the one of the baby shark, you're taking to a website called the Epoch Times, which is known for posting misinformation on its site, but maybe you have no idea. You fell into it through a cute cat video, and now you're like in conspiracy theory land, right? Joining us now to explain more about this is Ben Collins, who I also know loves a cute dog doing just darling things. This is like a real sort of engagement bait thing, right? Bring people in and then try to use that as an entry point to misinformation.
Yeah, look, there's nobody who likes a dumb cat doing dumb cat stuff more than me, but it will, in fact, lead you, in some cases, to just wild, inflammatory, over-the-top stuff that isn't true. In fact, with the Epoch Times, which you just saw, that's been their strategy ever since they've been banned from advertising on Facebook. They needed to find a way to regain followers, to keep people moving towards their site, to keep selling newspapers. And the way they did that was through, as you can see, that those dog pics and dog videos right there. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's basically organic, free advertising. They have these large platforms they built largely from advertising to begin with. They got booted from the advertising side, but they can kind of keep it moving by using the base they already have, trying to get as much engagement as they can, getting to the top of people's feeds using that sort of thing, and then getting people to follow. Once they follow, they can send all of those the election was stolen kind of things to their followers from then on.
And so this is the thing, right? Because the insidious thing about it is it's not like the misinformation is so obvious, like, dog takes off on, with wings on his, whatever, right? It's not like weird stuff about the actual animal video. It's a site that you then go to, and then you're sort of clicking through, and maybe you're interested in it, and you're thinking, wait a second. And this is what is so problematic for some of these places. You have Facebook that seems to be the platform where some of this happens. Is it because, like, Facebook skews older, right? Is it people who are less used to like navigating some of this misinformation stuff? What is Facebook saying about it?
Yeah, it's a Facebook thing for a lot of reasons. First of all, Facebook drives you to follow groups and follow people, follow pages. And then those pages end up back in your feed, and you can refresh the feed from there. So it's kind of a Facebook thing to begin with. Maybe it does have to do with demographics as well. But the platform is built to do this. The platform is built to gain trust in specific influencers, and those influencers kind of inform the rest of your feed. And by the way, it informs other groups from then on. Say you're an Epoch Times subscriber because of the dog stuff. But, you're not getting other dog stuff from there. You're getting other election is stolen stuff from there. It informs all of the news choices that you're not even making from that point on. You're just getting different recommendations because you thought you were following a dog page, but you're following a Stop the Steal page, basically.
That's super interesting. The thing about this is this idea of like engagement bait, right, is not necessarily new. I mean, this goes back, and I know, you and I are talking this for years on, platforms such as NBC News Now and other NBC News platforms on this.
Yeah, it's. Sorry, could you repeat that? I lost your audio there for a second.
I'm so sorry, Ben.
Yeah,
We're just saying this goes back a really long time, right? This goes back years, the idea of this kind of misinformation online. I mean, even if it doesn't relate to cat or dog videos.
Yeah, of course. In fact, the Russians in 2016, they did this exact thing. I'm not saying these are the Russians. It's a totally different thing. But, you know, the Russian troll farm did this. This is a really good example of this. You can see 10GOP, my favorite Russian troll farm account. This was posted by a group of people in Savishkina Street in St. Petersburg. They were pretending to be the Tennessee GOP. They got away with it for years, and in part because they posted local Tennessee stories. They were saying things about Tennessee from the heart. They just posted a photo there that they said was from a Trump rally. A lot of people wearing red and gold at that Trump rally, and it's because it wasn't from a Trump rally. It was from the Cleveland Cavaliers victory parade in Cleveland. So you do get found out over time if you're a disinformation campaign worker in this situation. That's what happened for them. But they did the same thing. They relied on, you know, cat videos, dog videos, funny stuff, human interest stories, and they seeped into political stuff over the course of time.
I'm glad you're on this beat, Ben, and I have to say, you're probably one of the only people I know who could naturally just say the words, my favorite Russian troll farm account. Like, it just, it rolls off your tongue so naturally. Ben Collins, you're the best. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. Thanks to all of you for being with us tonight on this Friday. A whole lot more Hallie Jackson now, here for you Monday. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, the historic price surges with costs rising across the country on so many things we buy every day. Inflation soaring 6.8% in November, the fastest pace in nearly 40 years. Costs skyrocketing for rent, food, gas, cars, clothing, and so much more. President Biden maintaining the crisis has hit its peak. What's causing it and how much longer will it last? Also tonight, the key Supreme Court ruling delivering a partial victory to challengers of Texas's strict abortion law, but leaving the law in place for now. Where the battle goes next. The Omicron variant now in at least half of the U.S. The new CDC report, what it found regarding Omicron symptoms and the strict new mask mandate in New York, one of several states facing a potential winter surge. The major winter storm on the move and 35 million under threat of severe weather and potential tornadoes. The Delta flight diverted after an unruly passenger allegedly attacked a flight attendant at an air marshal. The video from inside the airplane. Honoring Bob Dole, President Biden, and Tom Hanks among those paying final tributes at services today. From trees to T-shirts inside the fashion industry's role in harming the rainforest and celebrating the singer-songwriter who also starred in a classic NBC sitcom.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. We got one of those government reports today that tells you it's not just you. Things are still getting more expensive. Inflation biting consumers hard, right smack in the middle of the holiday buying season. Consumer prices rose in November compared to a year ago by almost 7%. That's the highest annual inflation jump since June of 1982. Gasoline led the way, up 58%. But virtually everything was up, from cars to food, electricity, and housing. The trend is forcing some pretty tough conversations in many American households about making ends meet. President Biden offering vague reassurances that things will right themselves soon. It's where we start tonight with Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker.
Tonight, Americans already slammed by soaring prices, now getting hit even harder. New numbers showing inflation surging to its fastest pace in nearly 40 years, up 6.8% from a year ago.
I feel like there's never enough money.
Christy Brown, a teacher and single mom, telling us she's struggling to pay higher rent, plus $150 more a month for groceries, buy winter clothes for her kids, and now they need a new car.
What's the toughest part for you about dealing with these increased prices every day?
I think it's telling my kids that they can't do things that they want to do.
Prices rising across the board, including gas prices up 58% over last year, fuel oil up 59%, beef up 21%, and used cars up 31%. All of it during the holidays. Dion King says his family has cut out restaurants and vacations and will celebrate Christmas without gifts this year because they cannot afford them.
The prices has gone up dramatically. It's just not in our budget to even go out and do anything for the holiday season of this Christmas.
And the spiking prices not only affecting families.
Our tomatoes were up 40% from 2-3 weeks ago. Our red onions were up 35%. And our guacamole, our avocado, was up 35%.
At Louis Hankins' restaurant, El Techo, higher costs and the supply chain crisis forcing him to take items off the menu.
When you look at these increase in prices, what is your biggest fear?
My main concern is the customer coming. With gas prices rising and everything else across the board rising, are they going to make money available in their budget to come and have tacos and margaritas?
Tonight, the Senate's top Republican blasting Democrats for, quote, more borrowing, more printing, more reckless spending, saying inflation is out of control on the Democrats' watch. But with gas prices down 8 cents in the last month, President Biden today touting progress.
It's a real bump in the road. It does affect families. It matters to people. When you're paying more for gas, although in some states we've got the price down below $3 a gallon. But the point is, it's not gone down quickly enough. But I think it will.
And Kristen, the president today also saying he thinks this is the peak of the crisis.
Well, Lester, while that may be the president's view, White House officials acknowledge they cannot predict how long this inflation will last. Though today they said they are going to apply pressure to some industries, including meat packers, to try to lower prices. Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. Another major story we're following tonight, the partial victory for opponents of the Texas law banning most abortions. The Supreme Court saying abortion providers can challenge the law in federal court, but for now leaving it in effect. Here's Pete Williams with more.
It's a modest victory for supporters of abortion rights and a minor setback for Texas, which tried to make SB 8 impossible to challenge. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy and allows anyone to sue abortion providers that violate it. State officials don't enforce it, so who can be sued? The Supreme Court ruled unanimously that challengers of the law cannot sue state court judges since they don't enforce anything. With Chief Justice Roberts and the court's 3 liberals dissenting, it ruled 5-4 that the challengers cannot sue state court clerks or the Texas Attorney General either. But it voted 8-1, with only Clarence Thomas dissenting, that the challengers can sue members of the state medical board, just barely enough to let the lawsuits go ahead. Even so, the court said the state can keep enforcing the law while the legal challenges play out.
I think this is going to go down as one of the most disgraceful decisions in Supreme Court history. It has allowed the state of Texas right now to nullify the Supreme Court's decisions that there's a constitutional right to abortion.
So abortion providers can still challenge the Texas law in federal court, but they cannot sue anyone who actually has the power to stop enforcing it.
I'm not sure that the Supreme Court's decision today provides them with the relief that they're seeking because it doesn't provide them with an avenue to have this law stopped on the ground.
Today's ruling was about the structure of the Texas law, not about abortion rights. A ruling about that in a separate case from Mississippi probably won't come for several more months. Lester?
All right, Pete, thank you. Now to the COVID crisis. The CDC saying today the Omicron variant has been found in at least 25 states and that the first cases were mostly mild and overwhelmingly among the vaccinated. Also, New York imposing a new statewide mask mandate as fears grow of a winter surge. Miguel Almaguer has more.
As a new wave of COVID infections cascades across the country, the U.S. is now barreling toward unprecedented benchmarks. In the coming days, our nation will top 50 million cases, and as hospitalizations soar a staggering 40%, the grimmest milestone, 800,000 American deaths, is now near.
COVID pneumonia. COVID pneumonia. Are they prone? They are prone.
Tonight, one of the greatest threats is in New Hampshire. The state with one of the lowest vaccination rates in the region now has the highest number of cases per capita.
Our emergency rooms often have 50 to 60 people waiting. We often have upwards of 20 people waiting for admission in the emergency room.
As the National Guard deploys to Maine, today New York's governor re-implementing an indoor mask mandate with exceptions.
We're entering a time of uncertainty where our cases could escalate beyond control.
All of this comes as our nation battles Delta and learns more about Omicron. Today, the CDC releasing new details about the 43 cases in 25 states. Most of those with confirmed infections are young. Nearly 80% were fully vaccinated, some with boosters. And with no deaths, among the most promising sign, symptoms were commonly reported as cough, fatigue, congestion, or a runny nose.
Do what we know works against this virus. Vaccines work, boosting works, testing works, masking works, physical distancing works, washing our hands work, and proper ventilation works.
Tonight, new insight into Omicron as Delta still devastates pockets of the nation. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A horrific accident has killed dozens of migrants packed inside a semi-truck in Mexico, part of the ongoing flood of people making the dangerous journey to cross the U.S. border. We get more from Guad Venegas.
A chaotic and deadly scene in the Mexican state of Chiapas. At least 55 people killed and over 100 injured when the truck they were crammed into crashed on its side. Survivors say it happened on a sharp curve. Today, Mexican officials say victims are migrants from several Latin American countries. Mexico's president asking the U.S. to offer more legal opportunities for migrants. This as thousands risk their life traveling to the U.S. border, overwhelming Border Patrol agents. In Yuma, Arizona, the mayor now declaring a local emergency with thousands of migrants streaming into the city.
It became a situation that wasn't containable.
This week, under court order, the Biden administration restarting the Remain in Mexico policy, which mandates asylum seekers wait in Mexico. Mexican officials tell us that move mistakenly led many asylum-seeking migrants to think it benefits them.
For some people, it sort of sends a message that the U.S. is going to receive people.
And tonight, federal and state authorities are searching for the driver of the truck who fled the scene. Lester?
Guad Venegas at the border tonight. Thank you. This evening, a pair of federal air marshals are being credited with stopping the latest in a series of dangerous in-flight incidents after breaking their cover and intervening on board a Delta flight. We get more now from Tom Costello.
It happened on board Delta Flight 342, D.C. to LAX. The FBI says 2 air marshals broke their cover to detain an unruly passenger after he allegedly assaulted a flight attendant, then one of the air marshals who handcuffed him.
Stop resisting.
The plane diverted to Oklahoma City, where police arrested 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. After a year of unruly, even dangerous behavior on board planes, the FAA says bad behavior is declining, but they had 5,500 reports so far this year alone. The Attorney General recently ordered federal prosecutors to prioritize crimes that occur on board planes. And air marshals are teaching flight attendants self-defense tactics. But when they're undercover and witness bad behavior, they face a difficult choice. Air marshals who train in mock-ups like this must decide whether that disturbance might really be meant to distract them from a hijacking attempt. TSA Chief Admiral David Pekoski. When should an air marshal get involved and intervene to stop this kind of activity?
We have protocols for air marshals breaking cover and intervening in a situation like this, and these are well exercised protocols between the cabin crew, the flight attendants, and the air marshals.
Interfering with a flight crew can bring up to 20 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000. Over Oklahoma, a pair of air marshals decided they had to intervene. Tom Costello, NBC News, Chicago.
In just 60 seconds, tracking that massive winter storm where it is headed tonight, and our eye-opening report on the cost of the clothes we wear on one of nature's wonders.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it. A major winter storm is on the move tonight across much of the country. Winter weather alerts are up across 17 states, stretching for nearly 1,500 miles. Up to a foot of snow expected in the upper Midwest and to the south. 35 million under the risk tonight of severe weather with the potential for tornadoes. Now to our series, Rescuing the Rainforest. Tonight, in partnership with the Pulitzer Center's Rainforest Investigations Network, we look into a fabric you've probably never heard of, but is in many of the clothes we wear. It's often billed as eco-friendly, but critics say it's putting the environment at risk. Stephanie Gosk investigates.
It's sleek, silky, and most importantly, cheap. Viscose rayon, one of the fastest growing fabrics in fashion in t-shirts, sportswear, and dresses. Marketed as eco-friendly because it comes from renewable trees. But environmental geographer Ruth DeFries explains that to make way for the tree farms that provide much of the world's viscose, vast stretches of rainforest were cut down.
If you fly over, say, Southeast Asia, you will see these vast plantations that have one single tree species in them. And that's a very, very different from a diverse rainforest, which has millions of species and habitat for lots and lots of different kinds of plants and animals.
These images show how the Indonesian rainforest was decimated, especially in the early 2000s, to help produce palm oil, paper, and viscose.
RGE is an $18 billion group of companies focused
One of the
on
biggest players in the viscose business is Royal Golden Eagle, RGE, a global industrial group. They've supplied viscose to a host of companies, including Adidas, Abercrombie & Fitch, and Esprit, according to an NBC News review of corporate disclosures. None of those retailers commented for our story.
The renewable plantations that underpin its core fiber businesses.
Back in 2015, RGE pledged to halt deforestation and has made significant progress. But according to experts in Norway and Indonesia who track deforestation, these satellite images show some clearing of the rainforest may have continued. Edward Boyda is a physicist and co-founder of the environmental research NGO Earthrise. He analyzed images for an area totaling 4,200 square miles, controlled by companies that supply wood for RGE's viscose. He estimates at least 30 square miles of rainforest have been cleared since late 2015.
We can get imagery from 2015 where we can see healthy rainforest. We look again, say 2016 or 17, some later year, and we see signs that that forest has been destroyed. Looking later still, we can see the plantations for the pulpwood being put in place. And you've gone from one of the most bio-rich places in the world to what's essentially like a biological desert.
RGE company April said in a statement to NBC News the vast majority of the land identified by Boyda had no deforestation, but rather normal legal plantation harvesting and replanting and small-scale community agriculture. The company acknowledged a small amount of deforestation on land that it said had been encroached or damaged by third parties. Johnny Spedica lives next to a large viscose plantation that supplies RGE and says there have been fires and flooding ever since the surrounding rainforest was destroyed in the years leading up to 2015. It used to be easy to hunt pigs for food, he told us. Not anymore. Back in the U.S., concerns about the environment have driven some fashion brands to find alternatives to viscose.
Mara Hoffman's made the decision to move away from viscose.
Yeah. Dana Davis is vice president of sustainability for the designer Mara Hoffman.
This is made from 100% recycled cotton.
Oh, wow. So this was something else before it became these pants.
Exactly.
The reality is for most shoppers, there's such an enormous disconnect from grabbing something off the rack to the rainforests in Indonesia.
Yeah, I think that's with most things that people do, right? They don't stop to really think through where that might come from.
Where it comes from, the impact on the rainforest, and the people who live there. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
All right, we're back in a moment with the moving tributes to Bob Dole, how he was remembered today.
News is happening now
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
An emotional tribute today for Bob Dole. President Biden and both parties coming together for the funeral of the longtime senator and former GOP presidential nominee. And moving words from Tom Hanks and our own Savannah Guthrie. Here's Andrea Mitchell.
At Washington's National Cathedral, a celebration to honor the long life of Robert J. Dole.
God, what courage Bob Dole had.
Grievously wounded in battle, but resilient. A political warrior who believed in compromise. Mentor to a freshman Democrat named Joe Biden.
We disagreed, but we were never disagreeable with one another. I found Bob to be a man of principle, pragmatism, and enormous integrity.
His wife of nearly 46 years, former senator and cabinet member Elizabeth Dole, a storied love affair for the ages, and daughter from a previous marriage, Robin.
I love you, Dad, and I promise you will never walk alone.
His casket then driven to the World War II memorial he helped create. A memorial to peace, he said, and to the 500,000 soldiers unlike him who did not return.
He was never able again to button a shirt or sign his name as he had. He saluted, and he made your acquaintance with his left hand.
Family friend Savannah Guthrie.
He stood for principle. He stood for dignity. And even when he couldn't stand any longer, at the casket of an old friend who could forget, still he stood, out of respect and out of honor.
TAPS is now sounding for this soldier of America. But we know, as long as we see each other not as enemies, but as neighbors and colleagues, then TAPS will never sound for Bob Dole.
Tonight, an American patriot flying home to Kansas. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
And the music world is remembering Monkees singer-songwriter Michael Nesmith, whose death was announced by his manager today. The band exploded in popularity in the 1960s, starring in the Monkees hit comedy series on NBC from 1966 to 68. The band was known for hits like Daydream Believer and Last Train to Clarksville. Nesmith was 78. When we come back, why city officials in California tried to pull the plug on one fan's light show tribute to a holiday classic.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Finally, the holiday lights display inspired by a classic Christmas movie and how the fight that erupted over it ended up bringing a town together. Here's Kevin Tibbles.
When the happiest holidays hit La Mirada, California, out come all things Griswold.
My reaction was, oh my God, this is awesome. He did a fabulous job.
Lights, cameras, lots of action as folks celebrate one neighbor's love for National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, from the cop car to the motorhome.
I'm actually probably one of the biggest collectors on the planet of this movie, so I have a lot of memorabilia.
But this year's display was almost unplugged by the city, as Norton, seeking to recreate the Griswold house, built this false second floor without a permit.
I mean, it's a Christmas display. It's a facade. It's not real.
Visitors started leaving donations to help battle the supposed Scrooge of Christmas present.
They should definitely make an exception.
A happy ending, though. The spirit of Christmas prevailed when the two sides reached an agreement, and his $100,000 display can light up the holidays till January 1st.
And we're going to have the happiest Christmas.
Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
Honoring a classic. That's Nightly News for this Friday. Thanks for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Tonight, the historic price surges with costs rising across the country on so many things we buy every day. Inflation soaring 6.8% in November, the fastest pace in nearly 40 years. Costs skyrocketing for rent, food, gas, cars, clothing, and so much more. President Biden maintaining the crisis has hit its peak. What's causing it and how much longer will it last? Also tonight, the key Supreme Court ruling delivering a partial victory to challengers of Texas's strict abortion law, but leaving the law in place for now. Where the battle goes next. The Omicron variant now in at least half of the U.S. The new CDC report what it found regarding Omicron symptoms and the strict new mask mandate in New York, one of several states facing a potential winter surge. The major winter storm on the move and 35 million under threat of severe weather and potential tornadoes. The Delta flight diverted after an unruly passenger allegedly attacked a flight attendant at an air marshal. The video from inside the airplane. Honoring Bob Dole, President Biden, and Tom Hanks among those paying final tributes at services today. From trees to T-shirts inside the fashion industry's role in harming the rainforest and celebrating the singer-songwriter who also starred in a classic NBC sitcom.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. We got one of those government reports today that tells you it's not just you. Things are still getting more expensive. Inflation biting consumers hard, right smack in the middle of the holiday buying season. Consumer prices rose in November compared to a year ago by almost 7%. That's the highest annual inflation jump since June of 1982. Gasoline led the way, up 58%. But virtually everything was up, from cars to food, electricity, and housing. The trend is forcing some pretty tough conversations in many American households about making ends meet. President Biden offering vague reassurances that things will right themselves soon. It's where we start tonight with Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker.
Tonight, Americans already slammed by soaring prices, now getting hit even harder. New numbers showing inflation surging to its fastest pace in nearly 40 years, up 6.8% from a year ago.
I feel like there's never enough money.
Christy Brown, a teacher and single mom, telling us she's struggling to pay higher rent, plus $150 more a month for groceries, buy winter clothes for her kids, and now they need a new car.
What's the toughest part for you about dealing with these increased prices every day?
I think it's telling my kids that they can't do things that they want to do.
Prices rising across the board, including gas prices up 58% over last year, fuel oil up 59%, beef up 21%, and used cars up 31%. All of it during the holidays. Dion King says his family has cut out restaurants and vacations and will celebrate Christmas without gifts this year because they cannot afford them.
The prices has gone up dramatically. It's just not in our budget to even go out and do anything for the holiday season of this Christmas.
And the spiking prices not only affecting families.
Our tomatoes were up 40% from 2-3 weeks ago. Our red onions were up 35%. And our guacamole, our avocado, was up 35%.
At Louis Hankins' restaurant, El Techo, higher costs and the supply chain crisis forcing him to take items off the menu.
When you look at these increase in prices, what is your biggest fear?
My main concern is the customer coming. With gas prices rising and everything else across the board rising, are they going to make money available in their budget to come and have tacos and margaritas?
Tonight, the Senate's top Republican blasting Democrats for, quote, more borrowing, more printing, more reckless spending, saying inflation is out of control on the Democrats' watch. But with gas prices down 8 cents in the last month, President Biden today touting progress.
It's a real bump in the road. It does affect families. It matters to people. When you're paying more for gas, although in some states we've got the price down below $3 a gallon. But the point is, it's not gone down quickly enough. But I think it will.
And Kristen, the president today also saying he thinks this is the peak of the crisis.
Well, Lester, while that may be the president's view, White House officials acknowledge they cannot predict how long this inflation will last. Though today they said they are going to apply pressure to some industries, including meat packers, to try to lower prices. Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. Another major story we're following tonight, the partial victory for opponents of the Texas law banning most abortions. The Supreme Court saying abortion providers can challenge the law in federal court, but for now leaving it in effect. Here's Pete Williams with more.
It's a modest victory for supporters of abortion rights and a minor setback for Texas, which tried to make SB 8 impossible to challenge. The law bans most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy and allows anyone to sue abortion providers that violate it. State officials don't enforce it, so who can be sued? The Supreme Court ruled unanimously that challengers of the law cannot sue state court judges since they don't enforce anything. With Chief Justice Roberts and the court's 3 liberals dissenting, it ruled 5-4 that the challengers cannot sue state court clerks or the Texas Attorney General either. But it voted 8-1, with only Clarence Thomas dissenting, that the challengers can sue members of the state medical board, just barely enough to let the lawsuits go ahead. Even so, the court said the state can keep enforcing the law while the legal challenges play out.
I think this is going to go down as one of the most disgraceful decisions in Supreme Court history. It has allowed the state of Texas right now to nullify the Supreme Court's decisions that there's a constitutional right to abortion.
So abortion providers can still challenge the Texas law in federal court, but they cannot sue anyone who actually has the power to stop enforcing it.
I'm not sure that the Supreme Court's decision today provides them with the relief that they're seeking because it doesn't provide them with an avenue to have this law stopped on the ground.
Today's ruling was about the structure of the Texas law, not about abortion rights. A ruling about that in a separate case from Mississippi probably won't come for several more months. Lester?
All right, Pete, thank you. Now to the COVID crisis. The CDC saying today the Omicron variant has been found in at least 25 states and that the first cases were mostly mild and overwhelmingly among the vaccinated. Also, New York imposing a new statewide mask mandate as fears grow of a winter surge. Miguel Almaguer has more.
As
As a new wave of COVID infections cascades across the country, the U.S. is now barreling toward unprecedented benchmarks. In the coming days, our nation will top 50 million cases, and as hospitalizations soar a staggering 40%, the grimmest milestone, 800,000 American deaths, is now near.
COVID pneumonia. COVID pneumonia. Are they prone? They are prone.
Tonight, one of the greatest threats is in New Hampshire. The state with one of the lowest vaccination rates in the region now has the highest number of cases per capita.
Our emergency rooms often have 50 to 60 people waiting. We often have upwards of 20 people waiting for admission in the emergency room.
As the National Guard deploys to Maine, today New York's governor re-implementing an indoor mask mandate with exceptions.
We're entering a time of uncertainty where our cases could escalate beyond control.
All of this comes as our nation battles Delta and learns more about Omicron. Today, the CDC releasing new details about the 43 cases in 25 states. Most of those with confirmed infections are young. Nearly 80% were fully vaccinated, some with boosters. And with no deaths, among the most promising sign, symptoms were commonly reported as cough, fatigue, congestion, or a runny nose.
Do what we know works against this virus. Vaccines work, boosting works, testing works, masking works, physical distancing works, washing our hands work, and proper ventilation works.
Tonight, new insight into Omicron as Delta still devastates pockets of the nation. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A horrific accident has killed dozens of migrants packed inside a semi-truck in Mexico, part of the ongoing flood of people making the dangerous journey to cross the U.S. border. We get more from Guad Venegas.
A chaotic and deadly scene in the Mexican state of Chiapas. At least 55 people killed and over 100 injured when the truck they were crammed into crashed on its side. Survivors say it happened on a sharp curve. Today, Mexican officials say victims are migrants from several Latin American countries. Mexico's president asking the U.S. to offer more legal opportunities for migrants. This as thousands risk their life traveling to the U.S. border, overwhelming Border Patrol agents. In Yuma, Arizona, the mayor now declaring a local emergency with thousands of migrants streaming into the city.
It became a situation that wasn't containable.
This week, under court order, the Biden administration restarting the Remain in Mexico policy, which mandates asylum seekers wait in Mexico. Mexican officials tell us that move mistakenly led many asylum-seeking migrants to think it benefits them.
For some people, it sort of sends a message that the U.S. is going to receive people.
And tonight, federal and state authorities are searching for the driver of the truck who fled the scene. Lester?
Guad Venegas at the border tonight. Thank you. This evening, a pair of federal air marshals are being credited with stopping the latest in a series of dangerous in-flight incidents after breaking their cover and intervening on board a Delta flight. We get more now from Tom Costello.
It happened on board Delta Flight 342, D.C. to LAX. The FBI says 2 air marshals broke their cover to detain an unruly passenger after he allegedly assaulted a flight attendant, then one of the air marshals who handcuffed him. Stop resisting. The plane diverted to Oklahoma City, where police arrested 35-year-old Ariel Pennington. After a year of unruly, even dangerous behavior on board planes, the FAA says bad behavior is declining, but they had 5,500 reports so far this year alone. The Attorney General recently ordered federal prosecutors to prioritize crimes that occur on board planes. And air marshals are teaching flight attendants self-defense tactics. But when they're undercover and witness bad behavior, they face a difficult choice. Air marshals who train in mock-ups like this must decide whether that disturbance might really be meant to distract them from a hijacking attempt. TSA Chief Admiral David Pekoski. When should an air marshal get involved and intervene to stop this kind of activity?
We have protocols for air marshals breaking cover and intervening in a situation like this, and these are well exercised protocols between the cabin crew, the flight attendants, and the air marshals.
Interfering with a flight crew can bring up to 20 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000. Over Oklahoma, a pair of air marshals decided they had to intervene. Tom Costello, NBC News, Chicago.
In just 60 seconds, tracking that massive winter storm where it is headed tonight, and our eye-opening report on the cost of the clothes we wear on one of nature's wonders. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A major winter storm is on the move tonight across much of the country. Winter weather alerts are up across 17 states, stretching for nearly 1,500 miles. Up to a foot of snow expected in the upper Midwest and to the south. 35 million under the risk tonight of severe weather with the potential for tornadoes. Now to our series, Rescuing the Rainforest. Tonight, in partnership with the Pulitzer Center's Rainforest Investigations Network, we look into a fabric you've probably never heard of, but is in many of the clothes we wear. It's often billed as eco-friendly, but critics say it's putting the environment at risk. Stephanie Gosk investigates.
It's sleek, silky, and most importantly, cheap. Viscose rayon, one of the fastest growing fabrics in fashion in t-shirts, sportswear, and dresses. Marketed as eco-friendly because it comes from renewable trees. But environmental geographer Ruth DeFries explains that to make way for the tree farms that provide much of the world's viscose, vast stretches of rainforest were cut down.
If you fly over, say, Southeast Asia, you will see these vast plantations that have one single tree species in them. And that's a very, very different from a diverse rainforest, which has millions of species and habitat for lots and lots of different kinds of plants and animals.
These images show how the Indonesian rainforest was decimated, especially in the early 2000s, to help produce palm oil, paper, and viscose.
RGE is an $18 billion group of companies focused
One of the
on
biggest players in the viscose business is Royal Golden Eagle, RGE, a global industrial group. They've supplied viscose to a host of companies, including Adidas, Abercrombie & Fitch, and Esprit, according to an NBC News review of corporate disclosures. None of those retailers commented for our story.
The renewable plantations that underpin its core fiber businesses.
Back in 2015, RGE pledged to halt deforestation and has made significant progress. But according to experts in Norway and Indonesia who track deforestation, these satellite images show some clearing of the rainforest may have continued. Edward Boyda is a physicist and co-founder of the environmental research NGO Earthrise. He analyzed images for an area totaling 4,200 square miles, controlled by companies that supply wood for RGE's viscose. He estimates at least 30 square miles of rainforest have been cleared since late 2015.
We can get imagery from 2015 where we can see healthy rainforest. We look again, say 2016 or 17, some later year, and we see signs that that forest has been destroyed. Looking later still, we can see the plantations for the pulpwood being put in place. And you've gone from one of the most bio-rich places in the world to what's essentially like a biological desert.
RGE company April said in a statement to NBC News the vast majority of the land identified by Boyda had no deforestation, but rather normal legal plantation harvesting and replanting and small-scale community agriculture. The company acknowledged a small amount of deforestation on land that it said had been encroached or damaged by third parties. Johnny Spedica lives next to a large viscose plantation that supplies RGE and says there have been fires and flooding ever since the surrounding rainforest was destroyed in the years leading up to 2015. It used to be easy to hunt pigs for food, he told us. Not anymore. Back in the U.S., concerns about the environment have driven some fashion brands to find alternatives to viscose.
Mara Hoffman's made the decision to move away from viscose.
Yeah. Dana Davis is Vice President of Sustainability for the designer Mara Hoffman.
This is made from 100% recycled cotton.
Oh, wow. So this was something else before it became these pants.
Exactly.
The reality is, for most shoppers, there's such an enormous disconnect from grabbing something off the rack to the rainforests in Indonesia.
Yeah, I think that's with most things that people do, right? They don't stop to really think through where that might come from.
Where it comes from, the impact on the rainforest, and the people who live there. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
All right, we're back in a moment with the moving tributes to Bob Dole, how he was remembered today.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
An emotional tribute today for Bob Dole. President Biden and both parties coming together for the funeral of the longtime senator and former GOP presidential nominee. And moving words from Tom Hanks and our own Savannah Guthrie. Here's Andrea Mitchell.
At Washington's National Cathedral, a celebration to honor the long life of Robert J. Dole.
God, what courage Bob Dole had.
Grievously wounded in battle, but resilient. A political warrior who believed in compromise. Mentor to a freshman Democrat named Joe Biden.
We disagreed, but we were never disagreeable with one another. I found Bob to be a man of principle, pragmatism, and enormous integrity.
His wife of nearly 46 years, former senator and cabinet member Elizabeth Dole, a storied love affair for the ages, and daughter from a previous marriage, Robin.
I love you, Dad, and I promise you will never walk alone.
His casket then driven to the World War II memorial he helped create. A memorial to peace, he said, and to the 500,000 soldiers unlike him who did not return.
He was never able again to button a shirt or sign his name as he had. He saluted, and he made your acquaintance with his left hand.
Family friend Savannah Guthrie.
He stood for principle. He stood for dignity. And even when he couldn't stand any longer, at the casket of an old friend who could forget, still he stood, out of respect and out of honor.
TAPS is now sounding for the soldier of America. But we know, as long as we see each other not as enemies, but as neighbors and colleagues, then TAPS will never sound for Bob Dole.
Tonight, an American patriot flying home to Kansas. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
And the music world is remembering Monkees singer-songwriter Michael Nesmith, whose death was announced by his manager today. The band exploded in popularity in the 1960s, starring in the Monkees hit comedy series on NBC from 1966 to 68. The band was known for hits like Daydream Believer and Last Train to Clarksville. Nesmith was 78. When we come back, why city officials in California tried to pull the plug on one fan's light show tribute to a holiday classic. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Finally, the holiday lights display inspired by a classic Christmas movie and how the fight that erupted over it ended up bringing a town together. Here's Kevin Tibbles.
When the happiest holidays hit La Mirada, California, out come all things Griswold.
My reaction was, oh my God, this is awesome. He did a fabulous job.
Lights, cameras, lots of action as folks celebrate one neighbor's love for National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, from the cop car to the motorhome.
I'm actually probably one of the biggest collectors on the planet of this movie, so I have a lot of memorabilia.
But this year's display was almost unplugged by the city, as Norton, seeking to recreate the Griswold house, built this false second floor without a permit.
I mean, it's a Christmas display. It's a facade. It's not real.
Visitors started leaving donations to help battle the supposed Scrooge of Christmas present.
They should definitely make an exception.
A happy ending, though. The spirit of Christmas prevailed when the two sides reached an agreement, and his $100,000 display can light up the holidays till January 1st.
And we're going to have the happiest Christmas.
Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
Honoring a classic. That's Nightly News for this Friday. Thanks for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All hit 96 KPKE with the Bird and the Bee.
I had a huge crush on him. He had this amazing voice.
Very gregarious, very charismatic. And I think the passion that he had for people came through.
He was the guy the whole town woke up to. Morning DJ Stephen B.
He was so funny, and he had such a great love of music.
He's lovable. I mean, everybody loves Stephen B.
But soon it was fatally clear that not everybody did.
They came up on a body floating in the water.
Shot him one time in the back of the head.
I felt like I was in some made-for-TV movie. It's like, this can't be happening.
What did happen? The hunt is on. A gleaming yacht.
I thought, why did you get on that boat?
A scheming businessman. And a missing fortune.
You're a multimillionaire and you don't have any money.
From high seas adventure to heart-stopping murder.
I don't think I'll ever get another case quite like this.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Lester Holt. He was one of the lucky ones who found fame and fortune. A DJ with a golden voice on the radio and a golden touch in life. Then he vanished in a mystery that stretched from the coast of California to a quiet town in Montana. And the clue to it all? You might never guess. Wrapped in a napkin, tucked in a cabinet, hidden in a library. But would anyone find it? Here's Keith Morrison.
Down below the surface of the Pacific Ocean, on the far side of California's Catalina Island, is a silent current. Strange how it flows up to the swelling coastline of Santa Barbara, then just before the open sea turns back to glide again past this storied island with, one sunny day in May 2006, someone in it.
I have a saying that I'd rather be lucky than good.
Ken Clark, then of the LA Sheriff's Department, had been at it a long time, as had Robert Martindale, more than 50 years between them. But nothing like the case that literally floated to them on a lonely reach of ocean out by Catalina. Would never have had the case at all, except...
We were lucky that we had some boaters leaving Newport Beach, going to Catalina Island, and they came up on a body floating in the water.
Just happened to see it?
Just happened to
now,
see it.
That's a big ocean out there.
Absolutely.
So the chances of it being seen are, what, needle in a haystack?
Very slim.
The sailors had spotted a flock of shrieking seagulls perched on top of a body. Looked like it had been in the water for some time.
It was in extreme decomposition phase.
Right.
Bloated and...
Barnacles had attached themselves.
Barnacles already?
Absolutely.
Yes.
There was no ID on the body. It was labeled John Doe and taken to the LA coroner's office.
Well, initially it was believed to be a drowning victim.
But who was he? Identifying their John Doe posed a huge challenge.
We could only say it was a human being, that was it.
Though there was one odd thing. Medical examiner pointed to the man's left hand. 3 fingers were missing. And clearly had been, said the examiner, for years.
When the victim was young, he had an accident where he severed 3 fingers on his left hand.
Which at least offered a slim chance of getting an ID.
We were hoping if someone were to call and said, my friend is missing, tell us something about him.
And then another piece of luck. Someone did call, looking for a friend he hadn't seen for weeks. A friend who had lost 3 fingers in a junior high school woodshop accident. And just like that, John Doe had a name and a whole remarkable life.
Our victim we identified as Stephen Bailey Williams.
Stephen Bailey Williams, better known to his friends, family, and fans as Stephen B.
All hit 96 KPKE Friday morning with the Bird and the Bee.
A DJ with a distinctive voice and personality that had made him famous in the 1980s as part of the hit Denver-based radio show Stephen B. and the Hawk.
He was really at his professional zenith in Denver.
Doug Johnson and Stephen were friends for more than 30 years.
They were the guys that really pioneered two-man morning radio. They were funny, they were great writers, they were great comedians.
He's lovable. I mean, everybody loves Stephen B.
Young Sylvia Noland had a big crush on Stephen B. when they both worked in a Hawaii radio station back in the early days. So she worked up her nerve.
I went in and asked Stephen B. if he'd be my date to the Beach Boys concert, and he turned me down, and I was just like devastated, you know. And so I was sitting in my little sales cubicle, and
What's the matter with me?
The general manager walks in and he goes, I think you need to know something. And I said, what? And he goes, well, if you were a boy, he would have gone. And I'm like, here I am from West Virginia, 18. I'm like, what? And he goes, he's gay. It's like, oh, okay, well, I can accept that then, you know, so.
And that very day, Sylvia and Stephen began a warm, lifelong friendship. Many afternoons spent lingering at this coffee shop, and many memorable evenings.
What were those dinners like?
Oh, Stephen's an amazing cook.
If you were patient, he was good. He was a phenomenal cook, but you had to be geared to eating at like 10:30 or 11, because he was the type of person that if he would talk to you, you would have his undivided attention.
So by the time we would eat, it's like everybody's drunk.
And then, somewhere in the middle of the 90s, the radio business seemed to tire of Stephen's huge, deep voice and happy style. He got a job in the winery business for a while, then went home to care for his ailing father in Southern California. And in 2003, when his father died...
Oh, he was devastated.
And then, in the depths of his despair, a window opened to a whole new set of possibilities. Stephen made a new friend who had just bought a yacht, planned to sail it around the world. Would Stephen like to go along, be the chef?
Did he know anything about sailing?
No, nothing at all.
What did you think about that?
He's excited about this. It's a nice diversion. It's something for him to focus on after his dad died.
I thought it was amazing. I said, I think it's awesome. I was really excited for him.
But now, the dream, the voice, the happy-go-lucky charm, all gone. What happened to Stephen B? Did he fall overboard? In the harsh white light of the pathology lab, the coroner peered down at the body and made a pronouncement. Stephen B. did not die of accidental drowning. Couldn't have, because there was a bullet in the back of his head.
When we come back, murder? Who might have wanted Stephen B. dead?
He was bad with money. He was trying to manage the estate, trying to get things organized, which for Stephen was an almost impossible battle.
When Dateline continues.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There had been so much promise in the air that spring of 2006. The second act of A Radio Man. All that fun on the radio was over, yes, but now he was all set to sail the world, live a dream. And then he winds up floating face down 7 miles off the coast of California's Catalina Island, a bullet hole in the back of his head. But who wanted him dead? And why? Detectives Ken Clark and Robert Martindale started by asking his friends.
What did you find out about him?
The thing I noticed about this case, and I give the credit to his friends, was he was surrounded by a group of very close friends that knew a lot about him. These are lifelong friends.
He was just a great sounding board, somebody I'd call if I was angry, if I was frustrated, if I needed advice.
He could talk you down.
Yeah.
Or talk you up.
He could do both, usually at the same time.
And recently, Stephen had found a sounding board of his own, a new friend named Harvey Morrow.
Oh, he's just a quiet, easygoing guy. He came up to him and said, "Oh my gosh, I'm such a huge fan of Stephen being the Hawk." Stephen thought that was awesome.
Stephen soon became fast friends with Harvey and his wife, Debbie.
What'd you think of Stephen?
He was so funny, and he had such a great love of music, and he loved to cook. I thought, oh, this man's going to be perfect to go on a boat with us.
Ah, yes, the boat. Harvey had it docked at the LA Yacht Club, a 69-foot beauty called the Ilar Mara. Harvey and Debbie had big plans for that boat. They talked about it ever since their first date.
He says, "What do you want to do when you retire?" And I said, "I want to sail all over the world."
It was her dream of a lifetime, and now Debbie actually found the man who shared it. They married at the dawn of the new millennium, right here on the front porch of their new Texas home. All that adventure to look forward to. And now Harvey had invited Stephen to go along as chef on their beloved yacht. Stephen moved aboard, lived with them on the boat. But before they set sail, there was some work to do.
He'd bought this kind of basically old rusty tub, right?
Yeah.
Greg Libano helped Harvey fix up the old tub. Greg fashioned all the stainless steel trim. Felt a connection with Harvey, too.
He was a Wall Street guy, investment banker, rejecting society.
A little bit like you had.
Yeah. I'm an outlaw mentality. That's where we bonded, you know.
Though as Greg watched Harvey pour money into the boat, the flat screen, the teak, the $50,000 washer dryer.
Holy cat, you can buy another boat for 50 grand.
Sure.
He just wanted the biggest and the best of what he could get, you know.
Before Harvey dropped out, he'd been in the investment banking business, had some old stock investments that finally paid off, he said, and so he plowed the money into the boat, along with what a still working Debbie was able to contribute.
He says, "Don't worry, you know, so what if you have to work another year?"
He said that?
Yeah.
What did you think?
It's like, well, okay, work another year. But by that time, I'm in it. The boat's bought. He's already sunk so much money into it. So it's like, let's just get this done.
Can't walk away now.
Right, can't walk away now. Let's get it done.
They did not ask Stephen to kick in a share, which was probably just as well, given how Stephen was with money.
The creative side of his mind worked very well, but he was not a good money manager.
Stephen Bailey Williams, as his friends told the detectives, had lived hand to mouth most of his life. He was a radio guy, made good money, and spent it. Finance, not a strong suit, said his friend Doug Johnson.
He was bad with money and he was paperwork averse. He would just forget to file his taxes for a few years.
How many years would he go?
Oh, his record was 8.
But then Stephen's father died, and the bad money manager was suddenly confronted with a windfall. Stephen inherited nearly $2 million. So now he'd have to manage real money.
He was trying to manage the estate, trying to get things organized, which for Stephen was an almost impossible battle.
Sure. But happily, there was Harvey, the ex-banker, to help him get the money socked away. A nice, safe tax haven. Offshore.
Stephen had said he's helping me with stuff. He's a retired financial planner, investment banker.
Just the sort of person I need right now.
Yeah, and boy, this would be a real great help.
But that was just business. What really caught Stephen's imagination was sailing around the world. That is, if the boat ever got finished.
Because every time he turned around, it was a new computer being put in, or new paintings and fireplaces and satellite systems.
And 2 bathrooms and its full kitchen, and, well, never seemed to end. 2 years passed, 3 years. Stephen waiting and waiting.
He had wanted to go to culinary school, but Harvey kept saying, "Oh, we're going to set sail soon, we're going to set sail soon."
And then one day, without a word to anyone, Stephen simply disappeared.
Coming up.
We were all kind of having the same angst that that he had just dropped off the radar completely.
And I said, how could this be? I mean, you're a multimillionaire and you don't have any money.
When Dateline continues.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the spring of 2006, ex-DJ Stephen B. Williams was ready, eager. Any day now, he'd be setting off to sail around the world. And then suddenly, without saying a word to any of his lifelong friends, he vanished.
I was worried sick, and we were all kind of having the same angst that he had just dropped off the radar completely.
His friends called each other, compared notes. No one had seen Stephen for weeks.
So I called Harvey and I said, hey Harvey, we're all really concerned about Stephen. Have you seen him? And he goes, oh, well, he's over in Hawaii. He went to Hawaii.
Now that was strange, because Harvey told another friend Stephen went to Mexico. What'd you think?
I thought, well, Stephen wouldn't go into Mexico at gunpoint. I mean, it was completely out of character for him.
Then Harvey's friend Greg, the stainless steel guy, said he noticed something strange about Stephen's usually cluttered cabin.
It was completely sterile, just nothing in it, not one loose object.
It was as if Stephen had never set foot in here. And then those boaters made their shocking discovery. Stephen face down in the ocean, a bullet in his head.
What was it like to get that news?
Oh, it was awful. I felt like I was in some made-for-TV movie. It's like, this can't be happening. None of us could believe it was happening.
Detectives Ken Clark and Robert Martindale wanted to have a look at Harvey Morrow's boat, Stephen's last known residence, and they wanted to talk to Harvey. They got a search warrant, brought a whole team to the harbor, seized the yacht.
When you first walked in, was it
clean? Absolutely clean. Clean enough for you, and these are my words, eat off the floor.
Pristine, in fact. And for all the diligent efforts of the forensic people, there was no sign of Stephen B.'s existence, no evidence he'd ever set foot on that yacht. They did find some high-tech navigational equipment, which they hoped would tell them where the boat had been, but when the expert analyzed it,
he said it was never connected, it was never turned on.
There was a manual for a handheld Garmin GPS, but only the manual.
We went, we searched, and we searched, and we searched, and we just didn't find the GPS.
Nor did they find Harvey Morrow. He seemed to have disappeared. And that's when they started digging into Harvey's background. Just who was he, anyway?
Some said he was as wealthy as $12 million and more.
Though when detectives talked to the neighbors here at the yacht club, at least one of them wasn't quite so sure that Harvey was for real.
She says, me and my husband, we have money, we live on our yacht. I knew when I saw Harvey that he was full of it, because no one dresses like Gilligan and the skipper when they live on a yacht. And yeah, Harvey always showed up. These are her words. He showed up in costume.
And Harvey's employment history? Turned out it was not quite as gold-plated as Harvey had been letting on, as the detectives discovered.
I think everything Harvey's been involved with throughout his career in banking or stockbroking has gone belly up. Everything he's involved in seems to have some type of fraud involved, one con after the next. I don't think he's ever actually had a bona fide job where he's been there for a period of time.
Which led to an obvious question. What kind of job had Harvey been doing managing Stephen's inheritance? Sylvia Nolan remembered shortly before Stephen vanished, somebody broke into the trunk of his car where he kept all his personal paperwork, his passport, his trust documents, all stolen.
And I said, well, please tell me that the document between you and Harvey, wasn't in there. And he goes, what document? And I said, well, for him investing your $2 million. I said, you have something documented, right? And he goes, no. And I said, you gave some man you just met a couple years ago $2 million and you got nothing in writing?
She told the detectives, of course. And they took a good look at Harvey's boat and soon learned something that probably should have been obvious all along. That fancy dolled-up tub with its pricey power winches, its expensive electronics, its polished teak washer-dryer fireplace was paid for practically every dollar by the unwitting Stephen B. That answer turned up in meticulous detail in Harvey's own ship's ledger.
He put, according to his own ledgers, $1.7 million to that yacht. Mm-hmm. So almost the whole amount he took from Stephen went right back into that yacht.
No wonder, said Stephen's friend Sylvia. No wonder the last time they went out to lunch, she had to pick up the check.
He was so embarrassed, and I said, how could this be? I mean, you're a multimillionaire and you don't have any money. And he said, well, Harvey's got it all tied up in these offshore accounts.
The detectives discovered Harvey Morrow had put Stephen's inheritance money to an offshore bank account in the British Virgin Islands, just as he said he would. But then he secretly brought it back to the U.S. in small increments and used the money to refurbish the boat.
Harvey just sucked up all that money?
All of it.
Stephen, by his own admission, a lousy money manager, trusting, vulnerable after the death of his father, was, said detectives, the perfect mark.
Stephen was no match for this man at all.
Nor, apparently, was his wife, Debbie.
I was really very much in love with Harvey.
But as she now began to discover, the man she loved had lied. A house in Vail, Colorado, which he told her he owned outright, actually belonged to someone else. The money she sent him when she went back to work vanished. The auto insurance he told her he bought for her didn't exist. And what he said was a $25,000 diamond ring he slipped on her finger when he proposed? A fake.
It's cubic zirconium.
Just who was that man she married and believed she loved?
I don't think Harvey even liked me. You know, love is not only blind, in my instance, it's also deaf and dumb.
But devastating as those lies were, Debbie couldn't bring herself to believe Harvey could kill.
I never once thought it would be Harvey that would have hurt Stephen.
And in fact, there was nothing definitive tying Harvey to Stephen's murder. No sign of any violent struggle, not a drop of Stephen's blood anywhere on the ship. If only the detectives could talk to Harvey. It turned out they'd just missed him. An employee of the yacht club told investigators Harvey was standing nearby in plain sight, observing as the cops scoured his boat. But by the time they heard that, Harvey was long gone.
From friends and knowing his past, there was some speculation that he would go south, and he had some dealings in Belize before, and we believe that's possibly where he's heading.
So they put out feelers. Belize, the Virgin Islands, Harvey's old haunts down there. But the trail went cold. Stephen's murder, apparently unsolvable.
When we come back, a mysterious stranger surfaces hundreds of miles away.
He was very sure of himself, to the point of a little bit smug. The more he would talk, the more intrigued I became.
Could he hold the key to the case?
Did you ever get any money from Stephen and put it in your account?
When Dateline continues.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
It was September 2006 when a smooth-talking stranger walked into Pete's auto dealership in Great Falls, Montana, and got himself a job as a used car salesman.
He was quite the character. Wasn't your typical car salesman persona.
Joe Parsetich was the finance manager at Pete's Auto. He was at the dealership the day the new guy started.
He was very sure of himself, to the point of a little bit smug. In Montana, where you have a lot of down-to-earth, meat and potatoes people, where they're very friendly towards one another, having somebody with a smug, cocky attitude isn't going to go over very well at times.
Still, Joe was friendly in the way Montanans are known for. He gave the guy the benefit of the doubt. One Sunday evening, they got to talking. Joe says the new salesman told him how he used to be a successful stockbroker at a beautiful lakefront home in Texas. They even looked up his property on Google Earth. So why on earth, Joe asked, would someone leave all that and come to Great Falls?
He had shared that his wife and a couple of her friends had taken their yacht down to the Gulf of Mexico and were going to go sailing for the weekend. During that time, a storm ensued and the boat was capsized, and his wife and her friends all perished along with the boat. So he had shared that looking at large bodies of water was just more than he can bear, and he wanted to get as far away from that kind of environment as he could.
And who did this tragic past belong to? Joe said the wealthy salesman told him his name was Harvey Morrow. Harvey was quite chatty with Joe, but one thing Harvey didn't know, Joe, his attentive audience, was a former police officer, and Harvey's amazing story made Joe's antenna buzz a little.
The more he would talk about the loss of his wife and his boat, the more intrigued I became.
So on his way home that night, Joe took a little detour, drove by the hotel where Harvey said he was staying.
And when I drove by, I didn't find his SUV at that location that he said, which I didn't think suspicious at the time. But I still, for whatever reason, drove around to see a few other hotels or motels to see if I found his vehicle. And I located his vehicle at a place called Imperial Inn.
Why would Harvey lie about something as benign as where he was staying? When Joe got home that night, he went straight to his office and turned on the computer.
I entered Harvey Morrow's name on Google, and I was surprised what I had found.
A simple Google search, and there it was. A news article describing the murder of disc jockey Stephen P. Williams.
And Harvey Morrow was listed as a person of extreme interest.
But if Harvey really was a fugitive, wouldn't he have changed his name? Maybe it was an awful misunderstanding. Still, Joe called the captain of Cascade County Sheriff's Department in Great Falls and told him what he'd learned. And it wasn't long before Sergeant Clark in California returned to his desk and saw the red light on his phone. There was a message.
He said, I understand you might be looking for Harvey Morrow.
Wow. What'd you think when you heard that message?
Well, I was happy.
It was another stroke of luck.
You go to Montana because I'm looking for you down in the British Virgin Island. Everyone I've talked to in Southern California says that's where you like to go. That's where you're going to be. Unfortunately for you, again, lucky for me, we got a retired cop that is not going to have a bleeding heart. He's going to have sympathy and empathy, and he's going to say, okay, great. But behind the doors, he's going to go run you on the computer and goes, oh my goodness.
Sergeants Clark and Martindale boarded a flight to Great Falls, Montana, to pay the elusive Harvey a visit. Joe helped arrange a little meeting at the car dealership.
I told Harvey, I said, I need you to go back out there and get this one particular vehicle prepared that one of his customers were coming back to look at it.
And when Harvey stepped out front, officers from the Cascade County Sheriff's Department were waiting for him.
They just walked up and said, Harvey, there's some guys from California who want to talk to you. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. Click, click.
That was that.
That was that.
It's very civilized, isn't it?
Very civilized.
Yeah.
Very
We should
civilized.
all live like they do in Great Falls.
Yeah.
I was impressed. I was very impressed.
Yeah.
Police searched Harvey's Land Rover, discovered guns and ammunition. They loaded him into the back of a squad car, took him to the local sheriff's department, eager to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, my primary focus is about your vessel, Harvey. How much money did you put in that book?
I don't know.
What would you estimate? What would you think? Rough?
I have no idea. It's over a period of a long time.
And so we wanted to key in on him. How much money did you have? How much money did you spend? Where did the money come from? And things of that nature. He was very vague. It became pretty frustrating. Did you set up Stephen's trust fund?
You lost me.
Did you set up Stephen's trust fund?
Stephen took care of his own stuff.
Did you ever help Stephen with his finances after his father's estate sold?
Yes, Stephen.
Okay.
Did you ever get any money from Stephen and put it in your account?
We passed money back and forth.
How many times did you receive money from Stephen? Was it more than once?
I don't remember.
You remember how much money you got from Stephen in total?
Yeah.
You know?
He was very vague. I believe he talked to us thinking he's going to outsmart us in that interview.
Was he trying to prevent you from getting him on the record, pinning him down in a way that you could use it against him later?
I felt that.
You're asking questions that...
But Harvey, you're a banker, man. You should know the answers to these questions.
I don't want to talk anymore.
You done?
Yeah. I mean, you're not telling me anything. You're...
Well, we're not finished yet. I told you I got a lot to tell you, and I do. And I will tell you.
Tell it to my...
But, tell you to what?
Tell it to a lawyer.
Of course, he was going to need one. Harvey was extradited to California, charged with first-degree murder. But for all the evidence that Harvey conned and stole from Stephen B., evidence of murder was pretty thin, at least without another stroke of luck.
Coming up.
He said you need to look at the data that's in this GPS.
That GPS was a pivotal point in the investigation that really kind of sealed this whole case together.
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In September of 2006, Doug Johnson was walking on the beach, thinking about his friend of 30 years, the murdered one-time DJ, Stephen B. Williams.
And I see this light on the beach. I thought, now what can that be? I dropped my cell phone. And it had landed face up, and the panel was lighting up, and I walked over to it, and I picked it up, and it was Ken Clark, Detective Clark, calling to tell me that they had arrested Harvey. It was a real great sense of relief. It was almost indescribable.
Which is perhaps where the movie version of this story would end. But real life is not quite like that. For all the suspicion of Stephen's friends, the murder case against Harvey Morrow was rather weak. No evidence sufficient to prove that Harvey shot Stephen and dumped his body in the ocean.
We were looking for Stephen's DNA on the boat, knowing that his death was caused by a gunshot wound. It was pretty obvious that there should be something that said, this is where it was.
But there wasn't. No blood, no gun, no significant fingerprints. What they needed, couldn't find, was something that put the two men together on the far side of Catalina Island, where that current would have caught the body, carried it round to the spot where boaters saw it floating face down in the water. They hunted everywhere for Harvey's GPS, but they never found it. Months went by, Harvey sitting in jail, no luck for the investigation now. And then a phone call. It was the commandant of Harvey's yacht club.
He says, I found a handheld GPS in the library of our club.
The commandant told them someone in the club had found the GPS, wrapped in a napkin and hidden in the back of a club library cabinet.
And he says that cabinet is in a position where Harvey Morrow always sits and reads all the time. And he showed us a Garmin C60, which exactly matched in the way it looked, all the manuals that we had recovered months earlier on that yacht.
Here it was, the device they searched for on the boat and couldn't find.
And he said, you need to look at the data that's in this GPS.
Amazing thing. The GPS preserved in his memory in almost infinite detail its very last trip, which was as follows. May 4th, 2006, around 2 p.m., the GPS headed out toward Catalina Island, went to the backside, where it seemed to putter around aimlessly in the middle of the night, then returned back to the dock, 6 a.m., May 5th. That little device seemed to pinpoint the place and time of Stephen's murder. But how could detectives be sure that GPS belonged to Harvey and was on his boat? And then, what do you know? Luck again. When Harvey bought the GPS, he took a friend.
I was with him in the car when we picked it up, and it was such a cool GPS. I've got one myself.
That GPS was a pivotal point in the investigation that really kind of sealed this whole case together.
But though the GPS evidence told detectives where Harvey's boat was the day Stephen was killed, how could they be sure Harvey and Stephen were together on the boat at precisely that time?
Electronic data is fascinating nowadays. Oh. Very fascinating. Our cell phones, we can follow that signature. We were lucky again.
Lucky this time because of Blackjack Cell Tower, Catalina Island, where both Harvey and Stephen's cell phones pinged together, just where the GPS said they would be. After which Stephen's cell phone went straight to voicemail, and Harvey sailed right back to his dock the next morning, where he was late for a prearranged fishing trip with his friends.
They basically said he looked disheveled. He looked as if he had been up all night. He was not himself.
One question left. Exactly what happened on that fancy boat the last moments of Stephen B.'s life? Doug remembered Stephen was angry over Harvey's handling of his money.
He had said that he was going to have a come to Jesus with Harvey. He was going to confront Harvey about the money.
Did Stephen confront Harvey over his lost fortune? Is that what led to this?
We believe that they were both on deck, and he walked up behind him and just walked up, put the gun in the back of his head, and pulled the trigger, which can explain the lack of blood evidence. And he just pushed him right over, or he fell over.
It took 5 years and over 30,000 pages of evidence to build the case against Harvey Morrow. Most of it hinged on a financial motive, all of it circumstantial. The detectives felt confident about the case they had so carefully assembled, while Harvey all the while maintained his innocence. And then, the very first day of the trial, the bombshell they didn't see coming.
Coming up.
I thought, oh my God, he's being set free.
So many years and so many cons. Was there about to be another? When Dateline continues. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. At any moment now.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It had taken 5 long years to get to this point. But Harvey Morrow was finally being tried for the murder of Stephen B. Police and prosecutors felt confident. That is, until the defense gave its opening statement, and things took an unexpected turn.
During the opening statement, it was said that the money that Harvey got from Stephen was money that was owed to Harvey in a loan that happened many years ago.
Harvey loaned money to Stephen's father back in the 80s, the defense told the jury. They had a promissory note to prove it.
Hadn't you encountered that along the way?
No, it was part of the trust packet, and the trust, at this point, the numbers I'm getting from the court, we're over 33,000 pages of documentation.
Quite frankly, we missed it.
They'd missed evidence that seemed to show Harvey wasn't stealing from Stephen at all, had no motive to kill him. Suddenly, the whole case against Harvey, fragile to begin with, seemed in danger of falling apart. And amid doubt about the new evidence, the judge declared a mistrial.
I thought, oh my God, he's being set free.
But Harvey wasn't set free. Instead, the state appointed to the case its 3rd prosecutor in 5 years.
This was my first case of this particular type.
Prosecutor John McKinney.
How do you get ready?
Quickly.
His first task, to address that alleged loan between Harvey and Stephen's father, the issue that caused the mistrial. He spoke to Stephen's best friend and heard this.
He said, I know it's a complete fiction. He said, I know it's fraud.
And sure enough, when Prosecutor McKinney took a closer look at that loan document, Stephen's father's signature didn't match. Classic sign of a con job, said the prosecutor.
Even the idea that there had been any sort of relationship between Morrow and Stephen Williams' father was nonsense, right? Bogus. Couldn't have possibly been.
Couldn't have possibly been, and wasn't corroborated by any evidence whatsoever. It's pretty much done.
Now he was ready for the new trial. He showed the jury, check by check, how Harvey drained Stephen's accounts, all $1.7 million, in just 3 years, to dress up a boat that was never going to sail anywhere.
The boat wasn't properly outfitted for a trip around the world. In fact, it was outfitted in such a way that suggests that it was just going to be a showpiece. It was going to be part of his con, part of the image that he liked to sell to people.
Then the prosecutor took the jury through the GPS and cell phone records and explained how that evidence put Stephen and Harvey together on the far side of Catalina Island. After which Stephen vanished and Harvey told conflicting stories about where he supposedly went.
I think the most damning evidence in this regard was the fact that despite having a history of calling Mr. Williams on a telephone over the years that they knew each other, he never called his phone one time after the day the victim went missing.
That didn't mean Harvey killed Stephen, the defense said. Stephen B. was so depressed about losing his career and his father, about getting older, that he killed himself. And the medical examiner testified it was possible Stephen could have shot himself.
What was your opinion of the idea that he might have committed suicide?
I think it was incredulous. I don't think he would have done it.
Still, it was another explanation, and the jury would have to consider it. So now the courtroom waited and whispered, would Harvey take the stand?
I told the investigators that I thought he was going to testify, and they didn't think so. They thought I was crazy.
What made you think he would?
Well, he's a con man, and he likes to talk, and con men think they can talk themselves out of any situation.
He was right. Sure enough, Harvey was confident, self-assured, had answers for almost everything. He didn't steal Stephen's money, he said.
He came up with a story that no one had heard before his testimony.
Which was that Stephen actually owed him his entire inheritance to pay back a whole different loan. This second loan was verbal, said Harvey, done on a handshake. Undocumented, naturally.
But Mr. Morrow thought he could sell it. He is a con man, and he told it with a straight face.
Would jurors believe him? Stephen's friend Sylvia worried.
You know, I was thinking, oh my gosh, what if he cons these people, you know, the way that he conned Stephen?
And perhaps there was reason to worry. The jury stayed out for almost 2 full days.
No, it was a long couple days, I'll tell you that.
And then, finally,
we, the jury in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Harvey Morrow, guilty of the crime of willful, deliberate, and premeditated first-degree murder of Stephen B. Williams.
Oh my gosh, they're all holding hands, and when they read it, we all started crying and just were so grateful.
And Stephen's many friends poured into the courtroom the day Harvey was sentenced. Doug Johnson read a statement for all of them, things he had to say to Harvey.
For years, he ate his food, lived and worked on what he thought was a common goal, the whole time stealing from him, and ultimately taking what was most precious, his life. You worship a false god, the god of arrogance, ego, and greed. Today, our nightmare ends. Today, yours really begins.
Harvey was sentenced to life without parole. After which his now ex-wife, Debbie, invited us down to the pier, where she took Harvey's fake engagement ring and the other costume jewelry he'd given her. And
I threw them into the water as a tribute to Stephen.
And his friends?
Stephen was part of my family. He's part of the family you get to pick. I can open a great bottle of wine and sit there and think about Stephen. The pain fades, the memories are sustained, and that's the part that, you know, that I'll just keep with me forever.
The only way that I can kind of deal with it is I knew that he was eventually going to get on a boat and sail around the world. So I just kind of think of him out there, you know, he's out there somewhere.
Out there like the happy-go-lucky free spirit on the radio.
That's a good one.
The man they called Stephen B.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
You had the good cop, you had the bad cop, and the polygraph. It felt like Law and Order.
The fire broke out before dawn. In the daylight, they found this mother of 2 young children dead.
She lived a very courageous life. She was very bold in the things she did.
But after the smoke cleared, a mystery lingered.
We knew she did not die in that fire. She died before the fire.
Who do you look to as the suspect?
Obviously, the spouse is the first person you look to.
But her husband had a clear alibi, and he passed a lie detector test. Eventually, the case grew cold until this witness came forward with a tale of love and lust gone wrong.
He finally just took the sweatshirt before and wrapped it around her neck.
But could she be believed?
I was sleeping around. I think I slept with half the town.
Was she out for justice or revenge?
Is it a perfect world? No. Will she get hers? Yes, when she dies.
What was the lie? And what was the truth?
How could you miss it? He wasn't there.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Andrea Canning with Secrets and Lies.
On a frigid December morning in 2008, in a tiny picturesque town along the banks of the Delaware, a tragedy unfolded.
911, what is your emergency?
The whole house is on fire.
A deadly blaze burned a small country house to the ground. And left behind in the ashes were secrets, love gone wrong, illicit affairs, friends turning against each other. It would take years to unravel the mystery of that fire, haunting this town, and those who loved the couple who once lived in that house, Paul and Catherine Novak. The Novaks had both grown up as city kids. Paul was a New York City paramedic, a job that seemed the perfect fit.
I wanted to be that person that would show up that would help my parents and help my sister if she was in a car accident or something like that.
But he also saw the dark side of city life, a little too close to home.
I would do shootings and stabbings 2 blocks away from my apartment, and I always thought to myself that I could just never raise a child in this area.
So in 2002, Paul and his wife Catherine went house hunting in Narrowsburg, New York, a small hamlet tucked between the Catskill and Pocono Mountains. They didn't need to look for long.
You know, it was the Big Red House, as she called it. And she would talk about the Big Red House all the time.
Catherine's brother Michael and sister-in-law Joanne said she worked hard to make the Big Red House a home.
Growing up, we lived in apartments. You know, this was a space of her own.
Yeah, she was thrilled to have 5 acres or 10 acres of property, and she loved it there.
The perfect place for the perfectly matched couple. They seemed meant for each other right from the start.
I liked her from the first moment I met her. She was very effervescent and very funny and very opinionated, and I really liked that in her.
So you really saw into the future the first time you saw her?
Yes. I mean, we ended up getting married, I think 7 months later.
2 years after that, their first child, Natalie, was born.
It was very special.
Catherine's mom, Christina, was ever the proud grandmother.
Natalie looks so much like her mom. So much like her mom.
What was it like the first time you laid eyes on your new daughter?
Natalie, well, it was like falling in love like 1,000 times more than you ever have with any other person. Natalie's just, you know, she's a part of me.
4 years later, along came Nicholas.
She was in her glory, and then, you know, to have a boy and a girl, which was good.
Things were all coming together.
Yep.
She got directly engaged in the community. In the church, she taught Sunday school. She became a Girl Scout leader, the school board. She did many, many things.
And she did almost all of it by herself. Paul was still working as a paramedic in New York City, more than 100 miles away.
That's a big commitment. This is pretty far from the city.
Yeah, it's a 2-hour drive. I was making the New York City money, but living up here. And the sacrifice was that I couldn't be home every night.
And that, they soon discovered, can be tough on a marriage.
We went to counseling for about a year, and she just felt that she never got a break, you know, from being a full-time mom.
But they were both committed to making their marriage work. On their 10th wedding anniversary, Valentine's Day, Paul surprised Catherine with a ceremony to renew their vows.
Now, I'm not a church-going type, so for me to do that is a big thing. I planned a little, you know, couple-of-day getaway, and she was really taken by surprise by that. And things were good for a couple of months after that.
It wasn't enough. The glow of that getaway faded, and life became routine again. Soon, Paul's eyes wandered to a much younger woman, someone from work. They had an affair, and Paul moved out, leaving Catherine and the kids alone in the house.
She was beside herself. She was absolutely hysterical.
Catherine's good friend and neighbor, Sue Muller, remembered when the marriage ended.
She couldn't even get the breath. She was sobbing so hard.
But Catherine's family, who considered her the eternal optimist, watched her move on with her life, pouring all her love and attention into her children.
She was very focused on them, very engaged in their lives, did everything with them.
Sounds like that's what was important in her life anyway.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
She was working at her children's school and had even been on a few dates. Catherine was creating a life without Paul. Then, in December 2008, sometime in the early morning hours, somewhere in her house, a fire started.
The house is totally on fire. It's on fire.
When firefighters arrived, the Big Red House was a wall of flames. They had no idea if anyone was still inside.
Does anyone live there?
Yes, they're kids.
Do you know if they're out of the house?
I don't know.
Neighbors knew Paul wasn't there. He was living in an apartment 3 hours away with his new girlfriend. That morning, he got a call from Catherine's pastor.
Picked it up, and it was Pastor Phyllis, and she goes, "Where are the kids? Where are the kids?" And I'm like, "They're with me. What's going on?" She goes, "The house is on fire."
Firefighters worked for hours dousing the flames. When Catherine's friend, Sue Muller, arrived, the fire was still raging. She stood vigil for hours, waiting to hear news of her friend.
All of a sudden, the firemen were all concentrated in one area, looking down into the basement. And then the local funeral home was there with the the body bag, and I saw them bring the body bag down into the basement.
In the destruction and muck of the basement, under massive pieces of what had been the house, firefighters found the remains of the family dog, and to their horror, the body of 41-year-old Catherine Novak.
Oh no, oh no. It can't be. And I think it takes a while to grasp that death is forever.
What did you think when you heard that
I was just
news?
a blank, a complete blank. What on earth am I going to tell these children? How am I going to tell them? She was a great mom. I didn't know how I was going to be able to even try to fill that void.
The autopsy report said she was killed when heavy debris fell on her. Catherine's death was officially ruled accidental.
She lived a very courageous life. She knew what she wanted, she went after it. She was very bold in the things she did.
A tragic end to a life that held so much promise. But, as you've probably guessed, the story didn't end there. For investigators, it was just the beginning. Not everyone believed this was an accident.
If it wasn't an accident, was it murder? It certainly didn't look that way until a second autopsy report came back.
We knew she did not die in that fire. She died before the fire.
He goes, we want you to take a polygraph test.
When Dateline continues.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Is your last Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Is your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Is your last Was talking smack part of this?
The remains of that old country house were still smoldering as investigators dug through the debris looking for clues. They wanted to know what caused the fire and exactly how Catherine Novak died there. Her mother's question was more simple.
The big thing for me was, why didn't she get out? That was what kept going over in my mind. Why did she get out?
Even her estranged husband Paul said he was puzzled.
I didn't even know what to think about it. I've been surrounded by death and violence my entire life, and now it hits home.
The pathologist ruled Catherine's death an accident, but investigators weren't so sure. They turned to District Attorney Steve Lungin to take a closer look.
So you were contacted despite this talk that it was an accident?
Oh, yes, we had a fire and we had a death. The question of how the two of those items were going to come together would not play out for a couple days later and actually years later.
The police, as they often do, began by interviewing Catherine's soon-to-be ex-husband, Paul Novak.
What happened in the interview as far as the way they treated you, the questions they asked you?
They were nice. They just asked me, about Kathy's last whereabouts, if I knew if she had any boyfriends at the time who may have been in the house, any utilities in the house that may have had a problem or something like that.
The interview was all very routine, but the investigation at the scene was not. Fire inspectors couldn't figure out what ignited the blaze. They checked the wiring, the appliances, the pellet stove, the propane tanks, nothing conclusive. But then things changed. The DA brought in a specialist, a forensic pathologist, to do a second autopsy a few days later. And the results this time told a different story.
We knew she did not die in that fire, she died before the fire.
The second pathologist discovered there was no carbon monoxide in Catherine's blood or soot in her lungs, which meant Catherine had stopped breathing before the fire started. She changed the manner of death from accidental to pending investigation.
The question is, what else can we gain or learn before we can start to classify this as a homicide?
Who do you look to as the suspect?
The state police had done some initial interviews. Obviously, the spouse is the first person you look to. The spouse had a clear alibi.
Paul and his new girlfriend, Michelle LaFrance, said they were far from Catherine's beloved red house when the fire broke out, a 3-hour drive away in their apartment on Long Island. Still, investigators didn't just take the couple's word for it. They made a request.
He goes, we want you to take a polygraph test.
Did you feel like you were almost in a TV show at this point?
Yes, it felt like Law and Order, a really bad episode of it.
When did you get the results?
He came back about 15 minutes later and he says, okay, you're all done, you passed.
He was driving home from the interrogation and he was hysterical.
Paul's sister, Alona, had never heard him so emotional.
He was crying and saying, they asked me if I killed her, and he just found it so unbelievable that, he was being asked these questions.
So if it wasn't Paul, investigators needed to look for other suspects.
The state police did a complete canvass of the area. Anybody who had any connection to Catherine Novak, the state police reviewed, found, interviewed.
But after many months and no leads, investigators hit a dead end. The case turned cold. None of that mattered much to Catherine's mom.
I still miss my daughter. The same. I miss her. No matter what happened to her, I miss her.
7 months after Catherine's death, Paul and his girlfriend packed up the kids and their apartment on Long Island and moved 1,000 miles south to Florida.
I figured with my experience that it would probably be pretty easy for me to get a job somewhere.
Kind of a fresh start?
A fresh start. I thought it would be good for the kids. Great school, nice neighborhood.
But Paul said not long after their move, things with Michelle started to sour. When they first met, she was a paramedic in training. He was her teacher, her friend. She had confided in him about her history of mental illness, long bouts of depression, and alcohol abuse. But now, he says her problems were beginning to take a toll on their relationship. His young daughter, a sore spot.
She was very jealous of Natalie, and her mental issues definitely became more apparent as time went on. At one point, she actually threatened to commit suicide inside my own house.
This was no surprise to Alona and her mom, who loved Catherine but never approved of Michelle.
What are your first impressions of Michelle?
We didn't like her.
Why?
She walked into my mother's house and she immediately wanted Catherine's pictures turned around because she felt like Catherine was looking at her.
Paul said it took him a bit longer than his family to realize he and Michelle were not the best match. They had been together for 3 years when he found out she was cheating on him with a married man.
He didn't want to stand for that, so he had to ask her to leave. And he did it very nicely, and she didn't want to go.
In what Paul described as a bitter breakup, he forced Michelle to move out and told her it was over. By that time, it had been more than 2 years since Catherine's death. Investigators back in New York had moved on to other cases. The years were ticking by with no new leads, but the DA was a patient man.
We never put the file away. It was always a matter of when something is going to come forward, we'll be ready to go forward. And we never accepted an accidental cause of death, ever.
His patience would be rewarded. A break in this cold case was coming, and it would surprise everyone.
Coming up, a surprise knock at Paul Novak's door.
There's 2 police detectives outside and they want to talk to you about your car being involved in a hit and run.
Is that what they really wanted? When Dateline continues.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Years had passed since Catherine Novak's body had been discovered among the blackened ruins of her big red house. But the passage of time didn't make it any easier for her mother.
It's, the thing that never happens to you, it always happens to someone else. It doesn't happen to you. You don't lose a child like that. It's such a horrible way, fire.
Catherine's brother Michael and his wife Joanne had stopped asking questions, choosing instead to accept they might never know what really happened to her.
To take Catherine's perspective, she would look for the positive side, the good things, and she would want us to move on. And that's what we tried to do. We made our peace with it, and we went on living.
But as time went by in the little town of Narrowsburg, dark suspicions were whispered from neighbor to neighbor, and one name kept coming up: Catherine's estranged husband, Paul Novak, her close friend, Sue Muller.
I was angry as time went on, and I thought more and more about it, and I thought that Paul might somehow be involved.
As she looked back, she was particularly haunted by the way Paul acted the day of Catherine's memorial service.
The whole congregation were sobbing so loud. The pastor couldn't even finish her sermon. And I went up to him and I hugged him. I kind of was struck by how he really showed no emotion. After 11 years of marriage, that she might have meant a little bit more to him, that he might shed a tear, but I didn't see any.
But there was no evidence that Paul had anything to do with Catherine's death. No DNA or fingerprints at the crime scene, no witnesses. He had even passed a polygraph test. And he had an alibi for the morning of the fire. He was 3 hours away with his girlfriend Michelle in their apartment on Long Island. Paul continued to enjoy his new life in Florida with his 2 children, working again as a paramedic and now dating a new woman he'd fallen for quickly on Match.com, Kat Del Grosso.
We started texting, and then we made a date, and we went on the date. Really, it was it.
Was it instant?
Instant.
What was the attraction?
I don't know. It's really hard to put your finger on something like that. We just seemed to have an immediate connection. There was zero stress talking, no uncomfortableness.
Their romance blossomed, and she eventually moved in with Paul and his kids.
Do they look up to him?
They worship him. They completely worship him. He's always up with them, checking homework. We do a lot of things as a family.
Is it a nice life?
Mm-hmm. We were really happy. Really, really happy.
And then you get a knock at the door.
Yep. Yeah, that was a tough day.
It was an early morning in September 2012, 4 years after Catherine's death.
I was asleep. I just got off of work. I worked 12 hours at the hospital, and I remember my girlfriend comes in and she goes, "There's something fishy going on outside. There's 2 police detectives outside and they want to talk to you about your car being involved in a hit and run."
But when he arrived at the police station, he saw a familiar face and realized this had nothing to do with a car accident.
"This is Investigator Kelly from New York." So I'm like, okay. So he sits down and he grabs a chair and he's like a foot away from me. And then I remember him. He's the guy that grilled me, the one that got in my face.
How are you feeling? Oh my gosh, these people are back in my life 4 years later.
At that point, I still didn't know what they wanted from me. I knew this guy was yelling at me, and then I just looked at him and I said, "I would like to speak to a lawyer."
Paul had already been interviewed by police several times. He thought this was all behind him.
You knew it had to be about Catherine.
Well, yeah, obviously it had to do something with that.
Later that day, the police went back to Paul's house.
And I went outside in the driveway with them, and they said, "We're sorry to have to break this to you, but Paul Novak's under arrest." I said, "For what?" And they said, "It's for involvement in his wife's murder 4 years ago."
What Kat and Paul didn't know was that a witness had come forward telling police an evil tale. And in that story, Paul was the villain.
They arrested you.
Right
Did they
there.
put you in jail right there then?
Yes.
The story the witness told was chilling,
Just have a seat there.
revealing dark secrets. But was it true?
Coming up, Paul's alibi becomes his accuser.
He was going to chloroform her, leave her, and then burn the house down around her, and she was going to die in the fire.
When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Catherine Novak's death had been a cold case for more than 3 years when, out of nowhere, a witness came forward, pointing a finger at Catherine's estranged husband, Paul. So who was this mystery witness? A woman from Paul's past. his ex-girlfriend, Michelle.
Michelle LaFrance, who was the defendant's alibi in 2008, has now come forward and said Paul was not home, and that Paul went to Narrowsburg, and that Paul killed Catherine.
What was that phone call like?
It was now time to get to work.
Jim Farrell was now the district attorney. He teamed up with the former DA, Steve Lungen.
Didn't it feel good that you had a break?
It's a break, but again, I needed more information.
Investigators sat LaFrance down to hear her story.
Let's start back in the beginning.
Okay.
During a 6-hour interview, Michelle laid out what she claimed was the true story of how Paul killed Catherine. She said he started plotting weeks before the murder.
He was researching things on the internet. He was going to chloroform her, leave her, and then burn the house down around her, and she was going to die in the fire.
Michelle says 1 week before the fire, she and Paul went to Catherine's house to move his things out, and Paul unlocked the basement doors.
So that he can go up the next time we had the kids, which would be a week later.
Okay.
And that way he can sneak into the house, and she wouldn't know.
According to Michelle, Paul wasn't with her on the night of the murder. That alibi was a lie. Instead, she said he was with a fellow paramedic named Scott Sherwood who drove Paul to Narrowsburg.
As far as I know, Scott was left in the car, and Paul walked down to the house.
Michelle said Paul told her he went inside, set off the basement smoke alarm, hid behind the stairs, and when Catherine came down to investigate, he tried to knock her out with chloroform.
This was supposed to be quick and painless, and, you know, she was supposed to be passed out before she knew what happened. But I guess he put it over her mouth, and it didn't work. She was screaming and begging for her life.
Through her tears, Michelle spilled out gruesome details of what Paul said were Catherine's final words. She begged him to think of their children.
And he told me that the only thing he said to her the entire time that he was fighting with her was, "I'm doing this for the kids." And he said that she had been wearing a hooded sweatshirt, and that he finally just took the sweatshirt and wrapped it around her neck and held it until she stopped breathing.
Then, Michelle claims, Paul took a blowtorch from the garage and set the kitchen curtains on fire.
He waited for it to catch fire, and I don't know how long I don't think he ever told me exactly how long he sat there and waited and watched.
Michelle's story was a stunning betrayal of her former boyfriend, and if it was true, Paul had committed a vicious and calculated crime. Michelle said Paul told her he did it because Catherine was a monster.
He had me convinced that Catherine was the bad guy and he was the good parent, and these kids are abused and these kids are miserable.
We do this for the kids.
And we need to save the kids.
Paul's sister Alona didn't believe a word of it. From the moment she heard a witness had come forward, she was convinced her brother was being set up.
I said, "This is Michelle. You got rid of her, and now what happened?"
This is payback?
I believe that's what it is.
Paul's girlfriend, Kat, who got engaged to him in jail, also believed Michelle's story was suspicious.
He's innocent. Absolutely, positively.
Why are you so sure?
He's just not that kind of a person. He's a caretaker. You know, it's like his job as a paramedic defined him.
And while Paul had a squeaky clean record, Michelle, his accuser, had issues, a history of depression and alcohol abuse, and she'd waited years to come forward.
Michelle LaFrance has been described as a scorned ex-girlfriend, a woman looking for revenge. Yeah, did all that go through your mind?
No, I don't believe that it did, because after she leaves Paul in January, February of 2011, it's 14 months before she gets up the courage to come forward to the police, to tell the police what she knows, fully expecting that she's going to be arrested.
Do I need a lawyer?
As Paul waited for his trial to start, he told us he wasn't worried.
And there's really nothing that puts you at that crime.
No.
There's no eyewitnesses. Do you think that's going to work in your favor?
I think it's going to go rather well for me.
Coming up, the prosecution is feeling confident too. Did someone leave digital tracks?
State Police immediately did a search for the toll records of that vehicle, and we had a hit at 6:39.
But what, if anything, does that prove? When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
As Paul Novak prepared to stand trial for the murder of his wife, he insisted he was innocent.
Are you the evil murderer that some people think you are?
No, not at all.
Any reason to kill your wife?
No, absolutely not. I mean, when I left Catherine, I probably wasn't in love with her anymore, but I respected her, and she's the mother of my children.
For Catherine's brother Michael, the upcoming trial felt like opening an old wound.
Part of me wished I didn't get that phone call
because I knew how traumatic it would be to the family, and especially how traumatic it would be to Natalie and Nicholas.
Catherine's mom also knew a trial would mean more heartache for her grandchildren.
I know no one can imagine how I feel losing my child. I can't imagine how they would feel with now the loss of both parents, in essence.
All rise, come to order. Sullivan County Criminal Court is now in session.
On August 12, 2013, the trial of Paul Novak began at the Sullivan County Courthouse. The district attorney opened the case.
The evidence will show that as Catherine begged and fought for her life, the defendant ended her life, murdering her in the basement of her own home.
Prosecutors set out to prove that Paul orchestrated this murder down to the last detail.
He was planning this for a period of weeks, and maybe more in his own mind, of how to rid himself of Catherine.
He's a murderer. He's a sociopath. He planned, he executed, and he killed Catherine Novak in cold blood.
Their star witness was Paul's ex-lover, Michelle LaFrance. The jury heard every minute of those police interrogation tapes of Michelle describing the details of how he killed his wife.
He told me that they were fighting and that they were rolling around on the basement floor for like 45 minutes, and that's why he was so late. And that she was screaming and begging for her life.
And the jury didn't have to just take her word for it. Prosecutors called Scott Sherwood, Paul's partner from work, to the stand. They told the jury he had been interrogated by police and showed them the tape.
Let's go from the beginning. Paul, you meet Paul where?
I met Paul at his house in Glen Cove.
Jurors heard him tell police his version of what happened the night of the murder.
So he gets in your red Blazer. Who's driving? You or him?
I was driving. We were driving up towards where his residence was, where Catherine still lived.
Sherwood said Paul told him to park about a mile away from Catherine's house and wait in the car.
About how long is he gone from the car?
Over an hour.
And what did he say when he gets in the car?
He said it's done. He had said that the chloroform didn't work. I had to strangle her, and something about hitting the gas line to ignite.
So you knew the house was on fire?
Yes.
As Scott Sherwood's story played in the courtroom, the prosecutors pointed out how remarkably similar it was to Michelle LaFrance's.
Did he say where he strangled her? Where in the house?
In the basement.
Prosecutors felt these matching stories were powerful, but didn't think they would be enough to get a conviction. They wanted physical evidence to prove Michelle and Scott were telling the truth. They began with Sherwood's account of the drive up to Narrowsburg. Sherwood had told investigators Paul asked him to stop at a Walmart.
When you get into the Middletown area, you said you stopped where?
At a Walmart.
And he went inside?
He went inside.
You waited outside?
Waited outside.
And then he came out with a bag?
Yes.
Do you know what he bought?
I believe duct tape.
Prosecutors showed jurors what investigators found when they visited that Walmart.
The state police found a receipt, only one receipt out of 30 registers that had 3 things on it: duct tape, a hat, and gloves. Scott Sherwood tells us that the defendant used tape to tape up his scrubs. He had a hat and he had gloves on when he went and came back from the house.
And there was more physical evidence to back up Sherwood's account. He told police he and Paul crossed the George Washington Bridge on their way back to Paul's place the morning of the murder.
Was it a toll you guys went through? I would assume so. We went through, I guess it was the lower level, but there was no booth, there was no attendant.
No attendant saw them pass, but detectives wondered, could digital eyes help place the car at the toll booth?
State Police immediately did a search for the Easy Pass records or toll records of that vehicle, and we had a hit at 6:39 of that vehicle coming across the George Washington Bridge lower level.
That's huge.
And that was it was a highly corroborative piece of evidence to corroborate Scott Sherwood.
What's more, there was a photo snapped of the license plate. It was evidence that almost didn't exist. Prosecutors said Paul had planned to pay cash that night, but construction at the toll booth forced him to drive through the Easy Pass lane.
He made some mistakes, and he couldn't have anticipated that the bridge was going to be under construction. There'd be no toll takers.
And then prosecutors presented what they thought would remove any smudge of doubt from their case. A third person who linked Paul to the murder. Elise Hanlon, Scott Sherwood's wife. On the stand, she recalled a conversation with Paul where he told her that he committed the murder and that he did it alone.
Scott's had nothing to do with it. There's no way Scott's getting into trouble. Scott had nothing to do with it.
He told her, I went up there with him, he drove, I went in, and I did everything.
We have 3 people in 3 different rooms that are telling us the same thing. You may not be able to say we have a fingerprint or we have DNA, but that's pretty damning evidence.
The last piece the prosecution needed was motive. Why would Paul want to kill his wife, Catherine? Simple, they said, money. When Catherine died, Paul cashed in on her life insurance policy and homeowner's insurance. It all totaled around $700,000.
The defendant said he would kill Catherine and burn up the evidence, and he did just that.
Now it was the defense's turn to attack. Jurors would hear more about the checkered pasts of the witnesses at the very heart of the case.
Coming up, and what a very checkered past some of those witnesses had.
I think I slept with half the town.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds that admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the defense's turn. Paul Novak would not take the stand to proclaim his innocence.
It's my decision not to testify.
Instead, his defense attorney, Gary Greenwald, did the talking.
And I'm going to tell you, you're going to have reasonable doubt.
His argument, don't believe everything you hear. Consider the source. Consider the mental states of the key witnesses. Consider their possible motives. He started by attacking Paul's ex-girlfriend, Michelle LaFrance, the woman Paul had thrown out of his house.
She was a liar. She was manipulative, willing to take whatever steps necessary to hurt Paul.
The defense tried to portray her as unstable, offering evidence of everything from suicide attempts to a bizarre drunken incident involving the police.
It took 6 officers to take me down, and I apparently had to be handcuffed to a tree, topless. I had bruises from fighting the tree.
The defense attacked her credibility and used her own words to portray her as a liar who carried on a string of affairs with married men.
I was sleeping around in Mattituck. I think I slept with half the town.
She was probably one of the most promiscuous people who I've ever seen testify in an open court.
And the defense also argued Scott Sherwood suffered from serious mental health issues.
Scott Sherwood, from the time he was 8 years old, was being treated for some major psychiatric problems. And one of the crucial pieces of evidence was his psychologist, who testified that when he was put into a conflict situation, would say whatever was necessary to get out.
I think what some people are going to have a hard time wrapping their head around is why 3 separate people would all lie.
The reality is, I take Elise out of the picture because she lied to support her husband. Scott had a psychiatric problem, and he was manipulated, in my opinion, by Michelle. Michelle was a woman scorned.
And the defense argued their stories were tainted because Michelle had been given full immunity when she agreed to testify against Paul, and Sherwood made a plea deal for a reduced charge and a sentence of 3 to 12 years in prison. Next, the defense went after the evidence that seemed to support Sherwood's story, specifically that photo of Sherwood's license plate taken the morning of the murder.
One piece of evidence that seemed pretty damning was the E-ZPass record that showed Scott Sherwood's SUV crossing the George Washington Bridge at the right time for this crime.
The answer to that is very simple. It proves nothing. There's a picture of the license plate. There's no picture of who's in the vehicle. How do you know, as we're sitting here now, that Scott Sherwood or possibly Michelle were not in that vehicle? The answer is you don't.
And Greenwald dismissed that receipt from the Walmart in Middletown.
Is it just a coincidence that someone went into Walmart around 1:30 in the morning of Catherine's death, and bought a hat, gloves, and duct tape, all the things that were supposedly used in her murder?
Okay, first of all, Mr. Sherwood admitted under oath to me that he got to Middletown at 12 o'clock. He never could have been there at 1:30 or so because he was out by 12:15.
Still, there was an age-old motive, money, to explain away. And in our interview, Paul himself had an answer for that.
Are you having any financial issues at this point?
Actually, at that point, I was in a much better financial situation than I had been previously because I had ended up getting a second job at New York Hospital in Queens, which was very high paying.
And then Greenwald called what he said was his most crucial witness, Paul's landlord. The defense wanted to use him to undermine a key part of the prosecution's case. Remember, Scott Sherwood said that after the murder, he and Paul drove home to Paul's house.
Do you go straight to Paul's house in Glen Cove when you come back?
Yes.
But on the stand, Paul's landlord disputed that. He said he'd been outside setting up for a photo shoot starting in the early morning and didn't lay eyes on either of them.
How could the man be out there and he never sees Scott Sherwood or Paul? There's only one way. It didn't happen.
The landlord's testimony was proof, the lawyer argued, that Scott Sherwood had made up his story. The defense closed its case, claiming the prosecution had not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Paul was a killer.
Paul Novak is not guilty, and we ask you to find that.
After 7 weeks, the jury finally began to deliberate. Going into the trial, Paul was certain they would find him not guilty.
Your life's on the line.
Yes, my life is on the line, but I think the truth will come out. in the end, and hopefully those 12 people will know the true story.
His fiancée, Kat, told us before the verdict she will stick by him no matter what.
I believe in him.
Have you thought about your wedding and where it will be, when it will happen?
I actually already bought my dress.
Kat's future, and so many others, would be determined by what the jury decided. For Catherine's family, the waiting was the hardest part.
And truthfully did not know what it was going to be. No matter which way you went with it, it was emotional. There's no winners.
Almost 5 years after Catherine Novak's murder, so many secrets, lies, and betrayals had been revealed. So many questions raised. Would the jury believe Paul's ex-lover and his ex-partner? Was Paul a ruthless killer, or had he been set up? It took the jury 2 full days of deliberations. On the third day, they had made a decision. The verdict was in.
How do you find, in the case of the people of the state of New York versus Paul Novak, as to count 1, murder in the first degree?
Guilty.
Guilty, convicted of first-degree murder. Paul showed only a slight headshake as he was convicted of all charges against him, including insurance fraud, grand larceny, and arson.
How are you feeling right now?
Very good.
Paul was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 20 to 60 years. But Michelle, who knew about the murder plan from the beginning, walked away a free woman.
A lot of people will be angry and think this woman knew about a murder that was going to happen and didn't do anything.
Is it a perfect world? No. Will she get hers? Yes. When she dies.
As for Kat Del Grosso, she continued to stand by Paul, and the couple married in 2018. The future for the children will be decided by the people who love them most, Paul and Catherine's families.
We will work to get for those kids what Catherine wanted for them.
Up in Narrowsburg, where Catherine Novak's beloved red house once stood, the trees glow orange and gold. Autumns have come and gone. Her mother still mourns the daughter she lost, but remembers the life she lived.
What do you miss most about her?
Her smile and her hugs. She was a lot of fun, Catherine. She enjoyed life a lot.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
I was tied up and tortured. These people almost murdered me.
I was terrified.
A mother just fighting for her child. That's universal.
She survived a harrowing hostage ordeal in one of the most dangerous places on Earth.
Tonight, they have brought me out to kill me.
Then, from across the world, her kidnapper found her again.
He reached out to me on Facebook.
Did your heart stop? It was so scary that he could find me.
For the first time, she shares her dramatic story. How she helped secret agents hunt down her captor.
This all plays like a Tom Clancy thriller.
Absolutely. The setting, a perfect island paradise. The plot, a daring undercover sting.
You were supposed to get some money.
Yes.
What did they give you?
10,000.
We didn't think it would work. Face to face with her kidnapper at last.
I just broke down.
It's still hard for you.
This is real life, like pain.
Would she get justice?
I got the courage in that moment. Then I said, I'm ready.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline.
Amanda, I love you.
Imagine being the mother on the other end of this call.
If you guys don't pay $1 million for me by 1 week, they will kill me, okay?
Your daughter, a world away, in the hands of kidnappers.
Amanda. Mommy.
Both mother and daughter traumatized in their own ways by a callous captor.
Don't waste our time and don't waste your time. Understand?
Oh, I understand.
Their stories are intertwined. Amanda Lindhout.
My head is pulled back, and then there was a serrated knife.
And her mother, Lorinda Stewart.
Did you keep it together?
I did. I had to be strong for her.
Driven by strength, courage, and endurance, these women would not only survive this ordeal, but their determination in a completely new chapter of their story would ultimately lead them to triumph over one of the men who had terrorized them so brutally. And it would take an elaborate international sting.
It sounds like something out of a movie.
It does. We always refer to this operation as the Hail Mary play.
But before all of that, this story begins in a small town in Western Canada, where a young woman named Amanda Lindhout yearned for a world beyond her hometown.
One constant was that I wanted to be a world traveler, that I wanted to go to every country in the world.
Amanda began to realize her dreams of seeing the world in the 90s. At 19, she was off to Venezuela.
We're driving in the back of a pickup truck away from the village of El Coqui back to the town of Santa Elena. The whole world was wide open to me at that time.
So wide open, she kept moving, kept pushing forward.
Going from India to Pakistan, it did feel like a big deal to me. It was something I really wanted to do, and then I did it. And Afghanistan is right next door.
Mom Lorinda grew concerned, especially as her daughter trekked into active war zones. She tried to talk Amanda out of those trips, but she says her daughter was headstrong, and the more Amanda traveled, the more she began to see a path to something else.
She thought, wow, you know, I would love to write about the people that I'm meeting.
She resolved to turn her wanderlust into a journalism career. She wanted to get more experience, but also cover stories she cared about.
You need to get out there and go somewhere where you can get a break.
I'm also starting to look like a little bit further out onto the horizon.
How far? One of the most dangerous places in the world.
What other stories are out there that I feel passionate about? At the top of my list was Somalia.
Amanda knew she had to tell her mother, Lorinda, about her plans.
And you're thinking what?
I would really rather she didn't go.
Do you think maybe you were, to use your mom's word, a little headstrong?
Yeah, I was headstrong, and I don't think that I had spent enough time thinking about what would happen if something did go wrong.
Soon enough, she would find out just how wrong things could go. On the plane into Mogadishu, she remembers a fellow passenger turning to her and her colleague, Nigel Brennan, with a stern warning.
He said to me, your head alone is worth $500,000 in Mogadishu, be careful.
As Amanda left the airport, the capital city was chaotic. Back at home, Amanda's mother, Lorinda, worried about her daughter.
I just made sure every time I talked to her that I told her I loved her.
Amanda managed to tamp down her nervousness and got to work. On her third day in Somalia, she was in a car with Nigel, chasing a story.
The vehicle started to slow down, and I looked up. About a dozen armed men were emerging from where they had been hidden, all of them with AK-47s. Next thing I knew, my door was pulled open, and then I found myself lying face down in the dirt, spread eagle with a gun held to the back of my head.
Terrifying.
I asked, is this about money? And he said to me, it might be something like that.
All the way back in Canada, her mother, Lorinda, stopped hearing from her daughter. She began to fear the worst. She didn't want to be right, but she knew kidnappings were common in Somalia.
You must have felt so helpless.
I felt like we were so far apart and we didn't know where our daughter was.
I think I would have been a collapsed puddle on the floor.
Well, I knew I couldn't. I couldn't.
Lorinda reached out to Canadian officials who told her this was, in fact, a kidnapping by Islamic rebels, and they scrambled to set up a recording system in case the kidnappers called.
The next morning, my cell phone rang, and it was Adam, who was negotiator for the kidnappers.
Canadian investigators had Lorinda lead the negotiations, but what she couldn't know then was just how much terror the man who called himself Adam would bring into her life.
There are two options. Only to say I don't want to pay a money. Otherwise to pay 1 million for your daughter.
When this Adam called Lorinda on day 4, he had a surprise.
Okay, Lorinda.
Yes.
Talk to your daughter.
Amanda? Mom? Amanda, I love you, sweetheart.
Proof that Amanda was alive.
After the first couple weeks, we realized that this might go on for longer than we hoped.
On the other side of the globe, Amanda couldn't know how long she'd be held, but feared the worst.
I was the only female in a group of about 16 men, so there was a lot of scary thoughts.
When we come back, the danger and terror escalate.
Tonight, they have brought me out to kill me.
And later, a new twist.
You're an undercover agent.
Correct.
Can Amanda help turn the tables on her captor?
My heart started pounding, and I fell to my knees, and I started crying.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Near Nearly a month after being kidnapped, one morning the captors came for Amanda and her colleague Nigel. They were taken out of their room and marched outside. There he was, the man known as Adam.
We were terrified, and a small video camera was brought out, and we were told to beg for our lives.
September 17th, 2008, Lorinda turned on the TV in Canada and saw this, a hostage video on Al Jazeera. She was crushed. It was the first time she had seen Amanda, and she didn't look good.
What are you feeling as you watch it?
I just want to bring her home. And never let her go.
Weeks turned to months, and then their captors separated Amanda and Nigel.
Why was that so important?
That day and the days that followed were among the very, very worst, because suddenly I'm alone with my own thoughts and my mind.
Amanda's mind ran wild. She feared she would be raped. Then one day, a captor entered her room.
It turns out your fears were justified.
He did cross that line, and my worst fears were realized, and my whole experience in captivity really changed.
Somehow, she held on, and then one night, Amanda was jostled awake and driven out into the desert alone. What happened next was terrifying.
They brought me over to an acacia tree. They had me kneel. My head is pulled back, and then there was a serrated knife.
The ruthless kidnappers told a desperate Amanda she only had 3 minutes to plead for her life, with her traumatized mother on the other end of the call.
If you guys don't pay $1 million for me by 1 week, they will kill me, okay? Tonight, they have brought me out to kill me.
Amanda, stay strong, hon.
That phone call definitely made it harder not to let my imagination go.
Did you keep it together?
Well, I just felt like I had to. That I had to be strong for her.
Canada does not pay ransom to kidnappers, so if Lorinda wanted to buy Amanda's freedom, she was on her own. A world away in Somalia, Amanda and Nigel, locked in separate rooms, had discovered something. If they each stood at their windows, they could hear each other. They began to hatch a plan.
Nigel realized that we might have a chance to escape out that bathroom window, which at first seemed like an impossible idea.
Each time they used the bathroom, they chipped away at the mortar, holding the bricks together, blocking the window. Then they would replace the loose bricks, until one day the hole was big enough and they made a break for it.
From the moment that I dropped down out of that bathroom window and hit the sound below, I knew that it was bad.
They sprinted for a mosque, the one place where they thought they'd be safe.
Right before we stepped in, I looked back and I saw one of our young captors.
Inside the mosque, one person stepped forward to try and help Amanda, someone she'll never forget.
It was the first woman that I had seen in about 5 months. And when she hugged me and held on to me, it was the first time in those 5 months that I felt something akin to being safe.
That feeling would be fleeting.
I just clung on to her and I started pouring out my heart to this woman, and she began pleading with my captors to let me go.
Her pleas were ignored. The kidnappers circled Amanda, guns drawn, and began dragging her out of the mosque.
That woman threw herself on top of me and was drug partway across the floor with me until she couldn't hang on anymore. And right before they pulled me out the door of the mosque, I looked back and I saw her on the floor. She had tears pouring down her face, and she still had her hands outstretched to help me.
You don't know whatever happened to that woman?
No, I don't.
After the escape attempt, Adam and the gang clearly grew frustrated, and Adam took it out on Lorinda.
If I had the money, I would pay you. We are not playing games. It's you that are playing games.
I am playing a game. You should see my game, how my game is.
The escape attempt made things much worse for Amanda.
They tie your arms and your legs and pull your body up by ropes and leave you.
Yeah, it's very hard for me to go back to that and think about what happened to me during those 3 days.
After that, Adam forced her onto the phone again. It's one of the hardest calls to listen to.
Amanda. Mommy, listen to me, please. Please listen, okay? Amanda. Mom needs to pay the $1 million now because they've started to torture me.
The calls were agonizing. The families of both Amanda and Nigel, desperate to have their children home, eventually hired a private security company to help. Months went by, and one night, Amanda's captors came to her room.
They marched me outside and then had me sit down on the cement, and they produced a small saw and began sawing through the chains that had been on my ankles for 10 months.
Amanda and Nigel hadn't seen each other for months, but now they were thrown into the backseat of a car and driven into the dark Somali night.
We're both crying. Guns surround this car that we're in. And I think this is it.
Then a man appeared at the car's window.
He says to me, "Why are you crying? Here, talk to your mother." And she said to me, "Amanda, you're free."
Amanda's mother, Lorinda, had never stopped negotiating, and Adam had agreed to accept $680,000 for both Amanda and Nigel. The captives flew out of Somalia and landed in Nairobi, Kenya. They were whisked away to a hospital. Mother and daughter finally reunited.
I barely recognized her. It was relief, it was joy, and it was heartache to see her like that.
I would not be here now if it was not for my mother. My mom gave me life and she saved my life.
Amanda Lindhout was finally safe, back with her family. But Adam, the one who tormented them so much, wasn't finished with them yet. A single word from him would bring it all back.
Coming up.
Did your heart stop?
It was so scary that he could find me.
A Facebook message from across the world and a daring undercover plan to catch a kidnapper.
It sounds like something out of a movie.
We didn't think it would work.
When Dateline continues. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Amanda Lindhout was back home in Canada, struggling to move beyond the horrific events in Somalia and trying to cope with the idea that the captors who so terrorized her might never be brought to justice. And as Amanda tried to get her life back on track, there was an interruption.
I had enrolled in a university program in Eastern Canada, and it was during a break between classes. I was checking, my emails, and I saw that I had received a Facebook message.
One word, hello. It was from the last person she ever wanted to hear from.
It was a message from Adam.
Did your heart stop?
It was so scary that he could find me even though I was safe and across the world and was at home. It was really disarming.
That one simple message was about to launch a new and dangerous chapter of her story. The messages didn't stop there. Lorinda heard from Adam too, but her communication with him extended beyond hello.
Out of the blue, you get this Facebook message from Adam. It must have been shocking.
It was a total shock. It was kind of terrifying too, because it just felt like he was right in my space again.
Adam taunted Lorinda. He said he was reaching out because he had journals Amanda had written in captivity, deeply personal writing that had helped her get through it all.
What were you thinking when you replied back?
I was hoping that I could get him to send Amanda's journals.
But if Lorinda wanted those precious journals, Adam said she'd have to pay. For Lorinda, it was outrageous. Her daughter's kidnapper had tracked her down with more demands for cash. That's when she reached out once again to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. In Ottawa, a staff sergeant named Larry Laren got a call from his bosses.
We become aware that Adam's been in touch with her. And at that point, my team was engaged to pursue that to the full extent.
A 30-year veteran, he ran priority undercover projects for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. His mission? Find Adam, if that was even his name.
He reaches out on Facebook, which means you have his Facebook address, right? You know,
We do.
You kind of know where he is.
We know he's in Somalia.
Right.
We suspect that he's using an alias. So the principal course of action at that point is, who is Adam? And so to do that, we have to engage him directly through an undercover operation.
An undercover agent
Correct.
is going to start trying to get in touch
Correct.
with Adam.
Yes.
That's where this man comes in. He's a Canadian investigator who we've agreed to refer to by his cover name, AK.
Right off the top, I just want to acknowledge we're hiding your identity. We've changed your look.
Yes.
That's because you're an undercover agent.
Correct.
AK reached out to Adam, first by phone. The undercover agent told him he was a media consultant for Amanda's family. Amanda didn't know about AK or what he was doing. All she knew was that Adam's Facebook messages had triggered some kind of investigation.
I didn't really know what was going on. I knew that there was the hope to catch this guy.
AK and Adam communicated on and off for years. It was slow work, but AK knew pushing too hard could crater the operation, and patience paid off.
One day I received an email from him, which was scanned copies of 16 letters.
They looked like letters, but they were actually pages ripped from Amanda's journals. Adam had originally asked for thousands of dollars for them, but now?
I call him up and I ask him about this, and he says, yeah, I've sent you the letters. I don't need any money for them. Our relationship had evolved to the point where he trusts me enough now.
And then Adam shared a new idea. He told AK he was a scholar and wanted to write a book, a history of Somalia. As implausible as that sounds, to investigators, it was an unexpected gift, a way to get Adam on the hook.
You're telling a kidnapper
Yes.
who you believe was involved in this really major kidnapping and
Yes.
a lot of crimes that you're going to help him publish a book.
Yes.
It sounds like something out of a movie.
It does. We always refer to this operation as the Hail Mary play. We didn't think it would work, and as it was continuing, we were surprised ourselves.
You didn't think he would actually say, yeah, I really want to write a book,
No.
and I'm going to pursue this with you.
No. He'd convinced himself that he wanted to write this book and that he was able to write this book.
That's your in.
That's our in. We knew we wanted to talk to him. And we looked and we thought, okay, how are we going to move this forward? How are we going to gather evidence? Because ultimately that's our goal. Gathering the evidence and maybe one day bringing him to justice.
Money, fame, to Amanda, it was just the kind of bait that could trap her kidnapper.
It totally fits in line with what I knew of this man. He struck me as the kind of guy whose ego was so big. Of course, if somebody told him he's capable of writing a book, he would think that.
The Hail Mary play was in motion, but investigators knew they needed more than phone calls and emails. Their next move, get Adam to meet in person.
Coming up.
You need to see him.
We need to see him to identify him fully.
A meeting in a perfect island paradise. Undercover agent and unsuspecting kidnapper. Dangerously face to face.
Can you believe he's saying all this?
It was amazing.
When Dateline continues. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As the hunt for her kidnapper progressed, Amanda continued to recover and heal. Part of that journey included sharing her story with the world. 4 years after being freed, she released her memoir, A House in the Sky. It became a bestseller.
In my own life, friends, family, book club people say to me, have you read this book? You've reached a lot of people.
Most people will never be kidnapped, but people know pain and loss and adversity that they don't think that they can get through. And so what I feel people find in the pages is, inspiration and a reminder that they are strong too.
Her strength would become crucial to the operation now underway. Investigators knew they had her kidnapper, Adam, on the hook. They also knew that in order to get justice for Amanda, they needed more than long-distance conversations.
You need to see him.
We need to see him to identify him fully.
Whose idea was it to meet face to face?
It was his idea.
Imagine the opportunity to meet with one of Amanda's kidnappers face to face, but where in the world to do it? Somalia? Too dangerous. Canada? Too risky. How about paradise? Mauritius. 4 hours away from the kidnapper's homeland of Somalia, this island gem with its pristine beaches, crystal clear water, beautiful mountain vistas, and luxury resorts. AK convinced the kidnapper that he would serve as his book agent and invited Adam here to talk about the project.
Adam lives in Mogadishu, in a really difficult place to live, and you're bringing him to a place where Europeans come on vacation.
I think what it did do, though, was it solidified my status as an international business person, somebody who had the means to get him what he wanted, which was essentially a book contract.
Adam took the bait. Here he is in Mauritius with AK.
Did you ever get nervous that Adam was figuring out who you were?
I did initially, and then we're walking around the resort, and he turned to me and he said, "What did you think of me?" And so I buttered him up a bit. I said, "Your English was great. You've come a long way from such humble beginnings." And I turned it back on him and I said, "What did you think of me?" And he said, "First, I thought you were intelligent, but now we are brothers."
Against a backdrop of serene stillness and beauty, the brothers continued to talk and even relax. They each had something to gain in this face-to-face meeting.
He had one objective, getting that book deal.
He did.
And it seemed like you had one objective.
Oh, we had one objective.
The objective was to see him, confirm that Adam was indeed the man who had terrorized Amanda and Lorinda. Next, they wanted him to admit his involvement in the kidnapping. That's where the phony book deal came in.
We knew that he was interested in writing a book. We brought props, and one of them was a book cover that we had designed. And I was going to sign a contract with him that laid out his and my relationship vis-a-vis the publisher.
The contract had a trap buried in it. Adam would have to disclose any wrongdoing in his past.
It had a special paragraph in it that we had inserted, a disclosure paragraph, to encourage him to tell us his story.
He signed, and incredibly, he told his story, including details of his involvement in the kidnapping.
Can you believe he's saying all this out loud?
In my head, I was dancing. It was amazing. You couldn't ask for better evidence.
He even described his role in one of Amanda's worst days, that hostage video on Al Jazeera.
I showed him a video that had aired on Al Jazeera television, and he pointed to himself as if he was really, really proud of this. He said, "I'm the one that shot that video."
Amanda vividly remembers that video and Adam that day.
Adam was now manning this and setting the stage for this video. I would say there was a great deal of excitement among all of them that they were going to be doing this little video, and you know, in their minds,
because it would get attention.
Getting attention and money.
In Mauritius, investigators accomplished two big things. They'd identified Adam as the kidnapper and got him to admit his crimes. But after all that work, it still wasn't enough to arrest Adam. Mauritian law prohibited AK from recording the confession.
So you have no video or audio of what he's saying?
No, correct.
Investigators wanted to have the strongest evidence they could against Adam in order to prosecute him under Canadian law.
You're leaving Mauritius with a success, but you need more.
Yeah, we do.
How did you feel when you left here?
Conflicted.
You're leaving him, watching him go back to Somalia.
Yeah, it was, as investigators, we'd succeeded in getting the evidence, we'd succeeded in getting the identity, but we had to let him go. It was like a catch and release program.
In order to catch Adam and bring him to justice, they were hoping they could lure him even farther from home, a place where they could control the setting, all the way to Canada. But how on earth would they convince Adam to do that, and how long would it take?
Well, you want justice. This is dragging on for years.
And as the years passed, I started to think the likelihood of that would diminish.
Coming up, investigators set a trap.
I'm a spokesman. Right. I'm an intelligent person, educated person.
It played out like a movie.
I answered the phone and my heart started pounding.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Amanda Lindhout knew investigators were doing their best to bring her kidnapper to justice, and she did her best to help them.
Every couple of months, I would have in-person visits with the RCMP. And during these meetings, they could never tell me very much, but enough to give me at least a little bit of confidence that they might be able to pull this off.
AK and his team considered the undercover operation in Mauritius a success, but it wasn't enough. They wanted to get Amanda's kidnapper to confess his crimes on Canadian soil.
Why did you need him to go to Canada?
We didn't want him to be arrested overseas, so we wanted him in the country so we could deal with him in the most efficient way possible.
In order to grab Adam in Canada, they had to get him there. AK truly had to convince him the fake book deal was real.
So he thinks you're his book agent.
I'm his book agent. So we had now got to the point where he was going to meet the publisher. So it was my job then to send him a plane ticket, which is difficult to do if you want to fly somebody out of Somalia.
Difficult would be an understatement, as it turned out.
You're going to bring an international kidnapper into Canada.
Correct.
That doesn't sound easy.
Well, the dichotomy of it is that we're usually in the business of keeping terrorists outside the country.
Coordinating and planning an itinerary for a kidnapper would take time and threaten the operation. Once again, AK played the long game.
I kept on putting him off, saying we will be meeting with the publisher soon. And then at one point, I had to fake a heart attack.
I'm sorry, you had to fake a heart attack?
I faked a heart attack. And that was the way we were able to put him off for a while.
Yeah, in real life, you were actually doing other cases.
Yes.
Finally, after years of hard work and delays for Amanda and her mother, everything was in place, and Adam was on a plane to Canada.
He arrives at the airport in Ottawa, and he comes in, and there's big hugs, and we sit down and we talk about the impending book deal, the publishing deal that is about to be signed.
Adam was looking forward to a different kind of future. Little did he know, that is precisely what he would get out of this deal.
I go into the room with Adam first. We have a boardroom set up for our meeting, and then the book publisher arrives, knocks on the door, comes on in. Him and I are allegedly old friends.
This is my star. Nice to meet you.
You're actually both undercover agents.
Both undercover agents. And then we have a bit of chit chat, and then we sit down and we go over the contract. And Adam, as we had done in Mauritius, he goes over everything that he'd done.
So you would be the negotiator between the people who had Amanda and Nigel and who else? And I told Lorinda they accepted it favor. Right. I'm a spokesman. Right. I'm an intelligent person, educated person.
It played out like a movie. It was excellent.
He's actually confessing to you his crimes.
Yes.
So after the 3 months then, but as far as I understand it from what Lorinda and Amanda have told me, you were still the person on the phone. Yes, I'm working. I want to get the benefit. Right. You were supposed to get some money. Yes. Do you know how much? No, I don't know. But I was expecting more than what they give me. What did they give you? 10,000.
After that meeting,
yes,
you walk out.
Yes. We signed the contract. Everybody's very happy. We were walking out because I had told him we were going for a tour of Ottawa. But that didn't happen.
You were both arrested. You're arrested too because you're still undercover.
Yeah, uniformed police handcuffed us both.
Adam must have been totally shocked.
He was. You could see in his face that he was clearly thrown by this. And I had to play up, get your hands off my client. What are you doing here? This is ridiculous. And they handcuffed us both, led us off in different directions. I went for a beer, he went to jail.
It had been 7 years since Amanda Lindhout had been chained in a squalid cell in Somalia, terrorized and tortured by her kidnappers for 460 days. Now, Adam was in chains himself. Amanda was home when she got the news.
I answered the phone and I was home alone, and my heart started pounding. And he said, "We've arrested Adam." And I fell to my knees and I started crying. And the next day I woke up and it was my 34th birthday. And on the front page of every newspaper in Canada was his face. A face that I hadn't seen in over 5 years.
I came in right after and she was crying, and I think she was saying, they got him, they got him, they got Adam.
And what were your feelings?
I was crying and I couldn't even speak.
And immediately my mind went to, well, there's going to be a trial. And I will have to testify in that trial. And the weight of that and what that really meant to me and would mean to my life became real.
Coming up.
She was crying, she was upset.
I was so afraid to see this man again.
What would happen inside that courtroom?
I wondered if I could do it.
When Dateline continues. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
As unlikely as it may have seemed, authorities had their man in the kidnapping of Amanda Lindhout, and they got him in Canada. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police announced Adam's capture to the world.
This arrest is a testament to the investigative team's perseverance, and I wish to thank them for their excellent work.
With the investigation over, it would now be up to Amanda herself to keep Adam behind bars. It would take everything she had to do it.
I'm going to have to testify, and I'm going to have to face this man in court.
You're gonna have to see him.
Yeah.
Before that could happen, Amanda would have to assist the prosecution team in building its case against the kidnapper.
A group of us would meet every couple of months for 2.5 years.
Wow. It's exhausting.
It was exhausting. This was such a difficult story for me that there was still so much real active trauma in the telling of this story. And I just so appreciated the time that they took with me, guiding me through the process. And as the trial date was getting closer, I can't even say that it became easier. The idea of facing him caused me a lot of pain.
Croft Michelson was the lead prosecutor.
What were the biggest challenges?
One was the magnitude of the file. My recollection were there were more than 700 emails between AK and Adam alone. The second challenge was, are the witnesses actually going to be able to testify?
The man known to Amanda and Lorinda for so long as Adam was actually a 40-year-old Somali national named Ali Omar Adder. He pleaded not guilty to the kidnapping. On October 5, 2017, the trial began in the kidnapping of Amanda Lindhout.
Feels like the biggest day of my life.
Dateline was with her that morning as she made her way to the courthouse.
What was going through your head? What were you worried about?
In those moments before entering the courtroom, I wondered if I could do it. I was so afraid to see this man again. Inside of me was the thought of seeing his face. But I gathered myself. I needed to do that as much for myself as anything.
I just saw you gather yourself just there when you said it. It's still hard for you.
It is. And I expect it always will be. You know, this is real life, like pain. And then the doors opened and I walked into the courtroom and Adam was sitting directly in front of me and I kind of crumbled.
Now came the moment for Amanda to testify against her kidnapper.
Can you describe it for me?
She was crying, she was upset, she was afraid. And then she swung her head over and she looked at Adam in the box. And she stopped crying and gave him a look like I would never want anyone looking at me like that.
What kind of a look?
It was a firm resolve.
Seeing him sitting across from me as a prisoner in that box, that was also the truth now.
It's a reversal.
Exactly. And he looked so small in a way, sitting in that box.
In her testimony, Amanda spoke openly about how Adam terrorized her. She was on the stand for one long day.
Okay, my name is Adam. I'm from Mogadishu.
But her mom, Lorinda, spent 3 days in court listening to the phone calls that would prove crucial to the case.
I am not lying to you.
You do not want Amanda to be harmed, because if you want, you should pay the money.
So again, you have to relive it.
Yeah, it was empowering. The truth was being told. And there was a small part of me that actually felt sorry for him.
Compassion for him.
Yeah.
Adam's defense was that he himself had been taken hostage and they had threatened him.
In the end, his defense didn't work. The man known as Adam was found guilty of kidnapping. For his crimes, he was sentenced to 15 years in a Canadian prison. Victory for Amanda Lindhout. Adam is appealing his conviction. Amanda read a victim's impact statement at sentencing. In it, she addressed Adam. "I am the victim. I am also the survivor," she said. "I am the one who will go out and live the lessons of this. I choose to lean into the lesson and challenge of finding forgiveness, compassion, and peace." Those words bringing to a close not one, but two improbable stories: Amanda's kidnapping and the years spent in pursuit of justice.
10 years of your life.
10 years, yeah. 5 years for the undercover operation, 10 years in total until conviction.
Worth it?
Absolutely.
He's sitting in prison right now in this country. Do you think about that ever?
It's justice, but I don't take joy in any suffering of any other human being.
Have you forgiven Adam?
I can't say yes or no to that question because it's not a forgiving because Adam deserves to be forgiven. But I deserve to have the freedom in my life of not being full of that anger all the time and keep pointing my feet towards forgiveness.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
I'm really sorry. I understand why they hate me. To anyone that's loved him, for the role I played, I am deeply, deeply sorry.
It was right out of a soap opera. The husband, the wife, the affair with the local dentist.
I just don't think of myself as someone. Why would he be interested in me, you know?
Was it passionate?
Yeah.
But the script turned dark when her husband turned up dead.
Everything was a blur. She just said, found him in his car, outside his gym. Words like heart attack and aneurysm.
We all assumed it was a health-related death.
40-year-old men don't just drop dead. It's just too many coincidences, shall we say, adding up. They believed it was a poisoning. Someone else was there with him that morning.
This is now a murder investigation.
100%.
They're hearing about a love triangle.
She admitted that she was having an affair.
I had nothing to do with his death.
This small town is full of secrets. Is murder one of them?
The plot was just beginning to thicken.
Oh my God, this can't be happening now.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Andrea Canning with The Good Husband.
A new love makes the world seem a little brighter.
He had a very smooth, I want to say almost sexy way about him.
makes the heart beat a little faster.
Was it passionate?
Yeah.
But when that love is forbidden,
I was like, what? How can that be? How could I not have known?
a family would wonder if other secrets might be hidden.
Why would you do this? How could you be so irresponsible?
The whole thing was an atrocity. It wasn't a tragedy, it was an atrocity.
It all began just a couple of hours north of New York City, a photographer's dream called the Hudson Valley. Rolling hills, a majestic river, and quaint small towns.
Easy, good girl.
For Linda Coleman, it was the perfect place to raise a family.
Good girl. Well, I grew up in Sarvades, small schools. Do you? Yeah, just involved in sports and things like that.
Everyone seems friendly, and it just
Yeah.
seems kind of...
They're small hometowns, you know.
It's where Linda lived with her husband Tom and their family, a loving home where they celebrated birthdays and holidays. Thanksgiving 2011 was a busy time, visiting relatives, overeating, and watching football.
He just loved the game of football. He was a Giants fan from a kid.
And you took him to his first Giants game.
I did. I have pictures of him, like, standing down by the field, like, look at me.
Kid in a candy store.
Yeah, it was great.
Both Linda and Tom had been married before, but this felt like the real deal.
What was it about Tom's personality that made him so lovable and made you love him?
He had a shyness about him that was sweet. He had like a kind of shy, flirty kind of way. It was just adorable.
When it came time to tie the knot, they rolled the dice and eloped.
Little White Chapel?
A chapel in Bally's. Yep, it was beautiful. Flowers, music, really beautiful. Well, it was unusual, you know, walking through a casino and someone's got a wedding gown on.
The only guests were Linda's parents and Tom's mom and dad, Marie and Tom Sr.
Did they seem like a good match?
They fit. I think they fit, yeah.
Both Tom and Linda had kids from their previous marriages, but a few years later, they welcomed a child of their own, Ryan.
He would say all along through the pregnancy, I don't care if it's a girl or a boy, I love it either way, you know, but I kind of knew deep down he wanted a boy. And so when he was delivered and he saw it was a boy, he cried. He was so happy, really happy.
Did you immediately see a relationship made in Giants heaven after that?
Oh, absolutely.
They were a blended family, his, mine, and ours, as they like to call it. Linda had a daughter who lived with her and Tom, while Tom's two kids from his first marriage lived in Colorado, Brad and daughter Jillian.
I grew up knowing that my step-siblings were my siblings. It never felt not normal. You know, it felt like at Dad's house, that was my house.
And despite the distance, Tom was very close to his oldest kids.
I was a daddy's girl, definitely, no doubt about that. He always made sure that whenever Brad and I were in town, that we would have fun. Like, we wouldn't just, you know, be sitting around. We always had fun plans.
Jillian and her dad talked on the phone all the time. Thanksgiving weekend 2011 was no exception.
And I remember we hung up and we blew a kiss over the phone like we used to when I was 10 and we hadn't in years, and I thought that was cute.
And when the weekend of family and football was over, it was Monday, November 28th. And lucky for Tom, the New York Giants were on TV.
We stayed up and watched the football game, a Giants football game. I went to bed.
The next morning, as usual, he was up and out of the house before Linda and the kids were even awake.
He normally got up to go to the gym around 5:30 and give me a kiss on the forehead.
After working out, like clockwork, he always went straight to his job as a physical therapy supervisor. He and Linda usually texted soon after. But when Linda sent him a message that morning,
I didn't get a response, and normally Tom's very good at responding. You know, I was getting a little concerned, but, you know, maybe he's in a meeting, maybe he's, you know, whatever, he's tied up.
she wasn't really worried until her phone rang. It was a friend of Tom's named Gil.
I got a phone call from Gil saying, "Have you heard from Tom?" And I said, "No." "Have you heard from Tom?" And he said, "No, but he didn't show up at work."
What's going through your mind? Is there concern or just, oh, maybe he's at the gym?
Tom would never miss a morning of work.
Linda jumped in her car to retrace her husband's steps, hoping to find him. She never imagined that search would lead where it did.
When we come back, Linda's heartbreaking discovery.
I saw his car. I was like, oh my God.
Tom Coleman had gone to the gym. In fact, he was still there.
I was like, wake up. What are you doing? They're looking for you at work.
I just was like, oh my God, this can't be happening now.
When Dateline continues.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh yeah, this is it, right?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tom Coleman wasn't the kind of guy who didn't return calls from his wife, and he always showed up for work. His family says he loved his job as a physical therapist.
He was always dedicated to, his work, and he loved it so much he went to get his doctorate in physical therapy.
Was he the type of person who liked helping people?
He did. Elderly people just loved him. He was such a sweetheart.
So that morning when Tom went MIA, Linda was frantic as she jumped in her car to look for him.
He usually goes to the gym and then to work, so I went to the gym and I pulled in, and at first I didn't see his car, but then as I pulled further through, I saw his car. So I just pulled up alongside it and I looked over and I was like, oh my God, he was laying down. And I thought, he fell asleep. Like, he looks like he's sleeping. And so I jumped out of the car and I opened the door and I jumped in and I was like, wake up. What are you doing? They're looking for you at work.
But Tom wouldn't wake up. Linda called 911.
Ulster 911, what's the address emergency?
I'm in the parking lot by Planet Fitness in Kingston. I was looking for my husband and I found him in his car. And I don't know if he's breathing.
What did you think had happened to him?
At that point, maybe he had a migraine and took some migraine medicine and laid down.
But he's not waking up while you're waiting for the ambulance, no matter what you're doing.
His hands were really, really cold. And then I realized that his nails were blue.
Ma'am, are you able to check to see if his chest is going up and down?
I don't think it is.
Paramedic Tim Mitzel was one of the first responders.
And I believe we were here within about 3 minutes of the call.
What did you see as soon as you arrived here in the parking lot?
Mr. Coleman's car was parked here, and Mrs. Coleman's car was parked here. Mrs. Coleman was on the side. She was very distraught.
Did you attempt to resuscitate him?
We did not. After my quick examination, I could tell that there was nothing that we could do. He had been deceased for a while.
The paramedics just stood there, and I was like, what are you doing? Like, help him. Just get in the car and help him. Like, and they just stood there and they were like, no. I just was like shocked, like, can you at least try? You know, the one just said, no, he's gone. And he did, he just felt so cold.
Did you just feel like this is so unfair?
I just was like, oh my God, this can't be happening now. You can't leave us now.
Shortly after, Tom's friend Gil called Linda and rushed to the scene. That's him in this dash cam video off to the right, collapsing in grief as he learns the news. Meanwhile, first responders and arriving officers process the scene.
Anything unusual about his body, or did he just look peaceful?
His trousers were open just a little bit. His collar was undone. His shirt was kind of pulled out, and he was reclined back in his car, and I felt like he looked like he took a nap and didn't wake up. There was a little presumption that it may have been a heart attack or cardiac event or something had happened. He was a large man.
But since Tom's death was what police call an unattended death, there had to be an investigation. Mike Thomas and Kyle Berardi both worked the case for the Ulster Police Department. They took note of how Linda, the wife, was reacting at the scene.
Her demeanor, was it exactly what you would expect from a wife making a discovery like this?
100%, 100%. There was nothing out of the ordinary with her reaction, her words. It was more hysteria.
Police escorted Linda down to the station to ask her questions about Tom's health.
She had mentioned to us that he had hypertension, he had sleep apnea, which, if you're not familiar with sleep apnea, unfortunately, they ultimately stop breathing at certain times during the night.
That sounds dangerous.
Absolutely. He was diagnosed by his doctor as having a severe case of sleep apnea.
Did you kind of think that this was going to be an open and shut case once you got the autopsy results?
Yeah, absolutely. And that, unfortunately, was not the outcome the next day.
Instead, the results would turn this tragedy into a tangled mystery.
Coming up.
40-year-old men don't just drop dead like that.
A blockbuster new clue.
What did that video show?
We were able to observe a white SUV arrive in the parking lot. Someone else was there with him that morning.
When Dateline continues.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. operation. Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Just after a busy Thanksgiving weekend, Linda Coleman found herself surrounded by family and friends again. This time, it was not to celebrate, but to grieve. Tom, her husband of 10 years, was dead.
I think she was just in such a state of shock that it's almost like she wasn't there.
Linda's sister, Deborah, raced to Saugerties.
My family were there, my parents, and there were some friends that had gathered, some of the close friends.
There were so many people to tell. Tom's siblings broke the news to his parents.
When I came home at 3 o'clock, all my children were at my house. They were told that it looked like a cardiac event and he didn't survive it. But we just couldn't believe it.
Why didn't you believe it?
Well, he was always in good shape. Exercised and everything. All right, he's a little overweight, but still, he tried to, he was healthy.
His daughter Jillian and son Brad found out from their mom Michelle, Tom's ex-wife.
She just looked at both of us and no beating around the bush, just said, your dad is dead. And everything was a blur. I mean, words like heart attack and aneurysm kept flying at me and none of it was registering. It was just utter heartbreak.
The three of us stood together, hugging, and then collapsed onto the floor. But it did seem to be a really long time that we just didn't let go of each other.
They flew to New York and joined the growing crowd at Tom and Linda's house.
Linda was a wreck. She needed help standing up sometimes. She was just riddled with grief.
As the Colemans made funeral arrangements, investigators met with the medical examiner to nail down the cause of Tom's death. What they heard changed everything.
It was undetermined pending toxicology results.
The medical examiner explained there was no evidence of a heart attack, aneurysm, or any health-related event.
Now you got an undetermined cause of death on a 40-year-old male, which 40-year-old men don't drop dead like that.
Are you still thinking that this could be medical, or are you starting to think we could have a homicide on our hands?
You can think both at that point in time because we've had to wait for toxicology reports to come back to come up with a cause of death. But in the meantime, we're thinking, I would say, thinking the worst.
Until we can disprove that it's not a homicide, you've got to treat it as such.
Crime scene techs worked on Tom's car and took swabs for clues, while detectives set out to learn more about his movements on the day he died. Linda told police the last time she saw Tom was the night before, watching football. She assumed he left for the gym the following morning around 5:30, so investigators pulled security video of the parking lot to see what that could tell them. It was dark and grainy, but revealed a lot.
In the video itself, we were able to observe a white SUV arrive in the parking lot of Planet Fitness, and that was about 4:30 in the morning. 10 minutes later, we actually see Thomas Coleman's vehicle pull into the parking lot and park right next to this white SUV. That's when we knew that obviously someone else was there with him that morning.
The plot really thickened, I'm sure, after seeing that video.
Yes.
So this is the Planet Fitness right
This
here.
is Planet Fitness to your right. This
Where-
is where Tom worked out every morning. I'll pull into Tom's spot.
Bill Weishaupt is a retired FBI agent and the chief investigator for the Ulster County District Attorney. He showed us in the light of day what's hard to see in that grainy video.
This is exactly where Tom was parked, right here, which is, as you can see, it's a great distance away from the Planet Fitness where he normally worked out, and so this would not be a normal parking spot to pull into at that hour in the morning to work out in that gym.
And the mystery SUV pulled up where?
Mr. SUV pulled up right here, so they were both facing, this is north.
Could you identify a person, a make, a model of the car? What details were you getting?
No, it was pitch black. These lights were not providing any illumination at all. The only thing we could observe was that the two vehicles were parked side by side for about 35 minutes.
The mystery SUV left around 5:30 a.m. But Tom's car never moved.
What does that tell you?
There had to be contact between the two to meet at this point at that hour. So we knew now that someone had met with him prior to his death, and we now have to figure out who that is.
Easier said than done, of course.
We just pulled up here, and lo and behold, there's a white SUV here beside us. There is a white SUV there. There is a white SUV there. Once you think about it, there's a lot of white SUVs. They're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
But thanks to the video, investigators now thought they had an important lead to help narrow their search.
Whoever Tom was interacting with in this white SUV, he was expecting him and he knew him.
Time for investigators to start looking at Tom's inner circle, picking apart his simple suburban life.
Linda Coleman, I would imagine, would be someone that you would want to look closely at.
No question. If there's a death that is not a natural death, you look at the closest people first, usually the spouse.
Coming up.
He did want to talk to me.
Soon, they discover another reason to take a look at Linda Coleman.
Me and Linda, we have a relationship. So.
Sexual relationship, I'm assuming?
Well, yeah.
He's having an affair with Linda Coleman.
It caught us all off guard.
When Dateline continues.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
With no obvious medical explanation for Tom Coleman's death, Ulster police decided to treat it as a possible homicide, but said nothing to his family.
We just had to just sit back and wait till we found a cause of death. And that's what we did. We just sat back.
For Tom's parents, burying their firstborn was excruciating. But something the funeral director said gave them comfort.
When people die, and if they're well respected, people come from all over.
And they did. I had relatives from Rochester, Long Island, New Jersey, Virginia, even from California.
How moved were you at the funeral as you heard people speak about Tom and all the love that was in that room?
Just crying all the time.
Walking into the wake was probably one of the hardest things I've ever done. I waited for all my siblings, and all four of us walked in arm in arm, faces down, just bawling. And we walked up to the coffin and just all almost just collapsed together and just wept.
Detectives discreetly sent an officer to the funeral home to observe. If Tom's death was a homicide, they wanted to keep an eye on Linda, but they also needed to find out if Tom had any enemies.
From speaking to everyone, including her, Tom was just a great guy. He was a middle-class man, hardworking, loved his family, would do anything for them. We couldn't find any enemies in the world that would want to do anything against Tom.
You had a real mystery you had to solve here.
Oh, absolutely.
Investigators were interested in speaking to anyone close to Tom, including his good friend who raced to the scene that morning. Gilberto Nunez was his full name, and he was a prominent local dentist, originally from the Dominican Republic.
How long, I guess, have you known him? I know him for like 4 years, but we were starting like a friendship like around 3 years ago.
Okay. Gil seemed to know a lot about Tom's life, his work hours, his marriage, even his medical history.
Any medical conditions that you know of? Yes, that I know of. He had sleep apnea.
Investigators also fished for information about Tom's wife.
How's Linda doing, I guess? Have you talked to her since Tuesday? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been there. I go to the house. How's she doing? She's not doing too good. Yeah. She's really, really, really bad. Mm-hmm. She's in bad shape.
But that wasn't all Gil had to say about Linda Coleman. He had something far more interesting to share with the detectives.
I don't know if you guys know, but anyway, me and Linda, we have a relationship, so. Okay. Sexual relationship, I'm assuming? Well, yeah.
What's that moment like when he reveals he's having an affair with Linda Coleman?
I think it caught us all off guard because that was the first time we discovered that. We had no reason to ask him about that type of relationship with Linda.
How long ago did that start? Probably like a year. A year? Yeah. Okay.
And Gil revealed yet another detail that was even more surprising.
Did Tom know about that? Oh yeah. He knew? He knew about all this. Okay. Yeah, he found out sometime in the summer.
Gil said that not only did Tom know about the affair, the two men continued their friendship.
And he saw that I was honest about it, and he was honest about it too. Mm-hmm. So we got pretty close. I mean, to the point of like he got me into football, which I didn't have a clue.
How crazy is this, though, that Tom continued to hang out with Gilberto? They stayed friends even after he finds out he's sleeping with his wife.
Better man than I am. It's just not the norm. It's not something that you see.
I mean, is your head starting to spin a little bit?
We're trying to get a hold of what we got now because it, stemmed from unattended death in the parking lot of a fitness club to now we got all this. So, and within days, the things are starting to pile up.
Now I would imagine you more than ever need to talk to Linda Coleman.
We do.
They did want to talk to me a few days after, and one of the first questions was, what is your relationship with Gilberto Nunez?
Coming up.
Did he kiss you while you were in the chair?
Yeah, which blew me away.
You're just living in almost two different lives?
I had real life and then I had fantasy life.
Passion, secrets, anger.
He comes right at me with it. What the hell's going on?
It's so scandalous.
And I said, this is what's been going on.
When Dateline continues.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Tom Coleman's cause of death was still a mystery, but detectives now had a juicy love triangle smack in the middle of their investigation. They asked Linda to come down to the station to share her side of the story.
I told him everything. I didn't care anymore. At that point, I wasn't hiding a thing.
How did you meet Gilberto Nunez?
I met him at my son's kindergarten orientation.
He had a child in the same kindergarten class?
Kindergarten class.
A son?
Yes.
That was in 2009. Gil was married then, and the two couples started socializing.
We all seemed to like each other and were friendly, and they would just say, hey, you want to go out to dinner or whatever, and okay.
And then you started to get to know him better? Was it
over time? Yeah.
Through school events or?
Through that, and then our sons both did karate together. They were in the same karate class.
Tom and Gil also hit it off and became close, talking sports and watching Giants games. And like Tom, Gil was a hands-on dad. He went to all his son's karate classes where he would see Linda.
Gil and I would sit next to each other and just talk. And this was like 3 times a week for an hour.
What was it about Gilberto that you liked?
Very friendly, very personable.
A year went by before Linda says she realized something was happening between them.
Every time he would leave, he would give me a kiss goodbye.
On the lips?
For him to give me a hug and a kiss on the cheek, you know, see you next week kind of thing, really wasn't that big of a deal to me. Like, it was kind of his culture. But then as the weeks started going by, and I noticed when I was leaving, the kiss was no longer on the cheek. So I would go back to my car like, was that an accident?
Lingering or
just, no, fairly quick.
Linda said nothing to her husband, and she and Gil never discussed whatever it was that was going on until one day he finally said it.
He actually called me one night. He basically was like, I can't get you off my mind. You're beautiful. I just adore you. And I was like, oh.
That's a hot potato right there.
Yeah. Yeah. So from then he started just texting me here and there. We would talk, and it just progressed.
Did you think he was handsome?
Not really, to be honest with you. But he had a way about him. He had a very smooth, I want to say almost sexy way about him, with the accent.
Latin thing going on?
Yes, totally. His personality was sucking me in.
It was early 2011. Both Gil and Linda's marriages were going through rough patches.
In honesty, Tom and I, we were having some struggles in the home.
What were you struggling with?
I think probably the same stuff that every marriage after 10 years struggles with. Paying the bills, working 2 jobs.
Real life problems.
Yeah, and they were stressful.
So was Gilberto a little bit of an escape for you?
Yes. Yes, that's a really good way to put it.
How does it finally get acted upon?
I went and had some dental work in his office. So then you can imagine once I'm there and I'm in the chair and next step.
Did he kiss you while you were in the chair?
Yeah, which blew me away. The fact that this dentist, this smart guy, this, smooth guy who seems to have everything, would even want to kiss me or choose me. Like, I just don't think of myself as someone, why would he be interested in me,
Was it passionate?
Yeah.
Pretty soon, they were meeting for sex. And by spring, Gil had separated from his wife and was living in an apartment above his dental practice.
You had a busy life, a job, husband, children, in a small town. How are you carrying on this affair?
I still was the wife and the mother. So I was home for my kids every night after work, and I would see him lunchtime.
Linda thought it was a well-kept secret, but maybe not so much. A few months into the affair, someone tipped off Tom with an anonymous text message.
He comes right at me with it. you know, I'm getting these texts, you know, that you're with Gil, what the hell's going on?
It's so scandalous.
Yeah, and I said, this is what's been going on. I cleared the table. You know, I have been having an affair. It was with him.
Was there any part of it that felt, I don't want to use the word good, but you got it off your chest? You weren't carrying around this secret anymore?
It did, because then at least I could talk to Tom about it. And at one point he said to me, Lynn, I can see he has some kind of hold on you. He's like, I see it. And he did.
And Linda told us what detectives had found so hard to believe.
How did it affect Tom, the fact that it was Gilberto and he was friends with both of you?
Strangely enough, they still continue to be friends.
It is so hard to grasp.
I know it is, but they did. They cared about each other. They were like buddies. Tom would invite him over for Sunday dinners. I know, it sounds nuts. I know it does.
A little bit, yeah.
I know.
And how are you handling that? I mean,
I'm just like in the middle, like, what do I do?
You're the object of both of their affection.
Yeah. And I loved them both. And we'd say, well, you know, we don't have to decide tomorrow. We have to just take some time and figure this out, you know?
Linda says Tom didn't pressure her to end the affair. To the contrary, he gave her the time and freedom to continue seeing Gil and sort out her feelings.
You're just living in almost two different lives?
Yeah.
But they've intersected?
I had real life and then I had fantasy life, basically.
But everyone in the triangle knew it couldn't last. Linda had to make a choice, Gil or Tom. And a few weeks before Tom's death, she did.
Coming up, her husband or her lover?
He threw me on the bed and was like tickling me.
Who would Linda choose? Had she and Gil been telling police the truth?
Maybe Linda wanted Tom out of the way so she could be with Gilberto.
No question.
When Dateline continues.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was just a few days after her husband's death when Linda admitted to detectives that, yes, she was having an affair with her husband's best friend.
For a little bit of time there, it was me, Tom, and Gil really trying to decide what we wanted to do, or what was I going to do. They were letting me decide, you know.
For months, Linda's affection ping-ponged between the two men. That is, until her October wedding anniversary rolled around. She and Tom decided to take the kids away for the weekend.
And I think it was really that weekend that I realized that I just want to be with my husband. He's my best friend. I love him. I don't want to do this anymore. I've been stupid and foolish and ridiculous, and I don't want to do it anymore.
You chose Tom.
I chose Tom.
A couple of weeks later, it was Thanksgiving. Still on friendly terms, Gil shared the holiday with Tom, Linda, and their family. Monday, Linda met with Gil alone, but decided to postpone telling him their affair was over.
What was that discussion like with Gilberto? What did you tell him?
The holidays are here. We have all these kids. Like, we can't, you know, after the holidays. And he was like, okay, I'll wait for your decision, you know.
Do you think he knew?
Hindsight, I think he knew, probably by my body language and just him knowing me as well as he did, that he was losing me.
That night, Linda felt she and Tom were back on track.
I remember coming upstairs and he picked me up and threw me on the bed and was like tickling me, and I think we both just felt like there's light at the end of this tunnel, and this is the old us. We're happy and silly, and we'll get through this, you know.
The next morning, Tom was dead, and investigators were now learning details about his complicated personal life.
Bit of a soap opera going on here.
Funny thing is, prior to meeting you guys, we said this is a Dateline case.
And here we are.
Here we are.
Despite what they heard from Linda and Gil, investigators were somewhat skeptical that this love triangle really had no jealousy or resentment. DA investigator Bill Weishaupt.
We had to try to determine, was there some type of relationship that we weren't seeing between the victim and Nunez? What was going on between the two of them that that Tom Coleman would allow the sexual relationship to continue between his wife and Nunez?
Did you have to think of the scenario that maybe Linda wanted Tom out of the way so she could be with Gilberto?
No question. That was top on the priority list.
And the first question for investigators, did Linda or Gil drive a white SUV? Detectives knew that Linda didn't, but Gil did. He drove a white Nissan Pathfinder.
I mean, there are a million white SUVs out there.
Sure.
Once you think about it and you start looking, they're everywhere.
Oh, absolutely.
A coincidence, but a suspicious one. Detectives were also remembering how Gil showed up at the scene of Tom's death to console Linda, and his reaction struck them as odd.
It was described as that he was hysterical, almost jumping up and down like a pogo stick.
Very dramatic, not a common reaction that you would see.
If it's a good friend, though, who died, is that not possible that someone would have a very hysterical reaction to that?
You do see strange reactions from him, but I believe his reaction was more than over-dramatic, would I say. We kept in the back of our heads for later on.
Both Linda and Gil told police the affair was now over, but investigators weren't so sure and began watching them closely.
There was electronic surveillance in terms of constantly monitoring their phone records, their computer records, and we also had a GPS tracker on Nunez's car for a while.
What were you hoping to find with that?
We just wanted to determine whether, in fact, they were still together, if they were together at all.
It looked like Gil and Linda were telling the truth. After weeks of watching them, police found no signs they'd been together since Tom died. Phone records also proved Tom and Gil were indeed friendly until the end, texting each other throughout that last Giants game Tom watched. And Gil, like Tom, was well respected around town.
He works hard and he is not interested in money, as far as I can tell.
Zach Sklar is a patient of Gil's and has always admired his generosity.
Does a lot of volunteer work in poor areas.
Did he ever say why he likes to do that?
I think he's a man who cares. It's as simple as that. I mean, he cares about his patients. He cares about people having access to good dental care.
He was a member of the local Chamber of Commerce, a volunteer firefighter, voted one of the top Hudson Valley dentists 5 times, and chosen to endorse products in online ads.
I'm Dr. Gilberto Nunez. I'm a practitioner in Kingston, New York.
It was a very thriving practice. We're very busy.
His office manager, Irene Pren, has worked for Gil for 13 years.
He's always very positive, very upbeat, very kind. He's a pleasure to work for.
And everyone else police spoke to said the same. Gil Nunez seemed to have nothing to hide. What's more, after weeks of investigating, there was still no clear cause of death. So all investigators could do was wonder if the love triangle was just an interesting story that had nothing to do with Tom's death. But that would all change when nearly 2 months after Tom Coleman mysteriously died, his toxicology results finally came in, and they were a shocker.
We find out that there was a narcotic, a conscious sedative called midazolam in Tom's system. No one even heard of midazolam before, at least in our field.
You had never seen it in a murder before, or as a street drug, or something people abuse? Nothing?
It wasn't a common thing, from speaking to a medical examiner.
It's not a common street drug.
But to investigators, the most interesting thing the medical examiner could tell them about midazolam was this.
It was only used in a medical field, either by a dentist or a doctor in an inpatient procedure.
The fact that this is used by dentists.
It's just too many coincidences, shall we say, adding up, and they all come from Gilberto Nunez.
The dentist.
The dentist.
That put a whole new spin on their investigation. They wondered if maybe Gil had used the medication to somehow poison his friend and romantic rival.
It was told to us by medical professionals it's putting coffee or juice or some type of substance that could mask the taste of it because it's a very bitter taste.
And Tom's autopsy had shown liquid in his stomach that might have been coffee.
We now have a gentleman who is friends with the family, is having an affair with the wife, drives the same type of vehicle that we have on that video next to our victim the morning he's found.
This is now a murder investigation.
Yes.
100%.
They called Linda back down to the station for more questions.
They asked me if I knew what drugs were in Tom's system. They asked me